You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot on a Sony? You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot on a Sony? You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
The time has come for Overwatch to step out onto the Esports World Cup stage, and it is going to be beautiful. So let's take a closer look at our contenders and their road to Riyadh. 16 teams from around the globe entered the competition for the hefty prize pool of $1 million. And it all began in Asia, where 4 teams punched their tickets. Most notably, the 2 tournament favorites, Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons. Fnatic and Zeta Division are also fielding fearsome rosters that stand a real chance at delivering a slate of top placements to Korean Overwatch fans. Team Falcons and Crazy Raccoon deserve an extra special mention, though. The Asian Finals was just the first chapter in their rivalry. The incredibly competitive OWCS Major Finals in Dallas was the second. With 2 title matches in the history books, these juggernauts stand at 1-1. Perhaps now is the time for Sir Majed and his crew to avenge their loss in Dallas and seize the throne. But where 2 dogs strive for a bone, a third runs away with it. A third or a fourth to be exact. I'm talking here about none other than Space Station Gaming and ENCE. Both teams that not only love playing against each other, but also left Dallas with confirmed spots at the Esports World Cup and decisive victories over their North American counterparts. Let's not forget that thanks to Crazy Raccoon lifting the trophy in Dallas, one more team from their region could start packing their bags for Esports World Cup, and that lucky squad is Bleed Esports. Later on, makers booked their ticket straight from the land down under with a dominant, even uncontested sweep of the Oceanic qualifier. In the EMEA region, Space Station Gaming and ENCE had already claimed the top 2 spots via OWCS qualification, so many European squads battled it out in the Face It League for the remaining EMEA qualifier spots.
Down, Space Station Gaming are going to wipe the floor with ENCE.
The teams to rise above the fray were Game & Gladiators, Twisted Minds, and virtus.pro, who clinched their spot in Riyadh by the skin of their teeth.
Strike 2! Wait, Crocs just went demon mode on the ride.
North America was also something to behold, with Toronto Defiant steamrolling the competition, M80 following in second, and Nightmare putting together a miracle run to secure the last spot in the NA region. In South America, Rock couldn't contain their happiness after an incredibly close qualifier finals to earn the chance to represent their region on the global stage. And to top it all off, the dark horse of the tournament, LGD, received their direct invitation and will represent China in their one opportunity to take global glory this year. And there you have it. 16 teams vying to be immortalized in the annals of esports history. Only one can be crowned champion of the Esports World Cup.
What's up, everybody? It's Puckett, and I'll be hosting Overwatch 2 here at EWC 2024. Now, we're here on Media Day, and the players, they're starting to file in, but so are the talents. So let's go ahead and give a little tour of what's going on back here. As you can see, we've got the world map ready. Geography, players, how well do they know their maps? We're about to find out later this weekend. But right now, I hear two very familiar faces. Let's go on in. The one and only Matt Mr. Rex Morello. How are we, my friend? New York City, Long Island, New York. Matt, I know you're getting mic'd up. How are we feeling, bud?
No, we're feeling good. It's going to be an awesome week here. I know lots of games for Overwatch 2, so excited to see if NA can actually do anything.
Now, you spent a lot of time in Los Angeles. You spent a lot of time in New York City. How does Riyadh compare? I know you've only been here 12 hours.
It's been awesome the time that we've been here for I know a brief period. I'm excited to kind of see where the venue is and everything going on there, which I've heard really awesome things about. So that'll be cool to check out later.
And for those of you who don't know Matt, Mr. X Morello, he used to be good at a game called Rainbow Six, but he's been talking about Overwatch for how many years now, Matt?
Too many. It's been, oh man.
2016? 2017?
16. Yeah, that's scary. Time has flown by.
Coming up on a decade, but this is the first ever $1 million prize pool for Overwatch 2 at EWC. And we brought in the big dogs. As you can tell, we've got the local legend if you're New Zealander. He's in Riyadh, though. We brought him all the way out. Avril, tell me about your experience so far. How we feeling?
It's good. It's hot out here, man. But so is the action. The action's going to be hot. Got the best of the best out here. And hospitality's been amazing. This event's going to be good.
Can anyone keep up with crazy raccoons? I know we haven't even started the tournament, so let me get that question out of the way right now.
I think we've got a few teams. I think there's like 4 Korean teams that will be pretty competitive. Hoping the hope of NA, Toronto Ultra is going to be pretty good as well. So, yeah, top 4, top 5 might be pretty good.
Final 2 questions. Number 1 hero in Overwatch right now and number 1 talent.
Number 1 hero. I'm getting rumors that Diva might be the number 1 hero in Overwatch right now, this exact moment. So that's where that's what the streets are saying. And number 1 talent.
Yeah.
I think my man from Long Island might have to take it.
Matt Mr. X Morello, your number 1 talent, live here at EWC. We're going to let you gentlemen crush your interviews. Best of luck today. Much love, fam. See you soon. All right, it's Puckett Backstage, and as you can see, we need to keep quiet. Filming in progress. Hero shot 2. That means we've got some heroes around here. Let's check it out. Right behind the curtain, who's on stage? Ooh, look at this set. We got virtus.pro getting ready to go. The 5 gentlemen ready to get their hero headshots taken. We got some video as well. And as these guys are warming up, can we talk with the staff here a little bit? Gentlemen, how are we feeling about virtus.pro at Overwatch EWC?
We're going for.
Tell me about the players. Where are you guys from?
So we have Sauna and Rajaro from Finland. Backline, so Gala and Canal from Spain, and Shockwave from Denmark.
I love it. So you guys representing all of Europe, basically. How are the fans? Is all of Europe going to be supporting your team throughout this tournament?
I hope so. I hope we have all the EMEA fans with us.
Well, I know we've got a lot of success in virtus.pro's lineage across multiple titles. You guys are here to win a huge chunk of money. How far can you go in the tournament?
Let's make it to the finals first.
Let's make it there. We'll see if they can get it done. Best of luck, Virtus.pro. What's up, guys? It's Puckett at EWC 2024, and I just found a local Kevster here in Riyadh. Kev, talk to me about your trip. How's it been so far?
It's been nice. It's a really nice country, to be honest. The hotel is insane.
So we're backstage right now. We got to be quiet because everyone else is filming. This is media day. So as a player, what all are you going through?
Just filming a bunch of photo shoots and like recording stuff for this stream.
Now, historically, the players, they've been pretty lame. They cross their arms, maybe like put their hands behind their back. What is the Kevstar stance for this hero shot?
I've got none, to be honest. There's none.
Can you like maybe recreate what your hero is going to look like in game? Are we playing Genji? What are we playing this weekend?
Tracer, maybe. No.
There we go. You just saw this Tracer. That's Kevstar. We're going to let him get behind the scenes. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, we've made it to the player lounge where you can see virtus.pro done with their hero shots. How do they prepare for a week of Overwatch 2? You got to get the hands warm, right? We got a very friendly / competitive game of table tennis happening right now. And VP, you guys are so good at placing your shots, but when it comes to table tennis, who's your best player?
Shockwave.
Shockwave, easy?
I would say Cloud. Cloud's way better.
Is this a tournament right now, or are you guys just doing a little free-for-all?
Yeah, playing for fun.
Do you think at the end of the weekend maybe we could put a piece of your prize money on this tournament?
Maybe.
All right, I'll see what I can set up for you. Right now, I'm going to see, can Shockwave sink one? Oh, to the back line. and he's in their heads. He's in their heads. We'll see you guys later. Yo, Barney Banks is in the building. Good to see you. You okay, man? I'm tired, but I'm good. Got off a flight. Oh, look at this. I found myself a Barney Banks. Now, Barney and I just worked the first week of EWC. Have you been out here this whole time? Did you go home, come back refreshed?
I had to go home and see the 2-year-old man. I got a toddler at home. He needs his dad. You know what I'm saying?
It is awesome being talent at this event because we don't have the pressure the players do. They're playing for the serious prize money. We just get to highlight all of it. What's been your experience so far here in Riyadh?
Yeah, I mean, Warzone was crazy week one. It was actually my first Warzone event ever as well. So we had a great time working together. And then for the past week, I've been here doing PUBG Mobile. And we've been doing all the group stages. And then this week, it goes into the survival stage and the grand finals. So it's like the stakes are rising. They're getting heated up now.
Now, with every game, we have the club championship. Over $20 million up for grabs for all of the teams. Team Falcons got it done in week one. We've got Falcons here in Overwatch too. Do you have your eyes on any other clubs, or is this Falcons tournament to take?
I mean, last year, like when we kind of did something similar to this, I guess Twisted Minds and Gaming Gladiators were the only two that really kind of gave Falcons a run for their money. Twisted Minds ended up taking it. So this year, this is the Esports World Cup. This is different. This is bigger. This is badder. We've got more titles here as well. It seems like Falcons are running away with it, but I wouldn't put all their chips in one basket right now, you know?
He says it's not going to be Falcons. I'm saying it is going to be Falcons. If you disagree, let us know. Thanks, Barney. Cheers, bro. Hey, guys, it's Puckett Backstage on Media Day, and right behind this curtain, we have Saudi's son, Surmajed, getting ready for Team Falcons. He's doing his hero shots, getting ready as the Falcons look to climb the podium here at EWC. Now, why is that guy important right there, you may ask? Well, he, of course, won the Overwatch World Cup with Saudi Arabia. This time around, though, he's got some incredible Korean teammates, and the Falcons are gunning for the top spot, not just here at Overwatch, but also in the club championship. Check them out. What's up, guys? It's Puckett and Surmajed. We're backstage, and we got yelled at for being loud, so we're going to whisper this interview. Yeah, but can't be loud. So, Surmajed, we're here in Riyadh. How does it feel to be representing Saudi Arabia and the Falcons for $1 million prize pool in WOW2? It feels insane. It feels insane. I'm not gonna lie, it feels insane. No, just saw you doing your hero shots. Yeah. Is it awkward when you have all the cameras on you? I mean, the stage lighting here and everything is amazing.
I got used to it.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm a champ. I'm a world champion. I got used to it.
What was your favorite move?
Like doing the content? Mm-hmm. Probably stay cold.
Was it the Falcon?
This one. Or like just...
No wings? Just the static Falcon? Just hold it. Just hold it like that.
One. Yeah, the classic one.
I like it a lot. Yeah. All right, so real quick, let's get serious. Yeah. Falcons are a team to beat. They're also in the club championships. They've had other teams win for them. Are you feeling any extra pressure to take home a piece of the $20 million prize pool?
No pressure. Just play confident. Hopefully we can win it.
Now, talking with a lot of the experts, Matt, Mr. Rex, Avril, Jake, they're all saying that the Falcons are in the running for a podium spot. Can you tell me a little bit about your role on the team? What should fans expect to see from you?
Being on the bench, nothing else.
Just creating some content. So if you're on the bench, what are the starters going to be doing?
Win the tournament, hopefully, this time.
And is there one player to watch from your team that could pop off?
Proper. He's going to get the MVP.
Proper. MVP. Anyone else you want to shout out with a one-word answer before we go?
Proper.
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 Done.
Proper.
Shh. Backstage. What's Surmajed?
Yes. Backstage, guys.
World champion.
Yeah, hopefully.
everyone, and welcome to the Esports World Cup here for Overwatch. We have 16 of the best teams from around the world vying for the biggest prize pool in this year of Overwatch. Welcome, everyone. Degon alongside Jake and McGravy to break things down here on the analyst desk. How's it feel to finally be here at the Esports World Cup?
I'm stoked, man. It was a long travel to get here, but now that we're here, it's just incredible seeing the venue. I mean, how much production has gone into this event for the biggest event of the year for us at Overwatch. I think the players are excited. Everyone's stoked.
Not just the venue. This is the pinnacle of Overwatch esports for the year. This is the biggest event, and I'm hyped to see all the players and all the teams play.
Yeah, again, we just had the Dallas Major, which was huge, and we're going to see how things shake up on here for the Esports World Cup. Going to be a lot of fun. It is part of the larger Esports World Cup Club Championship, which has different clubs and different organizations playing across the multiple different titles, and it'll be really interesting to see how they shake up here. And we have a little explainer for you on the Club Championship, so y'all take it away.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup. Get ready for 8 action-packed weeks of competition featuring the world's leading games, where the world's top esports clubs and over 1,500 players compete for a life-changing prize pool of more than $60 million, the largest prize pool in esports history. This prize pool will be divided into 4 categories: game championships, player bounties, and qualifiers, with the remaining 20 million up for grabs in our cross-game competitive format, crowning the best esports club in the world. Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money. The action doesn't stop here. In addition to the competition, the Esports World Cup will transform Riyadh into the epicenter of esports fandom and gaming culture, with a massive immersive festival featuring gaming activations, community tournaments, pop culture celebrations, international experiences, and much more. This will be a historic event, so make sure you witness the action and see who will rise up and conquer the world. See you in Riyadh.
Multiple different organizations playing for a ton of money here at the first ever Esports World Cup. You see on your screen here a familiar name to those of you here in Overwatch, Team Falcons on top. They've won 2 different game titles so far, but along the list here, a lot of other organizations here at the EWC for Overwatch.
Yeah, you know, Team Falcons, I think they're pretty happy to be in this position and going into a game in Overwatch where I think it's fair to say they are one of the tournament favorites here.
They are a top 3 team easily, without a doubt. Arguably top 1. Just depends on how this tournament shakes out.
Well, Gaming Gladiators as well. They won in Dota most recently, so congratulations to them, seeing if they can shake things up here in Overwatch. And Fnatic most recently signing a roster here for Overwatch. We'll see how they do. And any of these teams, remember, if they want a big part of that $20 million prize pool, they have to win. So a lot of teams here looking to get that W and get a big chunk of the prize pool here. So it's going to be a lot of fun as we move along throughout the whole Esports World Cup event, but more specifically here in Overwatch, which leads us to a couple of wrinkles here on the format for our tournament. So Jake, I kind of wanted to get your thoughts on just a couple of things that stand out for you.
Yeah, I think for me, the most interesting thing in this tournament, the thing that's going to be a huge shakeup to fans of Overwatch esports is just the hero ban system. So there's going to be an opportunity for each team in each map to ban 1 hero. The bans are going to be global, so if you ban it, it's out for everybody, including your own team. But, I mean, at the highest level of Overwatch, taking just 1 hero away, I mean, think about heroes like, take away a Lucio, right? This just dramatically reshapes the game of Overwatch.
Yeah.
Could see very different styles come out. I'm curious, McGravy, what are you thinking are going to be like the most targeted bans? What are the heroes you expect to see banned out the most in terms of their strategic impact?
Like you said, fundamentally, the game changes so much with certain characters, and I think a big role that really gets impacted is the main support. So I think main supports are players you're going to watch for a lot in this tournament, especially when they ban the Lucio. There are a lot of teams that heavily rely on the Lucio, and I think that's a huge character that gets banned pretty frequently. So I think that's what you should watch out for.
All right. Well, we've got a very familiar voice to break it all down here with the format video.
The stage is set and our contenders are ready to fight for fame and glory, to be immortalized as Overwatch's finest. So let's take a look at how it's going to go down. The tournament is divided into 2 phases, group stage and playoffs. In the first stage, teams are divided into 4 groups and the matches are played in a single round-robin format. All matches are best of 5 and top 3 teams advance to the playoffs, going to the round of 12 or straight to the round of 8, depending on their placement. Last teams are eliminated. In the playoffs, all matches are best of 7, and it is a classic single elimination bracket, do or die. However, to make things more spicy, round of 8 and round of 12 matches will be using a drafting system. In the round of 12, seed 2 of each group selects their opponent from the pool of teams that finished seed 3. And in round of 8, the winner of each group selects their opponent from the pool of teams that survived the round of 12. And now, it's time for the creme de la creme of our tournament format, hero bans. Each map, both teams will have the option to ban a hero. While 1 or 2 hero bans might seem insignificant, at this level of competition, it will dramatically reshape the game and force every team to continuously innovate throughout the tournament. We'll have to see how it all plays out match by match, but personally, I can't wait to get started.
Everyone in the chat, how about a little clap in the chat here for Jake and the creme de la creme for voiceover, as he did a great job. Yeah, we got our caster doing it as well. A great job breaking down the tournament format. So once again, 16 teams in 4 groups of 4. The top 3 will move on to the playoffs with the first place from each team getting the bye. Then 2 will get to pick whichever one from a different group for 3. I promise it all makes sense, but for now, we're in the group stages, 16 teams trying to make themselves out of the group stage.
Just don't go 4th. Don't be last in your group, or else you're going home.
And if you go last in your group, that means you miss out on a good chunk of the prize pool here, as it is a $1 million total prize pool for Overwatch, with $400,000 going to the first place squad here, McGravy.
Like you said, don't go 4th, but you still walk away with $10,000 there at the end. That's a nice little prize there for teams, even if you bounce out early.
You guys missed it. McGravy rolled up here in a McLaren, and so he's like, yeah, $10,000 is pretty all right. But yeah, you know, for everyone here, you could see again, each time you win, you're doubling your prize pool as you move higher and higher here, Jake.
Yeah, every win is going to really count, especially after that group stage. But I think here in the groups is also an opportunity for teams to define themselves, right? With that opportunity for hero or for opponent drafting in the round of 12 and the round of 8. You want to look like a threatening team, not just the teams in your group, but to others, because you don't want the strongest teams in the tournament sort of jumping on you, picking you first, who come out with high seeds, right? You'd rather not be picked, I guess, by those best teams.
Yeah, the way it's worked is that if you get second place, the team that picks first of the second place teams, it'll be Group D, then Group C, then Group B, then Group A. And for the first place teams, it'll be Group A gets to pick first, then B, then C, then D. So a little bit of randomness there as we take a look at said groups. You got Crazy Raccoon, Toronto Ultra, Gaming Gladiators, and ROC there in the first one. Zeta, ENCE, M80, and Bleed for C. Oh, I thought that was B over there, my bad. Falcons, LGD, our invite from China. Twisted Minds, Makers at B. And then for D, it's Space Station, Fnatic, virtus.pro, and Nightmare. For you, McGravy, which group here looks like the hardest group that you wouldn't want to have been in?
Oh, there are a lot of good groups here. But in terms of evenly matched talent, I think Group D is actually a team to look out for in terms of competitive matches. In terms of the hardest opponent, Group A for sure with Crazy Raccoons. They are absolutely dominant. They're the #1 seed for a reason.
Jake?
Yeah, I think, you know, in that Group A, as good as Toronto is, I think Crazy Raccoon is going to be a really tough matchup for them. But honestly, for Gaming Gladiators and ROC to be facing down both of those teams, those are going to be some very, very tough matches. I think also anyone taking on Team Falcons is going to have to put a lot of respect on the name in this tournament. Even LGD, yes, they're incredibly strong players with a real history in Overwatch, but you got to remember, they haven't had the opportunity to really compete at the highest level this year, playing out of China. And so, to be honest, I think that really could be a hindrance to them. At the same time, the format switch up, maybe it helps.
And that's what I was going to lead to, McGravy. For this LGD squad, as the last winner of the last ever Overwatch League, when you're a coach and you have like everything shrouded in, I guess, anonymity, like how do you plan for something like that?
A lot of hard work. I'm not sure about the LGD's coaching staff, but I know they have a lot, planned out for them. The coaching staff, it relies on them. This tournament as a whole, I think it's going to highlight the coaching staff and the kind of support system that these teams have with the hero band system.
Super, super cool. Now, again, we showed the prize pool earlier, but that's not the only thing they're playing for. They're playing for the coolest trophy in esports. Take a look.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
All right, so again, inner key, outer frame, game trophy, totem, and club championship, a whole system that is put together. We're going to be talking about it a lot here on the broadcast. What jumps out at you?
I am just super excited to see the keys crushed, to see the loser keys crushed in a hydraulic press. I mean, it's totally unique. I don't think we've ever seen this before, and I think it's awesome to see for esports to be having kind of its own unique twist on this concept of trophies and rewards.
How about for you, McGravy?
Yeah, I think the crushing of the keys is super cool, and also the people picking up the losers' remains and piecing it together for their own. I think that's super cool.
Yeah, it'll live forever underneath the champions trophy themselves. All right, let's take a look at the schedule for today because we've got multiple matches set up for you for the first day of group stages on our A stream with Toronto versus GG. Then we go with LGD and Twisted Minds, Zeta versus Bleed, Fnatic versus VP, Zeta again versus M80, and then we close it out with Space Station versus virtus.pro, which is our Jameel Motorsports match of the day. Going to be a huge, huge one here. When you take a look at the schedule and we ease into the buffet, what is the one that jumps out at you here, McGravy?
I think OA LGD, seeing how they come to form after their long absence from Overwatch, coming back into the scene, I think that's going to be a super important match for them to kind of come out strong and show that their form that they had in Overwatch League is still here to play in this tournament.
I think Twisted Minds, their opponent, is a team that has had some stumbles as of late, right? Hasn't really shown the potential that we saw out of that initial season of OWCS, or the first stage this year in OWCS where they looked so good. They kind of weren't able to pull it together to that level, so I think LGD could be a tough matchup. I'm also excited to see Toronto Ultra. I think they're such a flexible team. That's been their calling card that I think a tournament adding these hero bands, it's going to benefit them more than most teams.
All right, well, we'll see how things shake on up here with all the multiple matches. And you don't have to wait too long for Toronto because they are our first match of the day as we get ourselves into the breakdown of the first match. It's Toronto Ultra versus Gaming Gladiators. Now, Gaming Gladiators, again, as an organization, they just most recently won through Dota, so congratulations, a huge, huge step for them. And now the Overwatch team has to step on up and have like a tall task for them. What are the expectations for these two squads here in McGravy when we take a look at Toronto Ultra as like one of the, like Toronto being one of the historic squads in Overwatch and the Gaming Gladiators? How do you set these expectations?
Yeah, well, Toronto Ultra is a team I have a lot of experience with. They have 3 of my former players who did win the Overwatch League Championship. For them, they came in as the 8th seed, the 9th seed, and for them that feels very low. I think they have a lot higher expectations for themselves, and I think the community as a whole has a lot of expectations for Toronto Ultra. So I think coming out and having a very strong performance versus Gaming Gladiators is something they're aiming to do.
All right, well, sorry, before we get to the start of our breakdown of this first match, we have our ALJ Motorsports match of the day, as I believe it is our virtus.pro versus Space Station Gaming. That's going to be a big one. Jake, why is this one the match of the day? Why is this one so important and I guess in this first day?
Yeah, we chose this one for the match of the day because I think VP in the past would have thought Space Station Gaming would run away with this. It looks like a much stronger team out of Europe, but for me, with these hero bans, SSG has a very clear style, and they're going to be very vulnerable to targeted hero bans, forcing them to show more diversity than they have in the past. I think this guy on your screen, though, on that left, Psycho, could be a huge part of SSG continuing to play well, bringing a ton of flexibility with his Tracer, Echo, he plays everything on DPS, has really allowed SSG to step it up when it comes to other comps. But I think VP, if they use the bans well, could be bringing a massive upset victory here and potentially setting the stage for a surprising result in the group. So for me, VP versus SSG is going to be really exciting to see really how the hero bans affect the game more than most matches in the tournament.
How about for you, McGravy?
Yeah, I think it's a lot of what Jake said. On the right side there, you see Sana. So Sana's Tracer, I think it's a big focal point of this match. I think they'll try and play around that as much as possible.
All right, well, I got to share the flight on here to Riyadh with Space Station Gaming because they did a boot camp in Korea where there were a lot of teams doing the boot camp in Korea. It was kind of said like, hey, this kind of feels like we're just practicing back at home because we're playing against so many other teams that we're used to playing against. So we'll see how that boot camp does for Space Station up against VP. Again, very, very important to win these matches early on in the group stage so that you set yourself up for success. As, again, you had each group being seeded with a #1 team, #2 team, #3 team, and a #4 team, and including like a couple of these surprise squads that we're not 100% sure about, like LGD, and it'll be a lot of fun to watch this one break on down. Speaking of breakdown, it's time for us to head on over to our very first match of the day. But before we do, it's our opportunity to remind you that you at home have the opportunity to hop on in and play with us for the STC predictions. Head on over to stcplay.gg for your STC predictions and play along with us with who you think is going to win today. That's www.stcplay.gg and participate in today's STC predictions. So do it right now because we're going to break down match #1. You get to vote on that as we go on into it. So now's the time to go to our first match that is coming up, which is Toronto Ultra versus Gaming Gladiators. We got there, Jake. Again, when we take a look at this match, feels like Toronto comes in as a favorite and with a lot more expectation, but how do you feel about it?
Yeah, you know, Toronto just ran through North America. Really no competition for them in the region so far. No one has really played them close in quite a long time in the region this year. Gaming Gladiators, on the other hand, is a big upstart team in Europe. They weren't able to really reach the top of Europe, but they've really definitely improved their performance. The roster's been changed in the last few months, and they've found their stride. So this is an opportunity for them to have a huge upset win. I mean, to be honest, I think even taking a map or two would be put some wind in their sails, make them feel like they can get out of the group stage. But I do think, I mean, heavy favorites to Toronto. I think they're going to do really well with the hero band system. They've got a strong coaching staff, a lot of preparation behind them, and the players individually are very flexible. McGravy, you talked about main support, and I think there's going to be few main supports other than Vega in this tournament who look better when it comes to playing other, heroes in the role, flexibility-wise.
Yeah, I think Vega is one of the few main supports in this tournament that is capable of playing stuff outside of his role. The flex supports, the Kiriko, the Ana, the potentially the Zenyatta, and that stuff will, Alari as well. That stuff will potentially be shown here a lot in this tournament. I think main support will be a heavily banned role, and I think that's super important for Vega.
Let's take a look at this Toronto Ultra roster. Merit, Sugar-Free, Someone, Vega, and Rupal, the captain that'll be holding the key. Again, each time that the team plays, their key's going to be right in front of their desk, remembering like, hey, this is at risk. Just a little bit of extra pressure here for the guys, but I'm sure they're no stranger to it.
That's like your tournament life is right there, the key, and then I can't wait to see those things crash, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, again, we've talked a lot about them, but who's the player that you want to see step on up?
For me, I think I always have to think about Someone when it comes to Toronto, right? His incredible flexibility has really been the cornerstone of the team's ability to constantly be counterpicking, constantly staying ahead of the meta. Only having 5 players on the team. There are no subs for this roster. There's no real options in the roster, but it's because they believe in these players. They don't think that they need a sub. They think they can handle absolutely everything that the meta can throw at them, and so I guess it's time to put that to the test.
Yeah, for me, I think I talked about Vega earlier, but I think this patch in general and the game state that we're currently in, I think Merit is the player to watch. Hitscan is not in the best state that it's been before, so I really want to watch Merit, and I want to see if he's able to adapt or if Toronto kind of molds their style around the fact that they still want to play Hitscan.
All right, well, up against the Toronto Ultra are Gaming Gladiators. It is the, again, not maybe like David Goliath kind of thing, but more of like, hey, you want to get a couple of wins here, you want to try and start something here. What does it take for a team like Gaming Gladiators with their roster of Tread, Naga, Jodel, Crook, and FD God? What does it take for them to get upsets here? Like, what kind of angles are we looking for here, Jake?
I mean, to be honest, we're going to need to see just monster individual performances. Exodial has been a real standout, breakout star in the scene. Young player, right, just getting his opportunity. This is the first time, surely, he's played on a stage with this much potential, this much prize pool on the line. But, I mean, he's looked immaculate in the past, so we'll see if he can continue to deliver. As McGravy said, maybe Hitscan not in the best state. But overall, I do think this is a bit of a David and Goliath story. I think Toronto should be the heavy favorites. However, Toronto, I mean, they did underperform, I think it's fair to say, in the Dallas Major. So Gaming Gladiators could be smelling blood in the water. They could come in with a lot of confidence. I do think these early maps in the series are going to be very telling. If Toronto can build up ahead of steam and just kind of get rolling through the match, I think Gaming could be going down 3-0.
McGravy, when you have a squad that is maybe, I guess, the underdog coming on in, what is the mindset and how do you set up the team for success that maybe has less tools for success?
Yeah, I think absolutely. Like, I think Gaming Gladiators should really be focusing on denying Toronto for playing certain styles. When you're doing this, like you said, David versus Goliath style, you really have to focus on playing within yourself. You can't go out too much. You have FD God. You should be playing Lucio as much as you can. You want to stay within yourself, and you want to really focus on your strengths and not worry about too much about changing how you play.
Love that, but given the fact that now we're dealing with the first time hero bans, and knowing that FD God is so good on Lucio, how do you prepare for something like that? You know that you're going to lose it once, but what is the prep for that?
It's a lot of, like I said, what I was talking about earlier, it's a lot about the coaches. You have to have a set plan for every map, and you should have immediately, as soon as a ban comes out, you should immediately know what you need to do. Whether that's a roster swap, they have a second flex support on the roster. They have Yoham on their roster, so they potentially bring in a second flex support, or do they have FD God flex? That's kind of up to the teams and to their styles, but I think it's really important that the coaches have really laid out the groundwork for their team.
So for our friends at home, the way it works is that they're going to do map bans, go back and forth. Then from the maps and having an understanding of the maps, they'll do the hero ban for that specific map and then have the opportunity to put in their roster. And it's only a minute after each section of this draft. So you have the map bans, boom, done. Then it goes hero ban 1 minute, hero ban 2, 1 minute, and then you got to set your roster 1 minute, and everyone's got to be ready to go. Very, very unique challenges here between everyone, as it looks like we are ready to head on over to the stage. You see the players getting ready to go here, and it's just those last second nerves for the biggest prize pool in the Overwatch calendar. A lot of fun, but again, these players feel like they've been here before. Jake, what are the comms like as you go into the first match of a tournament?
I don't think Toronto's going to be sweating. I think this should be an open and shut game for them. If they play with anything like the form we've seen in them in the past, honestly, I think anything less than a 3-0 would be a disappointment. I think in the past, international competitions, they've been very honest about this. They've underperformed. And so this is the moment for them in the year, I think, to change that expectation, to set a new tone. And I think if they don't come out really strong here, I'll be worried about, to be honest, I'll be worried about their tournament future.
McGravy, I'll let you put it close to this Toronto side, but I want you to give me what a coach would say to the players of an underdog squad, knowing that the other team is trying to not just beat you, but beat the crap out of you.
Yeah, for Gaming Gladiators side, like I said, you just have to stay within yourself, and you have to stay confident. You know this is an uphill battle. You have to admit it's an uphill battle and accept that. And you just have to face it head on, you know, and be as confident as you can.
All right, well, there we go. Here's our first ever hero bans here in Overwatch for EWC. Kiriko and Sigma getting banned out here on Busan. What do you make of this here, Jake?
It's a really interesting choice, I think, to take the Kiriko out. Toronto probably just banning first, wanted to block any sort of support shenanigans, maybe enable Vega to stay on the Lucio on control. But Game and taking out Sigma should, I guess, keep the game a little bit more fast and aggressive. I think Toronto, if they're able to slow things down and play like a nice poke game, they're going to look incredibly good. In the past, with Vega on double flex support behind a Sigma, they've looked good on Busan. So bans make sense for both teams, but I mean, I think we just have to see how it plays out. We've never seen hero bans in Overwatch before.
McGravy?
Yeah, a lot of questions to be answered here. Sigma is not particularly a band you would see on King of the Hill maps, control maps. That's just not something you would see very often. Usually very fast-paced. You know, the Winston, you know, Reinhardt, your Ramachos, a lot of those style of characters with the Lucio. So super interesting band, and I'll see interested to see how it plays out.
All right, y'all. The bands are in. The players are ready. The big question is, are you? To get us into the action, are one guy who's facial hair is close enough to rival McGravy's, and another guy with a great accent and a great smile. Let's send it on over to Matt, Mr. X, and of course, Jaws.
What a beautiful intro there from Degon. Thank you very much.
I thought he was just going to
keep
keep saying that I had a beautiful accent and all that, and then he was just going to say Jaws is here as well. But
no, it was. Come on.
No. So the hero bands is awesome, right? I think we can dive into a little bit of that as well. Something also you guys may notice throughout this week, right, with the Esports World Cup, is that the coaches are actually on stage. It's something that we haven't really seen before in Overwatch. So you see like Ben Best, you know, behind Gaming Gladiators, Kasora's behind Toronto Ultra. Can't talk while the game's going on, but able to kind of communicate with the squad in between maps. So which is extremely important, right, with all the things that we got going on with, you know, map picks, you know, hero bands, etc.
Yeah, we're loading into Busan, going Shrine first. And yeah, that interesting ban of the Sigma there, Matt. I mean, the way the meta was kind of looking up anyway, it felt like Dive was kind of centric to it. A lot of Winston, a lot of D.Va. D.Va extremely strong now with the Matrix, which lasts pretty much eternity. So I want to see how this kind of affected Toronto Ultra, because someone's just going to run Winston. If it's going to be a dive meta, we know he's going to play Winston. Maybe Toronto Ultra going with a little bit more defensive capabilities in the backline here with the Ana and the Alari.
And I think it'll be really interesting how some of these teams, right, have players who are really good on one specific hero, like really good on one-tricking them, right? So like FD God, for instance, you know, traditionally just like a Lucio player, right? How you're going to kind of play around that. We do have a little bit of a pause. So, like, you think FD God, right? You know, Lucio player, he's tremendous on that. Like, what if that gets banned, right? You think of, like, a Space Station Gaming, right? Who wants to play, like, a lot of Rush-style comps. You know, what if Ramatra ends up getting taken out? Reinhardt gets taken out. A lot of different kind of variables here at play.
Yeah. Brief pause, like you said, Matt. Just making sure everything's all good. First game, just getting it out of the way. Smoothing out all the creases that are going on right now. But yeah, Toronto Ultra, I spoke to Sugar Free a little bit during breakfast, actually, and just a moment ago as well, before the stream actually started. And he said, you know what? It's pretty easy. We're just going to roll over them. Not a problem for us. Of course, they did have a large hiccup at Dallas, and it wasn't exactly a Toronto that we were used to kind of seeing, being the top of the region for so long.
I mean, they dominate everybody in NA, right?
Yeah.
I think it's just a matter of like how they look at these international events, right? And I know Gaming Gladiators is not like a team that you expect to just kind of like roll over and like give up with ease, right? I know a lot of veteran players on this team, right? Ben Best, you know, I believe he's the assistant coach, but he'll be the one that's kind of behind them all throughout. You don't expect them to kind of go lightly, right? So I think Toronto's going to have to come in here, play at their A game, because we have so many great teams here, I know, throughout the field at Esports World Cup. I'm super excited to see LGD play. We haven't seen some of those players play in a very long time, right? I know some of the Chinese Overwatch players, so it'll be good to see them play. Yeah.
Gooshway's still putting up clips, though. I see it on Twitter all the time, just a random clip from Gooshway where he like solo kills the entire team as Winston. So I think it's a very good meta actually for LGD. I'm super pumped to actually see them in action, honestly. I think Crazy Raccoon's always going to be the team as well that everybody's looking to kind of win the competition. Maybe Falcons getting a little bit of revenge here.
Yeah, I think them and Falcons are the two that, you know, as we've kind of talked as a, you know, a group the entire time, right? They've been two to look out for.
Yeah.
You know, and then I mean, you got teams like, you know, M80 and INTS, right? You know, what do we get from either those? Fnatic, obviously, Space Station Gaming. So pretty open field, I would say, you know, maybe after Crazy Raccoon, you know, and Falcons. But with the hero bans, we have no idea how that's going to kind of shake things up, right? You know, with Overwatch, we go through, you know, ebbs and flows in terms of like patches, right? Sometimes you get a patch that kind of like stabilizes a meta for a while, but like this has the ability to kind of like change, you know, comps
quite literally on the fly,
map to map, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, so it could be way different than we're used to.
Yeah, and a giant patch, of course, just dropped what, a week and a half ago or something like that, and just an unbelievable buff to a lot of the tanks. And while the pro players will get used to it quite quickly, this is such a boon for someone like Tread too, who showed up in a big way in previous seasons of OWCS, where his Orisa was just lights out. But now going towards more of a dive kind of situation, he did pick up the Diva as we jump back into the game. We're all good. 15 seconds until that point unlocks. And look at Gaming Gladiators' composition here, Matt. They just want to go in the back line, hack someone up, get Exodio on them as well.
Yeah, and Ultra are going to actually play an Ashe here with an Illari in the back line, right? So you're going to be able to use kind of like the Illari, the Ashe, play the distance, right? RuPaul, obviously, on the Ana can, you know, just kind of support someone in Sugar Free at range. That'll be Toronto actually taking the point first here rather quickly. Not really like much of a contest from Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, Sugar Free just kind of distracting the backline of Gaming Gladiators right now. Tread trying to push his way in, but look at that. Someone just standing in the front line, refusing to let this position go. However, Naga with their little virus there in the front line, and that will be a double kill for the Sombra. A quick kill of that pylon too. That should result in a quick flip here. So a little bit of a extra stall tactics from Sugar Free though. Hits that recall, but Naga hot on his tail.
Yeah, a little bit slower to develop there for Gaming Gladiators at the start. They still don't have the point, by the way.
No, Tread died. I mean, they can't get it.
Yeah, they get a hack onto someone, and they're able to finish him off. Diva doing a lot of damage, right, with some of the things that changed with her micro missiles. But they lose Tread, and then they're not able to make it back to the point. Naga with another one. I mean, they gotta capitalize on this.
Nano boost coming up for RuPaul, about 20%. A good sleep on the Winston after he got manually hacked there by Naga. And there's the flip,
but
Matt,
still
45%.
But still, I mean, you had an opportunity to flip this when it was 27% here for Toronto Ultra. So it's like, awesome. Gaming Gladiators was able to get control of the point. But you gave them like a free, 15% or so, right? Which a team like Toronto, you can't really make those mistakes. As Vega now will switch over to the break. He's going to give up on the Illari. And you see how strong Diva is. Gets the nano, goes right and finishes Merit off.
Sugar Free too. Little 180 there from Turret. It's pretty scary now, Diva, as well. That defense matrix lasts so long. Someone is going to go in with the nano. Does get one kill on their FD god. Has got the primal rage fall back up too. Tread's nano boost fading away now as someone looks for another target. Naga caught alone in the backline as the DMAC comes through from Vega. Beautiful cleanup there from Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, I mean, tanks obviously become way stronger in the previous patch, the one that's currently on live, and the one we are playing here. And with the nano, I mean, with the damage reduction and whatnot that comes with it, I mean, they're just so difficult to take out. So Exodial's going to go over to the Cassidy here, so a little bit of a swap here for Gaming Gladiators. But they got a lot of good stuff to work with, right? Rally, EMP, lots of good combos. Nothing really to counter this on the Ultra side. Like, maybe you can get Bob to, kind of contest, get on the point, and just kind of keep it rolling.
Here comes the Bob being sent out. EMP from Naga. I mean, he's got an entrance here, Matt, but he can't use it just yet. That Bob standing in the way of the rest of Gaming Gladiators as the Primal Rage has been ripped. FD got in the backline too, was using that rally to see if he threw the initial portion of the Bob damage and even someone's rally. But right now, Gaming Gladiators completely split up. Naga was a non-factor in that fight because he couldn't get in.
Yeah, and I mean, you get hit with a bio here towards the end for Gaming Gladiators. Tread not able to kind of eat that with the fence matrix, so you're going to get pushed all the way out. You really can't lose FD God here as he's just trying to put that shield up, defend himself with his life, as Tread's actually self-destruct, ends up getting it back.
They need to touch. They do end up getting it eventually. It will be Naga with that EMP. Manages to get out of there just in time. Also rips it. But where's the follow-up? I don't think there's going to be any mats. And that's first round over to Toronto.
Yeah, there was no way they were going to be able to make something out of that, right? I know it's like a solo EMP there on the point. They held that EMP for ages, but just never really were able to kind of go in, get a good use of it. It was actually kind of using that Ashe proactively there from Ultra that probably disrupted a lot of what Gaming Gladiators was trying to do. And then the self-destruct from Tread actually probably ends up keeping FD God alive. We were on board a little bit where FD God was, with the break there, just trying to defend himself against Sugar Free. That self-destruct kind of deterred him from staying too long. But in the end, even without those staggers, it was just too much from Toronto Ultra.
All right, round two. Again, remember Sigma and Kiriko banned for this map. It's going to be Toronto Ultra with a completely different okay, a little bit of brawl. Still, Vegas staying on the Illari. I still think Illari, an extremely good pick regardless of how these tank changes end up coming about, you can put so much damage in. Don't really need to heal the rest of your team either. Just put the pile on.
Yeah, but
make them
also
hang
it's
around
like with the Illari and like in a combination with, let's say, like an Ashe, or even if they played Cassidy, right? Like it's really difficult for Naga to go in and take one of those players out, right? I mean, it's just a lot of damage for like a flanking DPS who doesn't have like large, you know, HP pools to live through.
Well, right now, Gaming Gladiators trying to wrap around. They do successfully kill Vega, but on this kind of solo mission here, they've managed to lose FD God, so the ability now to get onto RuPaul is going to be thwarted somewhat. Point has been unlocked, and once again, Toronto Ultra find the first cap.
Yeah, as, they're going to find some kills here towards the end. As Gaming Gladiators, you know, really just kind of are trying to wait. Maybe they got to get FD God back in action, and they're able to make a play, but it's not going to result in, you know, them being able to kind of like just kind of stand around, kind of hold that position. They're going to have to back up all the way here. So, you know, I guess the positive would be is, you know, Crook is end up going to build towards an Ant Matrix here rather quickly. May catch Ultra off guard.
Exodio, someone deal with them. Okay, there's the boot off of the high ground. Luckily, though, for Toronto, so they all managed to survive until Naga kind of feasted on them, just waiting like a shark in the water there for someone to jump off the boat. Gaming Gladiators trying to push Toronto Ultra off the point. It's taking a little while, so it's about 43% or so there as they finally find that.
Yeah, you see how strong some of the tanks are as Ramatra goes with the power block there, just lives forever. So they do have to use their Ant Matrix to do it, right? But still, they had to flip that point there as Sugar Free gets a touch. You know, just trying to maybe just draw Gaming Gladiators back a little bit as they take high ground here.
Exodio in a little bit of trouble. That Vortex perfectly placed there by someone. Actually even kill him with it as well. Bob comes in and holds this corner, and through the window, Sugar Free just eviscerating Tread. And that'll be the point flip. Yeah, Toronto Ultra. This is what we expected from this team. Just come out super strong, super dominant. They don't want to repeat at Dallas.
No, and at least so far, looking extremely clean against Gaming Gladiators. But like, you know, this is almost like typical Toronto Ultra. Like, we expect them to look this good. I know they play Crazy Raccoon, I believe, later in the group, so that should be a tremendous match. That's going to be a pulse bomb there. Zodial saved by the Immortality Field. Now going to use the Deadeye.
Yeah, he's going to try and just use it to get out of danger. Sound barrier, though, to push him forward. Look out!
He's moving into
fully
danger.
charged Deadeye, Matt, by the way, and someone didn't even have a skull above his head. While Tread now down, same with Exodial, 75%. There's one touch remaining. Gaming Gladiators right now on the nice edge of seeing themselves into this third round.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I don't think we're going to see a third round here. I think that
so
Toronto Ultra. So Gaming Gladiators, they're going to have to like push into this Captive Sun here, the Illari ult here, as you see a lot of players get hit by that. Someone on a flank as well.
The explosions are coming in. Vega, he's done his dirty work. Gaming Gladiators, they find two, but they still need to get another retouch. It will be Naga in, but a swift shot there from Merit ends his life. And that'll be Toronto Ultra. Should be cleaning Tread up here. Well, as soon as as soon as the armor eventually fades away. They didn't end up capping, yes, but it's looking quite inevitable now that Toronto Ultra find their first win here at EWC, or at least first map.
Yeah, and no, we see the bans that have a little bit of an impact, right? As you know, without the Kriko in the mix, right? You don't have a cleanse, right? So the Ana was pretty effective, you know, on that first point. As just a matter of time before everybody on Gaming Gladiators does fall.
It was the flip. That's why it made it take so long.
Ultra finally closed it out, and they take our first map.
They take our first map here at EWC. And I like that point you just brought up there, Matt, with the Kiriko. One of the things that Kiriko is very good at is cleansing people, and especially that Captive Sun, hitting a lot of people in the front line. That Kiriko's not there anymore to cleanse that effect. As you can see now, Kasura's just yapping away to the team, just making sure...
I mean, not really much of yapping to the team.
Not
they
really.
all
Sugar Free just
they all
just talking to someone in Merit.
Yeah, this is what it's like to be a coach. Yeah, hey guys, I have something to say, and all your players just get up and walk away.
Was that what happened when you were a coach as well? Everybody just kind of left?
No, my players listen to me. I mean,
I don't think that's true.
Yeah, they did.
That's true at all. There's no way. No, I don't listen to you, so there's no way they were listening to you, Matt.
I mean, no, my players were well trained. They listened. They were well coached. My players.
Well coached. Okay, we'll see about that. All right, let's jump over to the desk though. They'll break down that map and set us up for the next one.
All right, I guess it's back to us. Yep, back to us. Thanks for the heads up, boys. Appreciate it. Great job in map number 1. Toronto Ultra take this one pretty dominantly, as you had been hoping for the North American squad to be able to do here. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here from this first map. As the bans, that's the big thing I wanted us to talk about. It's the first time we see it. How much did it really impact things?
I mean, I think taking the Kiriko out of the mix, not only did that allow the Alari to come out in map 2 with much more effectiveness. I think that was well put by Jack there, right? Like, without the cleanse to get rid of the Captive Sun, that ult can be pretty devastating. The Sigma ban, I think, probably affected what we saw here on Sanctuary, where it could have been a good choice. But, of course, I mean, he's so adept on every tank. It just doesn't, you can't really ban this guy out.
Yeah, I think it's very unorthodox on the Sanctuary map to be seeing kind of the dive matchup, but that's just the result of the bans that we were talking about. You don't very often see a Winston versus D.Va matchup on Sanctuary, so it's very interesting to see. It'll continue to evolve throughout the series for sure.
McGravy, you were saying earlier at the very beginning of the day, with hero bans, you feel like coaches can step on up and really help out. How does that play out here with Gaming Gladiators, as, you know, it felt like they just didn't have the right answers here?
Yeah, they're just kind of pull different levers. They have multiple different looks here on multiple different maps, and neither of them really seem to stick. So I think now it's just kind of, you're looking for a pivot. You're looking for different types of bans to kind of shift what kind of styles that you get out of Toronto. I think you don't want Vega on Alari. I think you want to force him to something different. That is a comfort pick of him. He is great with the flex supports. He's probably, like we were talking about earlier, he's probably one of the best main supports that can play flex support characters. Get him back onto more of that traditional stuff and see how it plays from there.
Hey, Jake, what is something else that you want to see?
You know, I think, to be honest, I think it's going to be really rough for Gaming Gladiators, because I think Toronto's just not a team that's going to be very vulnerable to bans. I think they're a team that has played tons of... They don't have one style that you can look at Toronto and say, oh, they want to play this style. Like, that's what we know from them. Maybe the only way in which they are predictable is that Merit plays a ton of hit scan. He's incredibly good on the roll, but that's definitely his comfort. The trouble for Gaimin, though, is Exodial is very much, for me, in the same bucket.
Yeah.
Also really wants to play hit scan, and are you really going to ban like one hit scan hero when Merit just plays something else, not really be worried about it? So to be honest, I don't think that there are really bans that are going to get you a big advantage here for Gaming Gladiators. I don't think that it's really on the coach. I think there's just a little bit of player gap on these teams. I think we're going to need to see big individual performances from players like Naga and Exodial to just come up and somehow overperform. But you got Sugar Free and Merit on the other side. To be honest, I think this one's hopeless for Gaming Gladiators. I think this is
already? We were at the beginning. It's the first map of the first match of the first series.
Look, again, I don't pull my punches. There's a huge gap between these teams. I mean, Toronto should not drop maps to Gaming Gladiators. There should just be a huge difference between these teams. They shouldn't be competitive, is frankly the way I think if it is competitive, I think Toronto looks very weak in the tournament.
All right, so less of a good job by GG and more of a dropped kind of a map for Toronto Ultras. Right now, the teams are going through the next map pick. Loser picks the map, and then they have to go through hero bans. So it'll be Toronto banning first, then it'll be Gaming
I
Gladiators.
believe loser actually decides if they want to ban first or second, as well as getting the map. Loser gets everything.
So they get to decide pretty much everything that happens after this map. So they get the map pick. They get to decide if they want to ban first or second. They get all of those choices there.
Yeah, and it'll be a minute between each ban, so the team has a chance to at least talk and consult and try to figure out.
Catch their breath.
And, you know, Gaming Gladiators are like, there's not a lot for us to ban away. Can't really get rid of the hit scan either, because that's our DPS. So what are the answers? I don't know. Just pick one out of the hat, and we'll go from there and try to figure it out here. What would you like to see them go to in terms of map?
You know, they can go anywhere. I think maybe you could take this to a map type that's like more solved. Go to a flashpoint or something like that and play. I'm not even that worried about the bans. Just play some kind of like straightforward rush style. Play what you're comfortable with. I think McGravy was right to say, as an underdog, you got to stick with your guns. You know, a team like Toronto, you're not really going to knock them off of their comfort zone because it's just too wide.
Yeah.
I think for Gaming Gladiators, you just got to regroup on what you are the best at, like what is mostly your comfort zone. I mean, we've seen Tread look great on the Orisa before, but it could be a tough meta for them with how strong D.Va is in the pool. We didn't even see someone pull it out, but we've heard that, you know, from some of the teams screaming that D.Va is this critical, valuable hero, shuts down hit scan really well.
Yeah. All right. Well, we are still waiting on getting those bans to you. We'll let you know as soon as possible. As again, this is our A stream. We've got a B stream match happening right now. You can check that one out over on YouTube and over on Twitch or wherever you're watching as we get ourselves ready for the second map here over for Gaming Gladiators and Toronto Ultra. McGravy, when you are, let's take the Toronto Ultra side. A lot of pressures on you. You've got Jake on the desk already yapping that you need to go 3-0, otherwise you're a catastrophic failure. How do you keep them locked on it?
I think they're well versed in this style of play. Like we were talking about earlier, bans is already something that was pummeled into them. I have coached some of these guys before. This is the mindset that we had already before. They're well versed in the style of whatever comes, we're ready to play. We're ready to deal with it. So like Jake was saying earlier, whatever Gaming Gladiators throws at them, I just don't think they really have a chance to break Toronto off their stride.
All right, let's take a look at the players on stage right now as they're getting ready for map number 2. It looks like the bans are in, so let's take a look at the hero bans right now for both these squads as Gaming Gladiators are looking to try and turn back time after getting 2-0'd on Busan. As, yeah, we'll go in with D.Va and Ana. So there it is, the hit scan obviously taking effect because, you know, D.Va does a good job of dealing with that one. That's Toronto getting rid of that one.
Yeah, you know, I think bringing it to Shambali is a classic rush map here in Overwatch, and I think Game and banning the Ana protects the Lucio, ensures that they can play a style they want to play, probably a BAP Lucio style. However, I think Toronto is also amazingly good on those heroes, right? Like, this is going to be comfort for them, too. I think Toronto, just throwing out the D.Va, getting rid of it is a normal choice. Stabilize a little bit more freedom for Merit on the hit scan.
All right, well, it looks like the guys are ready to go. Head on over to map number 2, Shambali, to send it on over to that. Let's get it over to Matt and to Jaws.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, Shambali Monastery up next. D.Va and Ana ban, Matt.
Yeah, so, I mean, look, they banned the Gaming Gladiators, banned Sigma on map number 1, right? Someone fantastic on that hero. We saw that Gaming Gladiators with Tread really wanted to play D.Va, right? With Shambali, there's a lot of opportunities to kind of, you know, maybe want to play some dive, right? So you get rid of that. That allows someone, frees them up to play the Sigma, right? Or hey, like, I think they're totally fine, Toronto. Like, okay, you want to either do what, a Winston mirror or Sigma, like, or what, Ramatra? Like, okay, fine, we're totally comfortable with any of those. Like, the D.Va could make things a little bit interesting since she's so strong right now. And then that Ana ban, you know, if you're gonna play some of those, right? You can play like Lucio Carico, you can play, you know, Baptiste, right? You can play Baptiste Alari. So yeah, a lot of different options.
Yeah, there you go, Sigma, Matt. Just defensive comp, like you just sit at the back, you shoot people, and they die eventually. I mean, this thing is with this Toronto Ultra comp as well, the amount of poke is insane.
Yeah.
So Gaming Gladiators, if they do want to run this Lucio, they have to go quick. I don't think Tread's going to roll out on Hog.
But, like, is he going to run it on Winston, right? Like, because you don't have D.Va in the mix, right? Yeah, I think you'd have to play the Ramatra. I mean, I think that Winston just gets shredded against this type of comp.
So much damage from
you
Alari.
could play the Roadhog. You know, Crazy Raccoon, the word from the B stream is they ban Roadhog. So,
that's crazy.
You know, maybe
that's crazy. They truly are the Crazy Raccoon.
Oh, here we go. So we get a little bit of a Marga pick. Fan favorite hero here.
Okay, so without the D.Va, Marga is a little bit better here. Because Marga's main, you know, being Marga is just kind of shooting. And D.Va is pretty good at stopping that.
Yeah, so Marga, Fincher, Echo, this is like a composition we've seen, you know, in OWCS, right?
Yeah.
No, I believe we saw Nightmare play it a little bit, right, with the Echo in the mix, and I think we saw a lot of teams start to, you know, play the Echo in favor of the Pharah. That's going to be a dynamite that lands on a few players for Gaming Gladiators. It's going to be Ultra trying to back out a little bit, but they're not able to save Vega.
Rough stuff there. Little trade, however. I mean, if Toronto Ultra can split Gaming Gladiators here, as they've kind of done with Tread, you can see Sugar Free going super aggressive. 11 HP, is trying to get away. A little Suzu there, only for Crook. As he tries to take out Sugar Free, that's high in the sky. I mean, Tread killing Vegas is great and all, but there's no follow-up. The payload's still moving, but Ultra are now regrouping as 5.
Well, for Ultra, right, you're just trying to deplete the healing resources of Gaming Gladiators, right? Pharah damage, splash damage, dynamite, right? Make it very difficult for them to kind of heal up all these players as you're coming on in. But look at this, Crook already with a Kitsune Rush. I mean, that is real fast.
I mean, you're just pumping Tread full of heals like you were mentioning before there. Little rock, Sugar Free down to a laser beam. Did get traded, however, but a rush from Cook should be the difference maker. Alab isn't going to save Drupal all too long and actually deploys the window to try and sustain himself and the rest of the team and hopefully scare Gaming Gladiators off. But as FD God using that speed boost, pushing everybody through it, is Toronto Ultra now on the back foot.
Again, you don't exactly want to play the Lucio here for Toronto Ultra. There's really no reason for it, as they will be able to get another touch. It's going to be a sound barrier here used. That's nice going to be the Rocket Barrage as well. Yeah, really nice use of the beat. It looks like the bomb may have actually just got moved to the side there. So
duplication of the Alari. I mean, I like it. Little off-angle action here. but Naga's going to get burned to death by the looks of it.
You're
surviving just
like
a moment. And yeah, Toronto Ultra, I mean, mostly Merit there and the Bob kind of holding on. Sugar Free re-enters the fight, but instantly taken care of. 4 minutes and 20 seconds there for Gaming Gladiators. This is a cap first point.
Yes, I wonder if you're going to have to see Toronto Ultra make a little bit of a change in terms of comp, right? Maga, historically, if you can get past that Sigma shield, that's when the Maga can really start to make an impact. And then having the Venture, right? Being able to kind of like burrow, pop out, do some damage, the Echo with the Maga stomp. I mean, it's a lot of unavoidable damage that's going to come in on Toronto Ultra.
Tectonic shock in the back line. Quickly, you see there RuPaul running away, deploying the lamp for himself. Sugar Free split off from the rest of the team. Flux trying to be the decider for someone, surviving, but unfortunately that beam is going straight through the grasp. However, still on an off angle, what this comp does best from Toronto Ultra, easily dispatching with the rest of Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, I mean, just lots of range damage. Look at this. We haven't. I mean, when was the last time we saw Orisa in
it was the Orisa versus Malgra kind of meta like a few months ago.
A little bit, but it's probably where you start to see a little bit of kind of like how bans are kind of like even affecting it, seeing some different heroes you haven't seen in a while. So it'll be someone who plays the Orisa here. No, nothing else really changes for Ultra outside of swapping out the Pharah, right? You're not going to play that Sigma poke. You maybe want to play a little bit more aggressive with the Orisa. So you're going to swap out that Pharah, but look at this, a little bit of a change here for Gaming Gladiators, right? All out dive, no Venture in the mix, no Echo. It's going to be Genji Tracer.
And kind of an old matchup like you were mentioning before there. Orisa versus the Malga. Oh, window from RuPaul. Yeah, can't make use of that once again. No, here comes the cage as well. No escape in this one. Tread locking the back line up. And with 2.5 minutes to go, an easy push up this cave here for Gaming Gladiators. Really nicely played there by Tread, like we were mentioning before.
Should be able to take second point, right? You're going to have a sound barrier here to use. Even if the Captive Sun comes down from Vegas, you're in a really good spot to kind of withstand some of that extra damage that could come down. So in a fantastic spot to take second point here. Someone will step on, just get a contest.
Captive Sun coming in, does land, but instantly taken out of the skies. Little kunai headshot there from Crook will do it. Sound barrier, like you mentioned, Matt, should seal the deal for Gaming Gladiators. Bob being the 5th member there for Toronto Ultra as Vega comes back as Lucio to try and aid the rest of his team. I mean, without any cooldowns, someone just left out to dry, and that'll be Gaming Gladiators in quite a decent pace with 3 minutes to go, capturing second.
How do you feel about this Orisa swap? I feel like it hasn't, well, there you go. I mean, that's how Toronto feels about it. So they'll go back to Sigma. But interesting, I mean, so now you've switched Vega onto the Lucio, so you're going to play Lucio with the Sigma, right? So just trying to maybe move the Sigma away, but now Tread going to go over to the Ramatra. So a lot of swaps here coming out from both sides.
It's funny because both teams are probably like, I want to play D.Va so bad, bad right now. Please. That's what's quite interesting going from map to map. Naga chasing down Sugar Free. Sugar Free a little bit more healthy than Naga anticipated.
Well, getting rid of the D.Va, right, if you're Toronto Ultra, it obviously helps Merit, right, and then kind of throws Tread off a little bit, as Tread was playing a lot of the D.Va in map number 1, so it's kind of like a double win in terms of the ban, but it really hasn't kind of obviously paid off here, at least early on here on Shambali, so gonna get a little bit of a pause here.
Wholesale disengaged from Gaming Gladiators. Everybody just left. Oh, here comes the rush. And Suzu coming out just in time there to save the Lucio. Exodio pulling the play, trying to force some CDs, but already Tread has gone down. Exodio just had to go absolutely nuclear there to try and find something. FT got with the sound barrier, wasn't able to deploy that to save the rest of his team, and Gaming Gladiators going for a real reset.
No, they wait a little bit, and they end up getting like Blade and Rush and everything, and they end up using Blade, their Rush, and they end up using the Pulse Bomb. You saw like a Widow swap there for a second, probably just get a little bit closer into the spawn, but now we'll have May Ash, so trying to maybe use the wall to split off the Sigma, then use the Lucio to kind of speed that May and Ramatra in right on top of the Sigma.
Sound barrier from FD God. They could just do the same again, use that beat in. However, FD God taken pretty low, and in fact, yeah, Naga on the flank with the Lucio doesn't get the healing he requires to stay in the fight.
This has been so weird for Gaming Gladiators, right?
It does feel
it,
yeah.
They get here, they have like above like 2 minutes, like 2:20 plus. They just kind of like hold for one fight, and then the next time they just kind of like almost let themselves bleed out, so to speak. That's allowed Toronto Ultra to end up, just with that Bob and winning that fight, build up towards their beat again. Probably going to get an Amp Matrix in this next fight, so Toronto looks like in a poised position to actually get a hold here on D when Gaming Gladiators is looking quite strong.
Who's still got the beat though, but look, someone with that flux, and now FD Squads is going to have to use it. 3 people in the skies, lands on 5 luckily enough, but now Toronto Ultra can just use the sound barrier of their own and just chase them away. There's 30 seconds to go. Any more big cooldowns out here or big ultimates being used by Gaming Gladiators will be all the benefit for Toronto Ultra. Exodial trying to find an angle, but here comes a later window from RuPaul, forces a reset.
Well, I mean, forces a reset. I mean, you kill Tread. I mean, this is a disaster for Gaming Gladiators. The later sound barrier forces Gaming Gladiators to use the Immortality Field really early, and then once the Immortality Field wears off, that's when RuPaul decides to end up using his Amp Matrix, and this has gone from bad to worse.
Chasing everybody to spawn?
They're not even going to be like, get a touch. I mean, yeah, the Doom's actually trying to jump over the wall there, and because he's taking so much damage as the power blocks, that ends the he kind of like starts to fall to the ground. Not able to use the verticality with a punch at that point to kind of like glide over that broken port of the wall. So not even able to get a touch there towards the end where it was looking pretty good for Gaming Gladiators until it got real ugly.
That's facts. It was like a slinky going up an escalator. It just kind of just not working out for them at all.
Slinky going up an escalator?
Yeah.
That's a
wrap your head around that one,
man. I miss Mitch.
I see the guy. I miss Mitch. I see the cogs moving in Matt's head, trying to work out what that means.
I was like, as a kid, did you play with like a slinky on the escalator?
It basically what I was saying, Matt, is their push wasn't going anywhere.
Okay,
because the slinky going up an escalator. Because I was trying to make a small like funny analogy, Matt.
Yeah, I get it.
Everybody Mitch does them from time to time.
Everybody at home is, dying laughing, I imagine. They thought that was the best thing ever, probably.
I'm sure they did. I at least got one person laughing, I'm sure. Probably not.
Is it a relative?
Yeah. All right, round 2.
Are you paying them? Is it the laugh track?
I'm not paying it. Was the episode of Big Bang Theory up in here? No, man.
After you guys don't hear it because you guys aren't in studio, but after one of each of Joss's joke, he plays like a little. He hits play on his phone and plays a little laugh track.
Just let me have this one thing, man.
No, that was great. I loved it.
Thank you.
So Toronto now, they are on offense, so we'll get that one switched up here in just a second. But Gaming Gladiators goes with the Venture Echo defense here. Is Toronto? They'll actually play the Arisi at the end. Oh. Vegas did a little rough.
Yeah. It's kind of hard, especially when Exodo's kind of hiding around this corner. There's so much CC, like not hard CC, but soft CC from the Venture. Pretty easy to kind of take down as soon as they end up using the burrow, of course, but if you end up peeking a corner and the Venture's kind of sitting, waiting for you there, good luck getting away. There's just no chance.
But for Toronto here, right, they just kind of have this Arisa just moving the car. This is not where the Echo wants to be fighting, by the way.
Sugar Free can't land that last hit, though.
No, the Echo does not want to be fighting the far in close corner. I mean, that is...
that's egregious. Knocks on 46 HP.
Maybe a little bit of jet lag here for the players.
They're still hitting. It's all good, though, because Merritt's on the case.
It's that new keyboard with all the movement.
Yeah. You got to go after you got it. All good, though. Yeah, Merritt locked in. No emotion on his face. Just Merritt go kill.
Yeah, I feel like the Ash is pretty good here, right? When that just depleting healing resources time and time again with that Dynamite, right? Where we saw Sugar Free and Naga fighting, that's not exactly like the Echo actually kind of like wants to fight the Pharah like in open space, right? It's a little bit easier, for the Echo to kind of like track and not really the Pharah can use kind of the splash damage of those close walls to just do damage, right? Not exactly where Naga wanted to fight Sugar Free at the start. He ends up getting the kill, but doesn't result in a fight win.
All right, Widow from RuPaul is going pretty devastating for the defense here. The Gaming Gladiators, and yeah, someone just pulling everybody in view of Vega. Perfect stuff there from Toronto Ultra. 4.5 minutes to go. And as well, a lot of ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, that is an Ant Matrix there with a lot of damage, whether it be from the Ashe or the Alari coming on through it. So with the Kariko in play, right, banned in map number 1, you do have the cleanse here, I know, for the Captive Sun that'll come through. You also have the cleanse for the Dynamite. So either of those you're going to probably have to pick, right? Maybe if you're, Ultra, you can force it out and then use, that's going to be
instant cleanse.
Yep, instant cleanse there. But, Naga ends up falling at the hands of Merit.
Yeah, they were trying to
use a Bob here from behind, maybe?
Flood out. I mean, you might as well at this point. There you go. Just trapped him in. They have to use a sound barrier to actually get away. Yeah. There you go. They end up forcing Sugar Free down to the ground and end up taking him out. It's actually a good response here from Gaming Gladiators. Toronto Ultra not expecting the response to the sound barrier being used. And they're going to be able to take control at this point now. Even maybe get a kill onto Merit.
I really like the idea there for Toronto Ultra. It's just that sound barrier that probably going to catch them off guard a little bit, right? Because Ana is banned for this map, right? So no real way of dealing with Bob outside of just kind of like circumventing him or killing him. But Bob also now kind of counts as a tank, right?
Yeah, it's got that tank passive, so even headshotting the Bob now, it does a little bit less damage, so kind of annoying to take out. Normally you want to ignore him at this point. Big wrap around here from Toronto Ultra. They still have this barrage from Sugar Free, but look at the ultimates from Gaming Gladiators. No shot, they end up coming out on top here. Duplication used from Naga. He's showing Sugar Free how it's done. Gets taken out of the skies, or at least this duplication, as Vegas saved by a lamp, but a nice little shot did find Naga. However, still Gaming Gladiators with 3 ults to spare.
Man, the Orisa just feels like not as tanky as some of the other tanks we've seen here early on, whether it be the Ramatra or the Sigma or even the Maga. Like, someone not able to really kind of stay toe-to-toe with that Maga in a lot of situations. So Ultra with a few changes here, so they'll end up playing the Tracer here in combination with the Lucio. So you see the Alari move out of the way. Naga, as soon as that swap from the far comes on the other side, and Tracer really good against Yeko. He's going to bring in a Genji.
Suzu, instant rush there from Crook, trying to catch someone off guard. Curious if someone is going to swap here as well, Matt, after this Terror Surge. Only 5% towards the ult.
They comboed the Terror Surge with the Ant Matrix the last time, and you have that here yet again. So maybe that's something you want to do.
Maybe you actually just save the Ant Matrix here for Tread's Cage. Be pretty easy to take down. They're actually just going to use it straight away. And there's the cage. Where's RuPaul going to go? He throws out the lamp, does save one. Sound barrier from Gaming Gladiators to keep them in this fight, however. Someone's still happy to kind of fight 1v1 versus Tread. A lot of easy cleanup kills here from Sugar Free, but he can't quite get it done. So many low-fail members from Gaming Gladiators, but the Tracer nowhere to be found. 1:40 to go, man. Gaming Gladiators holding strong.
Yeah, and they're kind of fortunate there, Gaming Gladiators is, because Tread actually doesn't get the benefits of the sound barrier and kind of like pushes out of the cage there towards that back side. But there he's able to keep himself up, I know, with the overdrive. So Zodiel in an interesting position here.
Yeah, Tectonic Shock's going to be pretty devastating. Straight on top. Oh, nice boot there from Vega. Gives him a little bit of space, but look at the AoE damage coming in. There's just nothing you can do about that. Gaming Gladiators now forcing Toronto Ultra into a one-fight situation almost.
And what I love about this,
they're going to chase.
And in this format, as you see Zodiel trying to make a play. That's a nice Suzu there. Keeping RuPaul alive.
Good spear, though, from someone to follow that up. Stops the Venture from hitting the burrow. And now Gaming Gladiators have to back all the way up, and somehow Sugar Free catches level 1 Crook. This is turned completely on its head.
You're going to lose Tread here now as well. So you will have another fight here for Gaming Gladiators. Zodiel going to go over the Cassie. You're going to have the Kitsune Rush here to be able to use, with the Ultra not really having much of anything. And like you mentioned, it's probably last fight territory, as Toronto Ultra, they are on offense here. It says defense tough. They are on offense. See if Gaming Gladiators can get a hold here and a huge map win.
Sound barrier available from Vega. Almost got Ajax there. So close to going down. Good focus fire from Gaming Gladiators, but now they have to deal with this overhead.
That's going to get a beat.
Sugar Free with that pulse bomb on the side, but you're right, Matt. FD Gold with the sound barrier can force this into a final fight, and Merit already down. I mean, this is disaster for Toronto Ultra. They've got 3 ults to work with 0 time left. OT is going to come in. A blade from Naga is just split up Toronto Ultra completely, and even that Terror Surge can't save someone now. They push Toronto Ultra off of the point, and they're going to tie the series up.
That is a huge win there for Gaming Gladiators. That is one that I don't think a lot of people predicted, even them to win a map, right? So for them to be able to take a map is enormous here. And I think what you're looking at now here for Gaming Gladiators is how do you actually kind of like force these comps again, right, with the bans? Like, can you use the bans to your advantage to try and, you know, force these types of comps in the next map?
Yeah, the bans are going to be pretty interesting. Do you, again, come in and ban the D.Va? I don't... Like, the tank situation right now, and has been for a little while, has been a lot on the counter swapping, and you can see it kind of in action there. Maybe D.Va's kind of the correct ban yet again, but that was felt like a brand new look from Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah,
we're going to jump over to the desk. We're going to see what those bans are in just a moment, so they can break down that map as well.
Thank you very much, guys. How about that for a big upset? Again, given the stakes that No Hope Jake was throwing out there earlier. Gaming Gladiators coming back here in map number 2. Let's start with the bans here. What did you make of them, and how did that affect things?
Well, I think banning the Ana protects both the Lucio and the Curie, right? So it allows, you know, they pick Shambali. They want to play a fast rush style of play around FD Gods, Lucio, Crook on the Curie, and they were able to execute that, right? They stuck with it the whole series. They weren't able to full cap the map on attack, but the defense much more effective with that rush style.
Yeah, the Ana pick was very protective of the fast rush style that they want to play. They stayed within themselves, and I think that's how they ended up winning this map. They made Toronto dance. They were playing all kinds of different heroes. They didn't have the correct answers.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the highlights that we have here from map number 2. As one thing that you guys were both saying in the back room was the Ashe that Merit is playing. It's something that it works and he's good at it, but there are other damage characters that you feel like you could use here. What are you thinking about?
Well, just in general, I think Hitscan just isn't as strong as it has been and how it usually is in Overwatch. Hitscan's typically dominant, constantly picked, but right now I think you mentioned this in the back room, Gravy, that the opportunity for Exodio to bring out something like the Venture, they look really strong, these double flex DPS, playing this really fast tempo style. The defense looked great from them. They were able to just force a lot of these aggressive moves. Toronto, while they were trying to put the pressure on, they just couldn't take the counter pressure when Lucio came in. And honestly, Sugar Free on the Pharah was pretty lackluster this map, I think, especially against Naga on the Echo. That's not an easy matchup at all.
I think they had a lot of the right ideas. It's just not the right map for the kind of theories they were trying to implement.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
This map is super linear. There's not a lot of angles, so they're playing this. They were playing the slow kind of Bapalari backline with the Orisa to kind of pocket the Orisa, but then they had also the slow spammy the Ashe Pharah, and it's just not a good map for it. There's not a lot of angles for the Pharah or the Ashe to take to properly spam out the fast combo Gaming Gladiators. They can just play corners, and they were just running them down every time, and I don't think they responded fast enough. Toronto did.
Yeah, we saw the sneaky Venture play hiding in the corner and getting value there and forcing into what the casters were saying, that one fight map. It was one more left, and it ended up being like 1.5, I guess is probably the best way to put it, because Toronto ended up winning that one, but then getting to the point, you're thinking, okay, cool, they're fine. No, they end up getting stopped there, and so it's a huge win here for Gaming Gladiators, given the fact that Toronto has all the players, all the expectation, the approval from Jake, and it still wasn't quite enough to get over the hump here. 1-1, Toronto Ultra now going to take a little notch off the belt, but still feeling like still favorites moving on forward. They'll now have the opportunity to pick the map and pick the order in which they are banning heroes. So what are you looking at here if you're Toronto?
To be honest, I think you can just shut down. Yes, you lost to this like Lucio Curie super fast rush, but you still have the opportunity to ban Lucio. And to be honest, that's what I expect to see in this next map. Maybe take us to a hybrid map type, something where the enemy team might want to play rush, they might want to play slow, but you know, you can imagine go to Midtown, ban Lucio, and we are going to be seeing a very slow, pokey, extended trade, which I think is exactly what Toronto wants in this series, and I think they're going to get it in the next map. So as much as they did drop a map, the loser of each map has a lot of power to dictate the way the next map goes. So I think we will be seeing a lot more series go a little bit more the distance here at the Esports World Cup.
Same question for you there, McGravy, but now on the flip side for Gaming Gladiators, after finding a map win, given the fact that, you know, they knew they were coming into it, it was going to be a tough task.
Yeah, I think they kind of have to weigh up the choices. Toronto, like you said, they have the map choice and the choices of bans. They have to decide, like, if they take us to a bad rush map, do we continue to try and force the rush, or do we adapt again and try something different? A lot of teams will end up sticking with the rush. We kind of have to see what Gaming Gladiators decides to do.
All right, well, checking to see what the picks and bans are currently still being calculated on over right now. But again, just huge victory here in map number 2 for Gaming Gladiators. Who was your standout from that last map?
Honestly, I think you got to give a lot of credit to Exodio, right? Bringing us, we've seen tons of hit scam from him this year. He's looked amazing on the role, but to bring out something like the Venture adds a lot of diversity that, to be honest, we don't see as much from Merit, right? Merit is elite, world elite on the hit scan, one of the best in the world, but we really don't see him flex that much. We've seen him on the Tracer. It's a little bit shakier. Something like a Venture, I feel like I would never expect to see Merit play. So for Exodio, young player, showing that diversity and flexibility, it's enabled his team to get a map win here. I think he's been a huge part of that.
Yeah, chat was loving Exodio when we're doing the rosters now, finding success here. How about for you, McGravy?
I think on the flip side of the DPS lineup, I think Naga on the Echo, especially denying Sugar Free's Pharah, I think that was a big reason why he was struggling so much. He was playing that Echo matchup. And with the Pharah changes, that 1v1 is a lot harder. You know, with the concussion damage, maybe he would have won some more of those 1v1s. So I think Naga on the Echo was a big denier of Sugar Free on the Pharah.
Okay, information is in. We'll get that up on the screen when we have it ready for you. But surprise, surprise, no subs. So everyone's still the same. It looks like Toronto went with the first ban. And obviously, Gaming Gladiators' second ban. Toronto bans Lucio, and Gaming Gladiators will go ban Widow. And we're playing over at New Queen Street, so push back here.
So, I mean, this just says textbook. Toronto wants to put Vega on the Alari, bring us to New Queen Street. Very wide open map, right? We talked about how that Shambali is so linear, so opportunity to play these corners. Not at all New Queen Street. Very open. There's going to be a lot of angles to play, and it's going to be a lot of dancing around. Take the Widow out of the equation. Sure, that's some of the long-range threat, but honestly, the hit scan ban is just an odd choice where it's so easy to go out to an Ashe or a Soldier, Cassidy. There's so many other hit scan options you could bring out.
Well, it'll be the key point here for map number 3 here, McGravy.
I think the loss of the Widowmaker is a big one. The game slows down a lot, so Merit's going to have to decide if he sticks to the Ashe or something else.
All right, Matt Jaws, take it away. Map number 3 for Gaming Gladiators up against Toronto Ultra.
Thank you very much, Digon. Yeah, Lucio ban for Toronto. Widow ban for Gaming Gladiators?
I think we're going to see Lucio banned a ton throughout this event.
Yeah,
for Gaming Gladiators, it's a little bit odd. Maybe you wanted to leave in some of the tanks for flexibility, right? There wasn't really like one you would get rid of per se.
Sure.
And then the Widow is just like yeah, we never want to play that. We never want to see it. Like, we don't mind mirroring the Ashe, right? Or like a Cassidy, but not the Widow in place. Something interesting, with this matchup, I think something interesting to kind of follow for the club championship, right? So that's like a huge prize pool for, the organization. So Falcons is in first overall, so obviously they have a tremendous Overwatch team. Second and third don't have an Overwatch team. Fourth is Gaming Gladiators. And they're only behind second by like 100 points,
wow,
120 points. So like Gaming Gladiators performing well could actually propel the organization like into second overall in terms of the club championship, which is
that is a pretty crazy thought.
Quite huge. Yeah, it's a lot of money.
All right, doors unlock. Toronto Ultra and Gaming Gladiators. What a piece right now. Lucio banned on the side of Toronto. Gaming Gladiators banning the Widow, and how we're seeing Tread on the D.Va.
Pretty similar comps, right? But it feels like the D.Va potentially is stronger than the Winston at the moment. Like, from everything we've heard from teams and players and whatnot.
It's pretty scary.
And then also, if you just play on live, right? You know how devastating D.Va is at the moment. Feels like this might be a slight advantage to Gaming Gladiators.
Nice kill there. However, yeah, Tread following up pretty easily. Bubble to stop all those heals coming through. Doesn't stop the lamp, unfortunately, there for Toronto Ultra, as level 1 Crook was able to save his D.Va. Point has been unlocked, of course, and yeah, both teams playing this poke style, and it's up to the Winston really to get onto the back line normally, but with FD God, not on the Lucio, of course, now on the Brig, it's going to be hard for him to get any damage in.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators will start moving the bot here early. A little bit further up here is, I gotta say, going toe-to-toe with Merit in really like their first large like LAN, right, for Exodio. It's a pretty scary test, but it's played quite well this far. So that's a kill on the FD God. They get him early. This should be the bot now going in favor of Ultra as Gaming Gladiators backs out.
Yeah, I think it really is a veteran presence in Merit, one of the best to ever do it on Hitscan, versus Exodio, who has been an up-and-comer in the EU region since OWCS started. And here at, obviously, the Esports World Cup, you're seeing that veteran presence versus the newbie. Do they know Naga's there? I don't think so. Nice peppering of the head. Unfortunately, no pulse bomb. Naga's going to have to get out of there, uses his third blink to get back onto the bot. With a pulse bomb in hand now as well. He's got the covering fire of Exodio on this high ground, using that window to full effect as they steal the bot back.
Still the bot kind of like lingering here around mid-map. Whoever loses this first fight, like loses like a really commanding first fight, they're gonna give up a pretty sizable chunk of space.
Primal Rage. Ain't no one running from that. Even waits for that whip shot too, trying to boot the Brig off. It's too easy for someone. A double kill. Oh boy, I bet someone was happy to see those patch notes, man. I'm just saying. Winston getting more HP now, of course, in the Primal Rage, is aiding to that big.
They aren't able to get Tread here. As Tread backs out towards Crook and the rest of the team, they do get Crook, so that's a pretty big kill. So for a second there, it looked like Gaming Gladiators could maybe like stabilize a little bit and then come back and get a fight even earlier here than where kind of the first checkpoint will be, but not able to do so. So now they'll have to fight from the high ground here to try and deny first checkpoint.
Should be able to do it. Ideally, yeah, FD God doesn't have to use the rally. Good sleep, followed up with a nade, getting blocked by the shield there of FD God. Here comes the rally from Toronto Ultra. Gaming Gladiators are going to match it, but they do end up losing that checkpoint. That nice sleep stopped Gaming Gladiators from pushing onto it and actually getting some sort of contest. And it's just both rallies traded there, but way in the favor of Toronto Ultra, who got the bot going.
Yeah, they get bot and they just back on out, right? So that's a sleep and a bio connected yet again there from RuPaul. So it's going to stop Gaming Gladiators pushing on up, but they have a lot of ultimates to work with, and that is an amp matrix that just deletes Vega.
Yeah, no way you're surviving that one. Tread unfortunately demech, but self-destruct to quickly get back in. Anti-nade on Exodio, but should be good. Did receive a pack there from FD God as they now try and make some progress of their own. Naga with a cheeky little angle here, but no one from Toronto Ultra are going to fall for that. Pulse bomb in hand, lands on the ground. A little bit extra damage thrown on top, but no follow-up or kill there for Naga.
Yeah, it's going to be a nano boost here onto someone. That's going to be Immortality Field.
My guy is a raid boss. 1% from the Primal Rage. Probably expected to actually get that one online, but unfortunately for him, he did not.
This could be a huge turn now for Gaming Gladiators, right? That's the nano boost used there. They try and kind of stay in there and fight with someone. This is going to be the bot now going deeper into Ultra territory. So you might be able to get a checkpoint of yourselves here for GG.
Yeah, Primal. The Bob coming in from Toronto Ultra. Okay, how do they end up scaling this high ground? It's going to be tough, not as much of a free fight as it was with Toronto Ultra a moment ago, and you can see Sugar Free waiting in the wings there with a pulse bomb of his own. Almost hits the one clip on Crook. The reaction time there from FD God to pack him, but still they have to be fearful. They got to know Sugar Free's near this pulse bomb. Forces the recall at only 80 HP. Sugar Free's out of this fight now. He's going to get chased by Naga too. Mega health pack secured by Sugar Free, but still Naga making sure Sugar Free can't be a menace in the front line. Oh, but still wins the fight. What?
Naga had a recall as well.
How do you win that? It is Merit's pod that cleans up the rest of the fight.
I think that Naga felt like he didn't actually have to use the recall, like that he had such an advantage.
Over
Egan, man, that
for
is,
sure.
Yeah.
5 minutes to go now for Toronto Ultra, and they're still in the lead.
Just some shots here from Merit. Up to the high ground here, just put down a little bit of damage, as now we'll actually get a fight as Gaming Gladiators back at full strength. This will be Rally to kick things off here for Vega.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to dislodge Vega on this point, but later Rally from FD God might be what they need.
It's Immortality Field use as well.
Quickly backing off. Don't want to mess with it. Sugar Free not finding an angle either. Well, definitely not now. The angle only he's looking at is going to be the spawn doors, unfortunately. It's tough again. The D.Va buff is just insane. So much harder for the Tracer to get stuff done. Another nano boost onto someone. Nowhere near that Primal Rage, so can't be too risky with it. But bumps his little heads. He jumps out that window. Healed quickly up though, but Gaming Gladiators sustaining themselves through that fight and even landing the Pulse Bomb kill onto Vega.
Yeah, and it was a nice boop there from FD God yet again that ends up kind of keeping Crook alive. So someone getting tons of healing from RuPaul there as they want to deny, try and slow the bot down as much as possible, as not able to do so. It's going to make it around the corner, and you have an amp matrix here for Gaming Gladiators, so an opportunity to take the lead.
Yeah, big swing now on the bot. Covering that checkpoint should be secured.
Big bio there from RuPaul, actually connects on the BAF, and someone goes in and takes him out.
They're going to be able to get an extra meter. No, we're all tied up here right now. Pretty rare for a push to tie, but it can happen.
A draw. That's what we were talking about this morning.
We were, yeah. Ain't no way, man. It's not, surely. Surely?
It's possible.
It's possible. It's facts. All right, big reset.
That's interesting. I would figure the Lucio ban would end up hurting Gaming Gladiators a lot more than it currently has. You know, FD God's pretty strong here.
Where does Exodio go with this? And FD God just dies to the Bob. Dude, I'm telling Mary's Bob is MVP at this map so far.
Bob is hard now. You know, if you're not going to play the Ana and just sleep
him, yeah. Seriously. The tank passive on Bob goes crazy.
So rally here for GG, right? You know, this should be an ultra fight win. Rally with the nano plus primal. I mean, this is in perfect position for them to kind of like blow this game open.
Look at this. Someone's just waiting to receive that nano and jump onto the high ground. There's Sugar Free 2 in the back. There it is. Oh, no nano just yet. There it is. Okay, re-jump straight back in. Rally from FD God. All that overhealth has been sliced away already. And level 1 Crook stepping past someone. Actually gets booped down to low ground. Exo boots back up into the high ground, luckily enough, as he received a pack from FD God to keep himself alive. And now the later rally here from Toronto Ultra. And this is just an easy fight for them. Naga, that's going to have to go just sicko mode to try and find something in this fight. Did he connect that pulse, but that overhealth, that armor from Vega saved him from the ultimate. And with 2 minutes to go, Matt, this is slipping out of the hands of Gaming Gladiators right now.
Yeah, they're going to have to use an AM Matrix from basically their spawn there to try and you know, stop the bleeding, so to speak, and they'll get control of the bot. I do think you think back to the bans, right? They get rid of the Widow. Could you have gotten rid of Winston potentially, right? I know we haven't seen Winston gone throughout it.
Right.
I think there was maybe another option, because if you would have gotten rid of the Winston, someone probably would have played maybe Sigma here, right? I know you could have played Sigma, you could have played, maybe someone plays Diva, or you could have just watched the Malgam here, right?
Oh. Okay, everybody disengaged from the Bob. Do not mess with the Bob. He's got a decent high ground advantage too, mind you. A little bit of damage on there onto Tread, but Crook dead once again. And we're nearing a nano for RuPaul too. I mean, this is Gaming Gladiators falling over now. I mean, Toronto Ultra just pushing them to their limits.
Yeah, and you would think that maybe like the, you know, how good we've heard Diva be, that the Diva would be a little bit stronger here, but this has been all Ultra. I think RuPaul's had a tremendous map, and then same with Merit, you know, the Bob being farmed pretty fast.
50 seconds, and they're on the final stretch. It's pretty unlikely they're actually going to cap here unless they find yet another quick fight. But with the nano boost on someone, honestly, anything is possible at this point. He's also got the Primal Rage. I mean, yeah, Sugar Free's got Pulse. Maybe a full cap is in progress. Nano, ooh, okay. Even with the nano boost, that High Noon is still pretty scary. Perfectly timed, though, from someone as he jumps back in just as that Deadeye was ending.
They're
still
very
managed to get a bit of damage in. But that rally coming in, like, perfectly timed, Matt, like you said, is going to force Gaming Gladiators to use theirs. And, Matt, Toronto Ultra don't even need to win this fight. There's 15 seconds to go.
I mean, the big thing here is you're going to have another...
Crook's dead again!
You're going to have another AM Matrix, but he's gone. So this is going to be Ultra just wiping it up.
Yeah, both supports down. Ain't no way you're winning this one. Just another map for Toronto Ultra there as they full cap. In fact, it might not even do it. Gaming Gladiators end up going down as Toronto Ultra find themselves on match point.
Yeah, as they bounce back after a tough Shambali, so they end up taking this map where at the start it was like really slow. I know the kind of the pace of the game, but as it started to go, I really felt like the Ana being able to constantly farm those nanos and give them over to someone was huge, right? You know, every time it felt like he got the nano, then he kind of channeled it into Primal, and they had no answer for it.
I mean, the amount of nades RuPaul was landing as well, like, what do you do against that?
Especially against the Diva, right? Diva, like, historically is, like, pretty good against the Ana in terms of, like, trying to get the defense matrix against the nade, and really didn't see that often.
Well, we'll jump over to the desk once again as they break down that map and set us up for the next bans.
Thank you very much, guys. Again, map number 3 going the way of Toronto Ultra. It was a little close there for a little bit as they tied up on the second cap point. And you're wondering, all right, Gaming Gladiators, they maybe figured something out. We're starting to see some holes in Toronto Ultra's game. What is the big takeaway for you from this one here, Jake?
You know, I think we heard from scrims that, okay, this Diva has been this super powerful hero. There's a reason Gaiman played that matchup all the way through, still believing in it with the Baptiste as well, full committing. But he's just so good on the Winston, playing that comfort. And historically, Winston has been better than Diva, has won the mirror matches. But so maybe some of that hype on Diva was a little bit overblown. Nonetheless, though, individual skill-wise, Toronto's a stronger team. Do feel like some cracks were showing, though.
Yeah, I feel like this map, Toronto just went straight to their comfort. They put Merit on the hit scan, Sugar Free on the Tracer. someone on the Winston. I mean, this is just the bread and butter. Yeah, maybe the D.Va hype was a little overblown. As a former D.Va player myself, known for the D.Va, D.Va might be a little overhyped here, especially with the Brigitte still being such a force to be reckoned with against D.Va. Constantly proccing rally, keeping his backline safe. Yeah, maybe D.Va's not the answer they're looking for.
We were having an interesting conversation here, McGravy, again, as the OWL champion coach. With some of these players, it feels like we're starting to force a little bit on heroes that maybe they should be like swapping and just being used to swapping different heroes and different DPS spots. And it led to, I thought, a very interesting conversation with both of you guys, where it was like, how much do you have a meta where you just stay on what's strong in mirror match, and how much do you end up swapping here? So what do you want to see?
I think versus Gaming Gladiators, I think it's more of an ego thing for Toronto here. Like I said, in the past, like the roster and the core of the roster was built to swap. And I think they were kind of struggling with that concept there on the second map, Shambali. So they kind of just stuck to, we're the better players, we're the better team, let's just play what we're good at, and we'll win that way. With the same kind of mindset that Gaming Gladiators had in the second map. So it's kind of a reversal of ideologies, I think, in between the maps.
Well, then, in that case, Jake, what is the strongest meta? What is the strongest meta to start with right now from what we've seen so far in 3 maps?
Well, I mean, the Lucio and the Kiri bans have both been used up for Toronto, so it could be harder for them to block this super fast style that Gaimin wants to play. I do think, though, the map picks are also starting to dry up, right? So the only things left are, Flashpoint and Hybrid.
Yep.
So you could go to Flashpoint, where probably we expect to see both teams playing a fast rush style. I think Toronto would do just fine in the mirror, to be honest. Or we could go to Hybrid, but honestly, that doesn't seem that appealing either, where Toronto, I think, we're going to be perfectly happy to slow the game down and reduce some of that pace. Can also apply a ban, right? Like, Mauga, not a hero I expected to be that strong in this tournament, but that was kind of the key to game and success on Shambali. So there's an opportunity now for Toronto to say, well, we might not be able to ban Lucio, and we might ban second, but we can probably get rid of something like a Mauga, slow down that style. Even Naga's Genji or Echo could be ban targets here.
Now, even Matt was saying earlier, the Winston just being such a problem here, I feel like that has to come into consideration for Gaimin as a ban here, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Really just depends on the map and where Gaming Gladiators decides to take, their strengths to.
Just because they're now on match point, or I guess Toronto's now on match point.
Yeah.
You're starting to run out of tricks and hold some of these bans possibly, so maybe Gaming Gladiator have something to do with that, and we'll figure out what they want here on what could be their last map here. Let's go back to Toronto side of things, because they're the team that is expected to move on. They're the team with the expectations here. They've dropped 1 map so far here, Jake. How do you assess the way that they've been playing so far?
To be honest, I think McGravy's right. They maybe strayed away from some of their strength, their ability to be flexible and play, anything that they need to play in the moment.
Yeah.
They've shown a lot of their potential with Vega, off of the main support role, showing some of that diversity. I think now is up for Toronto they kind of want to win the series as they won the last map. Just to play comfort. You could argue that, okay, just keep it simple against an opponent like Gaimin that you're expected to be favored against. But then I'm worried about them, when they go up against someone like a Crazy Raccoon. You're not going to be able to win, I think, just trying to ego and force what you're good at, because Crazy Raccoon also incredibly strong individual players. We're going to need to see a little bit more depth in the meta and more complexity. But to be honest, also for these teams, they've scrimmed a bit with the hero bans, but no one has really played series with the bans, the evolution throughout the series. We get later into the series, you're going to have to ban odd heroes that you're not as confident that this is the most impactful hero, because you're just getting deeper into the strat book, and we're so early in this new format. I still think the teams are honestly learning. I think they're taking this. Part of this is the project of, like, through the long tournament, what do you learn? Does your opponent have a good idea, a good strategy around how they ban, and then what they pick in consequence of those bans, how that leads into their strategy for the future map? So I think both teams are doing a bit of experimentation right now.
McGravy, it's less about hiding strats for the future and more about just trying to get the wins right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now in this moment, you have to think, like, you have to weigh, like, yes, we need to be better in the future, but we also need to win right now. We've dropped the map against a team we didn't expect to drop a map to. So you kind of have to weigh the strengths and weaknesses of prioritizing the moment now, but also, like you said, like a Crazy Raccoons, you have to be able to swap. you can't just take Crazy Raccoons to their strengths. They will beat you every single time. So Toronto kind of has to weigh their priorities here and what they want to do for now and for the future. It's not just a battle for what's happening right now. It's also a battle for what happens for the rest of the tournament.
You saw the maps that are left here, McGravy. Give me just a prediction here. Just throw it on out there. It's okay if you're wrong. You're a god if you're right. But where do you think we're going next for Gaming Gladiators?
I think for this series, they've kind of shown they're a little hesitant on the swapping so far. So I think they might take it to a flashpoint, maybe like a Surasa, and just kind of play the Lucio meta. That's something they're capable of doing, and kind of just matching Gaming Gladiators.
Again, the way that it works is that it is map pick first, then the bans, then your roster. Sorry, go ahead.
I think you're right that the more accessible map to win is Flashpoint. I think that's where both teams will probably play a fast rush style game and will likely be very comfortable. But I think for Gaming, if you want to win this series, you've got to take a risk here and pick the pick the hybrid map that gives you the best chance. Because on hybrid, there's very different maps in the pool. You know, if you win the next map on Flashpoint, Toronto's just going to take you to the worst possible hybrid map for your style, where the Flashpoint map's quite similar, probably going to get to play rush no matter what. So honestly, if I'm Gaming, I'd be picking the hybrid that I feel the most confident in. Even if the map type is hard, you have to win both of these next two maps. So you might as well have some control over which hybrid you play. And then, okay, yeah, Toronto's going to pick, even if you win, Toronto's going to pick one of the Flashpoints, but that just might not be too impactful if we get to a Game 5. So if I'm Gaming, I'm going to risk the series and try and pick the the hybrid rather, that gives me the best chance. Blocks some of Toronto's slow style.
So I'm going to put you in Jake's hypothetical situation where you got to pick your poison. What hybrid would you pick here, McGravy?
That's really tough because none of the hybrids are especially, I would say, strong for what they're doing there. I think potentially Midtown has kind of like the way the covers, the natural covers work for the map. That might be a map they go to. Hollywood's a little bit tougher with the high grounds and how the elevators work. It's super inconsistent. So I think if you were to pick a hybrid, it might be Midtown.
Okay, we are almost ready to go as, again, after each map, players take the second, use restrooms, come on back, and then go through the bans and the map pick. Very, very important for Gaming Gladiators to get that done here for the first ever Esports World Cup. Again, with club championship points on the line, especially for Gaming Gladiators, who are, I think, is currently sitting second right now, Matt. Is that right? Can you give me a head nod? I think they're sitting third right now after their victory in Dota. Thank you, Mr. X. He's always ready to go. I really appreciate him. But yeah, we should have this going for you in just a little bit. Give me one hero right now that you haven't seen yet that you want to see like come on out, because we got to see an Orisa and be like, well, you haven't seen that in a little while, but in competitive. But what is one that you want to see?
I'm curious to see if someone brings out the diva at all this series. I mean, we think about someone as this incredibly flexible player, but he's not perfect, right? Like, some heroes are going to be better than others. The Winston, absolute comfort for him. But if diva is strong in this meta, and I still think that's a question, because I think Gaming might have lost to the Winston, but I mean, if you take a much stronger team on the dive, maybe they could look better with a diva. And so I wonder, can someone bring out that hero with as much force as he brings the Winston? So I'd be curious to see that.
To stay in the tank vein, I've almost something not specific, maybe something like a Zarya. I want to see, like we said, someone has chinks in his armor. He's not perfect. Again, speaking as his former coach, I know as good as everybody, he's not perfect at diva. I want to see something a little more unique and throw some different looks, whether that be Zarya. The Orisa I thought was an interesting pick as well in the series earlier.
All right, well, it sounds like we are ready to go as we get those hero bans up for us in just a little bit, as well as the map, which could be the final map here in our first series over at Overwatch for Esports World Cup. I was just checking to make sure that was correct. I think that's what I heard. You heard that too, right?
Yeah, we should be getting them in a moment. One thing that I think is interesting for Toronto, though, is even if you get bans in the series, you've already banned Lucio and Gary. So those are basically protected for the side of Game and for the rest of the series. And I think that's exactly what they want. So whatever we go the rest of the map, they're going to, I mean, Game at this point, they have confirmed protection on their comfort supports, their style they want to play. They're going to be able to force it. I don't know if it's going to be able to get the win on these next two maps, but they at least can stay in their comfort zone on those crucial support heroes.
Yeah, very, very interesting to see if they go with this Midtown pick that you talked about.
It's Hollywood.
Oh,
I don't mind it, though. I like the hybrid choice. I think you've got to pick I mean, it's up to them, their scrims, which hybrid they feel the best on. But I think what you don't want is Toronto picking the worst rush map on hybrid. You have to avoid that scenario. You've got to take hybrid out of the pool right now. And we are seeing First ban from Gaming Gladiators, and they've banned Winston. I think it's a great
Okay.
choice, right?
Yep. Yeah.
You go to Hollywood, it's a great Winston map. You do not want to play against someone's Winston. This is a perfect time to deploy it. In response, Toronto bans Echo. So what Naga really used, I think, to great effect, shutting down Sugar Freeze Pharah. Okay, you can remove that from the pool. So maybe if the Mauga does come out right, you've got a stronger DPS battle.
Which I think is a really good question now to ask of Sugar Free. Will he be able to play the Pharah now with less pressure on him compared to his Tracer, which was very, very effective, what we saw in last map? What do you make of these bans?
I think potentially you see Toronto continue to slow it down. I think you might see the return of the Sigma. We haven't really seen that this series since the first ban on the first map, but I think you see maybe potentially a return to the Sigma. Keep Vega on that the flex supports. I think that's kind of the style we're going to right now.
All right, Gaming Gladiators on their last map loss. Got to get themselves a win to push a penultimate map, but will they be able to do it against the Ultra? Let's find out as we send it on over to the casters.
Yeah, thank you very much. Hollywood map up next. Matt, Winston ban and Echo. That makes a lot of sense.
I really like the Winston ban. I agree with Jake. I think it's like the time to kind of bring that one out. And I think what you see if they play Sigma, you can play the Mauga in response, right? You can't exactly obviously play with the Echo like the preferred way that maybe Gaming Gladiators would like to play it, because that's what we saw them play on Shambali. But you can still play it nonetheless, the Pharah in the mix.
Yeah, I think Echo as well, who gets a little bit more value against someone like a D.Va too. So if they do want to end up running the D.Va, maybe, you know, get the Echo out of there, and it's like, hey, yeah, you can eat the sticky bombs, but the beam damage just kind of shreds tanks anyway. It shreds anybody, to be fair, under 50% HP. But we'll have to wait and see what they want to do. Maybe they just revert to the Sigma, like they will bring it up on the desk as well. But Toronto Ultra, one map away of securing the first series here at EWC for Overwatch.
How do you feel about the Ultra, though?
Wait, what?
But like, how do you feel about Ultra, like just in general? Because I mean, yeah, they would get the win, right? But like, you don't expect to see them drop a map against like Gaming Gladiators, right? Especially, you know, if they're gonna. I think without question they make it out of groups, right? But this is a team that we want to see go far, right? I know play deep into the playoff.
Yeah, you're expecting this team to come in second in the group.
I mean, they should even contend for first.
Against Crazy Raccoon?
It shouldn't just be like oh, let's just write it off as a loss, right?
It's not a loss, but you're against Crazy Raccoon.
Right, but I mean, you have, you know, Merit, someone, and RuPaul, like 3 players who,
I mean,
you know,
they're beasts.
World champions, right?
Yeah, they are
you know, you shouldn't just be like, oh, well, we're outmatched, so I guess there sucks to suck. I don't know. I mean, so
I'd be a terrible coach.
Yeah. I mean, that is the least motivating thing ever. You know, it's kind of probably how Custa feels when he goes into ranked with you. Like, oh, well, I shouldn't get too upset because this is a loss. We will see someone on the D.Va on defense. So how McGrady was just talking about, maybe not the strongest D.Va, but he does a good job here in the first fight. Ends up picking up some
Taking a stagger him too. Oh, maybe not. Merit decides not today. That was a really nice collapse there from Toronto Ultra. Just splitting the supports off. FD God does first, and yeah, that's it. You can't push from there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do we see Gaming Gladiators change? Do they actually go and play Ramatra? I was like, this would be the time to, like, if you like thought Zarya was decent, right? Play Zarya, but
Zarya in solo queue is a menace. Like the bubbles last a long time, like a lot longer than they used to, and she's a very frustrating hit take down. But
historically, in like ranked, she's always pretty good. But like coordinated play where you know, you're not having teammates just like fire into the bubble with no intention to kill her and just letting her gain tons of charge. Not exactly as good.
Well, they're changing up their style, a little bit more rush here for Gaming Gladiators with the Mauga. Naga trying to take control of this off angle, but again, they're kind of getting split. Naga now returning to this front line. Difficulty here is just getting a wall off on somebody. Looks like he's just going to try and go for the supports in the back line to give them a couple of less angles to kind of work with. But, well, Merit is Bob doing what Merit is Bob does. I mean, just kill literally everybody.
It'll be a Bob. Looked like it was going to be a Bob triple there, but Merit with a sick headshot there.
Name a better duo.
Naga in the back line.
Merit and his Bob.
Yeah, you know, you're going to see teams start to ban Ashe, I think. You know, if
genuinely.
You're going to ban the Ashe instead of Widow on the previous map,
yeah,
right?
you could have done, yeah. Actually.
Maybe you want to kind of hold on to that, you know, ban potentially for later. But
do they know? They do not know, but it's all good. Sugar Free ends up missing that post bomb. Hits the recall in a rather dangerous spot there, but someone's there for the backup. However, a decently placed wall is going to stop someone. from escaping alive. And there's the kill. A Blizzard on top 2 to secure it. And Gaming Gladiators with ults to spare can now move on to this first point.
Each of the nano here is they're actually going to nano sugar-free there with a rally over the top.
Straight into the backline there. Vega as well, hit the rally, jumped straight on top of them. But now this nano boost is worn out. Sugar-free has to play a little bit more safe. And with RuPaul dead and only Vega left alive, he's isolated in the backline of Gaming Gladiators. And that should be the first point.
And that's a lot used there by Ultra. They try and use the nano onto the Tracer. They get the rig over the top there with a rally rolling. And it was a pretty nice bio from RuPaul that started it off, but just still too much from Gaming Gladiators. They also win that Jack without really using much of anything, right? They used the Blizzard really early on, but now they come into the next fight for Ultimates in a really good position here, where this is like the toughest part of the map, right? I know, to potentially break on through, have some Ultimates to potentially do it.
Yeah, Mary's definitely going to get another bomb in a moment. Only 20% away. He's shot. 4 ultimates for Gaming Gladiators, however. As those dynamites are proving quite cumbersome for the back line. Just trying to shrug that damage off, but it's all for good for Merit at least. And like you said, very tough point to kind of assail, especially with this high ground control from Toronto. And, well, Exodio down. That is not a good start. And it looks like Gaming Gladiators are going to go for a quick reset.
No, I mean, Merit's so strong on the hit scan, and now you give him, like, just insane high ground, right? Like, how do you dislodge him from the high ground? It's a lot harder to do that, right, when you're playing the Ramatra, as just there
the window to kill the bomb.
Yeah, there goes the Bob via the window. But playing the Ramatra, you have nothing to access this high ground, right? So how do you even go about trying to get you know, Merit off of this position? You can probably access it a little bit easy. Well, there goes Crook. I was going to say, you can access it maybe a little bit easier because they don't have a... I mean, this tells you they're going to swap, right? I mean, you're throwing the Blizzard and all this stuff in because you're going to swap off of these heroes. There's no way you just chuck a Blizzard in and use the Annihilation to continue on down this path.
Yeah, okay, there you go.
No, there's no way, yeah.
Genji...
You need to access high ground. It's got to be like Diva.
Yeah.
You play Doom? You play Doom, maybe?
Doom? Ooh. That'd be a Hail Mary. I wouldn't mind seeing some Doom, but it is possible.
So the one benefit for Gaming Gladiators that they wanted to keep going with that is there's no Lucio on the other side to like boop constantly going up the elevator, but still, you take so much damage even making it to the elevator that you don't really have a shot.
Toronto Ultra recognizing the swaps there. RuPaul playing a little bit further back than he would like. Have with a Bionade and a Nano boost. It's a nasty surprise waiting for Gaming Gladiators up that lift. Only a minute and a half to go. Decent nade, hits tread. There comes the sound barrier. Naga's already dead though. With this rally being isolated, this is the perfect opportunity for Gaming Gladiators to come out on top. Vega though is going to rejoin the rest of the team. However, Gaming Gladiators, they secured what they wanted to, and that would be the high ground. But Exodio ends up falling over to Merit.
That is a sick shot there from the low ground to the high ground there. And there goes high ground. So you end up using all those ults and whatnot, and just making all these swaps. Kind of results in nothing there as you know, Crook also makes a swap there over to the Rico. So even access to the high ground some more as Ultra come in here on defense with just about everything to use. They're set up so well to get a hold.
Yeah, super well. No ultimates here from Gaming Gladiators. I mean, they've got a couple coming up. Sugar Free forcing that Suzu, and Crook just isolating the back. You see him trying to turn away there, try and get the TP in, but I mean, this is just a differential here from Toronto Ultra. 30 seconds to go. They've only used the Bob. You're feeling pretty chill here if you're a Toronto Ultra fan.
Yeah, I mean, this should be smooth sailing because Gaming Gladiators has had to make so many swaps. You're not even close to ultimates. I mean, the ones that you're going to have, right, to do a self-destruct.
Pushing into the spawn.
Sweet, an extra life. You know, the Kitsune Rush doesn't really help you access high ground, right?
What? Someone is spawn camping Crook. Someone deal with this guy. They do manage to get the touch, but Naga was the one to do it. And he was met with a rally brig and Sugar Free's pellets from his gun.
It's the
a recall hit, and I mean, this is just absurd. Vega finds yet another kill. I mean, they're in a little bit of a sticky situation here. A remake coming through as someone at least has a self-destruct to rely on if he so chooses, but they're still going to be able to regroup with Vega coming back from spawn in just a moment, but Gaming Gladiators still holding on to this.
And they're able to keep someone alive. So doesn't have to use the self-destruct. You're going to be able to farm up some more of this rally and the nano on him. This is a really early sound barrier.
Really early. Vega's just going to pop rally and they're going to walk forward. FTE Gods kind of escorting the payload alone right now as Gaming Gladiators have to back all the way up. Someone is pretty long, but just launches a self-destructless ball anyway. Pulse from Exodo goes wide too. Slowly but surely, Toronto Ultra just burning the cooldowns, burning the ultimates out of Gaming Gladiators. A blade available from Naga, but he's going to have to find a 5k at this point to make a difference. And there it is. Palo halted just before the second point, and Toronto Ultra just handling Gaming Gladiators there.
Yeah, and it's, I really feel like the Ana is paying off for Ultra because, like, typically you would see, like, D.Va, D.Va pretty good against Ana, right? And in terms of, obviously, eating some of the primary fire, but really just eating the bio. But that time there was the RuPaul connects with a double bio, sets them up perfectly as, here's some shots from Merit at the start. Just, really nice work on the Ashe.
God, this nano push here with the rally. I mean, what's more scary than that if you're supporting the back
losing the fight, though.
Yeah, they did, yeah. They did.
Naga takes out 2 here on the point. Then you get the tank back in the mix, and they end up losing it.
Yeah, it was RuPaul going down that really kind of
it's like a 4K from Naga there.
Yeah, he's a beast. Very story player, Naga too. Has played in contenders since its inception. Way back when. We used to cast him in 2018 as well for Team Singularity.
Contender season, like, negative, right? Negative. Like season 0. It's like,
do not, I hope Ziggy's not hearing this. That guy's bringing up monthly melees just
the 0.5 seasons of contenders.
Yeah.
Yeah, ZP was telling us about the monthly melees the other day.
Every time, it's like, you mentioned history of Overwatch, that's past like 2022, boom, straight to the monthly melees.
I've been playing.
Bro, that happened in 2004.
I'm playing some Persona, and like, when it when the clock strikes midnight, time just freezes. I feel like ZP's Persona is just frozen, frozen time, and
frozen in 2016, 2015.
The monthly melees. Gaming Gladiators busting out a Sigma of their own. So we saw Toronto play this earlier. They see the Sigma. They don't want to play this. They'll play the Ram into it. So. No Maga yet for Toronto, right?
Yeah.
When we saw Gaming Gladiators go up against Sigma, they went to the Maga, had some good success, but no Maga yet from Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, just happy to roll the Sigma here. Oh, sorry, the Ram into the Sigma. Just trying to go for the wrap. Pretty defensive comp, of course, with Gaming Gladiators. Toronto Ultra want to go fast with Vega. Unfortunately, not on the Alari. It's on the Lucio. And there is the engage. Good rock onto Sugar Free. Was trying to get out of there, in fact. Didn't have any cooldowns left. Dashed into the wall, but instantly hit with that rock.
This could be quite difficult for, Toronto Ultra to kind of like end up beating, right? There's no Winston in the mix, right? They probably would want to play some Winston here potentially. This is on the other side. So that's the Immortality field out.
They got to clean these kills.
Yeah, and they actually hit a dynamite onto those players in the corner, but they're not able to follow it up.
Yeah. They cannot capitalize on the 2 players that were isolated on the side there, and of course it's Merit that opens up with a kill onto Crook.
Vega and someone were both hit with the dynamite, and there was no Immortality field. They were both kind of stuck in the corner, but I don't think they pushed around the corner fast enough. I think there was just like a lack of commitment there for Gaming Gladiators, and it ended up really biting them.
Wherever to go. 1 tick on the points. Tread chase down. I mean, you have to reset it. Merrick can use the Bob if he wants to, but I don't think he's gonna need it, to be honest with you. Might as well use that to take high ground. And there is the cart moving.
Yeah, now Gaming Gladiators will make a swap here, so they'll go to D.Va as they know desperately they need to control the high ground as Fred gets up there trying to defend it before players from Ultra can get there. So this is what we wanted to see, a Zarya swap here. So Zarya here for Toronto Ultra. You can use these bubbles onto Sugar Free to like take high ground, right? Make it very difficult for them to kind of counter that Genji.
Yeah, there you go. Perfectly said, Matt.
Yeah,
Not going to shoot you there.
I really like the way that the hero bands have played out so far. Already we're seeing a lot of different stuff.
Yeah, a lot of comp diversity, which has been great. I mean, Merritt's might just do the classic Coach Bob onto the high ground. Just kind of looking for it, but he's definitely going to need to get bubbled if that is going to be the case. Maybe Dynamite. He's ready for it. Someone sadly not at too high of an energy. However, there's the Bob. Oh, a bubble onto the Bob. We'll take one of those, though. Exodial down as that window from either side. It's looking pretty scary right now for the backline as Sugar Free pops that blade. We've got a bit of a defensive countermeasures there from FD God and level 1 Crook, just putting up that shield, putting down that lamp. But so many cooldowns, so many ults burned from Gaming Gladiators. What have they got left? Sound barrier comes in as Toronto Ultra want to just end this one out. A kill onto FD God should be good enough, and someone hunting for his next target as Sugar Free just dismantles the backline, and that should just be it. Although saying it, Naga and Exodio are going to come back with a couple of kills, and now slowly but surely Gaming Gladiators switching over to Fast Heroes to get back in time.
I think it might be too difficult though to kind of like dislodge this Zarya from the point. Is someone putting down some damage, has a bubble for Sugar Free, but they actually end up having to back out here, so they end up kind of like losing some players towards the end, not able to hold on. So Gaming Gladiators still alive, just barely.
Yeah, Naga and Exodia once again coming up in a big way for Gaming Gladiators. I think Exodia especially has done that all year. I expect nothing less from him at this point. Oh, it's so tough to keep this high ground here. Super tough. Oh, a bit of a mistake there by Tread. He's got the self-destruct, but look how messy this fight is. It's actually Toronto Ultra dropping down from high ground. Yeah, it's just a mess. It's chaos. Crook and Roop all end up falling, but this is exactly where Genji thrives in this situation. And there you go, a small attempt at a C9 there. There's only 60 meters to go. A Graviton Surge on top of the self-destruct, and that'll be all she wrote. Toronto Ultra don't need to go plus Ultra for this series as they finish it out in a 3-1 fashion.
Yeah, pretty good performance. I think you can really see from both teams, right? I know Gaming Gladiators think like how Jake was expecting. You potentially see like a 3-0 here, right? I know where Toronto Ultra really comes out with like a really dominant performance. Gaming Gladiators played quite well. You know, they kind of held their own in there, and I think we saw kind of the versatility maybe from Ultra just kind of like win out in the end there, where I really like that Zarya pick. Zarya obviously extremely strong into D.Va. They really wanted to play Tread on that D.Va to kind of control that high ground, a lot of verticality there, so they were able to get that Zarya up to the high ground. It was almost impossible to deal with.
Yeah, like you said before, and like halfway during that map there was the bans really coming up in a big way. Yeah. Like Tread switching over to the D.Va, and your ability to kind of switch on the fly has always been such a great thing in Overwatch, but really focusing on the tanks this series. Like a lot of bans on Sigma, Winston, like everything possible to try and stop someone getting away with murder. We're going to jump over to the desk though. They're going to break down that from Toronto Defiant, and we'll see you in a bit.
Thank you very much, guys. You guys called it right there. Toronto Ultra taking care of business 3-1. Took a little bit of an extra stop as they headed on over to Hollywood to get it done, but they do get the job done here, Jake.
Yeah, it was a good series overall. I think they were caught off guard by that Mauga pick. Honestly, I didn't expect to see that hero too much at all in this tournament. And I think in a way they shot themselves in the foot on Shambali with the D.Va ban. Yeah. I think that's not the hero Toronto wants to play. There's a reason they ban it. But in the end, against the Mauga, I think it would have been a great option, would have allowed them to maybe slow the game down, force the car, play some of these double flex sport comps they've been wanting to play. But with that out of the pool, they just didn't have an answer to the Mauga on a map like Shambali. It's so linear.
Yeah, and I think it's super important, like I highlighted earlier, like we talked about, you know, someone playing the D.Va or playing the Zarya, like he ended up showcasing there towards the end of the map. They really leaned into, they kind of found their identity again, and that sounds kind of silly. They should know beforehand, obviously they do, but they kind of refound it there in the series. Like they were leaning on being the better players, but they went back to their strengths, which is someone, the MVP caliber tank playing whatever is necessary to get a leg up on the opposition.
I just was laughing there because McGravy continues to speak like a coach of those players, you know, near and dear to his heart. But again, Toronto getting the victory here. On this last map, what was something that jumped out at you in terms of learning lessons for both Gaming Gladiators and Toronto here, Jake?
You know, I think Gaming, they in the end, they tried to make it work with their strengths, playing this Lucio Kiri. He's definitely their comfort zone, a comp that they want to play, but just wasn't quite enough to get the job done. I think one thing is interesting from Toronto is basically locking the hit scan the whole series, right? Yeah. Marriott has played almost exclusively Ashe this series. I think Ashe probably is the hit scan to be played right now, but I don't think hit scan is so strong, and I think to go really deep in the tournament, like to make a top 4 placement, let's say for Toronto Ultra, I think they're going to need to see potentially hit scan swaps. And if they're too reliant on always protecting that hit scan, I think that does kind of compromise their identity as a team that they can always get the swap advantage. At least in Dallas as well, I think they were hurt by the fact that they needed to stick to that hit scan pick. And so I think I'm a little worried for them in that sense.
How about for yourself here, McGrave?
Yeah, and kind of in the same vein, I think they need to not worry about being perfect. I think, like I said earlier, they just need to continue to swap and continue to find themselves in the series. They're not going to be on the optimal picks for their players all the time. Merit is going to find an opportunity here to not play hit scan. It's inevitable.
All right, well, we'll have an interview standing by with one of our winners from Toronto Ultra with Danny in just a little bit. So we want to put a bow on this as, again, we take a look at all the teams that are here. We've got all the favorites that are here, including our 2 finalists from DreamHack Dallas. You know, Ultra, what is the, now that we've seen it, you know, and we put a idea out there of like, okay, the best team in NA, they run through the competition. And now we've seen them up against Gaming Gladiators, a team that we expected them to 3-0. Do we adjust the expectation for them, or is it still around the same area that you had beforehand here, Jake?
You know, I think we're so early in the new format. I don't think I really want to criticize them too much for dropping one map and, you know, caught in a tough spot against a super fast rush comp. That is often the way that weaker teams might be able to get a map win against a stronger opponent. I think we're going to need to see Toronto, when they play Crazy Raccoon in their group, even if they can't win, as long as they make that a competitive series, I think that's going to be the real litmus test for Toronto, for fans of Toronto, when they face off against Crazy Raccoon. Can you actually hold a candle to our champion from Dallas? Can you make that competitive, or can you get a huge upset win? I mean, that's going to be what's really, I think, going to set expectations for the Toronto Ultra.
I'm agree.
Yeah, like Jake said, the bans are so new. Yes, this is a style they should be familiar with, but it's easier said than done. Scrims are one thing. Playing on stage in front of others at matches is a whole different ballgame. So as long as Toronto continue to innovate, the expectation should not change. The resources they have, the players they have, they should absolutely be shooting for the stars, and I think anything less than that is a disappointment.
Let's look at the flip side here for Gaming Gladiators, able to take a game off of a team that, you know, ended up winning through overpowering, not necessarily out-drafting or out-strategizing. And from what it sounds like, the victory that they took was from unique bans and pulling out the Malga when there was an opportunity to do so. What did they take away for their future matches if they're trying to make it into the playoff round here?
I mean, I think the fact that they played New Queen Street quite competitively, was relatively close until the end when Toronto kind of ran away from it. I think there's a lot of confidence you can take from this match for Gaming Gladiators. I think you can believe that you can survive this group, right? I think Crazy Raccoon is probably going to be a step too far. But a third place finish in the group is achievable now. And I think for Gaming Gladiators to just get out of the group stage, to get into that elimination format, they've established a strength, and if they can find their way back to that in future series, they've got a road to victory here.
All right, I'll get your thoughts in just a second, McGravy, because we have our interview standing by right now with Danny. McGravy is someone. Take it away.
All right, Tegan, thank you so much. What is up, everybody? Danny Lim here. I'm joined by someone from Toronto Ultra coming off from their first win for the EWC. Fantastic job today. I do want to ask, though, it wasn't a clean 3-0 as everyone expected. You guys did lose on Shambali. What were some of the problems that you guys had in your map 2, and how were you able to overcome it? 자, 일단 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 다들 또 이렇게 보면 많은 분들이 3대0으로 이기지 않을까라고 좀 예상을 했는데 아쉽게도 3대0은 아니었어요. 이번에 또 2세트였던 샴발리에서 아쉽게 좀 패배를 했는데 샴발리에서 좀 어떤 문제점이 있었고 또 그 문제점을 좀 어떻게 해결해 나가셨는지 궁금합니다.
부산 때 상대팀이 조금 천천히 하는 것 같아가지고 저희가 샴발리에서도 좀 플레이 스타일을 저희도 좀 방심하면서 좀 천천히 하는 걸 했는데 상대팀이 좀 계속 빠르게 들어오다 보니까 좀 많이 당한 것 같고 좀 그거에 저희 팀원들 다 같이 말리면서 그렇게 따인 것 같습니다.
I do feel like starting off the match in Busan of the previous map, we found out that our opponents were playing very reactively and really slow. So we sort of predicted that they were going to do the same for Shambali, and that's why we also sort of wanted to slow down our playstyles to sort of go against our opponents. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Our opponents really had a faster sort of action and faster playstyle, and that sort of caught us off guard, and that's how we were unfortunately we lost in Shambali. But that was only one map. You guys did get the win. I also want to ask you someone, because we're seeing something new here at EWC. It is the ban system. How do you think your team Toronto Ultra utilized the ban system to your advantage to get the win today? 자, 또 한 가지 또 질문하자면 이번에 또 EWC e스포츠 월드컵에 들어오면서 밴 시스템, 영웅 밴 시스템이 이번에 새롭게 들어왔는데 오늘 경기에서 좀 이 밴 시스템을 좀 어떻게 이용을 해서 오늘 승리를 거두시게 된 것 같으신가요?
일단 상대팀이 이제 루시우를 좋아해서 그 루시우를 위주로 좀 빠른 플레이를 하는 거 좋아해서 그걸 좀 많이 생각했던 것 같고 그거 위주의 조합을 많이 이제 밴을 생각한 것 같아요.
I think the most important thing was we did realize that our opponents really love to utilize Lucio and sort of faster play style. So our banning system, we're sort of focusing on to sort of prevent them from utilizing their play style and the Lucio as well. And I think that is how we got the win today. All right, thank you so much for the interview. Good luck moving forward. That is it for the interview. Digon, take it away.
Thank you very much, Danny and someone, for that great interview. Always cool to hear the thoughts and insights from pros when it comes to the new hero bans, but also kind of surprising given the fact of the style that Gaming Gladiators play. Someone was like, oh, they were playing slower to start, and then they went fast. It was like, oh, shouldn't you know that's what they normally play?
You know, yeah, I think it's fair to say they probably shouldn't have been caught off guard too much by the pace change, especially with a map pick like Shambali. Should have expected a faster rush play to come in. But I think Toronto, they just thought they had the answer to it. It didn't quite work out on Shambali. Maybe not putting enough respect on Exodial's ability to swap. Honestly, I didn't see that coming. I thought Exodial would probably be locking the hit scan. And so that was something that truly I didn't expect either.
Yeah, I think Toronto just maybe overthought a little bit. It's the first match of the series. It's the first match of this entire tournament. Gaming Gladiators, they have a lot of players that are newer to the stage, so they probably were playing a lot differently than they were at the end of the series.
All right, well, there you have it. Toronto Ultra take the victory here against Gaming Gladiators in our first match here at EWC. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll get you the standings and get you set up for match number 2. See you in a bit.
Ready, set, go.
It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
came back again. It's almost noon. A sea of people, their hearts beat. They saw the sounds, witness the crease. They're impatient, couldn't take the weight. And after 40 days, they met their graves. From when a new generation rises, the truth in their hearts reside. From the east to the western lights, they'll rise up and claim their right. It's in the stars, my friend. Look up again. No time to pretend. Until we're dead, we fly when we can. Get down with the plan. Adrenaline. There's a million shining stars. I don't wanna be alone tonight in this darkness. They keep on selling us dreams to get this higher. It's in the energy all around us, but it's divine. There's a million shining stars. I don't wanna be alone tonight in this darkness. There's a million shining stars, but it's divine. They keep on sending us dreams. This is the energy all around us. All around us.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Esports World Cup for Overwatch. Degon alongside Jake and McGravy to break things down for you after that first match. We've got the second match for you. It's LGD versus Twisted Minds, and this one is unique for the World Cup portion of it, the nation portion of it, because it's a little bit of a rematch of what we saw in the most recent World Cup.
Yeah, right. Well, the team from Saudi Arabia was able to defeat team from China, which is basically the same roster of once again, not all the same players. We did see, of course, Quartz was on that lineup that was so successful in the World Cup. So they want to rehash that victory, but I think once again, would like to get some revenge. And here on home turf in Saudi Arabia, that'd be the place to do it. Yeah,
well, again, one of the unique things about this matchup is LGD, once again, signed by LGD for the club championship, because McGravy, we were saying this earlier, this is a squad that maybe not a lot of people have a great read on because how things have changed and now being able to play with the servers back up in China.
Yeah, the China region's been so unstable as of late, but these are the premier Chinese players. They should not be doubted at all, especially on those dive competitions. These guys can potentially be S tier on that dive.
Twisted Minds on the other side, representing Saudi Arabia, have players that have that experience on the top end, plus Bliss now on that squad as well. What do you make of the Twisted Mind roster and what they can be doing in the damage that they could be doing overall here at the World Cup, McGravy?
They're kind of a wild card. They have so much kind of coming in and out with KSA leaving the roster. That's a big hole to fill. A lot of their strengths came from his tank picks. So they are a wild card, but they do have the talent. They have Bliss and Vigilante coming in, some Korean players that can help fill the slots that were left behind.
Yeah, got about 5 to 6 minutes before the players are in and ready because, of course, we are swapping out from our last match. So bear with us for a little bit here. Jake, when we take a look at the roster here for LGD, who stands out at you from this team from China?
I mean, I think you've got to talk about Shai and Guxue as like some of the superstars on the team. Shai's mechanics on the hit scan are pretty much unparalleled, right? Like at that world elite level. But he also has a ton of flexibility, has played a ton of other heroes. We talked about players like Merit and Exodial in the last match, really wanted to play hit scan. I think Shai is going to be perfectly happy to swap off if the meta calls for it. And then on Guxue, when it comes to the Winston, I mean, this guy is one of the best to ever do it on the Winston, the Monkey King. And so I would be surprised if we don't see it come out, right? It might be a diva meta, but if someone can play Winston, I think absolutely this team is going to be using that a ton. So I expect to see some of the bans targeted toward Guxue at some point in this series. The only question for me is where are Twisted Minds going to choose to ban the Winston, because you better believe that Guxue is just a monster on the hero.
You're seeing the hero shots from all the players so far. This is awesome. You're seeing the character and the fun that all of them have had, as well as what it looked like the Ginyu Force pose as well at the very end. But it shows like the camaraderie that these guys have had.
These guys have the branding, they have the personality, they have everything that the Overwatch scene desperately needs. Like, this is a fan favorite team for a reason. They are good for a reason. Another player I'd like to shout out is Leave. This is an MVP caliber player.
Okay.
Multiple times he has been at that level, especially on the Tracer. He is flexible. He can play the Hanzo. He can play the Echo. He can play the Tracer. He can play the hit scan when it's needed. This guy can play absolutely everything. So this team has the talent in the right metas to go all the way.
So we saw a ton of hit scan in our first series. What are you expecting him to play that maybe we didn't see in our first series?
I think the Echo Tracer is a look that we could see more of. But as we take a look at this Twisted Minds roster with Quartz and Yubi on the DPS line, both have been standout players from Saudi Arabia. Labda is going to be taking over the tank here. Interesting choice for them, I think, to put Labda on tank, but that's the direction they're going to go. I think that's going to be the toughest spot for them, is to have these non-tank players be flexing into the role with Crispy and TVNT on the support line. Interesting choices. I wonder if Vigilante and Bliss are available actually for this, because I would have expected to see them coming in. So interesting choices for Twisted Minds. We'll see if they're going to be able to deliver against a team from China that is just historically dominant.
Well, to add on to that, again, the players will be locked on in after the hero bans are done. So all the players could be potentially ready to go, but this is the starting roster that was submitted to us. What do you make of this squad here, McGravy?
Yeah, a lot of questions to be answered in terms of who's actually going to play, but a player, you know...
We see Vigilante and Bliss in the hero shots. Yeah. That's a good sign.
Yeah, they are here. The player I like to talk about is Quartz. This is a player who has been accused of cheating. That's how good of a hit scan player this guy is. But he does have questions to answer, just like every other hit scan player here. Can he flex? A lot of Sojourn. He's really known for his Sojourn. Is there other stuff that he can play at a level that high?
Yeah, Sojourn I think is really weak right now in the meta, just been nerfed kind of to the ground as a really dominant hero for so long, and that was where Quartz I think really made his name in the scene and looked like one of the best in the world. However, with someone like Shy in the server, I feel like you're not too sad to see Sojourn not being dominant. I think that is going to be a big matchup for this series, right? Can Quartz battle Shy? But honestly, I think having a backline, like if it's Bliss and Vigilante, I'm going to be feeling a lot better about the chances for Twisted Minds. I feel like those backliners together, those supports are just incredibly strong. I think almost doesn't matter what the bans are. I think I would want to see Bliss and Vigilante be the players starting here.
All right. Well, we'll definitely see that. Again, just need to touch on it because these two organizations that are being represented here are participants in the club championship. Twisted Minds having success, I believe, in the BR shooters, and LGD looking to try and climb their way up the leaderboard. So just an added little bit of incentive for all these players and their organizations to find success today. As again, we're having 6 matches here on the A stream, as well as multiple matches on our B stream. So make sure to go head out and find that one, as well as if you at home want to participate with the EWC, make sure to head on over to www.stcplay.gg for the audience predictions, so you can predict the next games here. So let me go ahead and ask my analyst. We've already broken down the rosters, a little bit of the history here between the countries of origin of the organizations and some of the players that participated in that World Cup. Which way are you leaning here, McGravy? Let's start with you, brother.
I'm feeling that OA LGD is just too overpowering on the dive. There's only so many bans that you can make so many times to kind of thwart this team throughout the series. So I think in something around a 3-1 is something you're probably going to expect a lot just because the bans are so new. There will be times where I think LGD is going to kind of stumble based off the bans, but I think 3-1 should be pretty comfortable for them, I think.
Jake?
You know, to be honest, I think with Bliss and Vigilante, Twisted Minds has had some breakout success in the past. Their recent performances have been lackluster, but for me, those were due to some fairly obvious roster issues. And if those are resolved now, if they can field a consistent lineup that they're well practiced on, everyone's playing a role that they're actually experienced on, you got players like Bliss and Vigilante, I think Twisted Minds could really give LGD a run for their money. I think it's going to be a close series. I think 3-2. I'd probably still go LGD, but I think it's going to be very close.
Oh, a little bit of a tease here. I was like, okay, all right, building me up here. Fans are going to have someone to vote for here. Either vote for McGravy on one side or Jake on the other, but no, Jake was just teasing.
I'm closer to believing in Twisted Minds. I just think, I mean, LGD is such an X factor, right? We just don't know what to expect. Historically, I think McGravy's absolutely right. Historically, they've just been so dominant. Hard to bet against them.
Okay, well, it sounds like we have team intro videos ready to go to have them introduce themselves to the rest of the audience as they get themselves ready for EWC. Take it away. All right, well, there you have it. A couple of our teams getting ready to go. It sounds like we're having a little bit of an issue on the back end, so we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have the first map of this series, Twisted Minds, up against LGD. See you in a little bit. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Esports World Cup as we set up for match number 2 here in Overwatch, day number 1, group stage action between, once again, LGD and Twisted Minds. Degon alongside Jake and McGravy as we set things on up. We had a PC problem. Seems fixed. The teams are now getting themselves ready through map picks and bans, and of course, the all-important hero ban, which, again, so far from what we've gathered from our first set of matches from the B stream, as well as what we got to see in our last series, a lot of hit scans still being played on the top side, but a priority on support ban so far to kick things off.
Yeah, I think support just has the most versatility in terms of what it brings to the hero composition. You really define your styles. We see LGD is going to ban D.Va, Twisted Minds taking Ana out of the mix. So Twisted Minds maybe wanted to protect more of a rush style, right? The Ana is a crucial component in a lot of these dive comps, especially being played with something like the Winston. So I think both sides making a lot of sense here, right? LGD maybe blocking a hero that could potentially give Gushui trouble on the Winston. Twisted Minds taking away a key piece that has been a feature in LGD's dive time and time again.
Yeah. What do you make of these bans here and starting in Busan?
Very similar to what Jake said. Not a whole lot to it. The Ana ban is essentially a Winston ban. You still can play the Winston with the carry Lucio, but it's just not as strong with Brig as relevant as she is. So this is Twisted Minds trying to stay away from Gushui's Winston without actually banning the Winston itself, so they can save that later on for the series.
Fascinating. Again, the uniqueness of how it works out with the bans. Remember, one team can only ban one hero and then cannot ban it for the rest of the series. However, the other side can ban it for and get rid of it on a different map. So we'll see how this one all breaks on out. This series shrouded in a little bit of confusion as, again, haven't seen LGD play in a little while. Also, now we don't know what lineup is going to be there for Twisted Minds, so a little bit of uniqueness here, but we know exactly who's going to be calling the action, and that would be Mr. X and Jaws. So take it away, guys.
Thank you very much. Yes, Matt, I'm excited to get into this one. We're so back. Chinese Overwatch is so back.
Yeah, this is a bit of a rematch from Overwatch World Cup, right?
Yeah.
A little bit of a different roster here for Twisted Minds that represented Saudi Arabia at the Overwatch World Cup, the champions of Overwatch World Cup. The 2 new supports in the mix, a little bit of a change in terms of tank, time and time again. So, but it's still kind of like the foundations of this series, still very much the same. I think it's like, okay, Twisted Minds, they've had a little bit of a rough go in the OWCS and like the second stage. How do they kind of like bounce back from that, right? Playing here, with like a home crowd, home team, favoritism, right? So, yeah. And then also with LGD, like how have they been practicing? How has it been going? Really, I mean, we haven't seen any of these players since Overwatch World Cup. Back in November, so a very long period of time.
It's been a long time, yeah. Like Degon said, like shrouded in a little bit of mystery, it feels like. Like LDG, you can expect a lot of things from them. It's going to be a lot of dive, a lot of Winston, and banning out the D.Va fairly early on just means, yeah, we're going to go Winston on this first map for sure, and we'll see how long it takes for Twisted Minds to ban the Winston away from Gushui.
They got rid of the Ana, which definitely hurts the Winston comp, like McGrady was talking about, right? You have to play like a Kiri Lucio, which like isn't great, right? But I mean, who knows? Really, like Gushui, we've seen in the past play what? We've seen, his best heroes would probably be like Winston, Reinhardt, Wrecking Ball.
Yeah,
like
he's played Ryan a little bit.
Those 3 would probably be the heroes we've seen him have the most success on. Yeah. Where don't think we're gonna see too much Ball or Ryan.
Probably not.
Yeah,
Ryan would be very fun though.
So I think if you're LGD, just play that Winston until they're forced to ban it, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And then you can have the Ana again in the next map, don't worry. I'm curious if Twisted Minds are going to go the route with, we're going to ban the Ana first and then ban the Winston, so we get 2 favorable, like, okay, you can't run Ana Winston in the same map.
Because if you just ban the Winston here on control, like, it feels a little bit bad. Like, I mean, you could try and, like, juggle, like, map selection, right? If you end up losing to try and, theoretically, like, dodge a Winston map. But it feels like on Koth, it would just be a little bit of a waste to just kind of use one of your best bans on Koth right at the start.
Feels like the Ana ban a little bit more versatile in that regard.
Yeah, definitely.
This group's pretty scary as well when it comes down to it. Obviously, LDG being a little bit more unknown, but oh man, I would. They're definitely got favorites of the tournament, but I really want them to be.
Yeah.
My heart wants them to be.
And Makers versus Falcons, that's another match that's going on right now in this group. There was a big uproar that Makers won a round of
They were popping off. We could hear them from over here.
Yep. There was an alleged Reaper pick, I think, from I think it was Falcons. So
yeah, I think things are getting a little wacky and wild over there.
Could be a little wild over there. I think we just had the stream up before. I think it was 1-0 Falcons. So Falcons, I think, would be the favorite in the group. I think second though is kind of like up for grabs, so to speak.
Well, up for grabs in what regard? Because I think this map should be an indication of who's second place. No?
Yeah, I would say this match pretty much could be for second place in the group, right?
Yeah.
The way you're kind of looking at it now, right? Unless Falcons ends up falling at the hands of one of these two teams, which I think that we'd say is probably unlikely. Yeah. This could very well be for second in the group, which could be huge. I mean, there's we obviously did a Group A match a little bit earlier, right? So Group A is Toronto Ultra, Rock Esports, Gaming Gladiators, Crazy Raccoon. Feels like that's just going to be CR and Ultra.
Yeah.
Group C, you have what? Zeta,
1 and 2.
M80, Ents, and Bleed. That could get a little bit interesting.
Yeah, I think Group C is the most up in the air, especially when it comes to second place. Bleed could surprise a lot of people coming out of the gate. Obviously, Ents and M80, that is the big, like, in my mind, that's the second place. Zeta Division on top. Speaking to a lot of the players saying, like, Zeta Division, no need to score for them. Like, they are pretty damn scary. Banar, Fearless, a lot of depth in that tank lineup. Like, that is a scary team. Violet and Finn in the backline too. Like, yeah, come on. Like, that is a first place team for sure in that group at the very least.
And then Group D, right, is Fnatic, Nightmare, Space Station, virtus.pro. So that is another group that is going to be, like, really... I mean, you could make an argument that the teams that, get fourth in C and D could, like, vie for, second or third in, A or B. I mean, you could have a scenario where, like, an virtus.pro or Nightmare on the outside looking in, and, like a Makers or Twisted Minds kind of, like, gets their way through that group where, I think a real big toss-up in terms of, like, who some of those best teams are. Looks like we potentially still have a PC issue going on here for Twisted Minds. I point this way because I can see the players this way. Well, I can see a screen that shows me the players, but looks like potentially Quartz or somebody on Twisted Minds having a little bit of a PC issue, so we'll get that sorted quickly. They were talking about the supports for Twisted Minds a little bit on the desk. You can talk a little bit about who is actually in the game.
I mean, obviously the roster isn't kind of decided before obviously the bans kind of take place here. So when it comes to the graphics, obviously with the graphics more than 5 people, we cannot show everybody. The graphics don't extend that much. Maybe we get 4K like crazy monitor, we could do a crazy like wraparound kind of thing. But it looks like Bliss and Vigilante are going to be starting for Twisted Minds. Of course, we can see that in our monitors right now. They are sat down, they are locked in, ready to go. It does look like all 5 players are kind of ready and raring. Looks like UB's PC issue potentially sorted, which is a good thing. So we should be in the game in just a moment. So we're not going to see any Crispy here on the Lucio, who you'd imagine would come in for a kind of a Lucio pick. Although Bliss, pretty damn good Lucio in his own regard.
And we actually saw in one of the other series as well, the previous series we had where we saw like a Widowmaker ban. I believe in the Falcons and Makers game, we saw another Widowmaker ban. So,
So maybe Widow's like too strong. I don't know about Widow in this meta. I feel like it's a bit of a troll ban.
Yeah, we had a Roadhog ban as well.
Well, exactly.
That is a troll.
That's
right
something.
there.
That is something. I mean, Widow ban on New Queen Street. I'm curious. I'm going to ask Gaming Gladiators a little bit later on what's up with that, because you can play it on that map, but you get run down so quick.
Potentially you want to save like a support ban for a little bit later on. Like that's like an option.
True. Well, like kind of a throwaway, like, it's fine. We'll just ban whatever. But it doesn't like we're getting into the game. Twisted Minds versus LGD once again. So we jump into the first map in just a moment. Man, it has been a long time since I've managed to call Shy, like any player on this team's name, and it's going to be a good time once again to do so, and I cannot wait to see how they end up matching up. Even against teams like Team Falcons, I think there is a big question mark over the head of this team and how well they will end up performing. Of course, Leaf was an MVP. Like, this guy is an absolute... Gushwo's waking up, don't worry. Big yawn out to get it out of the way first. Leaf is an MVP. Shy had some of the most crazy stats in the Overwatch League on Sojourn that we've ever seen. Like, the star power cannot be understated.
I mean, Quartz is a tremendous Sojourn player
True.
as well on the other side. And you also notice Rush coaching for LGD as well, right? So you bring in Rush. I mean, look, if this roster works out, in the time off didn't really kind of put them far behind. They could, you know, shoot up people's kind of like power rankings in terms of where you think they're going to finish at the event. I think like I did a content piece, maybe a little bit of a spoiler. I think we were talking about I was talking with Avril and Jake.
Did you manage to get a word in?
And I mean, yeah, barely. But they both picked Falcons and Crazy Raccoon like in the final. And I was like, you know what? I'll take a little bit of a wild card. I'll say LGD comes here and they have it sorted out, and we get like an LGD Falcon, LGD Crazy Raccoon final.
That would be a spicy final if LGD come up big here. All right, going to Busan, going to downtown. Gushue looking at a Mulga, maybe here. Makes more sense with the Kiriko there than the Winston does.
I guess another positive would be is that although nobody, you know, LGD may have not gotten a ton of, you know, practice or the best practice because, you know, not a lot of going on, you know, in China for Overwatch Esports at the moment. Nobody really knows what they're going to play, right?
Yeah, it's kind of true.
And Chinese Overwatch has always had some interesting kind of takes on like metas and whatnot, so a little bit of a different look here. Is Twisted Minds actually plays the Sigma with a Sim here. Is a nice dash through there from Lee. Taking out Vigilante right off the rip.
Oh, this is a classic Yubi moment as well on the Sim. This is what they found crazy success with in OWCS Stage 1. Like, Yubi's TP plays were just exemplary. Shy does end up going down to Bliss, and Monk to follow too. Of course, Quartz was always the player to kind of keep your eye on the Castian and the Sojourn. Just an unbelievable hit scan player.
And it's really for them, right? For Twisted Minds, how do you keep Quartz upright? Right. If you can keep him alive, you have a real good chance in a lot of these fights. I mean, so dangerous, whether it be like an Ashe, a Cassidy, you know, Widowmaker, etc. Just trying to keep him alive. You can use that Sim to like TP players around, right? Make it very difficult for LGD to get this rush into.
TP from Yubi. Might leave this point open. LGD now just partner themselves on it, but Yubi is going to match them now. High noon from Quartz available. Rush comes in, but Leave's already dead. And now where's the follow-up? Luckily, they're able to heal themselves up just in time. Vigilante, unfortunately, not receiving that sound barrier. Quartz with the TP play, though, as he comes behind them and scores 2. That's what you want to see. Yubi Quartz duo back at it again.
Yeah, he uses the teleporter to go back towards the other side, right? LGD, they think they've kind of gotten away from that Cassidy. They head up to the high ground, and guess what? TP puts the Cassidy right in the line of sight as Quartz ends up taking out 2.
God, that is just a certified Twisted Minds classic.
That is a welcome back moment.
Yeah, welcome back to Overwatch Esports, LDG. All right. TP already used, Shy with the pulse bomb, but, well, Lake's relief already dead. And Quartz ripping the head off of Shy as well. 70% in building, and they're going to stagger the Malga of all things. Cage earned pretty much from Gushue, but they're in final fight now.
And this has been real clean here from Twisted Minds. LGD will have the opportunity to use Cage Fight Blade in a combination. It's a sick ult combo there. Potentially with no support ultimate on the other side, that could be the big difference maker here. Allows LGD back into the game.
Oh yeah, Blade available from Shy is pretty scary. We saw a lot of that like comboed with the Cage a lot of the time. Gushue just dashing to the side of the point as they try and set themselves up. Shield there, but not going to be able to survive. Well, there's the Blade, there is the Cage, and that combo just a little bit too easy to
I mean, that combo, I mean, you can't really avoid, like, once the Cage comes in, you're just dead, right? Yeah. Like, if the Cage is good. So, Twisted Minds still kind of hanging out here a little bit. Is Shy goes in, maybe try and pick up a kill there towards the end, but he's going to have to back out. It's now everybody back off the spawn here for Twisted Minds. They didn't really use anything in that previous fight, right? So LGD has to use all their ultimates that they have to flip the point back. Twisted Minds in a great spot to win now.
Yeah, and they just put that wall up too. I mean, good luck. LGD has to cross it to try and get something. And a free point flip here for Twisted Minds. It's all on to LGD now to try and find something. Flux lands the high noon and the sound barrier from TM. I mean, surely this is all over. This round is as good as done. A nice team kill and a nice first start there from Twisted Minds. I mean, Quartz and Yubi showing up in a big way.
I mean, just sick stuff there from Twisted Minds. And you're also in a position here where, hey, you didn't even ban the Winston on this map,
yeah,
right?
right.
You know, if this is kind of the type of play you think you can get, you know, from the side of LGD when they don't have access to the Winston, I mean, you are in a great spot to at least maybe get 2 maps here. So we take a look at some of the replays right off the rip.
Look at this.
Force. I mean, this is the sick play, right? So everybody goes high ground, they use speed, so they can't get anywhere at this point.
So sick.
That's the Lucio and the Maga gone there.
So easy for him. And that's kind of a combo they've been doing for a long time, whether it's like teleporting the tank around or just teleporting Quartz into a better position. Like, Twisted Minds is used to this. They've practiced this so much. And we spoke about before, Matt, are people ready for LGD? I think you need to be ready for Twisted Minds.
And Shy now going to play Venture, so little Shy we kind of like categorize as like more of like a hit scan player, I would say, so to speak. So picking up a flanker like Venture, a little bit of an interesting pick, but already looking to do some serious damage.
Oh yeah, hits the bar as well, so they don't let him go down. Point unlocked. All right, Twisted Minds taking a small vacation there, back to spawn.
I mean, you also, I think if you're LGD, right? Like, there's no way you're going to take Leave off of the Genji, so even if Leave, you know, would play something like a Venture, right? Not going to do that in this type of situation. So, Yubi will move away from the Sim. Sim's not really kind of good into the Venture, right? I'm going to play an Echo here. The Echo really good against the Maga, trying to burn him down.
Oh, there you go, yeah. That focusing beam does so much damage. They might not be able to lock down Shy. Nice little flash grenade there, does quickly end at Monk's life. It's just Quartz, just up to him now to clean things up, and it has always been kind of the Quartz show. Just keep Quartz alive, and eventually he'll just earn himself a 5K.
It's also nice to see Twisted Minds actually playing some pretty good Overwatch. I feel like we've kind of seen them like just go through a lot, you know, WCS in the stage 1 and 2, like. And it's a shame, right? Because they were so good in contenders previously, you know, before OWCS. Then it opens up, they have an opportunity to kind of like keep the team together, play at the highest level, and then it starts to go sideways. But at least early on here, putting up a good showing against LGD.
All right, Rush available from Monk. How do they use it? How do they get onto the back line? They still got to deal with Bliss's beat somehow. Oh, they're going to just dash in. Nice Suzu there to get Gushui back upright again. Sound barrier from Bliss is going to come in. Oh, he gets Ajax though by Shy. The tectonic shock just ripping through him, boops him back up into the air, and another one sends him back to spawn. Shy getting out of there with a Euro Dash 2 as LGD cap the points.
Yeah, you still have lots of players still hanging around here for Twisted Minds. You're going to end up taking out Vigilante. You do have this Flux here potentially, right? I just don't know if you have TVNT healthy enough.
Leave. Oh, he got stuck on the high. He couldn't get through the doorway, basically. I mean, Flux coming in, Matt called it perfectly. Here it comes, hits one, hits the Malga, not the best target to land, but hey, there's no backup and no support, it's an easy kill.
Yeah, so it looks like this is Shy coming back onto the point just to kind of contest here for a little bit as this will be a flip back here now in favor of Twisted Minds, and all he had to do is end up using their Gravitic Flux to be able to do it. They'll have a switch here for Vigilante, was playing the Baptiste, now gonna play the Krika. Just a little bit, you know, more mobility, right? A little bit harder to kind of track down than the Bat.
I'm scared though. I think LGD should be as well. Of course, has got the high noon. No TP plays though, no funny behavior. Just going to be a default one. Blade coming in. No beat for Bliss, unfortunately. Nice bit of deflection there from Genji, but with Quartz holding that high noon, there was not much more that could be done. Luckily though, for LGD, it's Monk to clean up a few kills as Twisted Minds lose the point.
Yeah, and I think though for Twisted Minds, right, you come back with a duplicate, right? A few different options. You duplicate like a Kriko, right? You know, get a rush of your own. So a few different options. Quartz to the Widowmaker just for a shot here. Now we'll go back here to the Cassidy.
Just duplication could be pretty big here. Duplication onto the Lucio of all things. Yeah, not sure.
I wonder if it was for another, you know, we're obviously not on with the POV, right? But I wonder if it was actually
for someone else.
Somebody else.
Yeah, potentially. Not normally the best copy of the Lucio, unless you're in dire straits. I mean, this will be LGG taking this first round. If Twisted Minds can't get to this point. They didn't use the rush, they've got the sound barrier too, but oh, Lexa! AJ again! This time on the other side of things is those sticky bombs from UB take out the Lucio.
And it's a point flip. So 99 here for LGD, right? But you end up losing your beat, which where the percentage is right now, there's no shot you're going to get another one. And TM is setting on their own sound barrier, right? So could be a huge play here. Leave now will play Echo. So Echo Tracer combination here for LGD is... UB has made this Echo work, playing it into the Tracer, which historically you see people don't do. That Tracer is very strong against Echo. Deadeye going to be here for Quartz as well.
Yeah, Twisted Mind's backing up. Yeah, protect Quartz right now. It's the aim of the game. Shai's going to have something to say about it, though, that Pulse Bomb, I would imagine. Push onto the point, slowly but surely. There is the Cardiac Overdrive. Bliss using that sound barrier to now push them all the way in. Shai already dead, pops the Deadeye. And Quartz with an easy kill onto Lengsa. And Twisted Minds, 2-0 LGD on control.
And it wasn't really that close. I mean, it was closer towards the end, right, in the second point. But first point was all Twisted Minds. I think overall, really showing they have a kind of command of what they exactly want to play, right? I think Sigma is maybe a potential ban option here for LGD because Sigma just looked really strong there for Twisted Minds. And obviously the Winston not in play there, didn't play a ton of it for LGD. Was in play, you did ban the Ana, but still the Winston capable. Really good start here for Twisted Minds.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to wait and see what those bans are going to come down to and what map we're going to as well. We'll jump over to the desk where Degon and the guys can take it away.
That's right. It's me and the guys. Thanks, Josh. Jake and McGravy here. All right, it's our first look at Twisted Minds here and LGD with Twisted Minds taking the victory here. Unique heroes coming out here in terms of some of the picks for both these squads.
Yeah, the Mauga Rush really being LGD's style of choice, not what I had on my bingo card here. Thought for sure we would see a ton of the Winston. I mean, McGravy, you did say the Ana ban is like a Winston ban. I thought LGD maybe still could have forced it, made it work, especially against Sigma, but they disagreed. So Rush definitely cooking a lot of a Rush style here.
Yeah, this feels like something they had preset or predetermined, I would guess, based off bans. I feel like they could still play the Winston. That feels like something that potentially could have been viable. But this is always something they've been practicing because they committed to it pretty hard.
Yeah, something on this first map, Sim comes on out, and at first, you guys were like, hey, why aren't we swapping off this? But they end up using it very well, does Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Twisted Minds has been a team that's used Sim in the past, usually with more of a fast rush style, but with the Sigma, with Quartz playing around it with that couple high noons there. So, I mean, they definitely know how to make the hero work, and they really are leveraging it to great effect, mitigate some of Sigma's weakness and his lack of mobility. You got that Sim TP to get around the map. It really helps a lot.
Yeah, and here in the second part here, it felt like Echo was like really great here for UB.
Yeah, I think it started with Shai switching onto the Venture as an answer to the Symmetra from UB. So there's already a lot of counterplay here, a lot of back and forth in terms of hero picks. So it'll be interesting to see how it evolves with the bans coming in for the next map.
So I guess key thing here, Mauga, was something we're like, okay, Guzwe is just playing on that one. Maybe something that they can utilize and rotate around to change things up. What else do you want to see here from LGD?
I mean, of course, the Winston, I think we can't see, we haven't seen LGD's final form until they bring out a Winston on a dive. So there's a possibility even for Twisted Minds to ban out something like the Winston in a future map. So getting that first win is already huge for Twisted Minds. To be honest, I think this is a much improved Twisted Minds from what we saw last time. Their last showing was really lackluster, but Bliss, Vigilante on this team, I mean, that's a game changer. One thing we didn't see from them was any of the consistent weaknesses in the backline that they showed in previous rosters. There's a reason they brought Bliss and Vigilante, and the team just looks so much stronger, so much more cohesive. I had my doubts about them because of those past performances, but honestly, I'm not worried anymore. I mean, what we just saw was great execution across the board. Individually, LGD still looked great, right? The DPS in particular, always superstars, still delivering big kills, big openers, but things like the macro game, the strategy, Twisted Mind just was on another level.
Yeah, a little flip-flopper here. You still staying with LGD?
I'm still staying with LGD. What I would really like to see from Twisted Mind, so to inspire some more confidence, is are they still able to play Quartz on hit scan? Is UB, he's going to stick within his wheelhouse? Is he going to play Sim? Is he going to play Mei? Is TVNT capable of playing just just Sigma the entire way. Like, what are the bans gonna do to affect this team? It's completely unclear. But they are much improved with Blitz and Vigilante. Their macro looks good. They look like they have a very clear game plan, so they're looking good so far.
So then what is LGD's ban here for you?
There's a lot of options. It depends on what kind of map they want to pick. They could ban the sim. They could go to like a sim favored map and ban the sim and say, hey, figure something out. I would say I would base it off supports, potentially. You could take away a Baptiste potentially as well. There are so many options, so it's really going to be up to Rush to cook something up.
Okay, the info is in. We'll get that loaded for you in just a second. We're heading to Surasa with OA picking blue side, LGD picking blue side. They also take first ban, and it is that Sigma that's going to get taken away. The answer to that ends up being the Venture, so the Venture was a pretty big problem there that eventually had to get answered here.
Yeah, I mean, that protects UB Sim. Is going to be a lot more effective, and on a map like Surasa, that could be relevant. I think the Sig ban, it's going to be really interesting to see how deep is TVNT's hero pool. Can he handle more heroes across the board? Still the big question mark, I think, for this Twisted Minds roster.
Yeah, what do you make of the bans here, McGravy?
Yeah, I think the Venture ban is pretty smart. UB is well known for his Symmetra, and the more you can play it, the better off Twisted Minds is going to be. So it's pretty simple for me. Yeah, I think TVNT has a lot of questions to be answered. How deep is their hero pool? And if he does have a hero pool, then how efficient is he on the heroes?
Again, first look at the squads here at EWC. Their first match is on stage, so everyone get the jitters out and getting ready to go as we are getting ourselves ready to go as we send it on over to Mr. X and Jaws. Take it away, guys.
It's D-Gun and the boys!
D-Gun and the boys! Oh, yeah. All right. So map number 2 now, Surasa. You see Yubi there, just Quartz, just laying back, ready.
He's chilling.
He's meditating, man. He's ready to go,
man. Yeah, he's
chilling.
He's ready to go. Yeah, I mean,
Max and relax.
Hey, you got to feel pretty good if you're Twisted Minds how that went after map number 1, right? So I had mentioned it before we threw to D-Gon in the crew that maybe we see a Sigma ban, right? So Sigma does go in Venture as well. So as we move over to Flashpoint here for the second map.
Crocodile be pogging. Pog. Yeah, I'm not too surprised to see the Sigma ban. Something you said actually during the break, Matt, was maybe just get the Sigma off the table. But here, I mean, you're looking at a classic here from LDG, surely.
This is what I think I would have thought Twisted Minds would go to. Something with D.Va if they're not able to play Sigma. LGD hovering, I mean, yeah, this is some kind of throwback stuff, right? Where Doomfist here for Gushue, I was talking about one of his best heroes earlier, so Gushue will actually play D.Va. Okay, so
no Winston yet.
He's had some time in the lab. I think that maybe they just feel like the Winston is just really weak. Like the Winston D.Va head-to-head. I mean, even before buffs, Winston was not really awesome in head-to-heads against D.Va. D.Va kind of like can duel just about any other tank. So you think if the D.Va is strong, Winston becomes even weaker in that type of matchup. So we'll see how Gushue pilots this D.Va.
Bit easier to shut down Quartz as well. That Matrix lasts for eternity now.
It's better, D.Va's pretty good against hit scan, right? So if they're going to play Cassidy on the other side, obviously pretty good. But they move the Cassidy around so much, right? Gushue uses the booster, flies in, uses Matrix, and then he just TPs to the other side.
They see the TP come out, and he's on top of it already. But as soon as you use those boosters, like you said, well, we just walk forward and then TP again.
Cross, look at this.
Look at that. Once again, they TP on the other side of the point.
Okay.
LGD can't lock them down. Like, you can't capture us. We're running circles around you right now with this TP.
It's, we really haven't seen much action.
Please, someone do something. They're going in. All right. Okay.
And they're out.
Okay, well, they're gone. They're actually gone. Okay. 50% in this
D-Gun over there is like, what? Why is this nobody fight? Why do they just keep running?
The pacifist run.
Somebody eventually will die in this map.
Oh, someone died? Maybe. I mean, Leaf's got dupe as well here. Could be a double demon situation.
All right, there we go.
Okay, Monk dead. That will be first point for Twisted Minds, you'd imagine.
Yeah, they're going to double that.
do end up capping those, so a little bit of a percentage stolen. But
you just see how much like the TP though really just throw an LGD for a loop. I mean,
like we said before, LGD are like, wait, they're using TP. How long have we been away from Overwatch?
They probably were like, we're gonna go in 3, 2, 1. dive, and then they're on the other side. So Winston here for Gushue, so makes the swap.
Double rush, Soundbag comes in from Bliss, only hits 3, UB in trouble as Gushue crunches him. Nice headshot from Quartz though. The duplication on the D.Va. And 2 tanks on the field. Oh, it's a whole lot less fun, I'll tell you that for now. Twisted Minds, that'll be their first point captured. No sneaky remake kill there. And that's Twisted Minds. I mean, LGD, there's no way they were expecting this.
I don't know if you can play the Winston. I mean, it's really early days, right? But we know D.Va's pretty strong. I don't know about the Winston into the D.Va head-to-head.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's really rough. I mean, even with the Winston, no matter what, like, you burn one mobility cooldown, they're just going to TP away.
And also, like, if LGD played D.Va, like, to kind of mirror the tank, like, the Sim's pretty good against D.Va, right? Yeah. It's kind of like,
just
obviously not as effective as Zarya, for instance, but kind of in a way, like, you know, mimics the same type of play pattern.
Yeah. Just charge up the beam. Oh, quick pause there.
It's a pause here
LGD, like, wait, we said Bam Sim, not Sigma.
It's a tactical pause here, tactical time.
They both begin with S. That's maybe why you guys got confused, but yeah.
Let's see. It looks like Rush will kind of figure out what's going on here. So, Rush calls for an admin. Was pointing down more towards like Lengsa and Monk, so maybe something going on there. Is get that sorted out, get right back into game.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I like these Twisted Mind jerseys. They're kind of dope.
I like the color a lot.
Yeah, it's a cool color.
Yeah, it's a really nice color. Very pleasing to the eye. It's kind of like a turquoisey cyan kind of vibe going on.
Yeah, like a aquamarine.
Aquamarine.
Is that what that was the crayon?
That's how you remember your colors. What colors are crayons?
Crayons. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Not kind of not an ultramarine blue. To start naming Warhammer colors.
Oh no, we didn't have the big pack of crayons.
You didn't have the big pack. You only had the small one.
We had the little one.
You had the aquamarine. You just had the normal blue, and then maybe a red and a green.
You saved that aquamarine one. You were not sure when you were getting another one. So it looks like Lee potentially. That's what we got going on here. Maybe Lee or Gushue.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up. Pretty good.
That's
sign.
normally a good sign.
Should be the game approaching shortly when we get the
things
thumbs
to come. There's going to be a sim ban this series for sure.
There might be.
Yeah.
You know what once would be considered a meme? You actually might. Well, as we get right back into game, Quartz with a dead eye here. It's going to be sound barrier here for LGD in response.
He's just so slippery.
Yeah, Simwall as well.
Yeah.
Should be Twisted Minds able to take this point first. Looks like they just kind of like bullied them off of the point with a lot of these ults.
Well, Primaration Gushue. We know how good he can be. Things are getting chased around by Quartz there. As he ends up getting finished off. And I mean, Twisted Minds, they do end up trading. Quartz down, Carry dead for TM. I mean, they can still hold on, though, because these kills aren't coming through quick.
They have not been able to kill the D.Va.
Yeah.
It feels like DVNT has been able to just live forever here on the D.Va. But, like, what would you, like if LGD loses here, man, I mean, you're in a really rough spot. Like, are you like, you know, are you looking at, like, a push map, and what kind of band do you go with, right? Like,
Cassidy, maybe?
Do you, I mean...
Yeah, it's one of the two.
Even,
We've just introduced one band. Let's introduce two.
Yeah, right.
Well, they're going to TP away from the rush, and good luck. Good luck using that now. Like I said, Twisted Minds, so adept at using this comp. Looks like Vigilante wishing he had a Suzu there as a Quartz newbie. Full prey to Shy and Lengsa. They end up burning an ultimate here, but Twisted Minds can come back over the sound barrier. They're at 99% pretty much. They end up finding Gushue. TVNT obviously going down as well. Vigilante should be eventually cleaned up. There it is.
Yeah, both damage dealers were quite low right off the rip, and I think they were trying to maybe like end up saving a Suzu because Yubi was really low on the point, and they end up giving up both damage dealers, right? So they lose Quartz and Yubi. So really difficult stuff there for Twisted Minds, but like you mentioned, they'll come back. They're gonna have like 4 ultimates for this next fight.
Yeah, duplication from Levo could be what they need. Pulse bomb from Shy, looking, hunting, searching. Pulse bomb out. Swing and a miss there. Very uncharacteristic like there of Shy. However, Leave being a little bit more cheeky too. Ooh, you cannot go down here, Leave. Duplication comes in onto the D.Va. Now they've got to try and make their play. Quartz going extremely low. A lot of those heals kind of getting eaten there. And they eventually clean up. Okay, but the spawn point not too far away from them, so they're going to be able to reset pretty quick.
I'd like to see maybe even Yubi play Tracer here. It feels like the sim is just, it's very difficult to keep it alive, especially against like a Winston, where at least the Tracer would deter lead from coming on in. You'd have a little bit more to deal with that Echo.
They just TP right past the rush, and then just pop the wall down. Perfect macro play there from Twisted Minds.
Now they have rush and beat.
Yeah. Sound barrier coming through from Length, so he's going to have to do something in just a moment. Primal Rage, Quartz, oh, almost a skull fully built up. He's trying to find someone's head, but this time around, LGD not falling for Quartz's tricks. Sound barrier for Length coming in, good enough for a couple, but look at the shredded health bars from LGD now. On that rush, there's nothing stopping Quartz from clicking everybody's heads in. Twisted Minds up 2 points. And Flashpoint.
Oh, and LGD ends up using a lot of ults there, right? I mean, they end up using the rush, they end up using beat, into their, Primal Rage. So you come into this next fight, you don't really have much of anything. Quartz has been so good at just manufacturing picks here for Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
A headshot or two here for Quartz to give them an advantage, like, could end up giving them the map.
It's looking real rough right now. But once again, LGD. Point unlocks in a couple of seconds. Self-destruct available from Twisted Minds, but is all on Quartz and Yubi. Shy trying to find another avenue for attack. And as well, it's worth keeping in mind, Matt, too. Twisted Minds can also use the TP for a bait. Could force cooldowns, force rotations, right? I think LGD are kind of scared of that fact at this point. Quartz rolling out to the back line there. They actually use the TP. No fakes here, as the point is captured by TM.
No, and you just have to contest, right? 2 shots there from Quartz onto Leave, gets him extremely low. TVNT can just kind of like sit on point rather easily, as that's going to be Leave actually taking that Vigilante at range. This will be self-destruct here on the point, just to clear it out.
They're buying so much time, Max, the thing. Gooshway dead, Quartz in trouble, eventually slain there by Shy and Lengtser. UB2, I mean, over 50%, you're still pretty happy with that. You force out a duplication from Leave. There's a couple of support ultimates coming up, but Twisted Mind's still in a good spot.
It's over 60% with no real investment, right? Self-destruct, like, sweet. Twisted Minds, I mean, you're gonna have double support ult, the Deadeye with the wall yet again. So you set yourself up. The last time we saw kind of a fight like this, LGD really didn't get great value out of support ults. They absolutely need to now, or else they're in a lot of trouble.
Oh, LGD are going to go early once more. A couple of times they've done this, just trying to force UB in a position where he can't use the TP to escape. Speaking of which, TP to the point. High noon used. Same with the sound barrier, same with the wall. Oh, Leave. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, unfortunately, for the Echo.
He turned the Deadeye into a shotgun.
Yeah.
He just got right in his face.
He really did, a little bit of buckshot. Yeah. Right to the dome. My word. Quartz on land too.
Just Graves.
Graves.
Yeah.
Nice reference.
Yeah.
He's pretty good at that one.
I bet you at least 3 people laughed
At least 3?
Yeah,
that's a new record for you, man.
Like I'm just trying to improve every day. It's LGD making their way to the point, but not in the way you'd love to. It's just basically usually using Primal to get back. Lengths is going to end up using a beat, only connects with 3.
Kill Vigilante though, that's a big win there for LGD. The Shy finally kind of coming alive on this Tracer. Pulse bombs have been a bit lackluster, but the neutral game's still strong enough to win this fight. There you go, LGD. Gonna clean up Twisted Minds. Should be another recontest though, very fast comp from TM.
Yeah, they still got time, right? You're gonna get at least 1 more fight here. You're gonna have another Quartz Deadeye.
Yeah.
Even with support ults on the other side, he's still been able to find value with it, right? So no support ultimates here available. Is Gooshway over to the Doom here?
Just to get back in time. Can't waste a single second at this point. Couple of seconds to go. They're gonna try and force everybody off. Twisted Minds, their comp is quick, but not quick enough to get back to that point as LGD find their first one in this map.
Yeah, so they're, really, behind the 8 ball trying to battle back into this one as Gooshway probably wouldn't want to be on the Doom, at the moment as he's extremely
bullied. He's surely Gooshway's.
He's not going to give them, though, the checkpoint first. Like, essentially, this kill, right? Now you're going to have to switch, or you're going to stay on the Doom, maybe?
Okay, staying on the Doom Fist, interesting. I mean, you can kind of punch Quartz out of the Deadeye, I suppose, so there is that.
I mean, I guess you have a little bit more mobility with the Doom, right? You can have two, you know, whether it's Seismic Slam and the Punch, right? So if they go to the other side,
Oh,
get there
what
rather
a
fast.
flashbang there from Quartz. Shine the backline, but there you go. Okay, flash, easy engagement there from Gushway. Kind of wish you had another ult to kind of back him up with it at this point. Leaves copy. Is eventually dealt with by TVNT as they now turn their attention once more towards the tank player from LGD. Twisted Minds. 4 ultimates in the bank and a capture.
And I think for Twisted Minds, they really didn't want to use Sound Barrier there, right? They ended up using the Kitsune Rush, didn't want to invest the beat during that fight. They may end up needing to, though, to try and keep TVNT alive. Is really quite low, but actually getting lots of healing here from Vigilante.
Yeah, luckily enough, the Diva's almost over 100% HP. Unfortunately, though, the punch stops the Matrix from being used. What?
Oh, okay.
Self-destruct just catches Shy just like that? I mean, this wall has just been devastating to LGD's game plan thus far.
The point flip, though.
Proving once more to be the case.
The point flip, so it's not like, TM got like, even more of a lead out of that, right? So, fortunately for, LGD, they do end up flipping the point, right? It'd be like in 70% here counting for TM. You'd be probably in last by territory. So you probably get 2 more shots at this. If you are LGD, you probably get 1 more good one, and then maybe, somebody gets in, gets a lucky contest, and keeps it rolling.
All right, Quartz, what you got for us this time around? Legs are high in the sky, Sound Barrier in hand.
You're not going to get another fight, actually. This is taking so long to get going.
Sound Barrier hits. Oh, Yubi dead instantly. Gushway there into the back line. That'll be a clean up, yeah. No extra fight here. Twisted Mind, everybody dead, but they still get 99.
Yeah, I mean, look, LGD, they absolutely needed to win that fight. They were not going to get another attempt. Now, Twisted Minds, opportunity to close out this map. You cannot let LGD just kind of like hang around, start to get their feet under them.
They're going to go early again. This is what they've been doing over the last couple of points. They go early, they go quick, fast, they try and get in, get out. Got a bit more sustain too with Leave with that duplication, but it looks like Twisted Minds are going to take the long way around.
Can you TP and rush here? So they TP around the opposite side. Now maybe you rush on the point?
Yeah, that seems like the game plan to me. Nice little Suzu there, stops Gooseway's punch doing all of anything, and there's the flip once more. LGD letting that point go by the wayside, and now they're fighting on the back foot. Beautiful kill onto Quartz from Shy. A duplication onto the Cassidy. He's trying to show him how it's done, but I mean, Quartz has been one of the best hit scan players in the West. Nice little capture there once again for LGD, but because the point was flipped, they weren't gaining percentage that whole time.
Yeah, so I think they're doing a better job of actually getting these kills onto Yubi early, right? They're able to, get both damage dealers out of the way. Nothing Twisted Minds can really do after that. So maybe you get this Sound Barrier here from Bliss, and you're able to kind of win it off the back of that, but it's starting to get real dicey for Twisted Minds.
Yes, it is. They're going to TP. They are going to get to point. And, oh, Vigilante already dead.
Another nice E for TNT.
Another nice E onto the pole spot. Nice little punch as well, trying to isolate that Diva. Meteor strike into the backline. However, that Sound Barrier is going to prove quite the sticky situation and tough for Gushua to actually get through. Quartz dead, however, but still Bliss is actually the one coming out because Twisted Minds. A remake available from the Diva as the flip comes through. LGD lose control once again as overtime ticks down.
Yes, it's just Yubi here just trying to build up some type of charge, and they're not able to get back onto the point. Looks like they got off for a second there. And nobody, whether it be Leave or Gushua, able to get back on and get a touch. So that'll be Twisted Minds stealing that one in the end. It looked like they obviously had a lot of control pretty much throughout that map, but it looked like LGD was battling back up into it until the very end.
I mean, come on. Like that, at the very end, coming down to the wire. A little C9 in the chat. First C9 of the tournament, maybe?
As far as we know.
As far as we know, yeah, at least here on the A stream. We're going to jump over to the analyst desk. They're going to break that one down.
Thank you very much, Jaws and the guy. Great job there so far. Again, closer by LGD, but still they are constantly switching through heroes to try and solve the one hero that seems to be working very well for Twisted Minds, the Sim. The Sim is not just as itself, but the whole team playing around the Portal game has been so difficult for LGD to solve.
It's a tough one because it's something that just very few teams are going to deploy. And so in your scrims and all your practice, I doubt LGD have played against this whatsoever. Maybe a team like Space Station would use it, but Twisted Minds has their own unique take on the hero. So really, even in their first match of the tournament, LGD's in a spot where they have to adapt. They have to respond to something they haven't prepared against, and this is where that lack of experience this year is probably really going to hurt them. They have not played many of these matchups, and honestly, TVNT has slotted into the lineup really well. That was the only question mark for me. Bliss and Vigilante both look great. This is a much improved Twisted Mind squad.
Twisted Minds look super sound in the way they're playing the game, but I also have to question how LGD is going about this series. I think Surasa is a super questionable map choice in general. That they were already failing to defeat Twisted Minds fast sim play. They did nothing to really stop Yubi from playing sim. They didn't ban it. They didn't really get to play anything that would stop sim besides maybe the Doomfist towards the end. I kind of have to question the choices from Rush. They started on the Maga again at the start of this map, and they ended up defaulting back to the Winston. They just feel super lost. I feel like they don't have an answer for the sim. So I think going forward, I think you kind of just have to ban it at a necessity. I think they just don't have a solid answer for it right now.
Well, that's what I was going to say. It felt like that maybe the Doomfist was getting them there because, as you said, started with Malga in map number 1. Then they switched on over to D.Va because that's the meta champ, meta hero. And then they go to Winston because that's the comfort. And then finally with this Doomfist, it felt like they were making way, and that's when we started seeing the caps back on up after it was 2-0.
I think one of the challenges is Twisted Mind's so good at executing the sim, right? Even on this final point of Flashpoint, every single time, Twisted Minds might lose the fight, but on the retake, they were consistently flipping the point. And so they got like 5 or 6 fights on this one Flashpoint, which should just be completely impossible, but they're constantly forcing the objective, constantly pressuring the objective. And as McGravy, I'm sure you know, like that's really it in high-level Overwatch is how do you force the objective, force the enemy team to not have as much time as they need to work with. When you do cap the objective, that's buying more time for your team. And so those elements, I mean, Twisted Minds, everything about the team right now, their executions have been better than we've maybe ever seen this squad.
Yeah, that's a super underrated strength, I think, of the sim comp alongside the carry, is both of those ultimates are kind of leading you onto the objective. And not only that, you saw times where LGD used their carry road and they were able to teleport out of it entirely. So they're using one ability to completely deny an ultimate, and that got them so much value out of the series.
We've talked a lot about in the tank play for LGD Gujue. Who else needs to step up here if they're trying to take at least one map here?
You know, McGravy and I were talking about this backstage, but I think Shy's Tracer, definitely not a comfort hero for him, right? With hitscan being less dominant in the meta, LGD have chosen to go that direction. Putting the hitscan player on Tracer is a reasonably normal choice, but the lack of impact from his Tracer in that map, I think, was really felt, right? Where, you know, there's no enemy Tracer on the field, so you should, in theory, be relatively free, but I think part of that comes in the Kiri Lucio. So effective on support of fighting back that Tracer. You really need an elite player. We saw Sugar Free in the last series still putting up big numbers into those support heroes, but Bliss and Vigilante, I mean, that's a different animal when it comes to battling backlines, and I think Shy just wasn't able to have that same level of impact. Honestly, at this point, I feel like if you're LGD, you got to go back to the drawing board. You got to bring something new. Maybe it's the sim ban. Maybe now, finally, they can get an Ana Winston Brig comp going, like the bread and butter that's been so reliable for them. But, you know, maybe that's LGD's weakness, right? Their strength has become their Achilles heel here, and that everybody knows what they want to play. Everybody knows what's their comfort zone. Yeah. And so not only if you're Twisted Minds can you ban away some of those choices throughout the series, but also you've come prepared for that. You know that these fast, aggressive dives are going to come. And like you said, those TP plays, whether it's ultimates, whether it's just dives, they're constantly dodging. They're constantly, you know, in control of the game based on their use of the TP. And Twisted Minds, I mean, I got to say, they do look pretty scary right about now.
Gravy, how about for you? Who needs to step up here on the side of LGD?
I hate the beat a dead horse, but it has to be Shy. I think a lot of the challenge for him is for these hitscan players that flex the Tracer, it's a lot easier when the game's a lot slower. But like you said with the Kirilush, with the battling, not only is the battling a big challenge for him, you're moving fast, they're moving fast. It's not as easy for these point-and-click characters or players to transition into the Tracer play.
All right, well, the picks are in as we move on over back to the stage as we're heading to New York-ish. It's Midtown. I guess there are multiple different Midtowns, but whatever. We're going to Midtown here, and it will be attack first for LGD. They picked the first ban, and guess what they banned, guys? That's right.
Is it the sim?
It's the sim. The sim
yeah,
is
you got to
gone.
get rid of it at this point.
Twisted Minds then get rid of Winston. Same rosters moving on forward here for all for both squads.
Yeah, the sim's gone, but also maybe the biggest threat from Gushui. So tough road here for LGD to get back in the series.
Final thoughts?
Big issue is they lost the map where the Winston wasn't banned, and now they've taken them to a good Winston map, and they've lost the Winston. So it's going to be a really big challenge for LGD.
All right, Midtown could be the last one here. So before we head it on over to New York, let's send it on over to the guy with the New Yorker accent and Jaws. We did one accent before. Now we'll do the other one.
That's pretty good.
Hey, racing New Yorkers.
Yeah, I thought I was at home for a sec.
Whoa!
Oh, D-Guy was gonna get me like give me a bagel with cream cheese, you know?
You need to work on that. Do a British accent next time, I dare you.
No. D-Guy's like, no, absolutely not. So losing the Winston here is brutal, like McGrady was saying, because you already lost the map where okay, great, we have the Ana in the mix, right? Now you lose the Winston. We saw for Twisted Minds they could play D.Va or Sigma. It doesn't really matter, right? So if they play either one of those, they feel like they're in good shape. For LGD, what are you going to see Gushui play? Do you want to see the Maga again, right? Looks like we're going to see. Is he going to see Ball? Are we going to see Wrecking Ball?
Shout out the pigeons on Midtown. Ain't no way we see him Ball. Surely. Maybe a little D.Va? Maybe a little D.Va? I mean, Twisted Minds just going back to Sigma. That's what they played on the first map. And you be on another one of his better heroes too in the May. Oh, you banned Sim, that's fine. We just play May and we played Sigma and the Sigma never dies. We can wall off your backline if we need to. Like, it's going to be rough. I mean, maybe Ball is the play here. Have to wait and see what they want to roll out the gate with, but it looks like a lock of Zarya.
Might be, so the Zarya might be because you think they're going to be playing D.Va. I wonder if you see that it's Sigma, there's a swap here. So, Or do they want to play the Zarya? It looks like at least for now, they want to play, the Zarya, try and bubble the Venture. Ooh, that's a nice knockdown there. That's going to have the Immortality field out early, but it doesn't matter. Not able to save Quartz.
Wow. Yeah, just use both bubbles on your Venture. Who knew? Who knew?
Who'd have thunk it?
Yeah, exactly. Get a lot of charge too, because you don't want Quartz getting, sorry, not Quartz, but Leave getting away with absolute murder there, but removing Quartz from the high ground, an instant kill onto the Cassidy despite the lamp coming through.
Are you even able to get a touch here?
They walled here? No, it looks like they were trying to wall someone off there.
They got the
Lucio. I mean, it's possible, but no touch.
This Immortality field use as well. Gushui has lots of charge to go over.
100 charge,
100% charged up.
Oh yeah, straight over the top. Yeah, look at that. You don't normally get a lot of ult charge if you're, charge if you're just bubbling yourself. But if you're bubbling someone like a Venture, pretty easy to get that.
Yeah, it allows Leave to play extremely aggressive on the hero. So extremely fast point A take there for LGD is now we'll see if they can break this high ground setup.
Couple of shots there from Monk onto the front line. Bliss going down to Leave. It's all Leave this game so far. TVNT, they got to do something. Quartz is just getting run over right now. As Gushui receives the nano and proceeds to decimate the team.
So what do you do here if you're Twisted Minds? Like, what do you switch to potentially? Like, could you play Brig here? Like the Brig to kind of like be a little bit more annoying to the Venture?
I think you get run down if you play Brig.
Yeah, it may be to just kind of even do something like this. Is Quartz will play the Widow, try and play even further range.
Yeah. Oh, beautiful eat though for TVNT. I mean, sorry, TVNT has been insane with the eat so far. Yeah. Not only can he do it on the D, but he can do it on the Sigma too. Gushui still manages to take one though, despite that grab getting eaten. They slowly move that payload towards this second point. They're relying on a lot of Quartz doing damage here. And now Yubi coming back on the Tracer to try and contest. However, with TVNT going pretty low, that Bob is going to help finish him off. And look at that time bank, Matt.
I mean, this is a speed run here from LGD. They go down 2-0, but they are battling back right now as Shy has started to put it together. But I really think they figured out something here with this tank, tank DBS combination where Gushui able to use these bubbles, keep Leave alive as he goes in deep. So TVNT goes over to the Ramatra. So they'll stay with the Widow. TVNT, like you mentioned, 6 series so far.
Yeah.
Whether it be on the D.Va or the Sigma, was able to get like a few eats on like pulse bombs, that time a grab, like a really nice place.
Soundbar coming in. Okay, Quartz doesn't receive it, but doesn't need it. In the backline right now, Leave goes down. Good aggression here coming through from Twisted Minds. Which we're getting walled off, but it's all good. Support's playing super far back. You can see Monk and Lengta able to keep Gushui alive. Good nades. Nade after nade after nade. Bliss 1 HP manages to get out of there just in time. Perma 100 energy too, man, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, there's no time where they massive business. So yeah, Piano onto Gushue. Okay,
The damage!
that is an amp matrix there, used with some Widow headshots coming through.
That was ridiculous. How quickly did the Nano Zarya fall there?
Yeah, they just buffed the tanks, by the way.
Yeah. A nice small stagger there onto Monk. I mean, this is just Quartz's playground too on this Widowmaker.
But like Shy could match this. I mean, it's not like the Ashe is good against like the Mei and the Ramattra to kind of just put down some, ticking damage, prevent them from running on in. But
oh, the tectonic shock from Leave. That's a whole heap of damage. Quartz and Yubi end up going down. Graviton Surge available from Gushue as they clean on up. All right, here we go. That 5.5 minute time bank, 2 of it is now missing as Twisted Minds are able to hold on to that gate a little bit longer than expected.
Venture just in general is really difficult to take out. Like they have just 6 survivability. And then when you add the Zarya bubbles on top of their kit, I mean, it's just very difficult to deal with this Quartz putting in some nice headshots on the Widow.
Gushue said, "Get down, Mr. President." There is he saved Shy from that headshot.
Like the Widow ban against Twisted Minds would not be a meme.
Yeah,
that would be
exactly.
a respectable ban.
Leave dead to the Annihilation. Quartz still with a decent angle here. Graviton Surge thrown at. Oh, there it is. Oh, okay. It's just across the map. That lamp went absolutely insane though from Vigilante. Bliss also lays down the sound barrier to keep him in this fight. Shy forcing Quartz all the way back too as Gushue gets Nano for the 3rd time now on the Zarya. Bliss, even with those skates, didn't really have a say in that fight whatsoever.
It's the goal here for TM though is just not let them get a map completion, right? Like now you've dwindled a lot of this like large time bank down. I think at this point, if you can just prevent them from completing the map, I mean that is a massive win. I feel like.
Oh yeah, especially against like a 5.5 minute when they went into 3rd. Yeah, absolutely. Have that time bank pretty much gone.
I mean, essentially the fact that you played 0 defense for the first 2 points to then be able to get a hold would be pretty nice. As, now Shy will match this Widow. So I think this is totally fine here for LGD. Like
maybe not.
Okay, he's gonna play Tracer. So this is and they're gonna go back to the Mauga. I felt like that was working what they were doing, but okay.
Okay, you do you.
Sure, why not? I mean, we've seen them play the Mauga. It wasn't awesome. I mean, this also allows Twisted Minds that they want you to go back to 6, right?
Oh my word! You got to be careful there. Peak Quartz, even if you are a Lucio, and you can move at Mach 2. Very good survivability from Lee, but here comes the window. Vigilante not making good use of it though. However, as he was pooped all the way back. Quartz has switched to Bastion in response to Gushue's Mauga. Honestly,
El Capitan. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, it does a lot of damage. Especially if they're going to come in that deep with Mauga, Tracer, and Venture, right? They're going to have to fully commit. Quartz now will play the Echo, so some changing here for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, there's not too many people you can lock down with the Widowmaker. Enemy DPS, obviously, we're running Ashe before, so pretty easy to land that kill, especially if you're Quartz. Alright, let me show you what you got. Little turret form there, just on the corner, just jostling this payload over and over again, but they're going to have to make a move with a minute to go.
UV can make a play with this pulse bomb would be huge, right? Get like an easy kill there with the pulse bomb.
Cardiac overdrive being popped already. Pulse bomb from UV, lands it on the tank. Gets a large amount of damage normally, but it is a Mauga, so he kind of shrugs it off. 40 seconds to go is TVNT. He's got Annihilation, they got Sound Barrier as well, and they're just going to pop both of them at the same time there, trying to make this OT at the very least.
You will have a duplicate here, though. It's going to be a Sound Barrier here for Lynxes. They want to kind of push on in, right?
Yeah, so duplicate 10% though, Matt, but he gets taken out almost instantly. Lynxer also ends up falling. Can Twisted Minds hold off, wait for Quartz to come back. Looks like Vigilante unable to do so, loses grip, loses control of the character there as he's booped around by Leave and finished off by Monk. Here comes the cage. Good luck getting back into this one. I'm going to have to chew through this cage before they do anything, but TVNT still taking names and numbers on the point. And against all odds, a 5-minute time bank going on to 3rd, reduced to 0 seconds as LGD unable to cap.
Yeah, Bliss and Yui did a really nice job staying alive to the side. I know if you're kind of coming down that like last corridor to the left-hand side, those two players are able to stay alive for a pretty long time. Allows players to come off the respawn there for Twisted Minds. And what looked to be dominant showing for LGD, I mean, you look at some of the time here as we go through the replays. I mean, there was never a time where it looked like they weren't going to finish with, near record time bank. And then like a 5-minute plus hold there at the end for Twisted Minds. Tremendous stuff. It felt like it started to shift a little bit when Quartz went to the Widow. The Venture became a little bit less effective because he can go that deep, right? Can't like just make up that much distance. And guess what? You don't have a Winston, right, to create that much space, right? So then you're forced to change to something else. I think every time that Twisted Minds sees LGD playing Maga, they are probably extremely happy. Like that's like exactly what they want to see on the other side. So Twisted Minds, really well, you just got to get a map completion here to win the series 3-0. I mean, this would be a huge shock. I thought LGD could be like a dark horse team to run to the final. They may get third or fourth in the group, depending on what you think of make.
Unbelievable stuff from Twisted Minds. Truly leveled up, like they were mentioning on the desk too. Had a rough couple of stages in OWCS, a lot of team changes, of course, and there was at one point UB was playing tank for the team, and I mean TVNT has been looking unbelievable.
Yeah, some sick plays from TVNT.
Big pickup for Twisted Minds.
And the support line has looked pretty strong as well, so the Dynamite hit there at the start. Trying to like block off the Venture here, with the May, it doesn't really work, right? The Venture is just able to kind of get out with such ease.
Yeah, the barrier lasts a long time, so yeah, you're able to just kind of
I think what you see here, I think this is kind of the answer, is they need to put pressure on Gushui and force him to use bubbles on himself, right? Because that's going to deter, like, Leave can't exactly go in and be hyper-aggressive if Gushui is forced to end up, use bubbles to keep himself upright.
Well, they're going to try and recover to full HP here. Twisted Minds, who are just hugging this small corner. Headshots from Quartz doing a fair amount of damage to the front line, but they're still in a little bit of danger. That Dynamite's going to do a whole lot of work too.
Yeah, man, they're building Matrix and B. But see, that's the thing. If Gushui's going to use both bubbles onto Leave, you have to punish Gushui. You can't let Gushui just kind of like stand there.
That's rough.
Yeah, I like this adjustment from Twisted Minds. Like, just kind of thinking about it the way that we saw them play in the first half, and I think maybe kind of seeing a little bit of an adjustment now for Twisted Minds. Like, we saw Gushui basically using every bubble that he had onto Leave, and Gushui still stay at 100 energy. You have to put pressure on Gushui, because if you put pressure on Gushui and he's forced to use bubbles on himself, then they don't even have bubbles for Leave, so the Venture's kind of like negated in a way. So I think that's kind of the path here for Twisted Minds. It's going to be the Bob gets nothing.
Yeah, Twisted Minds just going to walk up the stairs as soon as Bob disappears. There. Oh, okay. Can't count on Shy landing those shots, though, sometimes. You have to make the play. Shy lands the shots, and Twisted Minds for resets. Just like that. Quartz still. Wait!
Wait. He gets two there.
What?
That's like a trade. Rarely do you see that. I know you used to have it in Call of Duty back in the day, like a kill trade. Where, Ana, sometimes the projectile could take a little bit to travel, right? So, yeah, it's very rare, but both players end up taking each other out. So we'll see now. Can Twisted Minds get control of this high ground? They do have some ultimates to use here. It's going to be Leave popping up. Oh,
he's like, please, get away!
At least no sound barrier used there from Bliss.
Yeah, no Ajax there, thankfully. Sound barrier from LGD, however. But unfortunately, with Shy going down, yeah, that's a lot of their damage, and Quartz still alive. Well, I guess at least LGD have this high ground, Max, as they use that nano onto Leave, as he looks for more kills.
And he finds him. He takes out Quartz and Blitz. But you still have TVNT here in the fight. It looks like Vigilante up on the high ground here, so you just have Leave up, so Leave will fall. You're going to be able to get the payload moving a little bit, I believe, here.
Shy's back. A very messy fight there from both teams. Sending up UB and Quartz and Shy and Leave trading back and forth, it felt like. Payload's moved under one of the more tough points of the map as well, so Twisted Minds are in good stead.
Yeah, they still have a healthy time bank, right? Not exactly the LGD, 5+ minutes time bank, but still decent amount of time here. Gushui with the grabs. It's going to be a tie here for Quartz. I think just trying to get them some space.
Oh, look at him go, though. Oh, he's so quick. And he kills. Oh, good grab, though. Oh, Quartz.
They get close to leave.
Bit by his own hubris there, unfortunately.
The beat only connects with Bliss?
Yeah, but the lamp from Vigilante kept the rest of the team alive. Quartz dead. Gushui needs to survive. The bubble up in 2 seconds. No, can't quite get it. TVNT taking down Gushui. As Twisted Minds end up almost clearing LGD off the point. Again, it's up to Leave and Monk. These back-to-back fights have just been so scrappy. These spawn positions, luckily for LGG, have been in their favor.
Yeah, if they can keep Quartz alive, though, I feel like they're doing a nice job putting enough pressure on the Gushui to take him out. Some sick headshots there from Shy. It's 2 minutes back on the clock. Yeah, I mean, he's looking sharp.
He never left, honestly.
No, it's TVNT will end up having Annihilation here. Annihilation pulse bomb you're looking at. Can you use the Annihilation to kind of like, you know, force them off of this high ground position? I think you're going to see a Bob though, right? If they kind of like go towards the staircase, potentially throw the Bob in.
Looks like a small disengage hit from LGD. Tectonic shock available, and yeah, every on this high ground, they're going to be pretty vulnerable to a lot of this. Straight down to low ground, straight onto the payload, but that damage actually blocked by the shield.
Yeah, he gets stunned by like the grenade and not able to actually burrow.
Annihilation comes in. However, this nano-boosted Zari is something to fear, especially when it's in the hands of Gushui. Monk and Lengser end up going down, however, as Monk deployed the nano boost, but Gushui unable to kind of secure kills.
Just block and let Quartz kill everybody.
Yeah, exactly that. Checkpoint in what? 0.8 meters now. TVNT is still alive, receives the lamp just in time, is super low, needs to get pushed out of this lamp. Pops the Nemesis form yet again, refreshes that armor, and just still managing to survive somehow, some way. Sound barrier from Lengser might need to be deployed, but I think they might just give up on this fight.
Yeah, there's no way you invest it now. It felt like maybe a few seconds earlier you consider using it, but at that point you have to save it if you're Lengser. As Shy went over to the Tracer, maybe to just get back and get a touch, but man, they are having such a difficult time taking out this Ramatra. You know, I really think the tank play from TVNT has been tremendous. You know, and Quartz, I think you can say Quartz has out-battled Shy for a lot of this series. So we've seen this head-to-head matchup in terms of hit scan in the past. Obviously, at Overwatch World Cup, I feel like, you know, Quartz was the player of the tournament there. Looking tremendous here early on. Deadeye, this is going to buy them some space, make it around the corner. It's going to be the sound barrier there.
And they can't use it.
They were nowhere close. Yeah.
And they can't use it because there's a window. Gushui's nearing on this grab, has to save his Lucio with one of those bubbles, but hasn't got a bubble left for himself. Gets out of the way just in time, picks up a health pack, bubble available, grab in 10.
It's a free beat though for Bliss. I mean, as soon as the grab comes down.
Yeah, you hit that beat and you hope you don't get bursted. TVNT looking a little bit worse right in the front line. Monk in a good angle now to set up on this Ana. Gushui the main focus right now for Twisted Minds, and they need to heal him all the way back up, but Leave and Shy just unable to get the healing they require because Gushui needs to be kept alive. Lengser, it's 2v2, 2v5, sorry, as Gushui and Monk end up going down. Twisted Minds are going to do it. A 3-0 for Twisted Minds to start off the Overwatch EWC. Unbelievable showing.
This is a series I think we expected to be close and competitive, and really it was just the offense on Midtown for LGD that they looked great. Otherwise, that is as you know, big a surprise like role that I think you would see where Twisted Minds came into this series, obviously, you know, with some experience against you know, this LGD roster, but a 3-0. I mean, that is a dominant showing.
I mean, the bans played a lot into that as well, especially that last map. It's like, you have to ban the Sim now, but we're just going to ban Winston. And now you can't do anything.
The Winston, it was like a non-factor even throughout the entire series, even when it wasn't banned. I mean, you still have the D.Va in the mix, with the D.Va's strong. TVNT, whether it be the Mantra, Sigma, or the D.Va, was just fantastic throughout the series. And then I think if you're going to get performances like that from Quartz, you can really hang with just about anybody.
A 3-0 from Twisted Minds, starting off their run at the Esports World Cup. Super strong, knocking out LGD, which had a question mark above their heads coming in. Well, we'll see if those questions have been answered. We'll jump over to the desk now as they break down the series.
Thank you very much, guys. Great cast on the day as they are done, just like LGD got done in that series in 3-0 by Twisted Minds. And you were saying earlier, only one question mark for Twisted Minds on who it was, on how great they could be, was TVNT, and he has answered so many of your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I was worried that that's the unknown player, but he came up with a huge series, looked great on all three of the heroes that we really saw him play. I feel like there might even be more to see from him. I think the rest of the team flexed around him incredibly well. You got Bliss and Vigilante coming into this lineup looking like they've always been here, and honestly, this is a Twisted Mind squad I think set themselves up to take top 2 in their group. And I honestly wonder, can they have a competitive series against Falcons? I mean, I think Falcons might be too tough of a test with just how strong that team is, but I mean, this is a serious roster in Twisted Minds, right? Quartz on the hit scan has been one of the best in the game since we've really seen him getting more and more playtime, but now the team all around him is at that caliber.
Yeah, I think there's a potential Dark Horse candidate coming from Twisted Minds. Yeah, but I'd like to see him play against Team Falcons, someone that could test him a little bit more with the ban system. I feel like LGD did not quite utilize that correctly. I think they had kind of figured out by the end, but by the time they had banned Sim, they had also lost their best character, so I think that's why this map ended up going the way it did and ended up being a 3-0.
Even then, this map here on Midtown was pretty close, right? They almost had the full cap, would have had a little bit more time to continue to do it again and get more points, but I feel like if that happens and the hold isn't at like whatever, like 10 meters, 2 meters, whatever is that, we might be talking about a completely different series here. Like, oh, we pushed to at least map number 4, because it did feel like Shy was starting to figure it out on the Ash, who looked a lot better.
Yeah, I think getting Shy off the Tracer was another crucial element that made this so much more competitive, getting him on his comfort hit scan where he could really shine. But honestly, the tank matchups were just constantly in favor of Twisted Minds. I think that's why they capped in this fight here. TVNT finds 1 kill, barely survives, manages to reset the fight and get back in to close it out. So his tank play, I think, the centerpiece of the team, he did look like a much stronger player than Guxue in this series. And honestly, I don't think many people would have predicted that going in, where Guxue, so much more name value, so much more experience. The team's hyping up TVNT because he just dropped a huge performance on one of the first times we've ever seen him on a big stage. That's an extremely good sign, not only for him as a player, but for Twisted Minds as a team.
Yeah, TVNT is absolutely set up for success as well. He has Yubi as his shot caller. That is someone who is absolutely commanding that team all throughout every map and the whole series. Speaking as a former tank player, when you have that DPS behind you who's commanding you and helping you lead the way, it is so much easier to play the game. So he's absolutely set up for success.
Yeah,
set up for success.
It's so cool here because we were talking about at the beginning of the day, at the beginning of this tournament, you want to send a message to the rest of the teams, assuming that you're going to make it to playoffs and, you know, get picked by a different team, say, hey, look, we have different looks. This Twisted Mind squad was able to do that with the Symmetra pick, saying, hey, it's not just Symmetra itself, it's how the whole team can play around it. And if you take it away, we've got other things in the bag. Yes, it was a little bit closer of a match there, map there in terms of Midtown, but it feels like now teams that end up moving to playoffs and look at their different opponents, when it comes to Twisted Mind, you're like, do I really want to have to deal with Sam? You know, and we only get to ban it once, and it's not like they're going to ban it away. So a nice little wrinkle that the squad has made here, McGravy.
Yeah, I think LGD has done a lot of legwork, though, for other teams on Twisted Minds. I think everyone going into this would know that Twisted Minds potentially would pull out the Sam, but I don't think they were anticipating such a heavy commitment to the Symmetra. So Twisted Minds did show that they can flex. TVNT had lots of good heroes. There's still maybe meat on the bone for TVNT's hero pool as well. So we'll have to see how that develops as it goes on.
Yeah, when we take a look at this group, again, Falcons is in this group. Very, very difficult because everyone kind of has them pinned as number 1, number 2 coming on into it. But Twisted Minds, nice little wrinkle here for him.
Yeah, I think Twisted Minds is exactly the type of team that has some upset potential against Falcons, right? With something like a Sim, it's not a look that we would expect to see out of Falcons, so there could be some kind of edge there. But as you said, McGravy, I think the fact that we've now seen a little bit more is an opportunity for other teams to review, prepare for the looks Twisted Minds will bring, and see if there are eventually cracks in the hero book. Because for TVNT, he did play a lot of these stable, extended poking heroes, delaying, you know, the fights and poking it out, looking great. But can he match up on something like the Winston, the Doomfist? There might be roads in for Falcons to get an advantage there in the comp game.
All right. Hey, we've had 2 matches in the book here so far at the Esports World Cup, but we've got many more to come. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll get you teed up for match number 3. See you in a bit.
this place. I like to play some games. I can see right through your face. Focused on you like X-rays. I've never seen you in this place. I like to play some games. I can see right through your face. Focused on you like X-rays. Never seen you in this place. I like to play some games. I can see right through your face. Focused on you like X-rays. I've never seen you in this place. I like to play some games. I can see right through your face. Focused on you like X-rays.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We got an analyst swap on over here as joining me. Why do you look lost, Hex?
Because I just sat down. I've been in rehearsals for like 3 hours. I didn't know I was coming here. Here I am. I think my headset messed up by my terrible hair anyway. So I'm glad to be with you. Though.
Yeah, there we go. Hex and ZP are here. Hex, you look great, man. ZP, you look great as well.
Thank you. I don't get that often, but also the great thing is you say he looks lost. I was the one that was actually lost. He did all the leading, and yet he's taking all the blame right now. It's great.
No, don't worry. We're breaking down all the action here. So we've had 2 matches in the bucket so far. We've got 4 more to go in the first day of group stages here at EWC. And our next one that is coming up right now is a big one for their group. It's Zayn and Bleed.
Yeah, I think this one on paper is supposed to be one way or another. These teams have fought before in the OWCS Asia main event. Oddly enough, Bleed then took this team to 5, and no one expected it. It's one of the craziest 5 mappers that you'll ever see. It's kind of hype. but it shouldn't happen again, really. It was kind of catching lightning in a bottle. But, you talk about maybe a team that has experience against these top Korean teams, maybe a puncher's chance is the best I'll give them. They're fun to watch, fun to play against. They can roll some unconventional stuff and maybe confuse some teams.
Yeah, this is a Group C matchup that also has ENCE and M80 in it. What do you make of it overall?
Overall, I look at this, I'm super bullish on Zeta. I don't even know if we've done predictions overall, but Zeta's a team right now. They're my dark horse for the tournament. I have them as the pick to win it all, and part of it is that you look at their performance in OWCS Korea, right, into OWCS Asia. They just barely missed making it to DreamHack. This is a team that is chock full of talent, and the fact that we've now entered into a meta where tanks are more important than ever, I love what Bernard is likely to do here, and also, I mean, you got Fearless on the roster too for extra tank depth, kind of a wild card with him newly being added.
Yeah, again, you see the whole roster here for the Zeta Division squad. Japanese organization, Korean players here expected to do well, according to ZP. How do you feel about them?
I mean, look, I made my case for Bleed, but obviously they're just a team up and down the board, just so full of talent. I mean, we didn't see on the screen there the other support is Finn. Violet has been playing main support for this team. If they have to do a double flex support and be able to put Violet onto Baptiste and just go off on one of his best heroes, that's insane. Their front line is so good. Alpha Yi, don't worry about. Flora, I worry about a little bit consistently, but this team's strategy, especially in the cast meta, was we're going to give Flora every single resource that he needs to dominate, and they just pumped him full of healing, pumped him full of shields, anything that Flora needed, and then he stepped up to the plate. And also some of their map selections in around Flora were, let's go to Coliseum where you can play cast, but now they moved the glass, so maybe cast isn't as good at that. But I think that's what I'm looking for, is that their strategy going forward? Will they continue to just rally around Flora and he gets all the resources? Alpha Yi, go do whatever you want, we trust you, and then Flora, kill 5.
Yeah, I feel like you're right there. So remove the glass, don't pick cast. Oh, that's rolling through my head. But it's going to be interesting. I think the other thing, too, is that we have had a diverse meta in Overwatch for quite a while, but also it's a new patch, which means that things are going to change, period, over the course of the tournament. What you see here on day one isn't necessarily what you're going to be seeing when teams are playing in the finals later this week. So there's a lot to be excited over.
Well, here's their opponents in Bleed Esports. It's with HVS Ace, Yoshinori, the boy from Boise, Clear, and Pale. Had to give the shout out there to any Boise State Bronco.
Oh, absolutely. Maybe we can play in a blue field for him. So the interesting thing about Clear is I was watching an interview from Bleed Esports, and they said, we like having a Western tank because he plays unconventional, and it confuses Korean teams. So unconventional was a nice way to put it, but if you know kind of what they mean is he plays aggressive, plays in a different way than other tanks do necessarily. They used to have another Western tank, not on the roster anymore, but he plays unconventionally, and that throws off the other team. And I think that should be their strategy overall if you're going against these top teams. Ace often will play a Torb or an Sim. He'll play different kind of weird off-meta heroes. Their best bet is to maybe try to confuse them, but also their second best bet is High Vision can play that mid-range hit scan with the best in the world.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it here, it's, I think on paper between the two teams, right? Bleed is going to have their work cut out on them. I do think it's interesting that the last time these two teams played is that Bleed, the two maps they won, or at least, I don't know if it was the exact last time they played, but back into OWCS Asia, when they played, this was a setup where Bleed was better on control and better on Flashpoint, whereas, the veteran stats that you have are Zeta, they're just better on, overall. I mean, this is a team that, we've done how many practices on Hybrid, how many practices on Escort, they generally can be a little bit more better prepared.
So far today, we've seen a lot of question about hit scan versus not hit scan on damage, and also in terms of the bans. It feels like a lot of the focus has been on tank and more specifically on support, whether you're protecting what you want to play or something else. How do you guys feel about it so far?
When you look at the Zeta team, it feels like they're kind of ban-proof in that sense, is because they have the flexibility on support. As I mentioned, Violet, was not thought of in main support until he started playing like Lucio and things like that. Yeah. And at first, as Lucio, I mean, it's never been suspect, but now it's one of the best in the world because Violet is just that good of a player overall. And then they're tank-proof as far as bans go too, because they've added added Fearless to this roster. So you've got Bernard, probably the best Orisa in the world. He's a great Zarya, we know that. He can play every tank up to a high level. And if you want to run pure dive, you can run Fearless on Winston, and you can run Fearless on Ball. So I like that teams that have more players, it's always a good thing when you have a ban hero and they have a roster like this, but also just the talent throughout. They're not going to really lose anything no matter who's banned.
Yeah, all right. Well, we've got ourselves our www.stcplay.gg predictions here with the STC audience predictions. Head on over there to make your preds for the next matchup. Zeta versus Bleed. Feels like we've got a puncher's chance for Bleed, but Zeta coming in as the favorite. How do you feel about it here, ZP?
Yeah, I mean, I think Zeta is very likely to win. However, I think if Bleed has a path to victory, they're going to do it in 3 game modes, I feel like. They must win Control. Bleed has to win map 1, or I don't really see a path for them to take the series. They win on Control, they win on Push, and then they go forward and they win on Flashpoint. If they can win those 3 game modes, I think that's their path. I think if they open up and lose Control, I don't see them clawing it back.
How about yourself?
Well, they got absolutely rocked on Escort last time they played. It was like I mentioned, it was a close series. It went to 5, but that 5th map on Escort, Shambali, was terrible. So I mostly agree with you. I don't see it going for Bleed, but you know, we always try to dap up everyone having a chance.
All right. Well, these squads getting ready to go. We'll have the map pick, the first one going for you in just a second, as long with the hero bans, and then we'll let the experts break down what this means. But like I was saying earlier, it felt like a lot of support ban, a lot of tank ban. How do you feel about the banning system here, ZB? Because we didn't get your opinion earlier.
So overall on the bans, I mean, I think it opens up the gameplay even more, right? I mean, Overwatch players, you know, while there have been more diverse metas, overall there's times where Overwatch players will be like, hey, I have a favorite hero. I'm going to play this no matter what. I don't really want to swap. And, you know, teams build identities off that. But the cool thing about the ban system is that now you have a system that says, well, you're going to have to change things up, because if we know you have players that don't really like swapping up, like you go against Space Station, you can usually guess that, say, Astro will be on the Lucio all the time. Yeah. Well, now you can make him swap. You have the power for at least 1 map in the series.
Yeah, it feels very, very unique. How do you feel like that's going to affect any of these players in this series?
In this series in particular, I'll say this much. I think adding Fearless to Zeta has inoculated them a little bit, because even if they go to a situation where they go, hey, we're going to ban Diva, Bernard can't go on it, and maybe Winston makes a lot of sense, and go, well, we got a good Winston player, we got Fearless. So yeah, they got options.
And for our friends at home, you're able to swap the players in after the bans are done. You get that opportunity to do that. Is there anyone else that you think about that might be affected by bans?
No, I mentioned that backline is pretty much ban-proof as well, because it doesn't really matter. Violate is, what, top 5 player of all time, you know? Like, and then you talk about just supports, and the fact that he was able to jump to main supported. His Brig is really good, his Lucio is really good, and then if you ban any of that, and they're like, oh, double flex, no problem, not a problem at all for this. So I really like the construction of the Zeta roster that they put together, knowing that they're coming into this, because they put this roster together knowing that this was going to be a ban phase tournament. So yeah, I think that's great for them. I don't necessarily think that's Bleed has a strong enough identity that bans are really going to go one way or another. But I think we're also figuring it out and putting the pieces together, because one thing is you can ban it but say I want to run a Lucio, then I just ban a different support. That way you can't ban it. It's almost like a protect ban system in the same.
DP?
Yeah, no, I fully agree. I mean, that's kind of the neat part of it, but right, is that the idea of, well, because you can only ban one of each role globally in the series, you can just go, well, I'm going to throw this away and, you know, ban a support we don't plan on playing. Now you can't come back and ban ours. So, yeah, I mean, and also here's the other thing too, strategy-wise. This is brand new. I cannot emphasize that enough. We don't have years of history here in Overwatch for how to handle a ban system. You know, teams haven't worked all of it out. Obviously, players have, you know, general experience in game theory, so they have a good idea. But to say that teams are going to be as competent in it as they would as if we were doing this back in 2016, no, they're not. It's still new territory for them, too.
Yeah, again, one of the coolest parts about EWC here with this ban system and how it's going to roll through, as it sounds like we're ready to go. The hero bans have been put on in, so excited to see what that ends up. It's Junker Queen getting banned away by Zeta and Ashe for Bleed. We've seen so much Ashe here by a lot of our DPS players, and Busan is the first map. We've seen that also every time, too.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think it's most likely because that High Vision is more comfortable on cast than he is long range. It's been his best hero for a little bit, at least in the most recent of metas, and you don't want to get outranged by either of the player players on Zeta who can run it. Junker Queen's an interesting one. What do you make of that?
I mean, that kind of just feels like the throwaway, like we want to get rid of this so you don't hit any of the tank picks or the tank pick that we actually really want for this map. That's sort of the vibe I get on that, but I don't know. I mean, that's probably where I would go here, and they just have a set strategy that they don't want to be messed with.
Yeah, well, the players are loaded in and getting ready to go for both of these teams' first matches of the day. I believe after this, then every team is played because we have our off-stream matches that are happening simultaneously. And it's not only the team's first time that we're getting to see, but this casting duo that would be pretty well acquainted with these two Asian squads. Let's send it on over to Achilles and Avril.
Well, thank you very much. And yes, well acquainted indeed we are, as well as with one another. It's been quite some time, Avril.
Yep.
Excited to be here alongside you once again as we get ready to jump into the action here with Zeta versus Bleed.
It's a reunion, buddy. Glad to have you back. Aurelio's back in action here for the World Cup. Zeta versus Bleed, the rematch. Had a little bit of a chat with the teams just before this, and, you know, from Bleed, they made a very interesting point to me, which is they ended their final match of the Asia main event, which is what qualified them here, against the Zeta Division squad.
Right.
And now they enter the World Cup, this being their very first game. It's actually very similar to what we had from LGD versus Twisted Minds, where LGD finished the Overwatch World Cup last year playing the Saudi team, and they started with that here. So it's a bit of a repeat in terms of that rivalry once again.
It just shows you that time is a flat circle. It all just comes right back around.
We have very good script writers here at the World Cup, maybe that as well. So
it could very well be. But, I mean, as the desk was really touching on, especially there from Hex, it was a very close series. It did go to 5. Can that be the case here between these two squads once again, or will Zeta just have the upper hand? Because they do have that reinforcement. We do see Fearless coming in to join this squad to just make it even more clouded, I guess, because it's already such a strong roster across the board.
Well, I think, you know, the Zeta team has been improved. They also got Rascal onto coach, who, for those that don't remember, he is both a player that has won the Overwatch League, but also as a coach.
Yes,
and I think the only person that's done that from both a player and coaching position. So you essentially now have, you know, Chang and Rascal on the coaching side, Fearless being added to the roster. Question mark is in terms of like how much we're going to see out of him this particular week, because we're seeing a lot of off tanks being played in that particular tank position. So he's seated for the moment, so I guess we are going to see plenty of that. For the Bleed side, I mean, the big talking point's been brought up before, and it will be brought up further on in this matchup, which is the fact that the last time they met in the Asia main event, it was a 3-2 FTG versus FTG at the time versus DAF. Now it was Zeta versus Bleed. Point is, we went to 5 maps, and that was a huge, huge win for Bleed to even get the 2 maps despite losing the series. So can they do that again? A lot of time has passed. Many patches have gone away as well. Zeta Division coming in as strong favorites as one of the 4 Korean teams. Map 1 Busan, as always. Let's see what we load in with.
Yeah, it seems to be just the kind of go-to map that we have at the moment here in EWC. So Busan going to remain to be favored of pretty much every squad. But for now, a bit of a flash there on that wrecking ball from Fearless. But something tells me we're not going to be seeing this exact comp get rolled out.
It's interesting, the Junker Queen ban, it does kind of target Clear, but one of his main heroes is D.Va, so that was untouched. I'm still a little unsure, you know, alongside ZP and Hex, why that Junker Queen ban came on through. Perhaps they were protecting something. I don't know that the ball is going to necessarily be banned. I heard that ball may have been good on this patch. Fearless will now prove if it is indeed.
All right, well, some big stark differences here as we do have Alpha E taking the skies with that Echo, which is going to be sent there onto the Hanzo.
Yep.
As it looks like, okay, some instant swaps. They get a quick glimpse here at what Zeta Division's rolling.
That's very important to note is if you remember Bleed being DAF in main event from Asia, Ace was the flex DPS player, now replaced by Yoshinori 2K. Ace is now role swapped onto the main support instead of Lumi, who is here, by the way. Lumi, we'll see if he ends up playing, but Ace is on the Lucio for the first time.
All right, well, point going to be unlocked. The test starting to come through. Halfway to the captain from the side of Zeta Division, but now jump onto the back line, and Violet's going to be taken down. High Vision able to find the opening kill. Flora going to be looking to try to break down this D.Va mech and will be successful in that regard, but not before Finn gets absolutely plowed over. So Clear finds another kill. That's going to be the cap now coming through. Bleed out in front to start things off.
Boops and Suzu be damned. Claire can just run in, defensive matrix, allows Bleed to get super aggressive. Fearless can't do the same thing. If you're Zeta Division playing this ball composition, you need to get aggressive. I want to see them being the first movers in all of these kind of engagements. They can't be the team receiving the dive from Bleed. They must be the ones diving first.
Vision, pretty good spot as far as that Ultra is concerned, but Flora just comes through, managing to find those headshots alongside Violet to pick him off. Zeta now looking for a very fast flip into their favor. Clear just trying to stay alive. Pile driver down, gets a knock up here onto Ace. The Suzu going to be coming through, just trying to keep it protected as much as humanly possible. Well, the HP bar is falling low on the side of Zeta before. Pulse bomb going to be built up. Clear going to be taken out of the mech, so now you don't have to worry about that D-Matrix denying the ult value away. But also looks like they don't have to commit it into this fight. They can save it as the cleanup comes through, and Zeta Vision will be able to get this flip right as Bleed hits 40%.
I mean, just no ultimates available for Bleed. They also used the Suzu early, as you noted, to try and save one of the other players, Ace, and so didn't have that Suzu to protect Claire. Claire was the target there, defense matrix gone, couldn't fly away, down from Fearless's bullets, and couldn't trade onto Violet, who was also low HP. If Bleed Esports managed to at least get one back, they could have forced an ultimate, they could have done something. They might force an ultimate here.
I was going to say, a decent engage coming through from Fearless, but it's going to be Floor taken down. Now Violet going to be dead as well. The sound barrier cannot come through, and they do not have the Kitsune Rush to try to match up against the likes of Poly. So now that's just going to be Bleed Esports instantly winning the return fight, getting this flip right back into their favor. Zeta Division not even able to hit 30%.
Still stalling a little bit here. No, actually, they let the cap go, but they have players coming back. Double support ultimates online. Traded 1-for-1 again. It's out for you for High Vision, but Zeta have 4 ults to work. They're gonna wait. They're gonna wait. No, Finn's just gonna go straight in.
Beat's gonna be coming through. He's just dropping that one through. They still have that dupe as well from Yoshinori to just try to further delay. Get as much ult percentage as they possibly can. He's Violet
go
for
next.
now, still holding on to it.
Violet needs to be the one to play this sound barrier soon. A duo of one-man advantage moment. Here it is, the 4v4. Zeta Division have decisions to make here. They don't have control of the point. They have to be aggressive here.
Minefield going to be coming through. That's going to be the self-destruct up and over top from Clear. Sound barrier in response from Violet. Gets shielding out onto just a couple of players, but it's enough to be able to find an opening kill. Because Violet's going to be taken down. So Kiriko going to be out of the fight, but it's 80% still now being crested from the side of Bleed Esports, and the kills continue to go in their favor. Zeta Division getting picked apart. Pulse Bomb now out from High Vision. He takes out Fearless, and Zeta Division are running out of legs to stand on.
Yeah, High Vision just carried this one entirely. Bleed now on the 90%. Zeta Division coming back for the touch. They have enough players online to touch Fearless. Now moving over towards the Doom. Something he's been far more comfortable in the past. Giving up the ball for now. Final fight. Not a lot to work through. Floor on the Pulse Bomb, and that's about it for Zeta.
I mean, he's had the Pulse Bomb this entire time, built it up faster than we saw from High Vision, but has not gotten an opportunity to really commit that in for a fight quite just yet. Now, Duke's going to be coming through. It's going to be a second Kiriko, but no one gets the touch. And Zeta Division have a fairly catastrophic start here on Busan.
Yeah, it looks like Claire actually got the boop onto Violet there to prevent the Lucio from going in. Not too sure exactly where Zeta were on, I believe, the Alpha Yi side. No, sorry, for the Flora side for the Tracer. Unfortunately, they have 3 very quick characters. None of them ended up touching. I don't know how they want to do, even if they touched anyway. Yoshinori saves his own life by going for the dupe over towards the Kiriko. They would have had an extra support ultimate that fight. And as mentioned, Zeta Division only sitting on the Pulse Bomb. It's probably not enough unless Flora's going to do something really crazy. And as we move over towards second round here, I mean, this is where we typically see a little bit more Ash banned away from Bleed, which is interesting because they also have a hit scan on the team, which traditionally has been a very hard hit scan player. And, you know, we always have the hit scan Tracer meme, but so far, High Vision as a hit scan player did really well on the Tracer, actually.
Yeah. It's looking incredibly good, and looks like it's going to be a little bit more of the same. Clear going to be sticking through here with this D.Va, so no real overall changes as a comp from the side of Bleed. We do have Fearless moving back over onto that staple Winston, and Finn on the as well.
Classic dive from Zeta Division, just minus, you know, in the past we would have had Alpha maybe on the Soj or something like that, or rather that Echo position would have been a Soj. See how we go with this Zeta Division comp now. Fearless, Winston, his best, obviously.
Okay, well, it's going to be Clear here in the mech, the first casualty for the most part. Probably will get taken down. I mean, it's going to be an instant cleanup here from Zeta Division. Complete and utter dominance, only losing out on Finn at the very end, as Ace will be able to take that 1 kill away, but otherwise team wipe going to be found, and Zeta Division will be able to get themselves established here on the point first and foremost.
It's pure comfort zone for Zeta Division. I mean, this is exactly what you want. You got Fearless on the roster for this reason. He has the main tank capabilities. He's going to fill the gaps that Bernard cannot. And we have Winston available. This is what you can do. Bleed Esports now. So we get on the second approach. Obviously, everyone's still pretty far away from ultimates. No one's really leading the pack by a large degree. Maybe Violet here. Finn under a little bit of pressure, but the defensive bubble does come on through.
It's a really nice anti, though, clipping on the 2. Punishment can't be found off the back of that, so that you managed to keep those players alive. The flip in here for Bleed's favor. Zeta only at 24%. They're going to have to try to retake this one pretty quickly.
I mean, Zeta, that's really bad.
Yeah. And now Alpha U is going to be picked off. Flora is still under fire, nearly gets eliminated. Does manage to get some sustain here as Finn happily just pumping these heals forward into Fearless to try to get that nano online. It looks like Zeta surrendering the point for a brief little period here, but not for too long. But that being said, still looking for the contest here. Are Bleed Esports trying to get every single ounce, every percentage they possibly can, but they're going to have to get their lives for it.
I think that's a win for Bleed. I mean, they're going to lose the fight, but they got the cap. They actually got more than Zeta Division. They snuck the cap away. Zeta kind of falling asleep there, and you got the rally out of Violet as well. I mean, that's a huge W in the economy for Bleed Esports, slowing down the cap as well. Zeta should have been above 50. They should on 60% by now. Really sloppy play. They have the ultimate, so that is a silver lining. Zeta, economically, despite losing the rally, still ahead.
snipes coming through here. Finn sat well back. He'll try to dive here onto this position, especially when he can see that Echo, see that Diva. Speaking of which, self-destruct now going to be built up. Primal Rage here, a couple seconds remaining for the side of Fearless as he just works his way back over to this point. Looks to get top back up on that health bar.
He's going to be Nano next. There it is.
Nano invested, right back over onto him as he's trying to hunt down Ace. Took him low, but cannot confirm the kill. It's going to be the sound barrier now invested. Turns his sights over to Pale. He's got a quick little swift step out. His way out. Over towards safety. Yoshinori is well similarly under a little bit of fire, but then just goes in for the dupe, and Fearless is going to be taken down. Clear, able to find that kill. Alpha E similarly going for the copy on the Tracer, but cannot build the pulse bomb in time to try to bring that into the fight, and now he's going to be taken down. High Vision continuing to do wonders here for the side of Bleed Esports.
It's High Vision again on this Tracer somehow, some way. I mean, he's been in the hit scan Tracer allegation so far. Yoshinori also copying over towards the Tracer. He had double Tracers on both teams for a little while there, but one Zeta Division blew their entire ult bank. It came down to Bleed Esports with just a little bit more to play through, and the mechanics shining through, particularly again on High Vision so far, who I think has been playing out of his mind these 2 rounds.
Crucial save though onto Violet, denying that final kill away, so don't get fully staggered. So Zeta Division are right back into the fight here, and Violet does nearly have that second rally ready to go. Start Albert still in the back pocket here, clear, and yeah, he's just going to be able to take down Alpha Yi. A monstrous pick coming through. HP bar is slowing a couple players on the side of Bleed Esports as High Vision going to be stunned up there for a brief moment, but the kill cannot be confirmed quite just yet. Violet with a rally rolling, just trying to keep everybody else sustained here as Zeta makes their way over to the point. Pile's going to be caught up in the crossfire. Flora able to find that kill. Pulse bomb now 29% away here for the Tracer on the side of Zeta Division. Still though, damage coming across the supports corralled together, stuck into a corner, both going to be picked apart. As Fearless will be able to find 2. Clear going to be taken down. Yoshinori going to be eliminated as well. And now it looks like Zeta Division might just be able to win out the fight. Right as Bleed Esports take the lead.
Wow, that is so much work for Fearless. You notice that Violet and Finn both went down in the particular fight. Fearless didn't even have Primal yet. He got Primal in the middle while his supports were gone. So had that gone poorly for Zeta, Fearless could have still Primal, saw the point a little bit longer. And the fact that Zeta won that without any supports is huge. And they took that fight 4v5 at the beginning as well.
And Clear now with a swap and moving over onto the Malga, just trying to get himself back over here, have a little bit of instant punch behind him, aside from that Diva. But Yoshinori going to be taken down right off the rep. Fearless again, delivering now. Primal going to be popped, just looking to knock them away. Sound barrier going to be coming out in response from the side of Ace. Pulse bomb sent from High Vision, looking for a target, but it goes a little bit wide with Fearless. The Nano, it cannot come through. They cannot bail him out. Suzu comes through right as that Pulse bomb gets let loose from Flora, and they deny all damage away. Alpha, however, now going to be nanoed up. Managing to find one. Pilo's going to be taking down the beam as well, tearing them asunder as Flora collects a kill. Ace answers one back. The sleep coming through. Alpha going to be here on the floor, but overtime starting to bleed down here with Zeta Division still out in front. Alpha back onto his feet, trying to see what he can get done here with this Lucio, but ultimately will be broken out of the dupe. Yoshinori similarly builds up that Nano, throws it out, takes to the skies, looks to get the dip here on Alpha and does manage to do so. So this round, this map, not quite done yet. Fearless does rejoin, does find a pick, but it's Bleed in control.
I mean, that was so gigantic once again for the DPS of Bleed Esports. Yoshinori finding the Nano in the middle of that fight, the duplicated Nano keeping High Vision alive. And Ace with the clutch sound barrier was a little bit late, doesn't save all the members. It was 4v5 from Bleed, but they survive. Now the double 99's coming through. Violet looking over towards the rally. It might be the only ultimate. Clear desperately needs to find Cage.
And Fearless is going to be taken down. Clear just goes sprinting forward, takes out the Doom, and now double overtime on either side of the flip's going to be coming through. Zeta Division able to claim the point. Finn, however, going to be eliminated the rally, rolling for Violet, trying to keep them all alive, but he gets stunned up. Absolutely melted in the corner. High Vision collecting the kill, and Alpha, he's got nowhere to go. Just skirting around the pillar, but eventually will be found, swatted out of the skies like a pesky fly. The Fearless cannot last very long on his own. The overtime will bleed down, and Bleed Esports, they are going to be taking this opening map of Busan in 2-0 fashion.
My God, the scriptwriters are damn good so far this tournament. We got a brand new patch, brand new venue, brand new organizations for both of our teams, but one thing remains the same. Bleed Esports are gonna beat Zeta Division on our opening map of Control. They did so at the Asia main event. They will do so in Game 1, Map 1 here at the Esports World Cup.
And what incredible fashion to make it happen in. It felt like, yeah, I mean, very close on the second round, that downtown. It was looking like Zeta, okay, we're going to extend this to that third and final. We're going to be seeing Mecha base, but Bleed, they put their foot down. They say, absolutely not. We're finishing you right here, right now. But there's plenty to talk about just from that one map alone, so we'll pass it back over to the analyst desk to break down Busan.
All right, thank you very much, guys. How about that? Exactly how ZP drew it up. If an upset was supposed to happen, was it? Wait, they got to win Control, right? Control's how they had to do it. Bleed able to do it here against Zeta.
Okay, well, I'll take it a step further then. I mean, it's the Diva play is exactly how they did it the first time around, too. Like, that was the amazing thing, that Diva throws them off. On the first time that this happened, and we keep referencing this match that happened, it was the last time that Bleed Esports had actually played a match, because I think they got eliminated shortly after. And it's, yeah, the D.Va play just drove them nuts, and they did it on Ilios, and it was something that even after the D.Va gets demec'd, it's buying time. But there was a huge clutch play at the end there, too, with the from Yoshinori, who's coming into play. Didn't play in the last series against these two teams because we had a roll, so there's a lot to break down. But this duplicate on Ana, hits a sleep, gets the nano towards the end, finds a nano target, goes to the sky, wins the 1v1. Like, that was a clutch play, and this could be a momentum swinger.
Yeah, and again, this goes to the script right now. The script was, if Bleed was going to make it close, they win here. However, I do think Zeta made it a little bit easy on them in a few respects, which is that there was a huge gap between Fearless in round 1 and Fearless in round 2, and the gap is entirely explainable by ball being played in round 1, Winston in round 2. You just look at the general impact when Fearless was on ball versus Clear on the D.Va. Clear was out making space for his DPS, just, you know, they could do anything. Meanwhile, Alpha E just going, I can't do anything. There's a D.Va always on me. Was Fearless's ball having the same impact? No, it was not. But then Fearless swaps to Winston, and even though they lose round 2, you could tangibly just feel the difference that Fearless had in the game on Winston in round 2. Now, the big question for me going forward is that, is it still Fearless for map 2, or is it Bernard time?
I mean, it's a great question. We shall see. That's something that we have many minutes to figure out. So one of the interesting things that happened with this roster that from Bleed was having the role swap. Ace had been playing the secondary DPS for this team for a long time. High Vision was almost always going to be playing, and then Ace would play a Torb, a Symmetra, and then if anything else, to cover the Tracer role for this squad as well. Now moves over to support. I'm not certain why. I'm trying to get confirmation of that, but played a pretty solid Lucio. Looked okay, but it also creates a spot for Yoshinori to come in. And Yoshinori's good on the Genji and the Echo, the Flyer characters, who I think are really good at this meta. So at this point, you have to even wonder if they're going to maybe ban an Echo, because the Echo battle was kind of one-sided in some of those moments, especially with the duplicate value that they were getting.
Yeah, again, and it looks like we have some of the changes made right now as map 2 heading on over to Surasa, so it will be a flashpoint. Zeta gets the pick, right? They get to pick the map. So they pick Surasa. They also get to pick the ban, which ban, I guess, priority, which order, and which one it is. They want to ban first. They get rid of that Lucio, which is like, all right, Ace, we see you make that move. Let's see how you do now if we get rid of the thing that you're comfortable on. Second ban will be Winston, because, as you said, it was very tangible how Zeta changed when Winston came off, and it was like, all right, we're not just doofing around with the ball anymore.
Right, so banning Lucio, I mentioned this about Zeta, like now you can put Violet on whatever you want. We might see something like a Brig if they want to dive. I mean, a lot of people don't necessarily always think of Brig as a dive hero, but being able to throw packs out is enormous. It also defends your other support in the back, and being able to it's a good counter dive and a dive hero. So I think we might see Violet move on to the Brigitte instead of the Lucio, and I think that's a great swap, because if they're role swapping and he's like, well, I can play Lucio, yeah, well, what else can you play? So we'll see if any of that more roster changes. So that's really interesting.
And the other thing to add on in here is that Fearless out, Bernard in. So there's your answer for that question there, ZP.
Well, yeah, especially if Winston is out of the lineup entirely, you must play Bernard here. I really don't think you want Fearless in with Winston out of the pool. But here's the thing that bothers me a little bit for Zeta. Why in the world are you bringing immediately the flashpoint? And you can argue, okay, get the hard map out of the way. But on the same note, I just feel like, look, if you're trying to set up a scenario for Bleed where they go up 2-0 and suddenly you have to reverse sweep and be flawless the rest of the series, well, you've just done that. This is very much a scenario, I feel like, where Bleed can come back, take this map, and then, you know, you just got to get one of the next 3. That's a lot of pressure off. You're kind of playing with house money for a while, and while I still think Zeta could run it back, why put yourself in that position?
Might be one of those things where it's like, hey, let's just get the hard one out of the way. Now put Bleed on the back foot, because if we are the better team, let's execute on that, and let's see how the team that maybe isn't as used to the pressure, as you said, got knocked out of the last tournament pretty early, hasn't played as many matches with stakes on the line, put them under pressure and see how they deal with that.
Right, and the game mode is really interesting, too, to go to Flashpoint, because Flashpoint feels like a very honest game mode in a lot of ways. It's like, we're just going to find 5 different places, and we're going to have 2 fights each spot, right? And so we think, like, out of 10 fights, we're going to win more of them overall. So I'm really interested to see how they adjust to it. Like, I really think that no matter... I think the Lucio ban is great. I really do, because getting rid of Lucio does not hurt Zeta at all. They can, like I said, Violet is a top 5 player of all time, sport of all time, so they can start running a poke if they want. They can put him on Baptiste and they can run Flex and have Finn move over to Ana. They can put him on Brig. There's a lot of different things. Bernard could come in and play Orisa if they want. They could run a Zarya. There's a million different ways they can run this. Usually you want to run really fast-paced and aggressive on Surasa, so you want to run like a Genji or a Snowball-y kind of comp. Getting rid of the Lucio kind of slows that down a little bit, but you still have some options.
Yeah, I mean, I'll even elaborate a little bit more here, is that you think about how Control and Flashpoint are usually played. Yeah, Lucio is in the lineup more often than not because they're just fast, scrappy maps, but now you sort of have the thing where, well, even if we might prefer slower maps overall, what if we remove Lucio entirely and we essentially force this to be slower? Now, they wouldn't have that option if there was a month from now and Juno was in the game, but guess what? She's not in the game yet, so we've removed the only hero with a speed boost, so yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
You know, the other thing to note here is that Junker Queen ban that came out by Zeta, and now heading on over to Surasa. You think maybe there's a little of like, hey, we're better than you, and we're just letting you know. So now we're just getting the hard stuff out of the way. Maybe playing with their food a little bit, because the win is all that they need, and they should be the better team. They've done it before.
I don't believe Zeta is a team that feels like Zeta, it feels like they can play with their food right now. I mean, it's like one of your first matches of the tournament. You really want to come out and like go to 5 against a team. Also, like there is something to be said against, like, even if you feel you're going to beat a team, I always felt the best teams in the world, and this goes all the way back to like your San Francisco Shocks of maybe Season 3, would just get it done and get it over with, right? If you're a better team, you 3-0 them, and you move on and you look forward to the next opponent. You don't want to spend more time, resources, and energy working on one team that you should be beating, right? So I don't think that is a likely scenario, and I don't think that this team would be doing that. Not this early in the tournament.
I always love the degree of dominance check there, basically, where it's just one of those things where it's like we have Shock versus Uprising, one of the early seasons of the Overwatch League. I guess we know how this one's going to go. And, I mean, also, you sort of have the mix where the teams that are truly way ahead, they might even be playing something on paper that's messing around, and they will still crush the other team. Right. So clearly, given that these teams have played each other close in the past, I definitely don't think they would come in and go, all right, we're going to mess around. I mean, look, players in esports, they have egos, they have done dumb things from time to time. I don't know if they would be that stupid in this case.
Well, speaking of players with egos and stepping up in situations here, we got to see it in the player cam there at the very end. Got to see clear the guy from Boise. He was yelling and yapping afterwards saying, hey, this is where we belong. All of you guys here, we belong here. It was very, very cool to see that kind of pop off from a team who has now had maybe not quite a mental block, but a history now of losing to this, against their opponent.
Yeah. I mean, they did win the first map against them last time and ended up losing the series, but okay.
All right, dampening, raining on the parade.
I'm changing my handle to Rain Cloud.
Yeah.
But no, I actually wholeheartedly agree with you that it's so important to get that confidence up there first, to like just get that one out of the way. Now we can breathe, we can take a little bit, and now if you lose a map, you're not in the hole immediately. Like, it's just now you're playing a little bit of house money on the next map, because even if you lose, now you get to enact your strategy. You get to pick the maps, you get to be in control of it as well. I'm thinking we might see some Maga come in here, especially Flashpoint wise. I mean, there's so many strategies you can do on Surasa and Flashpoint particularly, but I think it's a map where being aggressive is mostly rewarded. I don't think it's a map that you really want to sit back and poke and wait, especially when probably the best player on Bleed Esports is going to be playing medium range to long range hit scan. It's not really something you want to take, so I'm guessing, and just because we have time to go, I'm just going to guess, we're going to see a Genji and then some variation of a tank that can enable the Genji, a Maga perhaps, maybe even a Venture in there. Like, Maga Venture has been fun to watch.
Yeah, final thoughts, CP?
Yeah, I mean, he grabbed my point at the very end. I was going to say, is like, yeah, I mean, do not forget about Venture, because, we're seeing Venture, a little bit more, and, didn't quite work out for LGD in the last series, but I do think we're going to see it played a bit more as it goes on. So yeah, fully agree.
Here on Surasa, it was Gaming Gladiators that pulled out the Venture and snuck out the win. We'll see if, maybe that'll play a factor here as we move to our second map of this series. Send it on over to the casting combo. I forgot the nickname, so I'm going to guess what it was. It was Avrelios? Was that close enough, guys? Yeah? All right. Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah. So, good job.
We got to go for you guys.
Speed,
you got like 3 people there, though. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, we have to somehow combine all 3 of your names
We get
into
Hexagon.
one.
That's an easy one. Hexagon P or something like that.
Yeah, I think that
I like
works.
that. I like that a lot.
All right, we'll go, or just hexagons, and then we'll use the Z from ZP.
Oh my God, hexagons.
Okay,
Yeah, I
so
like
maybe
that.
we'll go with that.
I
But
like
either
that.
way, yes, we are getting ready to go into our second map here of this series and see how things bounce back here for the side of Zeta.
I got some thoughts about these bans real quick. So
By
we
all
are
means.
moving over towards Surasa Flashpoint now. I think Zeta banning Lucio is really smart, and for this particular reason, we have the role swap on towards Bleed. That looks like it's going to be maintained throughout the entire series, at least for now. They are specifically target banning Ace because he's a recent role swap. Remember, he's probably got limited time on this main support position in terms of what he's practiced. I wouldn't be surprised if he was hard spamming Lucio the entire time. So guess what? Take away the one here he's probably spent the most time on as a player that's got limited time on this position, and then you're going to start weakening that support line. So now we're going to be testing to see, can Ace play something like the Brig? Can he play something in terms of the double flex support? How deep is his support hero pool? Because he's the flex DPS player normally of this team, replaced by Yoshinori 2K so far on this roster, and that will be testing, and especially on a map like Surasa and Flashpoint in general, where we've always seen Lucio here. Lucio Kiriko, Lucio Bap. What are you going to play now? My immediate thought goes towards probably a Diva matchup, probably either Brig Bap or Brig Ana. And I think the other position that got banned was the Bleed Winston. Now, it could be that they're trying to protect the tank position, but why ban the Winston now? You know Fearless is on this roster. Ban the Winston later for a map that you expect maybe the Winston to be playing more. They possibly did expect, okay, it's Surasa. Maybe they keep the Fearless player in, maybe they keep Fearless in to play the Winston. You do have to, I believe, do the bans before the roster swaps. So, in a way, they kind of forced Fearless out, but I also think Fearless is probably going to go out anyway. They just lost with Fearless. I think Zeta were always going to go back to Burner eventually, and he's the real threat in the team because we're in an off-tank meta, not a main tank meta.
Yeah, and I mean, that's that extra layer that I think it's going to take a little while for the teams to get used to as we do get ready to go ahead and jump into the action here on Surasa to really get acclimated to, which is how do we really want to approach these bans? Because once you get rid of one, you can't do it again for the rest of the series. You have to make the ban before you know who you're going to be playing against. The teams can go ahead and make those adjustments, and that's why the disc was talking about at the beginning. You know, the deeper that you have, as far as the deeper roster you have, the more advantageous things can be for you.
I think I don't hate the Winston ban so much. It does remove the possibility of Fearless playing again, but as I said, I think Zeta were going to swap towards Burner at some point, probably now, eventually. You still have a push later on that, depending on the map, could be Winston favored, but, you know, get rid of it for now. It was a little bit of a threat in the previous map. Surasa, gate's about to be opening. I'm pretty sure it was Diva. I saw the Diva hovers, and it's actually going to be Burner, Diva, but Claire on the ramp.
Yeah, so Claire, I mean, the one who was pretty much running that Diva until the very end of Busan. Got to see the Malga for a brief little moment. It's going to be Bernard coming out with that Diva instead, and Alfie's going to be taking to the skies with that Pharah, Flora over on the Ashe.
And double flex supports both sides, so I mean that probably makes a little bit more sense for Bleed, considering that Ace probably has a bit more time on these aim type heroes, being a DPS player himself. I was thinking his Brig was maybe come through because that's something we've seen with the Divas in the past, but yeah, double flex support both sides is going to be a very pokey kind of match. I mean, Zeta in particular, look at that Pharah and Ashe along with double flex support. They really want to poke.
I mean, they do, but on the opposite side, you still have to be concerned about the guy who was really dominating at the beginning of that last map, which was High Vision. That being said, though, Alfie going to be able to find one as Yoshinori going to be trading back, but now Violet going to be taken down as High Vision speak his name, and he shall show up. He's able to find that backline support. Bernard is similarly going to be broken out of the back. Alfie going to be taken down, and this is going to be Bleed with another hot start.
I mean, again, High Vision on top of the leaderboard so far. He was my player to watch out for from that first map, and he's currently fragging again on map number 2 right away on that first point. And I think the range on market as well for Surasa really decent for the cast. I mean, Ashe is probably a little bit better generally overall in the meta, but not necessarily on this point, not right now.
This feels like things are starting a little bit more disjointed as far as the identity of the composition though for Zeta Division, because now Bernard is going to be swapping over off that Diva immediately over onto the Sigma.
You can play poke with this as well, but the problem is the Diva supports the Pharah so much better. I wouldn't be surprised if Alpha Yi moves over towards an Echo or something later, but Pharah can still work. Not a huge fan of Pharah on market as well. The retake is a little bit weird, a little bit wonky. It's susceptible to High Vision.
On the clear, does get knocked to the ground, and now we have perfectly timed Ace able to get that Nano online. Just go ahead and try to keep this guy alive. So far, looking good. High Vision going to be taking down those Violent. Does manage to find a little bit of revenge. Gets that kill.
He's
For now,
delayed.
still
Oh,
no
my
closer
goodness.
to getting this flip, but now with that nade, going to be lobbed in from Finn. They do take down Clear, and Zeta going to be one step closer to go ahead and getting this flip in their favor. But it's going to be in overtime, so Bleed, all they need is one more fight win, and this is going to be theirs.
I mean, what you see there is Zeta Division putting a ton of pressure onto Ace. What does that mean? Ace has to hide away. He doesn't have LOS into Clear. Clear isn't being main pocket healed by Ace, so his HP goes down. Pally needed to find the Kitsune Rush in that time. If you go from Nano directly into Kitsune Rush, I think you save that point. I think Bleed Esports continue this fight and maybe take away market, but the timing of which Clear too low HP, he backs out, Ace is backed out as well. Pally doesn't need the ultimate, and Zeta Division will clean up that fight, and now they're getting into their own timings. They have double flex supports available. Floor is sleeping for now, though.
Yeah, sleep. They're on the floor. Captain Sun going to be lobbed in. Looking for the catch of a couple different players. High Vision could be taking low, as is Ace. So far, kills not found.
Burn on trouble.
Rush comes through there from Pally, and that's going to be 2 kills going to be found here for the side of Bleed. Now on third, it's just going to be an absolute slaughter with Violet. The only man left standing here for a brief little moment to flip back into their favor, and Bleed are going to be taking our opening flashpoint here on Surasa.
Fun fact to Kilios, Bleed so far in this matchup haven't dropped a single round to Zeta Division. 2-0 on opening Busan, 1-0 so far in Surasa. Can they make it a 2-0 on Surasa so far? As Zeta Division will start to slowly swap their compositions over. Burner already swapped a little bit earlier. Now it's Finn and Violet moving up to new supports. Alpha Yi sticking on to the fire for now.
I mean, it's A new support. It's the Baptiste coming through, but we still have that bar. You still have Bernard trying to build up towards that flux, and he is just getting ripped asunder on this approach. Down to half HP. The Bob going to be invested here for floor. Looking to try to create some space, but the sleep comes through.
Just
Ace
wait it out.
is putting that down there on the floor. They back away, but Ace does get clipped. Bernard just being able to bounce those M1 shots. Does manage to find him. And that should set up for Zeta to maybe get this opening cap here on the second flashpoint.
Yeah, it looks like the 24 damage with the 2d12 from Bernard there. Zeta Division will be able to get this first point off the back of that kill because Bleed Esports otherwise could have just waited on the Bob, had the 5v5, have a potential time in getting that Nano online. Bernard does have Flux incoming for the next fight. There's not a lot to counter towards that Ace. Maybe needs to hit the sleep dart or something.
So he's going to be able to line it up for an Alfie. A little bit of damage, but widely.
Bleed waiting for Nano.
Being okay here for the time being. And yeah, the Nano now just 2% away. Similarly, that Kitsune Rush is almost there for Pally. And there you go. Nano going to be invested. The push forward here from the Ramatra. Immortality field already going to be cleared out. Bernard trying to backpedal. Floor does end up getting summoned. Now the Flux is going to be in play. The drop down clear. Falling low. Gets that healing boost here from Ace to try to keep him alive. It's going to be Alfie who ends up falling. Captain Sun again going to be coming through for Violet. But they've already lost out on 2 players. The punches just flying through, taking him out of the sky. And once again, Bleed Esports pushing back, getting themselves in control, and they can certainly take the lead from here.
It was the same strategy from Zeta Division as point 1. They want to put the pressure on to Clear. So much HP damage done towards Clear, but guess what? This time, Ace and Pally both have LOS, neither support pressured. They have perfect pocketing onto Clear, and then he just rolls up, punches down everybody in Zeta Division. Burnout now on his 3rd hero so far in the map. Zeta Division, I mean, they look confused. What are they trying to play here?
It's the 3rd, but it's the 2nd. He's back over onto the Diva, but Florida's finding a fantastic opening headshot here as that Amp Matrix gets invested from Finn. Vision taken down. Annihilation going to be popped with the barrage in response. Clear does not stand a chance. He will fall. Pally similarly cannot escape. Shinori just going to be trying to dash his way out to safety and will be able to do so, but Zeta Division back in control just as quickly as they lost the lead. They're right back into it.
Dueling Bobs for the next fight, and it might be the final one as well. Zeta Division pushing 99 for sure. Bleed still need one more. I mean, if it's not clean, Zeta still get a retake, even if they lose the next fight, so...
Clear matching.
Okay. Clear on the Diva as well. Now just remember, Bleed Esports beat Zeta Division in Asia on the Flashpoint map. It was New Junk City. It was Diva. We are on Surasa. Let's see what happens. Dueling Bobs, remember.
Just the dash forward. Overtime going to be forced out. The Bob's going to be in play here for both sides, but Ace, of course, can get that sleep. Trying to nullify, but here around the corner, just keeping space occupied, trying to deny the push up. And the one from the set of Bleed ends up falling down the bottom of the staircase. It doesn't find too much value. Violet, however, shutting down that flank coming through into the back line. Yoshinori 2K going to be taken out there as Violet finds that kill. Flora gets a headshot on the pallet. Clear, knocked out of the back. High Vision, all he can do is offer up 1 here onto the enemy Ash. And it looks like the point win streak for Bleed will come to a conclusion here on the second as we get tied up 1-1.
Well, the problem here for the matchup is because Violet is on the Alara, he's got the extra healing partner. So if we're in this extended poking battle, which we were again, Bob versus Bob, neither team actually wants to engage. They're both just poking out, finding position, jostling for position. Violet's going to out-heal Pally. Pally might be able to do a lot here, but the Alari does more in that neutral state. So Zeta Division 1-1 now. They finally got a round off a Bleed. So move over towards Palace, and it will be, what, Violet, Burner on ultimates. Alfie might have another one here. You have to save Claire, although this time Claire is on a Diva with a Matrix. He might be able to save himself versus the barrage instead.
High Vision back over onto the cast as well, just trying to take Alfie out of the sky as effectively as humanly possible. First, it's going to be a Nano invested over on towards Clear.
Huge disengage.
Yeah, everybody just pulling back away from the side of Zeta Division, but now looking to hit the go button. Inside Captive Sun is available, just waiting to try to dodge out from that D-Matrix. Hit does go across, connects on the ace, I do believe, but there's not that much follow-up damage to actually try to get the pop. Bernard with the self-destruct, not able to clear too much space. Just to get back into the mech, but for how long? That's a big question. They do
They
get the
capped that underneath Finn's window as well. That's actually insane. I don't know, Zeta Division without touching on something that is really poor again. They're just letting these points go out from underneath them.
Yeah, second time that it's really happened with the dynamite through. Flora able to collect one. High Vision going to be taken down. Anti there on to Finn. He was slept for a brief moment, got woken up. But up over the top, Alpha E getting the jump there onto Ace, managing to take him out. Clear will be able to go ahead and get rid of that enemy Farah, but swiftly thereafter loses the mech, loses his life, and the cleanup will be coming through. So Zeta Division, they still haven't gotten the flip. They're going to get this fight, but they still do give up over 50%.
These small details matter, Achilles, because Zeta Division should be at 48 themselves right now. The fact that they actually won the fight, used resources, but are down 0 to 48, momentum is gigantic on Flashpoint. You can't afford to be down 0-48 when you should be up 48-0. So Bleed Esports, they get to buy themselves a ton of time here. Reset to a completely fresh state, no ultimates. Will be, in fact, Bob coming through for Flora very soon versus Yoshinari and Claire.
Finn slept. Finn going to be lopped in. No eat on that. It connects on the 2. Finn down below half HP. Flora similarly eating quite a bit of damage. See Clear trying to go for the chase forward here. The Pulse Bomb not going to be able to find too much of anything there. Self-destruct still going to be available, so Clear has a get out of jail free card. For now, it's just going to be a pilot taken down, but no, another sleep dart setting up the kill. High Vision able to find Alpha Yi. Skirting around the back lines. That Tracer going to be eliminated.
Watch Nano engage. Ace wants it on Claire. Bob will be leaving soon.
Bob buys a little bit more time, but there's a Nano engage. Violet getting jumped on. Captive Sun going to be coming through. And again, similarly, that D-Matrix just looking for the E, and they have it. Clear takes it away, takes away Violet's life. Finn as well. Falling to the wayside. Bleed already have the flip into their favor. They're looking for the lead here on Flashpoint.
I want to make it clear as well. I mean, this might be really interesting and about to talk to Claire, pun intended. You saw Violet's ultimate being eaten away by Claire there. You might think that's a really ridiculous thing. Why is Violet doing that? But he's actually forcing the entire defense matrix from Claire during the Nano, and it kind of wastes the Nano. So yes, Violet's ultimate is gone. Captive Sun is a great ultimate, I know, but you are also wasting Claire's time. They don't win the fight, but I can see and understand the strategy from Zeta, so I don't mind it. They now need to get a good retake coming in, though. That's the most important thing. Set up a good window for Finn.
All right, well, the touch is going to be there. Not going to allow for that one to get away scot-free, but they still need to try to win up this fight. Otherwise, Bleed's going to be moving up 2-1. Have that map point in their back pocket. Deadeye now going to be popped. High Vision looking for a target to sleep under Bernard. He's trying to break the mech, but no. He manages to get the D-Matrix up in time, keep himself alive. Anti's there, but now Clear out on the point. Clear pops that self-destruct, tucked away behind the fountain, does manage to get back into safety, but Ant Matrix still set up on the stairs for Finn. Just trying to play around that one here, trying to really enable Flora to do some damage. Flank going to be noted. High Vision going to be taken down. Bernard able to find him with the rockets. Yoshinori still similarly down below half HP. And I guess does not have that ready to go as far as the recall is concerned. Break on the mech with the pulse bomb coming through, and Ace going to be taken down. Zeta Division rescuing this point, give themselves another shot.
I mean, Zeta were lucky to win that fight because they had no positioning. Burner was the only one that could actually get a trade, and he's got no mech now, so can Bleed respawn in time. High Vision on the sim. They want to teleport for it. It looks like they do want to contest, and they should. If they can actually touch and contest, Burner doesn't have mech.
I don't think they can get it, though. No one's going to be able to get there in time. It's going to be Zeta taking the lead.
Such a shame.
If they could have that touch, it would have actually been such a crucial timing because Pally just had gotten that Kitsune Rush online.
Yeah, I think if they were able to contest somehow. Okay, let's keep sleep dart. You're right, Pally ultimates. Burner can't do anything. Suddenly it's a different game altogether. But Burner was the one that actually got the kill onto Bleed Esports while Zeta were backing up. You saw them lose all positioning off the Palace. It looked like they were going to lose the fight. It looked like Bleed were going to go 2-1 on this map. But it's now going to be 2-1 for Zeta Division. Bleed Esports need to really lock in for this next point.
Captive Sun once again here from Violet trying to lead the charge. Sunstruck does connect here onto Clear, taking him lower and lower. It's going to be the Suzu. Just go ahead and clear things out. Kitsune Rush in response as well, as it will be able to resustain this Diva and keep him in the mech.
Bob needs to go on the point, ideally here as well. Zeta do not want to blow Bob too early just to try and take positioning. You want to have Bleed on the point. Stop the point from capping. Here comes the Bob, nice.
Bob goes charging through. Nano goes out, Clear. Taking that one once again, just like trying to get with these targets. Just trying to find the kill. Finn under fire, falling down below half HP. The self-destruct going to be set up and over the top. Now the up is Clear. Gets rid of both of the supports in the blink of an eye.
Wow. And they haven't capped. No one's capped us, so Bleed's going to get the first cap again. Zeta will once again be behind. They use big ultimates here. Burner tried his damn best. He actually got the frags. He got the trades. I mean, he really prevented things from going worse for Zeta Division. But that one kill from Claire, self-destructing Alpha E. How do you get caught out by that? Come on, we're at the top level here. This is Esports World Cup. Alpha E, you cannot die to these self-destructs. That wasn't even like a purposely planned self-destruct. That's like, Claire, I'm about to die. I need a reset mech. I'm praying for something here. I'm just hoping to get maybe even a healing pylon. He gets a whole damn tracer, and Zeta Division are down 1.
They are. and now it swaps here onto the supports once again as Finn moves over to onto the Ana. Violet over onto the Brig. This one's for all the marbles to try to close out Surasa, stop Bleed from being able to run this one back and potentially get themselves up 2-0
They have
in
no
the series.
timing versus Pally. I mean, he's about to get another Katsuna rush. Instead of have what? No entry position at all. Alfie has to land the stick of his life, but Suzu's still available. I mean, this is going to be really tough, actually.
Probably a little way out, but the heals start coming through. Ace keeping him alive. Alfie just trying to go for the Hail Mary, lobs it in, but it catches nothing but the wall. Deadeye now similarly pushing through off the back of the Kitsune rush, and everyone hightailing it out to safety. Looking for the angle, looking to try to clear it out, but nips Alfie there. I think the rear cannot find the kill.
Lee probably went a little too far that they shouldn't have used the Deadeye as well. They should have just played only the Kitsune rush, used the Deadeye afterwards. Now Zeta Division have an entry. They have Flora coming through the bot. They are 0-99 though. Finn nearly died.
Does nearly get taken down, but it's going to be Alfie falling first and foremost. The headshot comes in, High Vision, finding the kill. Flora, gone, self-destruct, clearing some space, back into the mech they go. Flip is there for Zeta Division, in control for the moment, but can they maintain it? Sleep now in, Bernard going to be taking it out. The DPS still dead, waiting to rejoin. Nano across on to clear, he's anti, but does not give a damn. He's still pushing forward, looking for these kills.
Good Nano.
It's going to be the Nano, having to come through, but now the anti is out on the bullet supports. Violet just trying to stay alive, and he's got so much left to do. Bernard slept once again, Pilot taking down Violet. The DPS, they rejoin the fight, but now they are completely and utterly supportless. Bernard gonna have to use the self-destruct, try to clear some space, try to survive, try to get that remake off. He's in the corner, but he cannot. Yoshinori gets the punish. LBE right back into the fight, taken down immediately, and Bleed. They're going to persevere. They're going to be able to get this cap. They're going to tie us up here 2-2 on Surasa.
I mean, Burner, time and time again, he's trying to put the hand of God out there. Please let me carry. I need to do this right now. It's basically up to Burner. There's no supports alive. He's got this self-destruct. And if he remakes, there's a chance. You got Zeta Division coming back with the reinforcements, but he doesn't get back in the mech. Bleed Esports, they might have overused ultimates, in my opinion, in that second to last fight, or maybe the last fight. They still had enough in the bank. Get the double support kills. Huge buy there from Ace. Roll swap player, by the way. And now towards the final point.
And look at where they're at as far as the ult economy is concerned. 3 ultimates ready to go. Pally does have that. Kitsune rush once again. Violent Finn is hovering around 30%. Sleep guard out from Finn to try to peel. Clear does get slapped, but Finn's going to be taken down. Yoshinori able to find that kill. Now they look for a little bit more. Suzu out, clear, able to just go ahead and pull back away.
I like
very
that.
Clean exit.
No, I think that's really good coming through from Bleed Esports. Do not try and overplay your hand here. Get the cap. You don't want to waste anybody's life. Clear does not want to risk a demake here. Don't blow any extra ultimates. You're currently still ahead. High Vision about to get the next ultimate. Ace will have a Nano as well. Ace ahead of Finn. Huge timing on that position. Zeta Division, what's their entry here? Waiting for Rally. Alfie, can he land something? It'll be hard.
For now, just trying to keep him alive, and Alfie, pulse bomb, it went out, didn't find anything.
Okay, Valley,
once again, Sleep on to clear, they are able to force that self-destruct, and maybe even already going to be taken down. So now Rally rolling, but Violet just absolutely melted down. Rally doesn't mean a damn. He gets cleaned up. And Bleed Esports now get the electric cowboy, High Vision, get a headshot after headshot, takes out Flora, takes out Alpha E, takes out Finn, and takes out Zeta Division's hopes and dreams. Bernard, broken out of the mech, has to hold on to the ultimate at the time. Is not there. They're just going to keep staggering this thing. Yeah, the point, it still takes up.
That's final fight. That's final fight. How are they going to touch? 80%, by the way. You're not going to respawn in time. Burner is not going to be alive for the recontest. Has to be a 4v5 Zeta Division recontest. And what can they do? Alfie has to go for the touch. If he gets stunned here, if he gets knocked by anything, it's done. Okay, he does get a touch, but can they fight? What do they have?
Through, has to pop the recall.
Finn Nano.
Nano about to be online, but Alpha E going to be taken down. Bob going to be going for it, occupies the point, keeps things extended for a little bit longer, and Clear has to go ahead and evacuate. Down to about half HP. For now, the point going to be cleared out, handed over to Zeta Division, but now the Kitsune rush as they immediately look to turn things around. They're right back into this 1R bleed. Clear being sustained here for the time being. Bernard receiving that Nano there from the side of Finn. Just trying to keep that Diva alive and well as much as they possibly can. Ace and Valley both low on HP, have to pull back. Yeah. So for now, Zeta Division going to continue ticking up, but there's the strike. Yoshinori gets into the back line, finds Floor, taking him down. The DPS cut in half.
And Clear alive here, so Ace might go down. He doesn't. half win, but they're going to have to get through as Zeta looking just a little bit stronger now into this last fight.
Well, Alfie, the pulse bombs have been a bit wanting here. Thus far, sticks haven't been found. Nano off the rip, clear, leading the charge. Deadeye pop, and High Vision gets absolutely destroyed. Ace taken down as well. Man advantage very clearly here on the side of Zeta Division, who are saying, we'll let you get close, but we're not letting you get up 2-0 over top of us. The overtime will bleed down, and Zeta will be able to clinch things up here on Surasa to take the win.
I mean, High Vision, get this man a shield. He is carrying the day so far, but unfortunately in that last fight, he's the first one taken down. I believe a sleep dart landed directly on top of him, and they just rush him down. And if I'm Bleed, I'm pissed right now, because that was close enough that if I'm Bleed, I believe I should have won that one. Bleed believe they probably should have won that one, and it was close enough that I think they probably should. But Zeta, they came out clutch final fight.
That they certainly did. Well, we'll go ahead and pass things back over to the analyst desk once more to break down all of the craziness from Surasa.
Thank you very much, guys. That was a hell of a frickin' go there, right? Holy cow, Bleed almost about to get it. We're about to sing Hype's praises right there. Clear just going straight on in with the Diva, but Zeta said not so fast. And when it was time for the clutch plays, they showed up.
I mean, I'll just go back and say that Violet is just one of the best players. You put him on anything. Like, it's just amazing to me because I've watched his evolution as one of the most aggressive yet rewarded Zenyatta players in the world. And this goes back. And then a new hero's released, and it's Baptiste, and he's immediately one of the best in the world on it. And then it's no surprise that he comes in and he can play Alari, of all things. And Alari works so well with what they're running because you can just kind of pop it up. I mean, I think Alari works great on Flashpoint. We're going to have to see that play out. But also works great with the Pharah and the Sky, like all of these rotating metas. But then, when the big play's needed, he ults onto the Brig and gets the bash that denies the last push. But look, we could talk Zeta Division all we want. They needed that one pretty badly, by the way, because this is a team that I feel like can be tilted. But let's give all the props of the world to Bleed, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, Bleed made them work for it every step of the way. I mean, I thought I was going to have to come on the desk and go, well, look, at this point, I'm either Z Prophecy or Z Pachamari with my prediction at the very beginning here. Because it was going to be 2-0 Bleed, and I predicted Zeta. But it would have been on the script, so it would have been good. But you break down how Zeta came into this, Hex. You sort of brought it up in the pregame before going into this map of going like, well, maybe they got rid of Lucio because they want to play slow. I don't think Zeta can come in here and play the support lineup they did if Lucio is available. I think it was strictly a compositional choice, only enabled by being able to get Lucio out, which means that you can put Violet on the Alari, and you can have Finn still on the BAP. You can play it slower and play a little bit more to your strengths.
Yeah, and I mentioned like Poke maybe not being the best, but that's more of like a New Junk City thing because I forgot about this mid fight that happens here where people can just set up and you do want to play Poke, and that's where the Pharah can be really good on just getting chip, and then you add Alari into that mix and you get chip at the end. Like, it's just, there's so much pressure that goes on. So it might be a continuing strategy if it goes further, because I know bans work in a way that they can't ban Lucio again.
Correct.
So it's going to be something interesting to watch. It might be a time where, their ban ends up being... We haven't seen a ton of like damage bans so far because
it's mainly been tank and support.
Because it's that impactful. But maybe you just kind of flex them and be like, High Vision, you don't get to play Cass no more. Your Cass is it's your best hero by a mile. Like maybe take that away. That'd be interesting to see. But I do think that there is some merit to watching the Zeta team be meta-proof. Zeta is meta-proof.
Yeah, well, one of the unique things about this matchup so far compared to all the matches that we've seen on the stream is that we've got the substitutions. Bernard came in for Fearless. How did you feel like that substitute did, and how would you move forward here, ZP?
I mean, as I look at it, I feel like you keep Bernard in. I mean, look, Fearless is a great player, don't get me wrong, but you think about what Bernard is good at, and, yeah, recent history may have had more on Orisa, but you look way back in the past, this is someone that has thousands upon thousands of hours on D.Va and has been an excellent D.Va at that in a setup right now where D.Va is clearly strong, and that's not trying to make a pun because I'm going straight over to, you look at what Clear is doing on the other side, right? Yep. If you need to match that to an extent. Right now, I'd argue Clear has actually been playing better over Bernard. Bernard still played really well, but look, if D.Va's going to have that big of an impact on the game, and the other team's going to be using it that much, at this point, I feel like you need one of your own.
So then wouldn't that be a, let's ban the D.Va, then Bernard, you come out, Fearless, come back in, you go on Winston, and let's see what Clear can do? That's a strategy they could take, right?
Absolutely.
All right, well then we'll see how things change up. We'll get those bans for you very, very shortly. A very close 1-to-1. A final touch, 99% here on map 1. There's no way you could have seen that this was going to happen.
I mean, I'm a little flabbergasted because, like, kind of like going into this, doing the prep, I was like, hey, it'd be a fun point to bring up the last match, right? But I did not expect it to repeat because it's one of those things that, like, it is Zeta is a team that we think should be top 3, just by nature of the gauntlet that they've gone through in that region and just barely missing out on DreamHack. You think they're going to come in angry. They add some key parts. The roster looks really good when you're in a ban system and everything. And I was really just prepping it, to be dead honest, to be like, well, I want to talk really nice about Bleed as the tournament starts. Right? I don't see them going to 5 again. That was just kind of a lightning in the bottle thing. But then they win the control, which is how they started that last series. They look like they almost win Flashpoints, how they started the last series. Now the question is, you know, like I mentioned earlier, the escort map was embarrassing for them in the last series, going back in the history. But I really think that if you're Bleed right now, even if you lose this series, you're happy with how this started. Like, it gives you confidence that you might have a chance in this group. You might not be the worst team in this group. You might be playing forward, which I think maybe they didn't consider. But now you have all the confidence in the world. You can hear the guys yelling.
Yeah, and again, for, I guess, everyone back home, the other teams in this group, M80 and ENTS. ENTS probably one of the better European teams, one of the better Western teams. M80 could perform, could underperform. Who knows what could happen with them. So Bleed trying to find their way into the playoffs, and if they make their way to the playoffs, it doubles their money in terms of the prize pool that are there. Here's your bans as we go to Midtown. It's Mauga getting banned out here by Zeta, and BAP getting banned out by Bleed. How do you feel about this, ZP?
I think the BAP ban is actually pretty smart here from Bleed, because I'm pretty sure last time they were on a hybrid, BAP was in play. And look, one of the things that Zeta was very good at versus Bleed is that their defense was very hard for Bleed to crack. I mean, Bleed just got stonewalled both on hybrid and on escort, right? So you kind of want to get rid of a support that can allow your team to just sit and not die with a defensive positioning, which BAP is historically pretty good at, right? So I think the BAP ban here actually is very, very smart. The Mauga ban, again, I just feel like this is Fearless getting swapped in? This feels like Fearless is getting swapped in. That's what that ban like tells me.
Yes, Fearless in, Bernard out. There you go. Gotcha.
Well done. I'm going to hyper-focus on Violet again because I like to talk about the best players in the world, and he's always been one of my favorite players because he's ultra-aggressive. Maybe this is a thing that they don't want to allow Zeta to be able to run a sit-back, poke, double flex, right? You put Finn on Ana, and then you run the Baptiste as well. Sit back there, because this is a map where you can also run a Sigma, which is decent on it, although with Fearless coming in, we'll see. It's, maybe not his best hero, but it's very possible. And then you just don't want to get run down. So I think that, you saw what happened when you allow Violet to play whatever he wants. One of the best, flex supports in the world who's been on main support for the last couple of years. So an interesting swap here. Yeah, I think we might see some long-range hit scan too. It's always been a map for that, especially First Point. First Point in this map is so defining. It's one of the few maps that we still see full holds a lot of the time because those have gone away as we moved to Overwatch 2 and 5v5 because there's more space. You're not getting double tanked down and you're not unable to cap that very first point, but it still happens in Midtown.
Yeah. I love how you keep bringing up Violet because when you take a look at the support on the other side with Ace coming on in, moving to that role, not from like, oh, we'll just do, from flex to main. It's no, I'm going from DPS to, I guess, like flex now, or support, I guess, if he's playing Lucio main. It's so unique to see, wow, and you're thrown right on in. Your first test is against one of the best. I feel like Ace just has so many questions to answer, not of like, like he's been playing poorly. It's just like, wow, this is such a big change for anyone to do.
Yeah, and we're also going to have to see who's on offense and defense first. I feel like it's almost to your benefit to be on defense first and just really set the brick wall up and know like, oh, we just need to capture the first point. Shouldn't even be a problem. We just need a third. So you can see it so often here. I do feel like it is, if you're playing defense, it has to be poke. Dive has never really been great even offensively on this map. There's not a great way to like come over the top or do anything. It's a very linear first point. You got to get either through the tunnel, go up the stairs. Doesn't feel great because you're fighting uphill. Historically, in every battle, fighting uphill, not a grand idea. Or you rotate through on the other side, and you maybe bring your Winston with you, or no, your Reinhardt with you. We've seen Space Station do it a lot. You boost in, you set up on the corner behind the bus. So like, it's just a defensive favored map, especially that first point. It just offers so much defender's advantage, and I think that's why they didn't want to play against a poke comp. They didn't want to let Violet just sit back there on Baptiste and hammer away.
No, definitely not. And I mean, look, you think about why this would be the case here and why this would be good for Zeta also is that these sorts of maps, right, where it takes more team coordination, more practice to go and have a good offense against like a very entrenched defensive position. That's always been the case in Overwatch. And while Bleed might be good in more chaos-oriented situations, this tests their ability to be more coordinated, which last time these teams fought, they failed at.
Yeah, well, as you see, the players have now locked on in and are ready to go. Heroes have been chosen. It will be Bleed on defense first. What do you make of that, casters?
Well, thank you very much to the Hexagons over there. Not sure what to make of this one. We'll have to see what happens as we do get ready to jump into the map, but the Malga going to be taken away.
I mean, we're looking at a situation where Back to Midtown, and Back to Midtown is in reference to, again, the Asia main event, which, you know, is the main reference to the last time these two teams played. It's actually the last time these two teams played anybody at all. And it was Midtown, map number 3. Guess what? That time, Zeta Division 3-0, full holding, by the way, full capping and full holding this Bleed squad. However, Bernard versus Claire in that matchup. Sigma being played by Claire. A little D.Va, a little bit of the Orisa being played by Bernard, but we have a substitution. It's going to end up being Fearless in. Looking over towards the bans again. I mean, we're looking over towards the BAP and the Malga. So BAP being gone, Bleed wants to remove the ability for Violet to be able to come through on that. Double flexible, could be a Brick BAP situation, Lucio BAP situation, get rid of all of that. And the response ended up being Malga, which I think is kind of interesting in the sense that they obviously didn't know Fearless was going to come back in, but now this, I think, kind of locks Fearless into mostly playing either Winston or Ryan. I don't know if Ryan's actually good in this meta just yet, but the other option for Fearless is probably going to end up being the Malga. I mean, what's really scary? He's not going to be playing the Sigma, nor the D.Va. So, I mean, maybe Rissa, probably not. So, yeah, it's going to be Winston.
But for now, at least the hover here on the Winston. Alfie flashing the Pharah once again. Curious to see if that's going to be sticking through, because of course High Vision on the opposite side, we know that he is committed in with this Ashe, so we could put that far out that much more at risk.
Yeah, it's going to be another mostly poke out of both teams. However, when you look at the Fearless situation, it's like a weird poke, right? Typically, this is where you actually want to have a D.Va. You look at both Ashe and Fire. We saw that on Surasa at the beginning. You look at the double flex support situation. Putting a D.Va in there or a Sigma in there makes a lot of sense. But the Winston, he's like a solo diver. They're attacking, by the way, guys. So Brig Anna, that actually makes a lot more sense. Now we're moving over towards an actual dive composition.
Immediate sleep. Can they capitalize in any way, though?
He'll TP.
Yeah, shield was there. Clear, able to just go ahead and keep protected, make sure they can't get any long-range damage through. Another Fearless just hopping across the waves. Running up these right clicks, taking some zaps, looking for a target. Yoshinori just trying to draw some attention here, but Fearless just going to be playing ring around the rosy, going around the back, trying to maybe contest this point, but Yoshinori going to be taken down as Alfie finds the opening kill.
I was going to say, like, Zeta have rotated Fearless, but nobody else. For me, it doesn't matter because they got a one pick up. Claire's in a lot of trouble here. He's probably going to go down. Suzu was saved. He's trapped and trained.
I mean, yeah, they get the cleanse, but now they're just pushing up, trying to further trap him, and he will get taken down. Flora able to find that kill. Pally going to be eliminated, and it's looking like Shades of the Past might be coming back up once again here as this opening volley. There's just no real resistance.
It's a shame to say that this is the sloppiest we've seen Bleed so far in this series. I mean, it's lights out in the first 2 maps, maybe a couple of minor mistakes, a couple of overplays on Surasa, but mostly that was pretty satisfactory. But here, I mean, what was the opening defense? How does Yoshinori just get taken down by Alpha Yi? It should be hard for Zeta to rotate, and yet they had the 5v4 rotation. Pretty clean, clear now, swapping Queen.
Yep, right over to the Junker Queen here, playing close. Violet does get knifed and does get taken down. Probably able to collect that one with a nice little headshot, and Alpha Yi similarly low ground, not exactly where the Fire wants to be, is that Yoshinori can just that easily collect the kill.
Well, that's just a good marking by Yoshinori because Alpha Yi wants to take the long angle, he wants to make the long rotation, and Yoshinori just shuts him down. Claire moving over towards the Junker Queen is a clear counter towards Fearless's Winston. You're also going to be having a little bit of a counter versus Byronate as well with your own shout, so really do like that. No Lucio here for Bleed Esports might hurt the Queen a little bit. Ace might have to think about slowing over towards the Lucio later on.
That's going to be the case, but for now, Nano about to be there for Ace to try to match, but up and over the top, Alpha Yi making good use of that ult immediately. Deals with the enemy on it. Consider Rush going to be used here by Pally in response, but they're still backpedaling, giving up space.
I mean, they just continue rushing the underpass with the 0 target. Zeta Division instantly jump out. Fearless has no knife in him. He's just going to be able to move away as well. And now the Kitsuna Rush is gone. Ace is going to have to ultimate next, and Zeta Division can once again, they can just back out.
Tempo's looking really good for him. Violet now. Ult online, the rally can come through. As Axe is going to be denied away. There's the drop down, but Yoshinori going to be eliminated. Flora able to find one. Anti here on to Clears. He tries to stay alive. Shield bash through from Violet. Just trying to slow him up, but he's still able to collect 2 kills now, looking for the 3rd. Slashes across. Violet going to be falling low, and Ace will collect that one. And somehow, some way, Bleed Esports will be able to turn the tides of this fight.
I mean, the rally be damned. Claire just kind of rolls on through. I didn't even see any real CC come over towards him. He didn't get slept over the entire fight. He just ran past everyone, went straight for the supports. Violet rallied, apparently, but Claire doesn't care about that one. It just cleaves through Violet.
I got bashed, that was it.
Yeah, that's right. We see the whip shot coming through. Okay, you kind of deny the carnage, but Claire didn't seem perturbed by that. Keeps walking on forward, does what Jungle Queen does best. Press shift, walk up. Zeta Division losing the first fight so far on the offense.
Now, with the rally out, that rampage that's built up here for Clear can find that much more value. So curious to see how they're going to... Well, okay, never mind. How are they going to play around it? Well, Violet can just go ahead, mace to the face, takes out Clear, takes out Pilot, and that's going to be 2 kills immediately found here for the support. Looking for a little bit more, taking Yoshinori going to be down on low HP, but Flora will collect that kill. High Vision will die, and that should just about be a cap here on B.
That's just sloppy again from Bleed, unfortunately. You can't just lose Claire off rip. They're not going to touch for this one either. Zeta Division, oh my goodness, they get that cap, having used 0 ultimates. Violet solo carrying, he gets a double kill there. Pally, again, just dying off rip here. Ace now finally swapping over towards a Lucio, but they lose B, and again, importantly, Achilles, without Zeta burning anything. That's gigantic for momentum.
Sure. Sound barrier shielding and trying to keep you protected when that barrage comes through, when that bomb just chipping away at the back line. Fearless for now, just set up above. High Vision
By
swaps
the way,
over.
You can't even just go for Rampage here either. You have to be very concerned about the whip shot. You have to be concerned about the sleep out as well. Debate a couple of abilities out. Also Zeta Vision, they can always run.
Okay, well, Anti's out on the 2. Alfie and Violet both going to be clipped there by that Rampage, but Flora just chucks in some dynamite, finds High Vision, and suddenly that Echo completely nullified. Clear, dead, Pilot dealt with, and Zeta Division are just carrying on their merry way, looking to fully replicate the script from last time.
It's just Nano, only used by Zeta Division. At this point, Zeta can clear this entire map with about 3 minutes left in time. Back, they got 4 ultimates still to play through. Bob and Primal, fantastic ultimates for the final fight. Alfie can just clean up Claire with a single barrage. Pally basically has to have that Suzu available at all times, and he's still waiting for ultimate.
The knife connected either way. Alfie still right as rain up here in the sky. Multiple players clustered here onto this left-hand side. Fearless with a dive forward. Bob's going to be invested. Consider rushing in around the back. To see when Alfie pulls the trigger on the ultimate, but so far has not needed to. There it is, layering it in as Alfie collects them all just about. And that is going to be 3:13 remaining. And Zeta Division make it to the end of Midtown.
At this point, if you just tuned in and you don't even know what the scoreboard is, you're like, yeah, this is exactly what I expected. Zeta Division, 3rd seed from Korea, Bleed Esports, minor region Pacific. Of course, Zeta Division is just going to clean up Bleed and just sweep them, right? But if you pay attention to the first 2 maps, this is now a strange result. This is kind of crazy that Bleed is this far behind of the map so far. I mean, this is the one good showing. You saw Claire just going into the underpass, chasing down the supports, just carving through Violet as you do on Jungle Queen, but every other fight, it's just been sloppy. Claire dies, first kill right after that replay fight that we saw in the mid, and then you look over towards the entire C. Was there a C defense, Achilles? I didn't see one. Nope. I didn't see an A defense either. Unfortunately, Claire got 1 rampage off. He clipped 2 players, I believe, then got slipped afterwards. He's getting nailed by a lot of CC now, especially on that C point. And this Jungle Queen just doesn't look like it's putting any pressure on Fearless. If you're Fearless right now, you're asking the question, is there even a Jungle Queen? Because I'm having the time of my life.
It's pretty much just been open up the play however he really wants, and now Bleed have that much more pressure on them as they shift over onto the attack. Clear for now, going to be showing us that Diva. Maybe anticipating that Alfie is going to be sticking with the Pharah.
I want to talk about this situation with the Pharah as well, because, you know, Claire on the Diva is going to have a lot more pressure versus Alfie, but we also expect the Diva or not for Bleed. If you're Yoshinori 2K on the Echo, you need to be pressuring Alfie out. And it could be a tempo situation for Bleed where they just never had situation walk up because they're playing Jungle Queen. They have no damage mitigation. Flora and Alfie can just poke them out. I mean, that's a huge problem that Bleed have to deal with. So, yeah, I think the Diva actually is going to be the pick here, but they're just fighting uphill now because even if they finish the map and they'll have a much better matchup with the Diva, 3 minutes 13 is huge on Midtown.
Yeah, pretty tough to try to beat that one. So let's see what they got here in the tank as things get opened up. Clear going to be put down on the floor, taking a nap for a brief little moment, and that opens up for Violet to get in on top of Yoshinori.
Yeah.
Immediately the kill going to be found, the break on the mech, and the stagger on Clear. Keep them alive as long as they possibly can.
Yeah.
As there you go.
You see a situation where Finn gets the sleep dart onto Claire, which he really needs to try and be able to eat if possible. He might have just been off-angled there. Because he gets slept, he wakes up, puts the Matrix directly on his teammates, but you can't Matrix a shield bash, and so Violet's going to find that kill to Yoshinori. So very clean opening defense, and now they're going to start to run away a little bit with the ult charge here. Finn looking at the 51. I don't think anyone died on Zeta as well, so no need to wait for any respawners. Bleed just don't have momentum here.
Our Vision looking for a bit of a pinch here, and it's going to come to fruition. Finn does get taken down. That Ana slow up the build time towards that first nano here on the defense.
Oh,
they're no closer to getting their way over to the point, and Alfie just continues to pummel rockets forward over towards a train car and comes up with the kill.
There's just no conversion of your Bleed. You have a 5v4, you need to get the 5v3 right after that. High Vision gets called by LPE because Bleed is just slow.
Somehow holds onto the mech for a little bit longer. Pulls back into the fire department. Keeps himself alive. Top up on the HP bars as much as humanly possible. And now it's going to be the rally. Pop from the side of Violet. Whip shot finds Ace. Probably going to be taken down. And now you're supportless. 2 minutes, 27 seconds remaining as the reset comes through, and yep, the stagger on to clear. This time should be even more brutal.
It's just a timing issue, like I said, because Bleed lose that fight so one-sidedly. I mean, Zeta didn't lose any players, right? Pally is so off on the timing for the Katuna rush. Clear's just going to take a long time to die here. Finn still hasn't really used ultimate. One single timing on the rally coming through from Violet. They push him downstairs in Fire Station. Bleed can't do anything against that because they're waiting for Pally.
But you saw that. The call was, okay, Clear saying, like, I think I can get out, Ace comes in to try to bail him out, get that move speed going, ends up dying as well. So it's another kill. Handed over to Zeta Division.
It really does look like 2 months ago when Zeta Division full finishes and then gets a full hold versus Bleed, unless something changes currently. And in this situation, Bleed should have an ultimate economy advantage over Zeta, but they don't, because Zeta barely spent.
Don't really have to use too much, as you say. Cinderess there from Pilot, just forcing them back. Zeta Division more than happy to just play disengage and then look to go back in. Once that ult does expire, Bob going to be leaving the charge. Alpha E trying to build up here towards that ult, but they deny Bob access to the point, so he's not keeping that contested for now. 2 ticks going to be gave it out. He's finding one. High Vision going to be taken down. It's going to be the Nano in onto Flora. Self-destruct to try to clear some space, but the Baby Diva already dealt with. Finn will fall to that ultimate, but the cleanup is all Zetas. They can reset. They can get themselves back in a position for a further defense, as there's just 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining.
And they're still further behind on ultimates. Once again, every single fight Zeta win, they win with minimal ults expended, sometimes no ultimates expended. Bleed have to play through absolutely everything. Perfect disengage. It's worth it to give up 2 ticks for that just to keep the ult economy. A minute left to go. I mean, Bleed needs an opening frag somewhere out of here.
Clear nearly just getting killed here in the neutral, pushing forward, trying to get that axe across, cannot make it happen.
Like, what utilities left? I think Suzu and Shout are gone, right? So what are Bleed doing now? They got 45 seconds, waiting for cooldowns, no ultimates play through.
Yeah, they still have to worry about this barrage on the opposite side. LPE having to outbuild that one up. Clear continuing to just get brutalized on the entry. Shout comes through. LPE under an immense amount of fire, falling down to double-digit HP, but they cannot confirm the kill. Barrage now going to be opened up, and Clear already dead. Fearless able to find that elimination. Yoshinori going to get a headshot as Flora collects 2, and that is it. The map is going to be done and dusted, as Pally will be the last one to fall. A team kill to go ahead and cap it off as we wait out the final 15 seconds.
Yeah, Zeta just push up, find Ace and High Vision who have to touch here. I mean, Clear just dies without even forcing Primal from Fearless. Fearless just kills him off rip on normal, just default. So you got so much to work through here.
Trying to push through.
Yeah, go for
Ace is trying to go for the touch, but he's instantly dealt with. And that will be it. A salute from Fearless, and yep, GG's on the map. We'll see you in the next one. Zeta Division now take the lead 2-1.
And the problem is, like, if you didn't watch the first 2 maps, like I said, this is just standard affair. But if you have seen the 2 maps before this is really disappointing for Bleed, like exceptionally disappointing for Bleed.
Yeah, this was a very one-sided affair, one that we were not really anticipating to see necessarily in this fashion, one could say. And now, Bleed are going to be on the back foot, have to be able to win out the next 2 maps if they want to be able to take this series. So we'll see what happens. What, of course, the pick's going to be, what the bands are going to be looking like for that next one in just a bit. But that's going to be for the Analyst desk to go ahead and break down. So we'll have to get ready to pass it back over to them, and then we'll hear what they have to say.
Thank you very much, Kilios. Again, I think he was he wasn't sure if he was supposed to throw it back to us. He was like, yeah, well, maybe we'll send it back to them.
He didn't want to give up the power.
Yeah, that's what it is. He just wants the power, yeah. All right, well, with that one there, Bleed fall, Zeta take control. This is what was expected, and it was supposed to be done in this type of dominant passion. 3-0, not even a cap.
It's a little rough when that happens to you. I mean, I mentioned how the confidence is going to be so important for Bleed going forward that it would have been nice for them to do a little better, but they looked a little lost. Bringing out the Junker Queen, it feels like it's, well, they're just going to walk on us with the Winston. We can't really figure out how to do anything about it. And, you know, when they came out with that composition, and I talked about this a little bit, talking about banning heroes and whatnot, it's like, you can run a little bit of dive with almost anything, right? It's like, you can't full out ban an element of dive to your composition. So if you're going to run Fearless, you can run a Brig and like, here's some packs, and then we're gonna run Ana. There's always an option to incorporate partial dive in your composition, no matter what. You can't full out ban dive, which is why I think like it's going to help the Korean teams overall, because in the last 8 years of Overwatch, Korean teams have been the best teams at dive. And so even adding an element to that, and then you've just got an Ashe sitting back and shooting at it. And so this was the first time that like it looked like Bleed was just really lost in the match.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I look at this, and right now I feel pretty good about the script writing here that we set up at the beginning, because this series in a lot of ways really isn't a whole lot different from the last time they played. The main point of contention is that, probably enabled in part by the hero ban system, Zeta was able to take Flashpoint, but the same strengths and weaknesses continue to display here in a completely different arena.
Right, it's almost exactly the same, because it's not like this Flashpoint was one-sided. I mean, this Flashpoint came down to clutch plays at the very absolute end by who's that player who's really good on this Zeta big time talking about it? It rhymes with Milet.
Wait, you actually want me to say Violet? You actually want me to say it?
Yeah, of course he does. Of course he does. He's glazing.
I was
I know,
pausing
it's
for
like,
comedic
you're looking,
effect.
it's like, really?
And it's yeah, it's just the EXE stopped working and needed to be rebooted.
Well, I was just going through the bans yet again, just a reminder for everyone. It was Junker Queen and Ashe. Then it was Lucio Winston. It was Bap Mauga. You know, you threw out earlier, ZP, I think, about the Mauga ban. I think that was you that said like that felt like it was kind of a throwaway by Zeta. You know, it feels like with control yet again, they're a lot more comfortable in terms of this banning system.
Yeah, I mean, clearly there's things they want to protect, and also if you look back at Flashpoint, they had a really big plan for this is the time we're getting rid of Lucio, and we're going to make it our own. But man, I just think you go into the mechanics of why there's an advantage for them on the non-brawly game modes, and I just think, again, it's experience. There's things in Overwatch that you just get better and better at the longer you've played, and you don't get a team with much of a better resume than what we have right now in Zeta.
All right, well, 3 maps in the book. We're going to take a short break before we get to the conclusion of this series. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. Gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. You gon' speak about it.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup with Overwatch, Degon alongside Hex and ZP. 2-1 is the score as Zeta are on match point against Bleed. Bleed came out with the upset win in the first map. Very, very close to going 2-0 on Flashpoint, fall a little short, and then get absolutely bodied in Midtown. And now we find ourselves where we expected, but not the way that we expected here, Hex.
Absolutely, and there's definitely a map choice going to go on here. We'll get more into that in a second. Well, actually, it's on the screen, so I'm contractually obligated to talk about it.
Hex is a screen baby, so he's got to talk about it now.
Absolutely, dude. Like, you put me in front of a teleprompter, I'm pretty much a puppet at that point. The band's coming out, as you can see on your screen. Bleed's going to ban Widowmaker, which is a staple of Circuit Royale, and it's because they just have... They don't have the answer to Flora's Widow.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I think, the most obvious point in the world, but it's also an emphatic point that must be said, because as soon as we saw that, Avril was screaming from the other side of the ring, going, they did it because of Flora, they don't want to fight him! And look, it's totally true. But it also is very interesting to the format overall here, right, is that hero bans are not something you see in Overwatch. Circuit Royale, I mean, Widow the Circuit Royale is kind of like playing Mei on Ilios, or not Ilios, well, yeah, Ilios sometimes, and but especially Nepal, right? Like, some heroes are iconic to specific maps, but now we got a Circuit Royale without Widow, and in this case, it makes a lot of sense because Bleed definitely did not want to go against Flora's Widow here.
Yeah, well, it's going to be very unique to see how this one plays on out. Bleed's first match life is on the line here. Need a win, and to find out if they're able to do it, let's send it on over to Achilles and Avril.
Yeah, let's find out indeed. And you know what? I was really excited coming into the tournament, hearing about the hero ban system. Now that we get Circuit without Widowmaker, I no longer am a fan. This feels wrong. This feels sacrilegious, and I'm not about it.
Some people would say it's an improvement. I'm not saying it's me. I'm not saying it's me, but for all the Circuit Royale haters out there, they're probably hating it because of the fact that Widow just gets overplayed on this map. They're like, oh my god, finally, let's get rid of the Widow. Now we can play an honest map of Circuit Royale.
But
finally.
let's be honest as far as what this probably means, which is it's likely just going to be Ashe Hanzo. So we just remove this super long-range sniper. We go for a little bit more of a mid-range one, still alongside Hanzo, still alongside this Sigma.
He's still got this fire.
Okay,
he's
never
actually thinking, he's like,
mind.
you know what? If there's no Widowmaker, I'm just gonna play fire again. Because what are you gonna do? To be fair, what are you gonna do? Is Ashe is still gonna shoot him out of the skies. You gotta be careful of that. Bleed, I don't think this is the real picks here, so we'll just wait a little bit. But we are going to force a Sigma matchup here, because look at what we have. We have a situation where you are trying to force Fearless out. I actually think that's the reason Bleed win here, because this is not a Winston map. They're actually kind of concerned. I said they're scared of Flora. I think they're scared of Fearless. So you want to push Burner back in, play a Sigma matchup. Claire's actually going to go towards Zarya now. Didn't expect it. Zarya's been buffed. Okay, let's see how we go. It's going to be Zarya Bubble on Yoshinori on the Genji.
Of course, High Vision just going to, as soon as he can break down these barriers from this out of Bernard, that does make him that much more vulnerable to Clear if he can ramp up that energy, but it's going to be Bernard striking first and foremost as High Vision gets taken down. That Hanzo immediately out of the equation here on the attack.
I mean, High Vision on the Hanzo, great for breaking down the barrier, like you said, for Burner, but how do you challenge Flora? So that's why he's got to go towards Ashe. Once he realizes, okay, I'm getting heavily outranged by Flora on the Ashe, I can't really have any pressure onto Alpha. You're not consistently on Hanzo. You have to play a hit scan here. There's no Widowmaker. Like I said, next best option has to be the Ashe.
Now, a lot of the healing here from Bleed, just dedicated to Clear to try to keep him sustained. Ace going to be tagged down, but High Vision similarly getting chunked away at. But for now, Bleed Esports will be able to open up some space for themselves, pushing the cart here around the second corner. Now home stretch to try to get this cap onto A. Dynamite going through, getting a little bit of damage there onto Bernard, but widely sight lines onto Alfie not being given.
So what you're seeing here is the fact that Zeta Division still have plenty of space to back through. They're playing a poke composition versus Bleed playing more of a rush downside. Lucio Kiriko on top of the Zarya bubbling the Genji. But they need to be able to force Zeta Division into a situation where there's no space to back up, which is where the point is. He gets rocked by Bernard, so goodbye, Claire.
Yep, they saw that last barrier coming through, knew that he was going to have another one in the back pocket, immediately get the accretion off the back of that. Great call from the side of the Zeta Division saying, okay, just burst barrier, hit the accretion, absolutely annihilate Clear. That resets all of that energy as well as all of that progress.
And the thing is, you're right, the progress would have been huge. They were about to round the final corner with a hairpin. Pally getting over towards the Kitsune Rush. Imagine Kitsune Rush 100 Zarya energy. You're like beaming Bernard down at full charge with the Kitsune Rush. I mean, that would have been dangerous for Zeta Division to go up again. But the momentum reset here, it's going to cost a bit of time. Importantly, it allows Zeta Division also to get more ultimates. They now have Bob as well. So once fails go up, Bob might just come through.
Incineration going to be coming through, but Finn looking to just go ahead and lock him in place as he dumps that Amp Matrix out. You can see the HP bars going critical every single time they try to push around the corner. Clear trying to get that beam across, trying to get in on top of Bernard, trying to whittle down that Sigma, but the Flux now is online. High Vision down low on HP. Tries to stay alive. Sound Barrier going to be dropped in from Ace, keeping them also safe for the time being, but now grabbed into the back line. Immortality Field there, cleared out, and instantly kills going to be found as Violet and Floor will fall, but in response, 2 quick kills going to be found as well. Clear falling low. Alfie, oh no! Goes down by his own hand, but Bernard is there to go ahead and scoop the kill all the same. The card not being pushed forward. Mishinori having to dash away, trying to grab that health pack, trying to get in on top of Finn, and will be able to collect that kill, but Pale down so low, and Bernard able to get the bounces.
My dude
finds that elimination out of Yoshinori. He's at risk as well.
He just rounds the D12s around the corner. I mean, I think if you are Pally, you're like, I'd probably live here, but no, you forget that the balls do bounce around the side. Well, Hyperspheres, Bleed Esports looked like they were in good position to win that fight. They decided to dodge the bob. I don't mind that. Speed boost forward with the rush down for the sound barrier. Now it's High Vision's time to bob. Decent angle. Got to get past the shift though, Bernard.
Gravitic not going to be doing much there against Clear, but also just doesn't have that much energy. So overall, it's just kind of tickling the Sigma, not able to find too much. Now Blade going to be pulled. Looking for the kill. Immortality Field going to be taken down, but Finn does fall, but Alpha instantly able to get in on top of Yoshinori and finds the elimination off the back of that Captive Sun. Pylon going to be cleared out. Still dangerously close here to the cap of Bleed. Need to get this across the line. Only 28 seconds remaining, and Bernard will crumble under the pressure. They're able to keep him surrounded, and that should just about be the cap coming through. Minor delay going to be found, but ultimately Bleed will be able to get their way into A.
Yeah, Pally's timing on that was really incredible because he already used Casino Rush in the previous fight, finds it again extremely quickly. I mean, that's a lot of damage and healing done over that period of time. If there's no Casino Rush, they do not cap because unfortunately the Genji Blade with the bubble doesn't get them much. Violet saves his Captive Sun just to get the height. It's not even for the damage, it's just like, okay, I'm just going to dodge the blade entirely by flying in the air. You can't catch me.
Air Matrix here at the top of the street, cleared down below half HP. Accretion does connect on the Palette, but it's going to be clear, falling as Violet has managed to find the shot. Zarya again going to be reset. The next grab not too far away, but the cleanup is looking swift and just here. As the exit attempt going to be there from Ace, and he just about tucks away into the spawn room doors.
Time is an issue here because if you're Bleed Esports, let's say you cap B with this time, it's unlikely you cap C with the 130 on the OT, so it's uphill from B as well versus a full poke composition where High Vision is really the only one that can kind of have that response back over towards the other side. Clear can't damage mitigate enough. You don't have the shielding or the defensive pressure coming through from the Sigma that Bernard's playing. What does grab really give him here? Can you even find a good grab?
That's going to be the question. I mean, Claire just can't find a target, can't find a direction to go in. Alfie just up over the top, finding that kill, now dropping down in on top of Pally, and yeah, Suzu, it's not going to do much for you there to mitigate the rockets. Finds the kill on the Flora, but he'll be able to sprint back in as the rest of Bleed Esports just get ripped asunder.
That hit. Wow, that's actually a really nice rock.
Yeah.
Didn't expect that one to hit. Bleed Esports got ultimate, but so does Zeta Division, and now the spawn camp can be in. It's a pretty low risk spawn camp. Bernard's the only one that can't really back out properly, but everyone else can sort of just walk away. High ground controlled by Flora. Alpha is still flying around, and you know they're not playing the same angle as well, so High Vision has to connect and only shoot one of them at a time. It's pretty rough. You can't also, by the way, win these poke battles because you have a healing. You have the healing, you know, from the turret from Violet.
Bomb out. Flux going to be sent. Bernard moving up high enough to not get clipped there. Down barrier shielding coming through, keeping Clear alive, and actually the Bob is going to be able to take Bernard down. My Vision coming up with that opening elimination. Flora's not doing too much, just trying to soften up the back lines, but ultimately, Bleed Esports will be able to get their way back over onto the cart. It's high energy here for Clear. He does still have that grab online, ready to go. Albeino waiting to strike, struck around the corner! He pulls the trigger, the lurking Pharah, something that you do not see every day. Yeah. As the barrage gets the elimination as soon as the grab is let loose. And now, Zeta Division very much are in the driver's seat once more.
And Claire finally moves up to D.Va. You have to understand here, you're playing Zarya, there must be some sort of situation where Claire believes a Zarya rushdown can work versus Sigma. Bernard's also gone towards a D.Va here. You have to control Alpha E. They thought they could do so with High Vision playing the Ashe, not the case. A lot of swaps actually. Alpha got to go back towards Mei now for the final engagement. This might not be a cap for Bleed. Has to be a really nice blade, but this time, zero bubble to protect them.
Don't have the bubbles. Nothing else to really work with. The sound barrier shielding far away. Finn, of course, will have that immortality field to try to buy some space, but also the Amp Matrix online to try to shut him down. Violet's the one that's going to be the target here, but so far it's just a pylon going to be found. The deflected, having to come through, but Flora is still able to collect the kill from behind. Immortality field working a treat to keep Finn alive and well. Mech broken down, Clear eliminated. The cart still inching forward, gaining a little bit of additional space. But getting the cap here onto B is a far cry hope for the side of Bleed Esports, who are being bled dry.
And that might just be it. Bleed Esports, the final hopes in this series now, and it's looking grim. I think it's looking very Zeta Division at the moment. Bleed, in my opinion, have to cap B. They do not. You have a situation where Yoshinori has the only ultimate remaining for that final fight. Solo Blade, no real support, no support ultimates, no bubbles. Claire can only do so much. You see the level of appeal that Zeta Division have. Yoshinori did bait out the outburst coming through, but then lands on top of what? BAP Lamp coming through the MO there. Burnout also coming through the Matrix and just pushing even Yoshinori aside, putting his body on the line. And once Yoshinori's down, Bleed, no real resources left. I still think Bleed should have just played the Diva from the start. Even the Ram, yeah, the Ram is acceptable. They decide to gamble the Zarya. And in fashion, based on the fact that we are in Monaco, the gambling did not pay out, and they've been robbed blind.
Well, see, in this instance, they are the house, and it looks like they are about to win. It would have to be quite the monstrous defense here from Bleed Esports to save this off and push us over to a 5th and final map.
Here's the other thing, though. You go Ram, that's great into Burnout. How do you deal with Alpha Yi? I think Alpha Yi is actually probably the biggest issue right now. I saw very little pressure onto Alpha Yi. I mean, over the course of the last 2 maps, not just one, also the last map as well.
He was the one who was really layering in the most damage onto Clear. And frankly, with him moving over onto the Ramatra, that's not necessarily going to be that much different for him. So still, he's going to have to worry about those rockets flying through.
He's got a better matchup on the ground versus Burnout, which I do think is important to him. That you can't really underestimate. But we look over towards Yoshinori 2K. It's Echo versus Fire. He has to be the controlling force.
But, I mean, already I was going to say High Vision also there to layer in some additional damage, but not for very long. As Flora finds that headshot, takes him down. Now full backpedal here from the side of Bleed Esports, but Alpha E is looking to deny that away. Just sending out the concussive blast, trying to knock him a little bit further forward, trying to find these picks. Ace still down, below half HP. Probably going to be joining him as well in that regard. He's just stuck into the corner, and Bernard is just donk walking towards him. Gets the rock across. Clear gets knocked to the floor. The headshot comes in. A coup de grace as they continue pushing on their merry way.
Yeah, shake him down for every last penny. You didn't just clear out their bank account. Let's see if they got any coins in the pockets to Bleed. They are going to lose A in just a moment here. They need to regroup quickly, get this Katrina rush out. Pally's still looking for it. 13% away, but when you look at Bernard just walking up, it's done. Pally's gone, the cap comes through, and Bleed, they're not even in contention to stop the point and contest whatsoever.
Yep, Bernard just gliding towards them menacingly as everyone in his wake is absolutely dropping dead. Clear now, trying to stay alive, trying to get some heals through, but they just continue to push forward now, trying to touch the second spawn room doors. A pylon set up. Violence says, yeah, we're here for the long haul. Cards being brought up slowly from behind.
I hate to say it, but this is just getting sad now. Bleed Esports, they're like barely getting out of spawn. They're about to get spawn camped on attacking phase. Flores solo capping by himself. Payload Princess as the Ash. Bleed are going to have to burn ult, but probably just to get out of spawn. Unless Zeta Division decides to let go. A little bit of pressure.
The Matrix. Looking to just continue to hold them at bay, continue to stave them off. That cart continuing to be brought forward by Flora. Alpha Yi, similarly, he can get tucked away again, try to go for another surprise barrage.
Bleed are going to have to ult here. They're getting desperate. I mean, the payload's about to be there.
Well, there's the Nano, Clear the recipient, trying to push forward. The Annihilation still far away, but High Vision does find an opening kill as Bernard will fall. Captain Sun to try to lock them in. Sends it out, gets the target here, hit on the 2. Yoshinori going to be taken down. Sitting rush could be thrown in here by Pale, but he himself is not going to last very long. Alpha will kill himself off for a second time with that barrage. The Annihilation will hold the cart in place for a brief little moment. Bomb, however, going to be invested. Floor still looking to try to turn the tides of this one as the healing amp does come through. Push back on the shotgun, the pickup on the flux, and the cart should just basically glide forward from here. Accretion will go ahead and shove them back, and it's 0.84 meters left to go as Yoshinori as well as Pale will fall for the final time here on the map. The push is there, and Zeta Division have the victory, 3-1 over Bleed.
I mean, it just goes from bad to worse, unfortunately, for Bleed. Zeta Division at the end there, it almost looks like disrespect in the sense that, like, fully deserved, by the way. They deserve to win that with how dominant they were, but they're spawn camping on the attack on the B side. They're then just kind of looking at a situation where Clear uses Annihilation. We lose this fight. No, we don't. Let's just bob in there. Burner comes back with a Sigma Flux and just clean up anyway. It's like, it doesn't even matter what Bleed try and do on that map. It just didn't matter at all. And the difference, Achilles, between the first 2 maps and the final 2 maps, it's night and day. It's actually unbelievable how far different the performance from Bleed in that first half versus second half was.
I mean, it felt like Bleed came out swinging, but then very quickly lost energy, whereas the endurance was there from the side of the Zeta division. They tightened up their play, and they looked dominant in the end. And that's a team that one of our analysts is going to be very happy to see be victorious for ZP, predicting them to win this one. So we'll pass it back over to the analyst desk so they can break down all of the action.
Thank you very much, guys. Great cast after that one. It was Zeta Division. The last two maps really putting an exclamation point saying, hey, that map won. That was an anomaly.
Yeah, I mean, this went according to plan. Pretty much all throughout. The one wrinkle was that Zeta was able to actually take Flashpoint away. I think the hero ban system helped them out there. But, you know, I was thinking about over the course of the series, it wasn't just the fact that you had Zeta coming in with more experience on the game modes that require more coordination. It's also the fact that the game modes that require more coordination don't let Clear play D.Va the entire time, because D.Va, or Clear on D.Va, much better than Clear on the rest of Clear's hero pool.
Yeah, so as we go through the highlights here, there's a couple things I want to just do looking forward. First of all, just to reiterate my main points, there's no Lucio in this tournament. I would rather have banned than Violet. I think when you put him on any flex support, he's actually happier, and that's a frightening prospect. Second, I was talking to Avril, or more so Avril was educating me. He's got encyclopedic knowledge of the region and of contenders. Of course, you all know the great Kevin's mind. But what are you looking forward if you're Bleed Esports? Because this is one of the first times we've seen Yoshinori come to play. And Yoshinori is a prospect for this team, for this region, in the likes of a Wonderkins like Tree and Sugar Free, and most recently, region specifically, Patty Pan. So if you're looking for Bleed Esports, you've got some silver linings. First of all, the map wins early on are great, but now you get to see the guy coming up, the alleged, you know, the new faith of the franchise, as it were, going forward. Some moments, some shaky stuff, first land, kind of some first playing, but that's what you look forward to. And it's not a group that's completely out of reach by any means, especially with how well they played today. If Yoshinori can get his nerves maybe a bit under control, can start being the guy. I think the tank play was exceptional, especially in a meta where D.Va is going to be that strong. But it did kind of follow the script, even down to the fact that it's going to be really hard to ban out Zeta Division because they have that flexibility on both tanks and supports, which have been the ban targets.
Yeah, I mean, even there for Flora, you could take away the Widow's Kiss. He'll just switch over to the Viper and crush you on Ashe.
Absolutely.
And it was constantly there to the point where he didn't even do anything. You saw it was Ashe on the payload by himself there at the end, as everyone was going through, firing on all cylinders, whether it was Bernard on playing tank, whoever was in. It was a comprehensive victory there for Zeta once they got themselves going.
Yeah, and I don't think you could say enough about Bernard on the Sigma. I mean, that was a Sigma masterclass that we just saw there. And also it kind of showed a sort of lack of depth on the other side, because look, you think about Casino Royale as a map, it is Sigma's playground, even at times when Sigma isn't even that good. So you just have Bernard going, wow, this terrain is great for you. I'm just going to keep walking forward. You can't do anything. And Clear's just going, okay, I'm going to swap. Maybe I'm going to be in Zarya right now. No, that's not working. I'm going to swap off this. And just like, you need a Sigma in your hero pool, or at the very least, you know, they took out the Widow. They still could have taken out Sigma there. Sigma was still bannable. I think that would have been a better ban, because I don't know. I'd rather face the Widow than deal with Sigma while not having a Sigma.
It's not Casino Royale, because it's going to get us copyright in trouble. It's Circuit Royale, but
I
it's
don't know
actually
why I say Casino.
Sigma Royale. How about that, huh? Brought it all the way back around.
Look, I'm a little jet lagged still.
Yeah.
Aren't we all?
Yeah, again, just a pretty dominant performance. Again, also just checking what Chad had said and what people online were saying. Fearless coming back, right? Coming out of retirement to come to see, like, hey, we're here at this event. It just feels like an awesome throwback to see a player like that.
Right. It's great. It didn't necessarily show up, but let's take a look at these groups, actually, as it were. So Zeta, of course, but what I'm hearing, and obviously there's two streams going on at once, so there's going to be some gaps in our knowledge as we're sitting up here. What I saw is that ENCE rocked M80, like that it wasn't super close. And the most concerning thing is ENCE just took away their best player in Tree, is what I heard. They just focused on Tree, and that's supposed to be the guy who's going to carry him. I already mentioned him as a Wunderkind, as you were, of a player who's supposed to come up and be this great player. That's what I'm looking at too. If Bleed can pull something off against M80, then M80 can't beat Zeta Division. Like that's why I'm saying Bleed, this is not over at all for them.
No, not at all. And I mean, I think the important thing to look at the group play here right now, especially if there's a team you have a rooting interest in, the important thing right now, don't get last. It would be nice if you got first and got the bye, but really don't end up in last place. So there's a lot of intrigue.
Yeah, it feels like no surprises throughout so far when you take a look at those results, but we're not done yet. We still have one more series to go. We'll have an interview standing by with Danny in just a little bit, getting that set up right now. Again, one of the greatest things that Danny can do, just give us access to some of the top players in the world.
Right.
Who would you want to have in the interview? It's already picked.
I mean, I'm pretty like.
Don't feel the pressure.
So everyone knows,
but-
like, I've been doing this for about 7 years.
Never mind, that was a dumb
And
question.
I'm
I'm
always
just gonna
like,
skip
yeah.
this. I'm just gonna
Like,
skip.
have you not been listening? Have you not been listening at
Interview
all?
Fearless. Find the reason for the tank swaps. Fearless.
Okay, so on the real answer, though,
yeah.
I always like to hear what coaches have to say. I always think that's a great overarching perspective on why you did this, what's your team feeling like, and and also they're usually happier to talk and have a greater overall feel than what the role was or things like that. So,
Yeah.
But yes, obviously I was going to say Violet.
Yeah,
but I'm glad.
I'm sorry. I'm
No,
sorry,
I
everyone
end
at
up
home. That was a dumb
fanboying
question.
about players. I get a little bit obsessive about who I love.
Really?
A little bit.
I know,
Yeah.
I could tell. You made him say it. You made up a weird word that doesn't even
No.
exist to rhyme with Violet, so
like-
that he would say
I,
Violet.
know, I thought he was going to answer it himself.
Me
It
too.
just stayed there. I was like, well, what? You want me to say it? Like,
You have known me so long. You know my favorite jokes are awkward and they're only funny to me. If anyone else laughs, it's completely not on purpose.
you have Stockholm me in the laughing at things that are not funny. That's how long I've known you, just to be clear.
Yeah.
The less funny things are, the funnier they are to me.
I
I
see.
know that's paradoxical, but
I see. Again, so we had that group stage standings up. The top team will get a bye in an automatic seed into the top 8. Second and third will play in playoffs for a spot in the top 8. The losers will go out in top 12. And then whoever gets fourth place is out of the tournament from the jump. So again, these kind of wins in teams that are like 2-3, expected to place 2-3, are very, very important to win, which is why Bleed against an M80 that might struggle here, because it was expected that ENCE gets the win over M80, is pretty unique, because it almost feels like every other group has first, second, third, fourth.
Right, and it's also one of those things too, and I'm not certain how the tiebreakers work, but it would make the most sense to me that if they both end up 1 and 2, let's say, hypothetically pushing this all the way forward as we wait for Denny Lim Lim, one of my favorite people. If Bleed can beat M80, then they would both end up being 1 and 2, right? But M80 got 0-3'd. So even just picking up map wins, which should probably be the first tiebreaker, or probably the head-to-head.
I would say it's
the head-to-head
so
would
then,
actually be
yeah.
critical too. So yeah, there is a path, and also it's not just not getting eliminated. It bumps you up in the pay bracket. Right?
Yeah.
So if you got here, good for you if you're able to win your region. I think there's some teams that we all don't expect to get out of the groups, and we kind of know them. But you already got 10K, awesome for you, but you do get bumped up a slot.
Yeah, and while we're speculating here, look, I'll just come out and say it. I think Bleed will be pretty darn good the rest of this. I think they can beat ENCE, and I also think M80 is probably going to be the team to leave in this group. That's how I'm seeing it right now.
All right, well, it sounds like no more speculation necessary, because we know for certain that Danny's standing by with his interview right now. Danny, take it away, brother.
Digon, thank you so much. I mean, Hex, I know you wanted Violet. It's gonna happen. Don't worry. I will interview Violet just for you. But for today, we got the man, the myth, the legend. We have Fearless from Zeta Division. He is finally here. I mean, great stuff. Congratulations on getting the win. But I mean, I do want to ask, you've been retired, you're now back. It's been a hot minute since we last saw you play on stage. So I just want to hear from you. How was it? How was it finally being back on stage playing Overwatch? 자, 오늘 승리를 축하드리면서 아무래도 필레 선수 좀 마지막 본 게 꽤 오래 전인 것 같은데 이렇게 너무나도 보게 돼서 너무 반갑고 또 많은 팬분들이 또 기다리셨을 거라고 생각을 해요. 그렇기 때문에 이제 오랜만에 이렇게 경기를 치르게 되셨는데 좀 기분이 어떠신지?
일단 너무 오랜만이어서 좀
제가 드리겠습니다.
일단 너무 오랜만이어서 좀 많이 긴장을 했던 것 같고요. 또 긴장했었지만 그 이후에는 이제 좀 즐겨보자. 오랜만에 경기를 했는데 즐겨보자라는 생각을 가지고 다시 했던 것 같아요.
Definitely because, I mean, it's been some time since I last played, so there was a bit of a nervousness going on for myself. But as the series progressed, I kept reminding myself to, let's enjoy this. Let's have some fun. And I think that's how I really sort of went on as the series went on for today's match. All right, I mean, today it was the match ended. You guys did get the win. It was a 3-1 victory. It was pretty convincing victory, I would say. So as part of the Zeta division, how did you guys end up getting the win today? 자, 오늘 3대1로 승리를 거두셨습니다. 오늘 어떻게 해서 좀 승리를 거두셨는지 설명 좀 부탁드릴게요.
일단 뭐 저희가 항상 연습하던 대로 이제 하다 보니까 좀 자연스럽게 이기게 됐던 것 같아요.
I mean, I think we really just played how we normally practice, and I think that really came into light. And I think that was definitely the key to our victory today, just really being able to play how we practiced. All right, Fearless, thank you so much. Good luck moving forward. Let's send things back to Digon and the desk.
Thank you very much, brother. Again, sorry to non-Violet interview here, but still awesome.
I got my wish. I got my wish. I was screaming Fearless, and I didn't even know he was the interview person.
I'm certain people heard that awkward squeal that you fist pumped up in the air. It'll come. Violet will have plenty of times. I mean, I think they'll interview him when he's, player of the match or MVP of the tournament or something like that. I think that's more possible. But no, it's great because it's really good context to add that, Fearless has been away for a while. But there was time he ran such dominance. If you watched Overwatch League, everyone knows Fearless. Everyone is excited to have him back. It takes a little time to break in, but it's not bad for Fearless to be your backup tank.
It's pretty good backup. What seems to be like, we'll take that as main. That's fine.
Yeah, always cool to see someone, I guess, shake off the dust and be like, hey, I just get to enjoy the game again. Got to remind myself, just enjoy it. All right, well, that puts a cap here on our series. It's a 3-1 victory for Zeta over Bleed. And now we take a look at the last group to play with our coming up match, which is Fnatic. They're going to be up here up against VP, I believe it is. Yes, all right, yeah, Fnatic and virtus.pro. Big one in terms of the Esports World Cup Club Championship standings for both these squads. Fnatic, newly signed Fnatic.
Okay, so this is the ones for the old heads here. Fnatic as an organization has not been participating in Overwatch for many years. And that's true to a lot of organizations coming back into this or getting back to, they're like, we want an Overwatch team now. They have not participated in Overwatch since March 17th, or March in 2017, in a little tournament some of you guys remember called the Overwatch Monthly Melee.
Oh, yeah.
Near and dear to my heart, I know, so like that. Rid of, I believe it was Irony and Bliss, and they upgraded with possibly the most entertaining backline in the history of Overwatch esports. It is Izayaki and LeJang.
Yeah.
So just to prepare you, Digon, as much as I loved Violet for not having to play Lucio, I'm going to be heartbroken if LeJang doesn't play Lucio, because it's the most aggressive, insane, fun Lucio ever to be played on the planet.
These are the boops that knock people off the map. This is what I'm talking about.
This is the record holder. What LeJang Tower, I believe we christened it after he got like 7 in a round on that map. It was insanity.
More specifically, it's where people just go, can you just add an E onto the end of his name because of what's happening to the people when they see it? It's just like off the map. There you go. Yeah. Although, bear in mind, sometimes you live by LeJang and then you die by LeJang because the dark side is there have been some matches where you go, please, you've died like first 5 times in a row. You rein this in a little bit.
Yeah, you take the good with the bad, but for a viewing and casting and analyst perspective, both the good and bad are entertaining as hell. So I don't care which version I get. And then you add Izayaki to that. We haven't even talked about the DPS line because they've added in Checkmate too to add some versatility to this front line. I mean, they added in another tank after having the Rookie of the Year for the OWL 2023 season. Like, how many accolades can we toss on these guys? They're champions across the OWL seasons. Like, this is a stacked roster. Fnatic, obviously, one of the all-time great esports organizations overall, throwing their clout around saying, oh, this Yeti squad looks pretty good. I'll have that, please. Oh, Yeti, you would like upgrades to your core? Here, have the most entertaining backline. Have another tank. Oh, you want some more versatility and DPS? Here you go. And I've mentioned it before, and I'm going to beat it to death, but in this system with hero bans, a big roster in versatility is absolute king, and it's another one of those situations where I just don't see what you ban that's really going to put them far behind. I think LeJang might be if you can get away with banning Lucio once.
Yeah,
right?
you get one of those. That's the key. You only get one, so you have to pick and choose your
but then
pawn.
you can usually just pop onto a brig and be like, we'll run a little different version of dive or something like that. So it's another team that I'm really looking forward to just seeing what they do. Also, coaches, do you know who the coaches are?
Yeah, it's Fade and Fleta, I think, right?
Fade and Fleta. I shouldn't have put you on the spot like that, but you came through.
I knew it.
Yeah, I had faith in you.
This is the trust. This is why you guys have known each other for such a long time.
It's been a long time. So
all the way back from the mayhem, the weekly mayhem.
Yeah, that monthly melee, man. That's yeah. So
get your history right.
Yeah, I tried. All right. So with that, again, Fnatic Yeti, now Fnatic, formerly known as Yeti, qualified in through the OWCS Asia. Their opponents, virtus.pro, made it on through as the 5th place, I believe, from Europe, from the EMEA qualifiers.
Right, because a couple teams had qualified through the major in Dallas, the first OWCS major in Dallas. A couple of the European teams did better than, well, not better than expected, did as expected and were able to qualify. So here's this Virtus team. Again, another titanic name across all esports titles. So this is the roster they chose to pick up. First impressions of this team, ZP?
Yeah, honestly, when I look at this team, even to my notes as I was doing a prep for this, look, it is the Finnish-Spanish alliance from Overwatch World Cup with Shockwave. Shockwave's just thrown in there. But hey, look, this team also has done some homework. They didn't go, all right, we're just going to pick up, you had a okay performance in Overwatch World Cup. We'll see how you do. You qualified, that's great. No, I mean, this team also boot camped in Korea for a week prior to this event. And look, if you're trying to have the best possible performance in a global, regional Overwatch tournament, which of course this is, I got news for you. You're not going to get better practice than going down to Korea for a few weeks.
Right. So this is a team, like I said, they kind of qualified because of there was a lot of very good European teams who got in, but their performance against some of those good European teams was notable. They were, I think they beat Guardians in the Face It Masters tournament to get the last chance, the EWC Road to EWC tournament. They played ENCE very close, I think 3-2 in the same breath in that exact same tournament. They got 3-0'd by Twisted Minds. So it's really hard to get a beat on where this team is. My expectations, and maybe we're burning as much as we can really say about virtus.pro, is when I look at this team, I think that 4 players on this roster have to play mistake-free Overwatch, and that Shockwave has to have the best game of his life. I think that's their path to victory, and I think he can do it. That's the thing.
Look, I will talk up all the potential upsides all day, but I will be honest, in the back of my mind, there's a voice screaming hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby. That meme is just living rent-free right now, unfortunately.
Well, now that both of these guys have set this up as equally as they possibly could, it's time for you guys at home to get involved with the STC predictions. Head on over to stcplay.gg to put your predictions at home and play along with who you think is going to take this match. Feels pretty clear on how my experts are going to predict, but we got to do it. Let's make it official now. How do you feel here, and what's the score?
I like to be surprised. I always root for the underdog. You'll see throughout the tournament. I try to, dap up Bleed Esports. They didn't really need it though. They obviously my this is a 3-0 Fnatic. So it's a 3-0 Fnatic. I think. Maybe there's some maps where Shockwave can play his comfort hero, which is essentially Ashe, and maybe take over a map on Ashe. Everyone else has to play mistake-free, but just looking at the depth and the powerhouse level of this Fnatic roster, I don't see it going any other way, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, look, even if you were to grab Bren straight out as predicting Shanghai Dragons to win every match back in the original Overwatch League season, you bring Bren out of a time machine, not even Bren can say that Fnatic will not win this match. Fnatic's winning this match. I think it'll be a 3-0.
All right, well, there you have it. Our two major predictions here. And again, you at home have the opportunity to play with the STC Play predictions. We'll get map picks and hero bans in order as soon as we get them, as well as any substitutions, because it did look like one of the teams would be more willing to make substitutions based after we get the hero bans. Yeah, that's right. It would be Fnatic that would want to do that. So when we take a look at it, aggressive Lucio, does that change what kind of map that you want to play or what style you want to play to kick things off? Because it feels like every time we've started with Busan.
I think the first map is it really chosen? I thought it was just, I know we're playing on control. I'm not sure if the teams can pick control. No, because LeJang's going to be aggressive on every map, right? So unless you're like, the thing is, I don't think, as far as bans go, that you want to burn your Lucio ban on control necessarily, because it's still like a map type that you can just figure out a different composition. You want to figure out like the map type that Lucio is most critical on and maybe ban them. Also, let's think of like as a ban protect mode too. That's what I'm still trying to wrap my head around, is like you ban like another hero that's, you know, so that you can protect your Lucio, right? So I think that that might be something that we see Fnatic do. But yeah, there is a player on Virtus' bench too, so maybe Cloud would be coming in instead of Sauna. But I don't see a world in which Shockwave ever comes out, but Cloud could come in, maybe play some Pharah for this team, so we'll see how that goes. But I think you save your Lucio ban for when it's really important.
Yeah, about 3 more minutes, it sounds like, before we get ourselves into the match, so just wanted to set the table for all of you at home. Go ahead, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've said most of what can be said here. This is, I'm trying to envision in my head, you know, scenarios where this goes a different way in any sort of scenario. I do agree with the general idea that, like, for Lucio, you definitely save the ban for a proper map. I mean, you ban it on control. It's like, well, now it's gone for the rest of the series. You can't find a proper way of putting it in. Or, you know, I don't know. I'm just like, I'm wondering what is the most gimmicky strategy you can come out with here. For the Virtus Pro side, because that's sort of what you would need
it's
at
really
this point.
that bad.
Yes, I feel like when you have a mismatch of this proportion, the number 1 way that a team can like pull one or the other side is just, what is the most off-meta thing you do? It's basically Chengdu Huntering back before Chengdu Hunters got good.
Yeah, but again, I think you save that for a non-control map, because as we've seen, control and then Flashpoint by extension of being like 5 very small controls is a map that's is more volatile, and that's been throughout the history of Overwatch. If you can win the first fight on control by just getting a first pick or by any sort of nature like that, you can still win it. Now, I agree that maybe you bust out like a Bastion Lifeweaver comp on an Escort or something, maybe, but I think we're at the higher levels already. We're way too far above that. These are the 16 best teams in the world, where that's going to work more than a fight. You know, you're not going to trick a team twice. If we still got time to go, like, who do you... I don't even know who you want to field as your starting 5 on this Fnatic roster. That's like how deep it is. They've got 3 great DPS players, 2 great tank players. But here's the thing, and it's an extension of what we talked about with Zeta. Like, they've covered all their bases, because you've got Donghak, who like was a great ball player, won Rookie of the Year, and then you've got Attack to come in and maybe play Sigmas and Zaryas and things like that. Like, Sigma's kind of one of those specialist tanks, and we've seen that for a long time, even going back to like when Space was still rostered on teams and he would just come in to play Sigma. And then this damage line, you've got Checkmate, who's probably only going to come in and like play Mei, because are you ever going to take Knife out?
I feel like you're just going in multiple ways that like just pain can be inflicted on their teams. Like, well, you know, they could, you know, they could be shot, they could be thrown into the vat of boiling acid. You know, oh, how about a bow and arrow? That'd be nice. How many ways do you want them to suffer?
What I'm doing is deflecting the fact that I think Virtus Pro is going to get beaten, but it's not. This is the scene from Good Will Hunting. It's not their fault. It's not their fault, because they have to play against Fnatic. Like, that's a tough draw for your very first fight. Like, this is a team that I don't see any gaps in their roster.
Well, here you go. We have things kicked off here. Ash is the ban here for Fnatic.
That's
Kiriko out for VP. So you're going to have to find something else to deal the damage with here in Busan.
Okay, so that I think is the cruelty of the year, though, because I did mention before this came up, that Shockwave's comfort hero.
Yep.
That Shockwave's carry hero. That's the hero that, like, when you watch Shockwave play and he does his best, that's the hero he wants to play the most. Now you're forcing them maybe into an Echo, perhaps, another hero that Shockwave can play well. But I feel like that is a particular note of cruelty that, you know what, I'm kind of into.
Well, you know what it is. Flutter at one point was the meta, as we
Yeah,
said back in
Flutter was
2020.
meta.
Now Flutter is denying the meta. No matter what, he's still associated with the word. I don't have to tell you.
Yeah, well, the players are getting themselves ready on stage, and we'll send it on over to our casters in just a little bit. This is the first match for Group D. Again, and if we take a look at the teams that are in that group, we have Fnatic, Nightmare, Space Station, and virtus.pro. You feel like Fnatic's going to finish on the top, but then Space Station, Nightmare, virtus.pro, like that order seems pretty straightforward.
It seems pretty straightforward, but that matchup with Nightmare as well could be interesting because they're not like rock solid veterans for the most part, but they've got a lot of great players on the come up. A lot of great players who've been talked about for a long time is like, oh, when they get to play, when they get to really put it together and go to a major tournament, it's going to be enormous. So I think that, you know, like I mentioned, virtus.pro, I think we're only talking down about them in this particular matchup.
Sure.
They have beat some of the best teams in EU on the way to get here. So it's not like there's slouches within their own region. But this is a tough group because the top 2 slots already locked in.
Feels like there's like a very specific type of team or a very exclusive club that can start to crack the top 4 Korean squads, Asian squads that are leading the way here in Overwatch and expected to find success here at EWC.
Yeah, and I mean, this is kind of how it's always been in Overwatch to an extent. It's just, you get this a little bit more now in this era of Overwatch because we're kind of back to regional play, right? You have to go back to 2016, back when, you know, NA had all tournaments, EU had tournaments, and, you know, you had the Apex series going on down in Korea, right? And bear in mind, back in that time, there were upsets, right? You did have an NA team go down to Korea and make history. So, you know, it's not impossible, but historically, the regional difference is pretty tough to break.
That said, our most recent example of regional play was the major in Dallas, right? And yes, the Korean teams played the best, but it didn't feel like Space Station and ENCE were too far behind.
Yeah,
and if, you know, if they went to the lab and they figured it out, there's definitely a shot for them.
Yeah, well, we have a guy that knows a thing or two about the Apex series back in the day. Let's send it on over to him. That'd be Achilles and his main man on the side right now. It's Avram.
Thank you very much. And yes, I do indeed know a thing or two when it comes down to Apex and Fnatic. One of those orgs that was, you know, hovering around at the time. Didn't get much done in the Apex tournament themselves, but they are making a roaring return to the Overwatch scene here at EWC, and they picked up quite the stacked roster for it.
Might be, I don't know if this is a hot take, maybe the coldest take in the world, but this Fnatic roster, probably better than the original Fnatic roster. No BM to Custer over there or the rest of the squad, but this Fnatic roster, my goodness, is pretty damn stacked. And one of the criticisms of this Fnatic roster when they were still Yeti was like, okay, they don't have the veterancy, they don't have the experience. It's full of, you know, young rookies. I say rookies, they all played in the 2023 Overwatch League season for the most part, but they were rookies in that season. And this year, you know, it's their second year after that debut in the Overwatch League, and they still didn't quite have that leadership. And I felt like with the LeJang gone, Easyaki inclusion on the team, well, that is now what's going to give them the firepower leadership required.
Yeah, for sure, because one of the biggest things that we were seeing, one of the biggest concerns that we were having about Yeti on the regular, as we're just waiting to go ahead and get the game started, was that LeJang was doing a lot of LeJang things, but without the previous support system that LeJang had with to do those things and to pull them off. Iziaki being here alongside him, that should tighten things up a bit.
Well, I think this team is generally better because you're referring to LeJang's run so far this year in OWCS with Runaway, and, well, they didn't do very well. They came, I think, bottom 2 in Korea, or bottom 3 in Korea.
You're right, I'm crossing wires.
And the thing about that is, regardless of whether it's Iziaki joining, it's the rest of the squad as well. I just think, generally speaking, the skill level on this team is higher than what Iziaki had on Runaway. So hopefully he gets that resurgence, because people are questioning, is he maybe on the sunset road here where his career is kind of winding down? He's been playing for so long, he's been good for so long. So what's going on? Is LeJang gone? I don't want to call him washed, but is he kind of getting washed a little bit? That's the criticism that a lot of people have. So excuse is gone now. You're with a much stronger team. Really, this time you got to perform. And you're with your previous, you know, Shanghai Dragons players now, coaches, Flitter and Fate. I mean, what more could you ask for?
You got that, and yeah, just having that kind of reunion coming through at Shanghai Dragons, a lot of the players getting clustered together now, it would seem. We're expecting big things. I mean, you heard the desk talking about it. This in theory, coming into it, feels like it should be a fairly one-sided game. And the onus very much is on this team right here in VP to show us otherwise.
VP have themselves a little bit of a bolstered roster. They added Cloud. They have Smash at the back. You saw there as the coach of the team, Smash, last seen on LA Gladiators, who won a couple of titles in the Overwatch League. Smash, known as the Angle Master. He's a very good strategic coach. He's a very good mind for the game. But how is he going to work with VP, a team that, you know, is probably not going to be as stacked as he's used to compared to the LA Gladiators day back in the Overwatch League? But that's no, you know, that's nothing against VP for the time being, because they're still a very strong roster, a lot of great up-and-coming players, and some players that have previously been extremely good at their role and now having a little bit of a renaissance. I'm talking about Shockwave in particular, but his Ashe has been banned for the first map.
Looks like just a minor headset issue here on stage, so admin's standing by, just trying to make sure everything gets, you know, unplugged, plugged back in. And then once we get thumbs up, we should hopefully be underway here with the series to jump into it and see whether or not all of our musings about this matchup are going to come to fruition, or if VP do have something completely different up their sleeve.
I do think the weakness of VP here is they just have less flexibility in the team, and that was a concern that we had about Fnatic before, but they actually have Attack on the roster. He's third from the left there that you can see on camera currently. He's a new player addition to the team. For the people that follow Korea for a long time, you'll have known Attack. I believe he was also on, was he on Vegas last year as well? We had the Knife Attack duo. No, it's not Tero. No, his Knife Attack duo was on a different team, never mind. But we had basically Attack he's been around. He's been around the block.
I mean, yeah, this is somebody that you would have seen, you know, way back, you know.
He's on O2 Blast, that's right.
Yeah, O2 Blast, somewhat most recently, or, you know, maybe most notably as far as recent times, but also kind of, you know, got his big debut playing on Element Mystic, another team that, of course, that if you had been paying attention to kind of the, you know, the more grassroots contenders era of Korea, that's where he really started to come up, and then also had a brief little stint over on Talon Esports. So he has been around the scene for quite some time. Is very much a known quantity within Korea, but now is kind of getting his first big springboard onto a major stage.
Because he never debuted for Overwatch League, right? So this is kind of his first Tier 1 you know, performance here. His Tier 1 debut, you could say, covering a lot of the weaknesses in Dongak's hero pool, because that was the concern that we had for Fnatic. But looking over towards VP, in terms of hero pool, there is no second tank for Rajara, the tank player for VP, and he's mainly a ground tank player. And what I mean by that, it's pretty obvious. You look at the Sigmas, you look at the Malgas, you look at the Rams, that's his hero pool. Very easy to abuse, not just in the tank bans, but also the support bans. And then you start taking away really strong individual picks with VP, like the Ashe as well. That can only happen once, though, if Fnatic want to get rid of it now instead of later.
Alrighty, well, looks like everything has been taken care of over on the stage, so we will get ready to have battle commence here between these two squads and see if virtus.pro can very much flip our expectations upside down, because of course, you know, we talk a big game, we talk about all of this talent that is there on Fnatic, and while it's true, it does feel like they should have the upper hand here, there's still plenty of talent on the side of VP.
And actually look at what Gala's picking here, because that's one of his main picks is the Illari. He flashed it for a moment there, going back over towards the Lucio, but expect that the double flex support does come up soon for VP. In fact, Gala might just speed and go towards a Illari right now. That actually might be the case. There it is.
Well, looks like still going to be a lot of, you know, a lot of attention paid here as far is concerned. So Viper going to be taking the Sky's Knife there down low. So somewhat of a mirrored matchup as far as the DPS and the tanks are concerned. Very different approaches over the supports.
And we didn't see Rajara play any D.Va in the FACEIT qualifiers as well to get over towards the Esports World Cup. So this is going to be a bit of a new look for us in the opening match of the World Cup itself. Fnatic, as you mentioned, basically playing the same thing, but it's fire into the Echo Shockwave. Great pick on that. Great read that Viper may, in fact, come through on the fire, so they have at least some sort of counter.
Matrix getting the eat there on that Bionade, so no connection going to be found. Now under a little bit of fire, but looks like Widely will be okay. Rajaro going to be slept for a brief moment, naturally wake up, but LeJang had already been taken down as the Rockets flew across, so good opening kill here for the side of virtus.pro. Also get themselves that first cap. Meg will be broken down. Just pistoling away, trying to see what kind of damage he could deal. Dodges out on the second rocket. Looks like he might just be able to keep him sustained long enough to be able to pistol his way back in, but no, Knife manages to hound down that Baby D.Va, finds the elimination. Now it's going to be the man advantage here for the side of Fnatic.
Well, Fnatic have to go and cap. They lose Attack's mech as well, and Attack actually survived for a long time. He had his mech and now instantly has it broken. Nano's available, but who do you go for? Knife is the only available character. There he is.
Well, Knife will be good for another one as that Nano boost is going to be put here onto the Tracer. Not something that we do see very often, but can be quite effective. And for now, they're pressuring this out, but Recontest is going to be coming through the swoop down here from Rajaro, just keeping this contested, keeping them in the advantage, and also finding LeJang once again. 2 for 2 on picks here onto Lucio, and that's going to be VP holding on to the point, now pressing past 45%.
Well, I think trading for Shockwave is really good here, but can Fnatic actually push up without the Lucio? It's 4v4 regardless of what's happening. Ultimates are mainly on the side of VP. That's stick from Knife.
Great
Canale
stick.
down.
Yeah, Canale down. Immortality kill cleared up on the backside of that one. Now Gala going to be eliminated as well as Attack rejoins the fray. Flip still not there though. Fnatic once again needing to pressure this point. A little bit of an increased delay there from the side of Sona. We'll just go ahead and try to just inch past with every single percentage they could possibly get. And overall, this is still a really good position for virtus.pro.
Huge amount of kills from Knife. And Knife actually didn't have a recall there, survives on barely any HP. And for Fnatic to wait this long to be able to get that flip is, I mean, that's going to be taxing for sure, especially in a situation with VP still have ultimates, one of them being used now.
Captive Sun being pressured out here over towards the spawn. A little bit more damage. Would take down Izayaki, and there it is. The burst comes through. Gala will be able to find that kill, but it's a trade out. They lose out on their own Baptiste, but Knife now finally going to be felled. Dulled up a bit. As the kill comes in, Attack going to be forced to use his self-destruct to try to get himself back into the mech. Tucks into the corner, just a sliver of HP remaining. Pulse bomb on the back end, and Attack immediately going to be broken out of it once more. Self-destruct, no value at all. Shockwave right back into the Echo form. We'll be able to go ahead and help finish off that Baby Diva. Flip getting ready to come back through once again here for the side of VP.
So many options for Shockwave there. He didn't even have to go for, you know, the recall. He could have just died in the duplicated form and gotten the kill either way. But yeah, Attack was done for. Point flip back over. VP now looking for the 99. LeJang gone down, waiting for the respawn. Izayaki looking over towards the Nano. It's going to be Brig, and I think I kind of prefer this. But honestly, if you're dying on Lucio, you're probably dying on Brig as well. LeJang currently the target. Fnatic have to keep him alive. Nano, who's the target? Probably Viper or Attack would be the main two, unless LeJang is under pressure.
Well, it's going to be for Viper here. Does have that dupe ready to go. Yeah, Matrix set up there onto the high ground. Beam coming across, and Gala going to be taken down, but Knife traded out. Sona's able to find that kill. Now just dupe here onto the Baptiste, trying to stay alive. The Mortality Field is going to be slapped down. Trying to build up towards that Amp Matrix, but it's a slow build here for Viper as he nearly gets broken out of this one. 6 seconds remaining. Should just about be able to build this one up, as Rojaro will end up falling. And it seems like Flip can come through. Finally clearing the point here are Fnatic, but they have all the work in the world to do.
I think just the Brig Ana combination is just so more clear-cut in terms of the play style. You don't really see Lucio Ana too often these days. Brig Ana is the classic dive combination on the back line. But Fnatic did have to drain the ult bank for that. VP still have a good fight or two to play through that they can afford to lose before we hit double 99s, but do have a considerable lead that they want to push towards a victory right now if they can. Gala nearly looking over towards ultimate. Sona already has it. Pressuring point has to be a touch. Here we go. Fnatic play.
Attempt at the back cap. Pulse bomb out. Sona unable to find the stick. Cannot get the kill, but still some damage taken from the side of Fnatic. Just looking to try to find some stability here in the HP bars. Canal, however, going to be taken down. Attack finding Shockwave. Flip is there. virtus.pro gain control for a brief moment, but can they actually try to close it out? Captain Sun will once again find Izayaki. He falls, but Viper hounds him down. Second kill, as both supports now going to be eliminated from the side of Fnatic. But break here onto the mech. The counter flip can come back through. Fnatic will hold on, but they need these supports to rejoin.
And the problem is, Fnatic kind of technically won this right. They won all the fights, but they didn't have the cap. It was a flip from VP, as you mentioned. Because of that, Fnatic is still at 75. There's still one more fight. Fnatic should have been 99 already. Unfortunate for them. As we look over towards a second round of good ultimates from Fnatic, this time they should be able to keep this lead there. You're looking towards a potential Fnatic one first round here.
3, nearly 4 ults as Knife tries to get that pulse bomb online, but again, Gullet swinging around the back, just looking to draw some pressure away from the alley, pull them towards the point, but Sona getting the better of Knife. He gets taken down. Viper diving into the back line, clears out the Immortality Field, is able to find the enemy Baptiste. Rally rolling for LeJang as well to try to keep everybody else alive. Self-destruct, built up, recall going to be popped. Sona keeps himself elusive, keeps himself in the fight, but Rojaro nearly being pressured out. Canal now going to be swapping over onto Lucio just to be able to rejoin a little bit faster. Attack broken out. It's going to be self-destruct, going to be sent here from the side of Fnatic, and Attack can safely get back into the mech to try to continue this one, but the flip is in. VP once again in control. Onus on Fnatic to try to clear out the point. Knife under pressure, down below half HP, finished off for Rojaro, swooping in from behind, managing to take him out. Viper with a dupe, goes for the trace of the pulse bomb, nearly going to be built up now, has it at the ready, but can he find a target? They can't find the point.
Okay.
They completely get scattered to the winds, and VP will steal away the opening round of downtown.
They just didn't have enough players alive. You'd say it's probably Viper's job. He was the duplicated tracer there, but he was hunting for players to get the pulse bomb. We're looking at the pulse bomb Prince of Viper to get that flip in terms of player numbers. Could not find it. And as the point goes the way of VP, yeah, Fnatic just, they didn't have enough point control to be able to do too much there. I want to highlight something really good that VP did in that final fight, which is that Shockwave got the duplicate on towards the Brig, and because he had that, the fact that they lost, I believe it was Canable died, they still had healing because, watch this, Gala was pressured out. He went for the solo flank touch, remember this, then he was pressured out, which meant Canale was the only support for a while. He died, and there were no supports effectively while Gala was sort of still rotating and Canale's respawning. So Shockwave being on the duplicated Brig is, in my opinion, what keeps VP competitive in that final fight. That's the situation we just saw there that I'm talking about, and even finds Rally towards the end there as well, I believe.
Really solid starters. Okay, we're just straight to the action actually over here on Mecha Paces. We do have Knife coming out the gate with the Venture, and Shockwave going to be taken down to the cast. Attack now playing out on the Jungle Queen, gets a knife across, Gala going to fall. And, well, we didn't quite see the beginning of it, but it's Fnatic very handily winning the opening fight.
Interestingly enough, we were playing on the coast side. Usually teams like to roll out on the main side, like this left-hand area here. So somehow we ended up on towards coast. Fnatic are the type of team where, you know, no Kiriko available. Lucio Bab has to be the next available option. You want to rush down. You want to play really quickly. You have the Venture to all in here as well. Nice kind of being blocked by the creature.
He's saying rush down and pushing up towards the spawn room doors here once again, just trying to zone them back under a bit of fire. Shockwave similarly getting tagged low. Immortality Field going to be cleared out. Viper going to be sunned up there for a brief little moment. He will just about be able to survive as Knife burrowed into the ground, walled off, does manage to escape. Counter push coming through now as virtus.pro start advancing forward. The Amp Matrix is there, and LeJang immediately takes out Sauna. Right click to go ahead and finish him off. Their own Amp Matrix going to be invested here, but they have to be able to win out on this fight. Gala finding one, Shockwave, Canal as well, getting a piece, but Knife pops the ultimate, looks at some targets, goes for the drill forward, takes out Rajaro. It's a bloodbath in the side room, but one that VP has a couple more players left alive at the end of.
Now it's just Gala trying to cap at the moment. It might not be enough. Let's take a look at the silhouettes. I don't believe there's any Fnatic players, so they can't contest at all. Yeah, the gong ringing was all Fnatic members going down there. Knife, unfortunately, Tectonic Shock ultimate. Guess what? Not great at close range. Couldn't get all the kills quickly enough. Here's Blade.
Aggression not going to stop here, but Viper does get shut down. The Blade pulled, and instantly the headshot's going to be found. Kanale will find himself a second. His attack will fall. Gala with that. Captive Sun takes out Izayaki. And Fnatic trying to up the tempo here in the back end. End up getting widely punished for it, and LeJang staggered even.
And nothing to defend against the Captive Sun either. Not on a Diva this time. Viper would have to deflate. Really free for Gala here. And now that they have control of the point, you know, these picks start to make a lot more sense in terms of their value, because you're trying to retake here as Fnatic, but Gala, Shockwave, Sorno, Canal, they're all playing such long range, and you have to try and find these members down, but they're so far away from you.
Soundberry dropped it from LeJang all the time, getting shielded up, and okay, Shockwave going to be taken down. Viper able to get in on top of that cast, finds that kill, finds Canale as well, getting a bit of a revenge after having the blade shut down. It's just all-out aggression here, time and time again, but this time Fnatic, they do manage to come out on top. An extended team kill coming through as they regain control of the point and will be able to regain the lead.
You can't run away if Attack gets that knife straight into Shockwave, and that's going to be the Deadeye gone, and your main damage dealer gone as well. 55 apiece now equalize as we have a little bit of swap. As Gala over towards Lucio now. They need the speed to disengage. Okay, they have a lot of range, but they need to be able to get out quickly. When it's shout from Queen, LeJang on speed, have to respect that.
Rampage across, catching on a 4, all but Sana completely caught up in it, but the knife will find the Pharah, and that is going to be another slaughter here at the hands of Fnatic.
Perfect. Nothing to stop that one. No grenade coming through from Shockwave or a creature from Rajaro to prevent Attack from rolling on through. Minus spawn camp here. You have to respect the spawn advantage that VP have a little bit, but how do you get out of the choke here? That's the question.
Might have to be Amp Matrix, but okay, no, it's going to be Mirage from Sana, finding 2 supports. He does end up getting taken down, not able to clear out that Immortality Field, but the Pulse Bomb was committed as well in the fight, and that doesn't find much value. Point now being pressured out, the flip getting ready to come through. Fnatic will get themselves up to 99%, but VP still in with a chance to close this out with the 2-0.
Need Attack back in action. Viper still holding on to the Blade. There's a lot to get through. The Mei is really problematic here as well. We've seen this late swap on the Mei before.
There you go.
Zeta Division did versus Bleed. I don't think Viper's going to get too much done here. He needs to wait for cooldowns, wait for utility to be burned from VP before this is going to actually be effective. Knife's only 1 HP, recall gone.
And they try to pressure out that Immortality Field. Blade's going to be pulled from Viper out again. Immediately dealt with this time. Shockwave finding the kill. LeJang going to be taken down to that attack. Only able to find one. Knife now eliminated. And Fnatic have to reset right now. Izayaki, last man standing. Deadeye going to be popped.
Too early.
Target. And yeah, that is a bit too early. 10% still remaining. And that could end up being costly.
If you could C9 in ultimate, that might just be one right there, because you really want to have Deadeye for this final engagement. The wall's going to be a little bit cute. It's going to block out players, but it should be able to touch. It is contested in fact.
It's contested now, and there you have it. Overtime going to be forced out. 99-99. Fnatic needing to win this one to try to extend this over towards Sanctuary. Sana into the ice block. Down low. Healing comes through. Soundberry immediately there from Gala on the back end as soon as the ice block breaks to keep them protected. Mortality Field going to be cleared out. LeJang on somewhere, somehow just getting tagged up, taken low, but does manage to survive. Break on attacks mech, but Viper finds Shockwave, and that's an immense amount of damage taken away here from VP. The dive forward, Viper so very low, 15 HP. The melee hit comes through. He is taken down, and now it's a counter slaughter. His VP do in fact look to end this 2-0, and they shall.
You're just watching in slow motion as the sound barrier was not there
looking at LeJang, he's just off, and he's just a few percentage points off, and as he finally drops to the sound barrier, it's heartbreaking. It's a two-man beat for only himself and Izayaki as he has to watch the rest of his team fall through and fade away.
I mean, just brutal. I mean, well, honestly, a very entertaining map in its own right. There was just non-stop aggression coming through, but it was excellent effort from VP to consistently counteract, to push them back, or just say, okay, you've killed us this time. We're going to go back to the spawn room. We're going to come back out full forces, and then we're going to be able to take you down.
Yeah, that's not the best showing from Fnatic, unfortunately. It seems like that maybe between Zeta Division and Fnatic, Korea's starting to drop some maps here. They didn't drop any maps in Dallas, but they are here at the World Cup.
A little bit of a rocky start, but we'll see how they fare in the next one. But for now, let's go ahead and pass it back over to the analyst desk. Hey, wasn't too long since we saw you guys the last time.
Thank you very much, guys. And hey, man, what? 3-0 was what you said was going to happen. VP show up, and maybe it's a 3-0 for VP. I'm getting a little ahead of myself.
As someone who predicted Virtus.pro, I feel pretty validated right now.
Wait, okay, we are not deep enough into the broadcast for you to gaslight that shamelessly. Yeah, you say that for like match 3.
Okay, so just going back to like the very last moments of that last fight that we saw, I feel like every Overwatch 2 DPS streamer, and I'm just screaming at it. I'm like, immortality is so broken. It's so broken. Oh my god, how is he still alive? That's unfair. And then you uninstall it, all of a sudden that says like streamer is currently offline. I felt like that moment entirely. But hey, man, like I said, I'm not rooting for or against anybody. I'm a little surprised what happened, but Virtus.pro, just that stick-to-itiveness, some great plays. LeJang gone. You got the bad version of him a little bit early on, a couple of deaths early on, but they did a good job of. Everybody knows what LeJang is, so they're like, well, we need to isolate it and take it out, and they did a great job of that early on. So, hey, props to them. I think Fnatic is overall a better team. This would still be an upset, though. Let's not get anything wrong. But hey, good on Virtus.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you look at Virtus.pro and what they did here, everyone played out of their minds, and that's probably what's going to take for them to keep this match close. I mean, okay, you also have moments like here for Attacker. Attack goes.
That's why they picked him up.
Yeah, entire other team, please go away now.
Yeah.
And, you know, I would say the DPS for Fnatic was also playing out of their minds, but the Virtus.pro DPS line was matching them bit for bit. This looked like vintage Shockwave, not in some of the Overwatch League years that are up and down, but I think back when Shockwave was up-and-coming rookie, and people were just going, what is Shockwave going to do against the Overwatch League? It's like, oh man, Shockwave played really, really well.
Yeah, and just the overall sense of the game I got is that they weren't playing scared, right?
No,
and
definitely
that was the thing. It's like you can go against an opponent and be like, they're better than us, and you end up playing passive and you're not playing the composition correctly. But they were finding isolated targets. They were isolating targets and then executing it, getting the kills. So it was really well played, and it just showed, you know, the sum of the whole can be greater than individual parts sometime. And I will eat my words. Bring me a plate of crow. I'll eat that too. I was wrong. I thought this was going to be completely one-sided, but when you do get to this level play, best 16 teams in the world, it's not like it's going to happen, but I'm stunned and I am wrong and I'm humbled and I'm apologizing, I guess. I don't know yet. I still think they're going to lose.
Well, pick a lane. Pick a lane.
He's flip-flopping all over the place.
I'm playing both sides. That way I always come out on top.
What's a pun for a trout and hexagrams right now? Like, please.
Yeah. So, like, again, I think one thing that you guys brought up is that they didn't play scared. You could tell after map number 1, you get that, or after, I guess, round 1, it was so funny. Because we caught a little glimpse of the chat. It was like, oh, C9, lol. You know, everyone just kind of throwing in a little bit of the BM there onto the VP side. And it just shows, hey, this team's humming. Yes, a puncher's chance is like what you were calling bleed earlier. But this time VP get this done in a what seemed even more landslide kind of matchup.
And here's the interesting thing to me, though. We talk about the series we just looked at where bleed had way more trouble when you got to game modes of Overwatch that require more team coordination and experience.
Yeah.
I actually think there's a world now looking at this series where you could follow the same script. It actually could go the same way where we go to Escort and Hybrid and we go, oh, well, this is like how we expected it to go. But for Virtus.pro, I mean, look, there's still the same path to victory that Bleed had, which is that you go control, flashpoint, and then push.
There's something said about that chat that always gives me a little bit of insight to how they're feeling, and it's just they're loose. Not that they don't expect to win, but they know other people don't necessarily expect to win. They feel that the pressure is a little lesser on them for this specific matchup, perhaps. Yeah. Because you look at these teams, and they have to see what we see and be like, these guys are good players. We know they're good players, but they're loose about it, and they're kind of that really helps your playstyle. That was it. Guys, if we go for this dive and we don't get it, it's fine. Don't worry. We still have a chance.
Well, here you go. We're going to Flashpoint in New Junk City with Fnatic selecting Red Side. They will pick the first ban, and it will be BAP, and then obviously VP going with Winston there. No subs. No subs.
I love this ban. Just because, like, Hex, you set it up where you're talking about, it's like, oh man, Immortality Field is so frustrating. Like, did one of the players just storm in?
Is this just Viper? Viper just picked the ban himself?
Viper just goes up to Faded Flood in the backwards, like, remove the hero.
Yeah.
Get the hero out. I don't want to play against it. Like, no Immortality Field. That will not happen again. And hey, for this next map, it won't.
All right, well, map number 1 in the books. It was a surprise. Is there more? Are there more surprises is how we would say it in English. Well, let's find out with two guys that know how to speak a lot of English. Let's send it on over to Achilles and Avril.
Thank.
I
English speak good.
And a little bit of Korean too, Achilles, am I right? Just a tiny amount. You're getting there?
Nah.
Okay, okay.
That means yes. Anyway, let's get ready to go into map number 2 and stop embarrassing ourselves and self-deprecating. Let's see if this magic can continue from the side of VP.
Well, the thing is, like, I talked to a bunch of teams heading into this, and everyone was saying, look, if there's one beatable Korean team, it's probably Fnatic, and that is starting to look a little true now. And obviously, everyone's confident. They're like, yeah, we can beat some. We're going to take down a Korean team here. That's the dream. You want to take down one of the Korean teams. They're the favorites, obviously, all 4 of them. But it's looking kind of true at the moment. And Zeta, they don't look invincible either when you look at their performance versus Bleed. At least in those first 2 maps, it could just be that these 2 Korean teams in particular are not having good starts on the opening control, and they will warm up a little bit later on. Now, looking over towards this particular map on New Junk City, let's talk about the bans really quickly. Fnatic, target ban versus Canal from the BAP. What it also says to me is they want to block out the double flex support. It's not just about getting rid of the BAP. When you remove the BAP, you're also removing the ability to play BAP Alari and BAP and any other flex support, because when you want a double flex support, it's typically including a BAP. So that's going to be very awkward for VP now to play through if they can't include the BAP into that. The Winston is a very clear situation where your VP, you're saying, we think Attack is a weak player. We don't want you to sub in Dongak. Keep Attack in for us.
Well, let's see what they do end up piecing together here. As for now, well, it's showing us the Life Weaver. Well, that's likely to be swapped over. As looks like,
we did see a God of Life Weaver one time in the qualifiers for Face It towards Esports World Cup, but I don't think that's a good pick. So yeah, notably, we're going to move away from it because of the ban. So
yeah, that's a fair point. But get one right here, right now. Let's see who can come out on top of this one as we get ready to unlock that first flashpoint in 10 seconds for now. Just control fighting coming through. Attack taking the brunt of it here from the side of Fnatic.
Knife has a flanking angle. That's actually not bad. Can they get aggressive here and get Knife it back?
They've got a lot of damage going across as Jaro nearly taken out of the mech. Shockwave down low will be hounded out. His Knife is able to go ahead and collect that one, but now Viper at risk. Suzu coming through from Mizuaki, able to keep them protected. Jaro will end up losing that mech, but Viper falls. Clean up there onto the Baby Demon. It looks like Fnatic should just about scrape by as LeJang desperately tries to stay alive and will.
This is Fnatic teaching VP a bit of a lesson. You're a ground team, you're a poke team. Let me teach you how to play dive. And in dive, you need a little bit more position. You need some flanking pressure as well. And that's what Knife did. Unfortunately, VP did not corral them towards the back. They had little room to play through. Fnatic even getting a little bit aggressive towards spawn. Very easy opening for them as we look over towards a great timing from Easyaki Canal. So far away from the Kitsune Rush compared to Easyaki Fnatic.
On the counter approach here, Fnatic building up 35% here on the opening flashpoint. LeJang understandably and expectedly playing forward. Takes a little bit of damage early. Pulse bomb out from Knife looking for a target. Will not necessarily find one, but beam there from Shockwave. Or onto Shockwave rather, will find the kill, but Sonic gets a counter pulse out on the Knife, taking him down. Soundbearer now going to be invested. LeJang desperately trying to get his online, drops the beat, does manage to get the shield there onto Attack, ensuring that he can get back in. And Gala is going to get caught up in the blast radius. Gets taken down. Rejoin coming through. Viper 2 online. A couple good headshots there on Asana, forcing out the recalls. Kitsune Rush does get committed to by Canal, and that is going to pay off dividends. Ziziaki and LeJang both get eliminated. Knife fighting back, however, is able to find Sonic, and so far, virtus.pro still have not gotten this flip into their favor. Now there's another Diva in the mix. Duke comes through from Viper, matched by Shockwave on the opposite side. 4 Divas. Not sure who's going to come out on top of this one, but Attack loses on his back at this time, cannot get back in for free. Something struck to be said by Viper. Shockwave trying to build up his own, but does end up getting demech'd. Can get right back into it, but the dupe is going to be expiring. And while virtus.pro, they do have control of the point for now, it looks like Fnatic are going to be able to regain it very quickly.
It's an extremely scrappy fight coming through both teams, but Fnatic need to go for the cap. It's still a 5 versus 4. Rajara has a remake available on the self-destruct. It's still a 5v3, 5v4 situation. No plays live for VP. Rajara's going to save ult.
They needed to be able to get the punish there onto the Baby Diva, but attacking back into the mech ends up bailing him out just a little bit more there. Now the flip is back through. They're even staggering here onto Rajaro, getting that kill, and Fnatic will be able to take the opening flashpoint.
Oh, not without a lot of scrapes and bruises, unfortunately, for Fnatic. They really kept it one-sided in the opening neutral, but beyond that, it got really scary for Fnatic, honestly. Even with the extra kill from, it was attack, self-destruct, we was actually forced, ended up killing Gala, but now on rotation, they lose Viper. Like, what's going on, Fnatic? You're about to go over towards the next point opening, and you get down one instantly.
Yep. That could give virtus.pro the inside track. Big Hail Mary toss there on the pulse bomb from Knife. Turns across the opposite side here of the opening and does manage to find that Mega Pack to keep himself alive, but you lose out on Viper, you lose out now on that pulse bomb. Key tools being taken away out of the hands here of Fnatic.
VP have priority here. They have all the ultimates. They have the point unlock. Canel's got the Kachuna Rush. Ziyaki lagging by 2%.
Ziyaki has one to match. It looks like he's opting to just go ahead and wait it out, so they're just going to play this a little bit more patiently. Now they look to go ahead and strike, so they got a couple of added seconds where they have the overlap and then the advantage. Sound barrier held by LeJang, building that one up fairly rapidly, and even with Viper going as low as he is, LeJang opts to go ahead and hold on to it. They wait for the dupe instead. Viper goes for the copy, puts another tracer into the mix, trying to build up towards that pulse bomb here. We'll see if he's going to be able to find it to stick. His attack is broken out of the mech, but has that self-destruct. Gala in the meantime, sound barrier shielding goes out, keeping VP healed up and shielded up as much as humanly possible. Now the counter beat coming through. Self-destruct out from Rajaro, pulse bomb from Sona, finds the kill on the Viper. LeJang gone, blown to smithereens. Canel gets taken down. Iziyaki able to find one, but it's just 3 members left here from the side of Fnatic, and they're trying to backpedal, trying to desperately disengage, and they cannot. It's already 65% for VP.
That just should not happen, as we're about to see attack getting staggered here. You have a situation where Fnatic actually get the much better sound barrier. I was saying that LeJang looks like he's retaining a little bit there, getting risky, nearly lets a player die. Viper barely squeezes in the green HP from the wave of LeJang towards the end, but they have the much better sound barrier given how late LeJang pulled through. And yet they still lose 2 players, one to a ball bomb, one to a self-destruct. That can't happen if you're Fnatic.
LeJang up against the wall, take it down. You saw it right there in the wide shot. Canel able to go ahead and take him out. Viper similarly gone. Iziyaki eliminated. This is going to be 1-1. No hope here for Fnatic on the second point. Knife just going to be diving off the side, going for the reset.
Now it's 1-1, but this round is 100-0. It's just so much better for VP, and Fnatic looks a little bit lost there. And again, in a situation where I think the ultimate economy-wise, it was probably better off slightly. In a situation where they had the better beat, coming back in, yeah, it's going to be a pretty crappy contest. Not going to lie, LeJang obviously will probably die there because he's the designated toucher. It's not Knife. LeJang goes in, he's instantly dead, and then Fnatic are not going to be able to play much more after that. They get to retain whatever ultimates they do have for their next point, which is going to be important. Knife versus Sona, the only 2 ultimates online, but pay attention to the Kitsune Rush difference again. It's Iziyaki versus Canel, and Iziyaki has a way better timing here.
But Shockwave has Viper once again.
Okay, that's bad.
Sicky's come across, and he's able to find the pick here. Pulse bomb invested. Suzu going to be a little bit too late to deny the damage, but they still can't get the break onto the mech. The damage just isn't in, and now Shockwave finds Knife as well. He's just dipping them both.
Fnatic can't be happening twice.
Here onto the Diva once more, but Iziyaki finds a headshot and Sona gets eliminated. Pulse bomb was lobbed out, not finding much, a bit of an overcommit on that ultimate. Now this fight, this hold is getting away from them. Fnatic with a really nice counteraction. They turn around, they allow themselves to get this flip fairly quickly.
Well played by Knife, by Viper there actually. Fnatic finally able to get some punish on it. It's been Shockwave causing problems 2 fights in a row, opening neutral. Shockwave just gets a pick onto Viper this time. It'll be Fnatic finding their opening. Getting a bit aggressive over towards spawn. A little bit of catch-up to do, but they should be able to overtake on terms of the control. But they're lacking one Kitsune Rush, something Canel has in advantage. VP didn't get to use it before. Double support ultimates. LeJang's going to have to really do a lot with the sound barrier to stop that pressure.
There's a Kitsune Rush here from Canel. Gala under fire, has that sound barrier, pulls the trigger on it, does manage to hit the floor, and it's going to be Iziyaki and Viper getting taken down. 2 huge kills here off the back to the side of virtus.pro. Sona trying to stay alive, break on the mech attack, knowing, yeah, I have to hold on to the self-destruct. The rest of the team falling around him, the Baby Diva will suffer similarly.
I don't think those 2 players called this sound barrier because they eliminated instantly. So, I mean, Fnatic just kind of messed that one up a little bit. You shouldn't be losing 2 players off rip when the sound barrier drops down. Gala looked like he was in a lot of trouble there. Sound barrier is in quite a disparate situation where he was nearly dead, actually.
Close to an Ajax.
And VP couldn't really push in despite having a Kitsune rush, and even then, Fnatic lose.
Somehow, Rajaro going unscouted with side-by-side against attack. Just completely ignoring him. Dupe in here from Viper. And this is going to be Knife who's able to collect Shockwave. Good early kill for Fnatic. Now Gala going to be taken out as well, so Fnatic can get this flip, can keep this contested. And if they can get some staggers maybe here on the back end, could also maybe just steal away this flashpoint for themselves. Self-destruct committed, Rajaro, knowing that he needs to try to just bail out of here, but still very much is going to be at risk of losing that mech once again.
As Rajaro, that was a flank, and that's the issue. I mean, yeah, they didn't detect him, but who cares? You just landed yourself in the Shockwave. No defensive matrix for Rajaro to save his life. Double traces on Shockwave, and that's your player advantage. So, yeah, what was Rajaro doing? We'll never know.
Well, we will not. Moves up, gets the contest. Obviously going to be forced out here on flashpoint number 3, but it's bleeding down very quickly. Rajaro just trying to keep things contested, trying to wait for the rest of the team to be able to rejoin. Shockwave under fire. The dupe comes up just in time. Gets the copy here onto the D.Va, and now immediately finds a kill on the Viper. Izayaki going to be eliminated attack. Forced to use that self-destruct, but it's here on the high ground. They have the tip tucked back. Dip down there from Gala to keep himself safe. The remech to get the break here on a Shockwave mech, but now Knife is going to fall. It's just attack on his lonesome while he will be able to finish off the baby D.Va. There is no staying power for him whatsoever. The flip will come back through. The overtime will bleed away, and now it's 2-1 with VP in the advantage.
Beautifully piloted by Shockwave there. I mean, literally in terms of the D.Va duplication, exactly what VP needed. 2 D.Vas rushing you down, micro missiles, defensive matrices. And for Fnatic, it's attacked, the last one alive. Did his best. I mean, actually did more than you'd expect a solo play to be able to do on the D.Va, but not going to be enough for the 2-1. Speaking of 2-1s, it's VP, one up in the series, looking for the 2-0, in fact. Gala looking over towards Sound Barrier, Izayaki, only ultimate on Fnatic.
Kitsune Rush sent immediately, but Sound Barrier there from Gala in response, just keeping them shielded throughout this Kitsune Rush. It will expire. Point now getting ready to unlock, and VP overall, you'd say, with the advantage.
You need a tempo beat here from LeJang. They have to buy themselves into this fight somehow. Cannot play softly.
But the other thing is it has to catch everybody, and this time it does. Rajaro immediately going to be taken out of the mech. Baby D.Va not going to be able to last too long. Attack able to find Shockwave. So once again, Fnatic going to be starting things off decently here off the back of these ultimates to give themselves the opening cap.
Yeah, pretty safe timing too, because Scarlet didn't use Sound Barrier. He used Sound Barrier just a little while ago, so he is ahead, but LeJang's not that far behind, and he's still alive, and Gala's dead as well. So situation where Fnatic can hold on. Double DPS ultimates, attack a little bit further on the self-destruct just to keep himself alive. And as typical, Fnatic will just push out a little bit, try and build some ultimates, not get too greedy, don't want to lose something, don't want Shockwave just to randomly catch Viper again.
Certainly something that's trying to be avoided here is Knife getting hounded down. Sona looking for the chase, looking for maybe another pulse bomb diff onto the enemy tracer, but this time we'll have to wait a little bit longer for it.
VP,
Knife similarly though, slinking around the back line.
This time it's VP, they have no buy-in. They're waiting for Canal to use this Kitsune Rush, 2% away. Knife on the flank is gigantic though. I mean, he can just use this any time. Looking for the, oh my god, that's great. Suzu, I think.
Yep, Suzu going to be coming through. Attack at the same time though, able to go ahead and eat Saunas up, so Pulse Bomb's not going to be finding value on either side. Duke in from Viper, putting that D.Va into the mix once again, but Izayaki's going to be taken down as Rajaro is able to find that kill. Attack broken out, self-destruct invested. Any remech, the answer is going to be yes, so it's right back into the fight, but still down a support. Fnatic have to allow for this flip to come through.
Importantly, Gala didn't have to Sound Barrier there, so they have some tools to play through. VP now on the long grind, 0-2, 92, not quite 100, but 0-2. 92 is basically the same. They want to clean up this map and get a 2-0 lead in the series. They're going to have to do a lot of work. 3 ultimates though, decent economy. When it's under pressure, Izayaki going.
But yeah, there's the contest. Sona keeping him honest. Duke here from Shockwave. Trying to push forward. It's going to be forced onto the low ground, so far build up towards that self-destruct in the Duke. Going to be lacking significantly, but Knife absolutely run over as Rajaro finds the opening kill. Self-destruct still going to be held as that Sound Barrier just keeps the rest of the team perfectly protected.
And that's that 30% difference. I mean, we noted a little bit earlier on in the neutral. Fnatic did have to drop in the tempo beat from LeJang to buy themselves into the neutral. However, he was 30% behind Gala. Now Gala gets to cash that in immediately in a situation where Fnatic have nothing to play through. Ideally, even if LeJang is 30% behind, somebody else can contest.
Viper dead again, though, on the approach.
Has to be beat.
And Sona finding it, LeJang under pressure, nearly loses it, but Beat does go through, keeps him alive, but as soon as that shielding's gone, he absolutely gets destroyed. Sona with another Pulse Bomb in. Izayaki dead, and as you say, that should just about do it on the map. A self-destruct and a desperate Riad once again attack, trying to hold on, trying to inspire some level of hope here. The overtime will bleed down, and it's 3-1 as virtus.pro continue to impress, and they move up 2-0 in this series. Fnatic now needing a reverse sweep if they want to be victorious here.
You mentioned inspirational there, but unfortunately all the inspirations on VP side are not getting any inspiration from Fnatic so far. They said Fnatic were beatable, but this is looking very beatable because unfortunately for Fnatic, I hate to say this, and you know, all credit to VP, but VP aren't even like the top EU team here. You could argue not even the top 2 EU team here, so there's even better European teams. If Fnatic are failing this hard now, I mean, top 4 is looking very open for the rest of the grid if Korea can't lock it in.
I mean, yeah, you're talking about those teams. You took a look at who else is in this group, and there's another big name that really is going to stand out, and that's, of course, going to be Space Station Gaming, and you need to, you know, avoid being that bottom spot. So this is a bit concerning for the side of Fnatic, so we'll go ahead and pass things back over to the analyst desk and hear about their concerns as well.
Thank you very much. My concerns are the same as everyone else's who predicted a very clean game by the Korean squad of Fnatic, and it's not quite there right now. Zizzle Pizzle, how are you feeling, dog?
Why'd you pick Fnatic,
Has anyone ever called you that? No one's ever called you that.
No, well, now someone has called me that. At least once.
Yeah.
Also,
ZP.
Look, on paper, I stand by everything on paper. However, in practice, what we're seeing here is virtus.pro is playing out of their minds, and you take a look at Fnatic, they've come in cold. However, you think back to the narrative we had in the last series, I also think that could come into the picture here, where it's that the 2 maps you would expect a team to upset or surprise you on, or game modes, we have just played. If there's never been a better opportunity for a reverse sweep than what we have now, but you gotta give respect to what we've been seeing here from virtus.pro, especially on the DPS line where, look, you talk about how good Viper and Knife have been, and they've both had their moments here so far. Sana and Shockwave have been matching them hit for hit.
Yeah. First of all, you ever been wrong? Happened to me. Happening right now. There's something to be said, and I kind of mentioned like the win condition, so I will say the one thing I did say correctly in the pre-show. There's something to be said about playing mistake-free Overwatch.
Yeah.
And it's what I feel virtus.pro is doing much better than Fnatic. Not that it's flawless or clean. No game of Overwatch is ever going to be flawless, but it feels they're making less mistakes. The amount of we might be getting the kind of version of LeJang that I don't love.
Yeah, that's where I wanted to go. What's going on with your boy LeJang?
This also might be a version of, I've seen this happen in almost every sport, of looking past an opponent, looking down on an opponent and thinking, I'm just better so we can skill gap these guys. And I feel like maybe some of that's happening. I don't want to go sports psychology, but this gives virtus.pro all the props in the world. Shockwave is playing how he needs to be playing, and everyone else also stepping up their game. But the thing is, they're not making mistakes. They're not wasting ults. They're not using an advantage and throwing it away. It's just smart, solid Overwatch.
Yeah, Sana, like even there at the end, Sana with the pulse bomb on the Tracer, huge there to close it on off, prevent the recap, and prevent Fnatic from getting on in. Speaking of looking past an opponent, I wanted to bring up the fact that this is the game mode where you could get upset, and kind of like what Zeta did earlier, they opted into taking it and saying, hey, this is your best chance, we're going to take it away against Bleed. They were able to do that. Here, Fnatic tried to call the same number, ended up now, you know, 2-0. Their backs are against the wall.
Yeah, the one thing I'll say for Fnatic at the very least is that in terms of both experience and coaching staff, if anyone could get you out of being down 2 maps in a series, it would probably be the staff and personnel that they have. But you don't want to be here, because now, no matter how you play, you can play really well, and anything can happen in one map of Overwatch, right? So virtus.pro has to be incredibly happy with how well they've played so far, because Fnatic, even if they play as well as we think they can play, it's not going to be an easy road. They still got to win 3 straight, no mistakes.
The thing is, it doesn't even feel like it's fluky, though. You know, you've seen some of those matches where a team's getting upsets, and you're like, yeah, but if that Widow didn't hit 3 shots, it wouldn't have happened, or if they didn't walk into Riptire, it wouldn't have happened. It just feels like it's just straight up getting outplayed. Like, not by a huge margin, but by, like, enough. And I think there's been moments where I see players in Fnatic going a little too aggressive, because it's like, well, I'm better than these guys, so I should be able to win this. And it's like, well, no, you can't win that 1v2. And then there's instances where there's players that I think are not the better Tracer, Tracer hitting a pulse bomb in the Tracer. Like, that shouldn't happen. That's an ego move. Like, there's been great play overall, and hey, good on it. I love to be surprised by stuff like this. This is the reason I like sports. This is the reason I like esports, because I don't know what's going to happen. It's not scripted. This is not a, oh, well, that's the end of Act A, so this is going to move forward. Like, I love stuff like this because it doesn't follow regular structure. There is no narrative, and I'm more than happy to be wrong because I enjoy being surprised by a good story like this.
So when we're in the back, you said Knife and Viper, they're doing their best to try and drag the rest of the squad out. That means who needs to be stepping on up here for this Fnatic side?
I mean, it's a support line right now. The support line, for how good we know they can be, they aren't playing at that level right now.
No.
They just are not. And again, the weird thing is for LeJang is that I want to say is like, yeah, it's off for LeJang, but also even when LeJang was in his peak, LeJang would also just have off series.
It's worth noting, though, as well, that this is a new backline. Right, so we talked about the roster that was acquired was Yeti minus their backline of Irony and Bliss. And maybe there's something to be said about guys who are just going to be steady in doing their job in the backline rather than trying to be playmakers. It's great to have playmaking supports, but if you got to take care of the basics first, right? You got to like make the bread before you butter it, and that might be something that's going on. Look, I love LeJang, and I told you either way we're going to be entertained. Either he's going to dominate and he's going to do it, or he was the first kill of this match.
Yes.
And I think he was like the 4th kill of this match as well. Like, it was something like that. You kind of just got that feeling. You're like, uh-oh, LeJang gone wrong here. Yeah. It's not great. But it's more than just one player. It is kind of like all the pieces. And when they're getting some of these kills from Knife and Viper, yeah, they're great, but they're not always the impactful kills. Some of them are like they're already down one, So, hey, all credit in the world to virtus.pro.
Well, here we go. Lari getting taken out there by Fnatic, VP taking away Genji, and we're going to Hollywood. So it is, you're going to Hollywood. So you're kind of thinking, okay, this should be favoring the team that has been together a little bit longer, the team that has more experience. That's what you guys have said. Also updated for you.
Should be
Viper and Attack both out.
Yeah,
that means
makes
Checkmate
sense.
and Donghak are in.
Yes.
You had something to say about Donghak?
Well, because he hasn't played yet, and this is 2023 Overwatch Season 6, Rookie of the Year. Great tank player, Winston and Ball, the specialist, and this is a map where even though the elevators have changed and I've seen teams run it down slow, I think it's still a much better dive map. You want to get your Winston in there for sure. I thought Attack played pretty well, but this is just not the map you want to run his hero pool on. So also there's something to be said, even though the map dictates it and everything, of just bringing in some new players at this point, because what you're doing ain't working.
Yeah, and I'd also say here too is like as we swap game modes here, we're also entering a game mode where it's always kind of nebulous in games, including Overwatch, to be like, well, what's the impact of coach? What can the coaches do? At very least in theory, but I also think in practice, when you go to something like Hollywood on Hybrid, this is more in the wheelhouse of, okay, the coaches are going to give you some better game plans than what you get on the previous game modes we had here. So if there is an advantage to be had from there, I think you're going to see it from Fnatic here.
All right, well, to Hollywood we go as the players are getting themselves ready. I guess just because, let's dream a little bit. If VP get this win here, what type of, on a scale of 1 to 10, the magnitude of upset this would be here? With the expectations that we had coming into it. Don't change it. Don't change it.
Go ahead.
No, I'll go.
I'll answer.
A 10,
Waffler right
a 10 would be if Crazy Raccoon was the team losing here.
Yeah.
I would put this at about an 8.5 to a 9, though.
It's super
pretty
high.
Yeah.
I mean, as someone who predicted Virtus, I don't think it's an upset at all.
you can't just keep trying to change history like this. It doesn't work. It doesn't work that way.
I can and I will. That's
someone just tuned in and is believing you right now.
What do you mean believing? Check the tape.
Yes, please.
This is okay. So from this map strategy that we saw here in the last game, Zeta took the same route, right? They went with Flashpoint. They won. What is the order of the next maps? Let's say Fnatic win this one. Then where are we going next? What would you go with?
I mean, it's probably going to be push next, push after this,
I guess,
and then
because
Virtus would select, yeah.
Okay, well, this feels a little stressful right now for Fnatic. Takes a little bit longer for us to get in the game as the players are swapping on in, getting their peripherals all set on up. But again, just resetting the stakes here. This is Group D. These teams have not played their matches yet. Fnatic are expected to be the top team in the group alongside of Space Station. But
a big surprise here if there's an upset, and it does open things up for the rest of the teams in the group. And also, again, how it works if you make it on out, if you are the first place in your group, you get a bye into the top 8. If you're second, you get to pick the third place team you want to play. All of a sudden, you're like, what's Fnatic doing down here?
I mean, I was just going to end up like putting it out there. I'm like, well, there's no way Virtus.pro gets second, but like, who knows now? I think a lot of this too is a lot of this where you have to give credit to coaching staffs and strategies and stuff, because this is a whole new ball game.
Yeah.
To be honest, it's never been done before where we do hero bans in a major tournament. It's been tried, into the disappointment of many. It was like, it wasn't done this exact way, so it ended up just being players who were like, well, we just want to play the meta, so we're going to ban the one pick that counters the meta kind of thing, right? So it just ended up, it's been tried before in experimental modes, but not the exact same way as this. So this is a whole new ball game as we're entering, and I think that the hero bans and map selections have been enormous.
Hex, I got a question for you here, though. Let's say Fnatic doesn't look great, and they just sort of limp into playoffs here, right, in the third place spot. Given the fact that we know the overall potential of this team, if everyone's at peak, when you get to a point that you choose your opponent, do you look at this roster and be like, I want to choose that? I feel like this is a roster you look at where even if they look bad today and look bad tomorrow, I still don't necessarily want to play them. Yeah, I don't want to play this team.
It's a matter of who's doing the choosing, you know? I think that it ends up being that they'd be the last team chosen, because I believe like all the threes get put into a pool, and then the top 2s get to pick, you know? So it'd just be by default a team's going to have to play Fnatic.
Well, yeah. It goes Group D, second place, Group C, second place, Group B, second place, and then Group A gets whoever's left over. So Group A might end up being like, oh, I guess we have to play the Fnatic squad.
Yeah, and you see this in a lot of like stuff where it happens in groups like that, but I just feel, I think these teams are kind of learning on the fly as well. And you can kind of scrim this all you want, but scrim bucks and those things don't usually equate to the actual in-game play, which is why I don't always put a ton of stock in scrims when they happen, because everyone always wins every scrim, and that's not even the right way to do scrims. But I don't feel like if I'm choosing first and Fnatic is in this pool, no, I'm not taking them first, because just the potential that any one of the potential that Knife just guts me, and that's it, you know, like that's enormous. So I think some of the upsets that we see and some of the stuff that's happening today won't be even the same tomorrow. I think that's how quickly this tournament's going to move.
Yeah, I think one thing you have to give a lot of credit, though, is that sometimes some teams come out and they have a better understanding of how to play in a new meta, where, again, this is a new meta. I think we had a pretty big seismic shift in what's good and how you have to play things right now, you know, especially, of course, tanks being more powerful. And look, we might just be in a world where VP has like gone ahead of the curve, and you can ride that wave the entire tournament.
But it's so weird for me to even call it a meta. I mean, so if we didn't have hero bans and it was just like the new tank patch, itself was going to redefine things and what was really strong. And then you would just probably see D.Va, Winston, right? And then there would be a counterplay to it with like probably a Symmetra type play, right? Get the beam and do all that. But now there can't really be a stable meta, because you can come in and be like, oh, that one key component to that specific form of dive, banned. Or that one key component that you want to run instead of that, protected. Like, so it's a meta in a large, it's a metaverse, I guess. I hated that. It's cut the tape.
That was nice. That was nice. We were with you every step of the way, Hax, and then all of a sudden.
It's what happens when you talk too long, and I'm like, oh, that's clever, and then the moment I said it, I'm like, oh, it is not. But again, I don't have to be smart with my jokes, because I was.
Now, as we wait for the teams to get ready.
I substitute my own reality, and I'm happier living in it than the current one.
Yeah, we're also waiting to get the updates on what the deal is with the teams and players. Again, know that we got the substitutions and peripherals coming on in,
Can we go back
but
over
we
the
should be able to get
bans?
that.
We might not have touched that.
Yeah, all right, so one more time. The bans were Illari and Genji. Fnatic ban Illari, Virtus.pro ban Genji, Fnatic pick Hollywood, and will start on attack to kick things off.
Okay. Any thoughts on that? Illari's been really strong lately. Illari did get also like a damage nerf, but the pylon buff is enormous, which is why she's actually being played and considered now.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ilari overall, it's something we're seeing more of right now. And probably, I feel like as the tournament goes on, it's going to be in rosters more often than not. But I think we still need a little bit of extra time for the players, D-Gon.
Yeah, it sounds like we're going to take a short break while the players are getting ready for this very, very important matchup now. Every moment is a match point here for VP. One of the biggest upsets at 8.5 to 9, according to ZP. We're going to take that short break. When we come back, we'll have map number 3.
To EWC, we should just be moments away from getting into our third and potentially final map. But two teams, and we'll see what exactly is going to happen here.
I think there should be some life left in Fnatic. I mean, it wasn't exactly, you know, DEFCON 5 for Zeta Division when they were in this situation. Not exactly, because they actually won map 2 and Fnatic did not. There's a couple of strange things happening that I want to address so far. I'm actually not in agreement with what Fate and Flitter are doing for this third map. Now, they've decided as a losing team to, obviously, they get pick priority for, they get to pick the map, and they also get to then decide whether they want to ban first, etc. Now, they went towards Hollywood. They clearly wanted to go towards a dive map. They got attack out. My criticism so far is that I think they actually need to get Donga back in. They clearly want to play dive. It's time to go back to the bread and butter of what Fnatic are known for, what they're famous for, which is the dive. You need to get Dong back in there. You need to give him some game time. Not impressed with attack so far. Secondly, though, I think priority should be on Dorado, not actually on Hollywood. Why? Because it's the escort map pool that you have to be way more concerned about later down the line when VP might get the pick instead, and then they can pick something like Shambali. That's really going to screw you if you're Fnatic. And also, why are we banning out something like Alari when you're targeting the supports? You should be targeting Rajaro. That's actually the play that I think is causing issues right now for Fnatic.
Oh, yeah.
Get rid of the Diva. You want a dive matchup? Do not allow Rajaro to play the Diva into that. He's the one with the limited hero pool. Put him back on the Ramacha, put him back on the Sigma. You get to play Winston or something like that. That's how Fnatic actually win. And so that's why I don't think their bans or their map choice was good.
Yeah, I mean, the value that we've been seeing from Rajaro has been pretty staggering. I mean, the best Diva play that we've been getting all day here, and the couple times that we had seen in the previous matchups, is just regularly finding impact, catching people off guard, and, you know, even getting kills with the self-destruct from time to time. But
look at this.
We have a Torbjorn here set up on the defense.
And that's actually a specialty for virtus.pro, because if you watch any Face It Masters, you know, EWC qualifiers, they played a ton of this. It's like, you know, have a little bit of the regular anti-dive stuff. They're going to play the Diva, obviously, add in the extra Torb, and then make things really annoying for Fnatic, who obviously want to play a Winston. An opening fight so far. Let's see what Checkmate brings to the table. Viper has been subbed out. Not exactly sure what the exact composition is. Knife is over towards the Ashe, and it seems like it's the Tracer for Checkmate instead.
I'll take it down. Immortality Field going to be cleared out. Turret still set up. It's Sonic able to get the melee hit. As Checkmate will fall. Get him down, Knife under some fire. Shockwave coming up with the goods there, but still good progress made from Fnatic already. Those 2 ticks built up, and they're looking for even more. Now pushing up past 70%. virtus.pro needing to try to find some stability here. Izzyukin and cont both going to be taken low, but it's going to be Canale who actually falls as far as the supports are concerned. And a nice anti-nade sets up for Gala to die as well. That'll be the cleanup, that'll be the cap. And Fnatic off to a roaring start with a time bank of just about 5.5 minutes.
Can't go wrong with the Dong. Here we go, the Winston up and ready for Fnatic. That's exactly what we're talking about. Nice Bionet connection from Izzyukin. They clean it up. And the Winston gameplay just looks so much better coming through from Fnatic. Again, this is their style. This is what they built their entire reputation on during, you know, the Asia OWCS portion of this year so far. Heading over towards B now. 5 minutes is decent. It's 5 minutes plus, actually, because they kept a little bit more time than that. Easy now pushing even virtus.pro off secondary. Yeah, there we go. Gets Nano.
Yep, Nano's in. Still has that Primal ready to go in case he gets into a dire situation, which right now is getting whittled away at. In the meantime, Checkmate does get a headshot taken down as Canale is able to find that one, but Shockwave traded out. So 1 for 1 as far as the damage dealers here are concerned. Sauna able to go ahead and elude that dynamite, so keeping his life intact. LeJang with a rally roam, just trying to keep everybody else alive. That will now expire. Corner juggle here coming through as Canale is going to get knocked out of that one and immediately taken down. Gonghak clearly seemed like he was waiting on the bench, chomping at the bit, ready to play.
And now Rajaro Steam as well.
Yeah, it's just looking fantastic for him. Self-destruct having to be used there by Rajaro. Does get back into the back safely. Cannot get that punish, but Knife with the dynamite this time will be able to find Sauna. And the push can continue as the bomb goes down.
As Bob aside there, as Knife's Bobs went on out. A bit of extra damage from Knife on the Ashe as well, and Fnatic are looking so much better. I mean, this is exactly what I'm talking about. It wasn't DEFCON 5 for Zeta Division, nor is it now coming through for Fnatic. Still plenty of room to come back in the series. It will have to be a reverse sweep. Cap now, nice and open. Can they get this though? Have to wait out the window, have to respect Canale.
Let's see though, how much time can they buy from here? The Matrix does expire, sound barrier available here for Gala. Widely, Fnatic looking to just pull back away, look for another angle of approach here, try to find a crack in the armor that they can take advantage of. And built up once again here. Izzyukin immediately dumping that over on the Gonghak. Just go ahead and maybe scale up the walls, get up onto the high ground. But sound barrier now in response, right as Knife ends up getting taken down. Gonghak cannot survive. Melted through. The hot knife through butter, and that's going to be Fnatic for the first time staves off in the push.
That was their first fight win so far. I mean, it's taken a while for them to get in there.
Okay. I was like, is he going to stick around, go for a back cap?
No, he's just going to get staggered. Unfortunately, this will be a little bit sad, but this is what VP need because they're down a decent amount of time here. To be fair, though, LeJang got a decent amount of ult charge off that. He's still swinging around. He's up to 90% now. The rally should be pretty decent. There was nothing to play up against the sound barrier of Gala in that previous fight. For Fnatic, just got to pressure out the early stages of this. Checkmate could even pressure Payload if he can find a flanking angle as well. It's the rotation around the back fence support. I don't think they really need to aggress this opening high ground. Just go to the point.
Just starting the backpedal now. Don't want to get spaces. Yeah, I mean, the back cap threatened there. Test comes through, keeps it locked in position here. LeJang once again leaping up onto the high ground. It's a decent amount of damage. Drops down, but he's only 19% away from having that ult online. Pulse bomb from Checkmate going to be going wide. Doesn't get the stick, but once again, it's going to be Canal in a pretty bad spot. Matrix still going to be committed to here as he somehow has not been taken down. No one able to get in on top of him, but it's going to be Gala who gets caught up instead. LeJang with a whip shot, finds that elimination. And that's the first step here to try to get this cap onto B. Once again, just knocking him around. The kills will get cleaned up. Only Sana left standing to try to get that pulse bomb back online, but LeJang with 3 in the fight across the board will help get Fnatic the cap.
Let's see if Rajara swaps something like Ram, or because, I mean, this waste of a D.Va ultimate, unfortunately. He's going to keep the D.Va in play. Obviously, I think D.Va has a pretty good matchup into the Winston. Dong. He's actually going to go towards the Doom. This question mark. I mean, Doom's not particularly great in the meta, in my opinion, based on my conversation with the players as well, but if there's a player that can make it work, I think Dongak's one of the best Dooms that we have here. See if he makes the magic happen.
He'll be very good at splitting the attention of Rajara at the very least. Between he and Checkmate, plenty of backline access and harassment there. And spot for now, just a delay. Shockwave buying some space and time here for the team. Dive forward going to be coming through, and there's the Nano right off the rip, straight onto the Doom, and the damage is being found. Canal once again going to be dealt with here as it's leap up onto the high ground. Shockwave cannot escape, and that is why he swaps over onto the Doom Fist. The impact is immediately seen. It is felt there by the side of virtus.pro. As Rajara is going to be trying to hold on to the mech, but he cannot. Immortality Field not going to be doing a damn thing there as LeJang similarly finds Gala at the same time.
He's going to have to go back to spawn, losing his ultimate charge. I can't remember what he was on, but it's gone now. Delete that one. 15%, that's all you get to play through. LeJang needs to find this rally because the Gala sound barrier is coming on through. Fnatic going to have to respect. They'll have to back up when the sound barrier comes on in, but they can play with the rally against it. Now that LeJang has found it.
Checkmate limit testing there for a little while. HP was going up and down. They do manage to keep him alive. Pulse bomb now going to be online. Eating a bit of damage, but similarly here is Rajara. As Sana lets that pulse bomb go, but doesn't find an opening, and that could be absolutely crucial here.
They want to force Gala. They can get the sound barrier out early with damage to Rajara. This is really good for Fnatic. Gala's holding though.
They set him up, they saw him and force it out, and that's going to be the Ant Matrix coming through, and Sana now finding Checkmate as well should allow them to continue holding on to this beat. Immortality Field going to be cycled in. Rajara just getting pumped back up towards full HP. And for now, it's going to be virtus.pro maintaining control here. Right in the choke way. Multiple kills are going to be found.
I'm not a fan of the fact that Fnatic decided to pull trigger first. I felt like they would do a great job of pressuring on virtus.pro, but LeJang felt the pressure. And off the back of the rally, they failed to really push on it. I guess it's maybe harder for them to win the poke battle, given you have defensive matrix on Rajara and Dongx on a Doom. Not quite the same. You have to take first priority on the fights here for Fnatic. Okay, well, they did that. Unfortunately, not working out. Nano's going to be really important because now you get to allow Dong to go in deep. Meteor Strike as well. It's a second life for Dong. And once the bomb's on the back line, once you get the bomb on the cap as well, that's super good.
Cancel on the punch. And their sights once again back towards the cart here, bringing it up through the archway. The dive forward, they're looking for Shockwave, and then just might be able to find him. Mortality Field going to be coming through. Bob going to be invested just in case he were to die. Sound barrier now going to be forced out. Meteor Strike back down. Donghak immediately going to be receiving that nano boost in the back end. Shockwave this time cannot survive. Kill found Ash out of the equation. Self-destruct going to be sent here over towards the archway, but Rajaro cannot survive, and the explosion doesn't find any kills itself. Sana will be able to come up with one, has that pulse bomb, but needs it to go big, and he needs to invest it pretty much right now, as it's just 2.84 meters left to go. LeJang going to be taken down, but there's just so much work, and Sana cannot get it on his own. The push will come through, but it's still decent from virtus.pro considering how this map started.
Well, that's the thing, right? I think Fnatic were able to get a really good start. Then we had a little bit of slowdown, C then more slowdown. Some would say that's just the intention of how the maps are designed. Anyway, you do expect that C is going to be the most difficult point for you to play. And look, Achilleos, you're casting, it's pause. It should be no surprises here.
Yeah. I do be cursed like that, you know. We'll take a look back at how this map kind of began. It was all just this big spiral off the back of Donghack who just came out the gate just absolutely ripping.
It's a tempo difference as well. I mean, with Dong leading the way, he's able to just get in super deep, get the damage done, find these primals as well. He built up primal super quickly. You can see the pacing of Fnatic is entirely different. Some criticism levied towards the backline EZRK lead big on a Fnatic, but it's like, when Fnatic's tempo is bad, I think the support's just crumbling, yeah, for sure. But when Donghack's in the lead and he's able to pull the shots and be the one to pull the trigger early, and he's in the face of VP, has EZRK and LeJang really had much pressure this whole game? I don't think so. Compared to the first two maps, absolutely not. So, yeah, Fnatic, they're definitely back in control for this map. It's definitely closer now because of the timing for C. It's not as giant of a time bank as it looked like at the beginning. This is the kind of resurgence that Fnatic really need in this series. The question will be future, further on, if we to get the, telescope out, what do the future maps look like? Because we still got push, still got escort, and then the questions come through because if you're reverse sweeping, guess what? The other team, that's VP, they now have map choice for the rest of the series. Yep. And you know what Fnatic's strong points are? It's Dive, it's Donghack, it's Winston, it's Doom. You can counter that. There are still bans available. You could do a Doom ban if you really wanted to. You could even target some of the backline as well. Like Ana hasn't been banned yet. Brig hasn't been banned yet. These are things that VP should go into. Honestly, you look at maps available. Shambali's out there. That's not really good at all for Dive. So that's where exactly I think VP are going to go through. I think one of the things that annoys me about this Fnatic team, even when looking over towards them back when they were Yeti in Asia, is unfortunately for Flitter and Fate, I don't think they're very good at looking forward in the series to see like, okay, well, how can we strategically take maps out of our opponent's map pools? This is a team based on the coaching that very much likes to pick based on their comforts. You asked the question, Desk was our question as well. Why go New Junk City, Flashpoint map 2? Why? Because they love Flashpoint. They always like to go Flashpoint early. If you watch Yeti back in Asia, they like to go Surasa. Okay, EWC. Now it's New Junk City. Still Flashpoint though. They're playing to their comforts, but they need to start looking towards the future and getting rid of certain maps in the pool that would be bad for them. That's why if they went to Riyadh, I know they're winning a Hollywood now, but Riad's also dive map. I think they would have won that as well. And they would have gotten rid of Shambali. And now when you look at the future of the series and you look at what maps are left in the pool, it's all VP pick, and they can pick all ground maps, all bad dive maps.
I mean, well, whether or not they're winning on Hollywood still yet to be seen. Obviously, we just got through their attack, and they did manage to make it to the very end of the map, but with just 23 seconds remaining. And that's, 5 minutes shy of where they started after the cap on A. So it was very good time buying because, of course, obviously you have to calculate in the added little 4 minutes that you get for the push at the checkpoints of A and B. So this was very solid defense here from the side of VP. And I mean, if it wasn't for Donghack just going kind of crazy on both the Winston and the Doomfist, this could have been a completely different story. But I'm right there with you. As far as being able to really pilot around that, force him out, force attack maybe to even come back into the roster for those remaining maps, that could be where you gain the advantage for yourself for the side of virtus.pro. But one of the things I'm going to be looking for as they get ready to go on the attack themselves is going to be a little bit more just sustainability as far as the backline is concerned, because it feels like for the first time we're actually seeing this backline from VP getting punished somewhat regularly.
That's because of Donghack.
And I mean, it is because of Donghack, but obviously you need to be able to make those adjustments. So that's something that I want to see here from VP, because they're doing an excellent job about it on the opening two.
I think VP, like they were knowing what the matchup's going to be there. They're just going to play Lucio, they're going to play, their Lucio Bap, Lucio Kiri kind of stuff. To me, the Alari was just never going to be a factor on this map. So again, another situation where Flitter Fate look, oh, let's ban Alari because that's Gala's here. They're not even going to play it. Like, I don't even think they're really going to play it here. So another situation where that's just a bit of a waste. They do have to win this map. I mean, you're right. Like, we do have to focus on Hollywood a little bit here because they haven't won yet. But even if they do win Hollywood, I think my greater arching point in terms of why I've gone down this pathway of topic is to essentially say that even if they win Hollywood, I still think VP win the series.
You've got many, many more hurdles.
Because VP have every advantage moving on forward, and Fnatic have not done themselves any service to try and prevent VP from getting everything they want for the rest of the series.
Well, looks like checking in with some of the players here, at least on the Fnatic side, to see if they're going to be good to go. Similar checks still happening here. As Sona back in his seat, headset back off, and a wry little smile. It seems like we should be moments away from getting the rest of this Hollywood underway and figuring out whether or not this is in fact going to be that 3-0 coming through, or Fnatic can start the pushback, can try to take that first step.
It is actually DEFCON 5 if Fnatic loses. Not just because they lose, because it's obviously 0-3, but I think for the rest of the tournament, yikes. That's they're at risk of being bottom too. I don't necessarily know that they're going to come last, because
Well, I think,
Sure.
I think they could probably have a good game versus Nightmare, let's say, but it's pretty concerning.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the one that you basically, kind of have to win in order to avoid being that bottom team, getting eliminated from the group stage, being denied that big double up on your prize money. But you still don't want to be going into the playoffs as a third seed team.
It's more than that. It's like, how do you look so good with Dongak, where he like kind of carries you on the attack and is a large reason why you look so damn good as a team on this map, and then just lose the map anyway. It's like, what's going on? Like, if you can't win with Czech and Dongak subbed in, you weren't winning, unfortunately, with attack. I think Viper, he didn't play poorly, but the whole team looked pretty rough at that point in time. So, sure, give Checkmate a run, see what changes. And so far, this is looking good. So if they can't win with this swap, there's nothing left for Fnatic to do. What's going to happen? A Flitter and Fate going to drop in and play? No other options.
Well, Bear's about to get opened up. Sana looking like he wants to show off maybe some opening picks here on the Widow. At least go for a cheeky little peek, see if he can spot any heads. And, well, saw Izzyaki for a brief little moment. It would have been a big, crucial one to find, but does manage to elude them. Curious to see, though, if this Doomfist continues to be a bit of a thorn in the side here for them, do they get forced into something like the Sombra?
We'll see. I don't know that Sombra's really good in the current meta. I mean, we saw like one Sombra today.
Well, that's quite the dive forward. Knife absolutely eradicated off the face of the map as Donghack similarly in a bad spot. Sona dashing back, trying to stay alive, down to 30 HP and then finished off. Checkmate able to find that elimination, but the rest of the team still falling the wayside. Shot out there. Checkmate able to get the break here onto Rajaro's mech, but still a decent amount of staying power here for him, given that the supports are still hovering nearby, but Gala getting gummed up a little bit there on the walls, ends up falling low, but does manage to stay alive. Pulse bomb lobbed in, stick not found, kill, damage, nothing coming through here for the side of Fnatic. As they continue to get swept under the rug. Second tick now going to be scooped up here by VP.
Okay, well, 2 ticks gone. Fnatic finally with the retake that they've been looking for. Dying over towards the Winston, what he probably should have started on for this defense. Can the rest of the team walk out? No, they can't. Knife is caught.
Once again, they all just corral in on top of this Ash and just pressure him out to ever-loving hell. Donghack going to be taken down, and the HP bars are in absolute tatters for the side here of Fnatic. The cleanups there onto Izzyaki. The only consolation that this dupe was used.
My problem with Dong starting on the Doom for the 8-point defense is you have to be hyper-aggressive. The Doom is just not a good, like, open defensive pick when Winston has far more defensive plays you can play through. You can back up, play your bubbles. You can sort of, dance in and out a little bit better. I think the high ground controls maybe a little bit better as well. The Doom, like, what are you supposed to do? You really need to get aggressive. You can't get aggressive upon. What do we see at the beginning? It's Rajara and Sona diving on in, taking Knife down. Fnatic just caught sleeping because Dong has to go first if he's Doom, but if you're Winston, you can be a little bit more flexible.
Okay, well, continuing rush first out here from Canal. The dive forward, looking for Izzyaki. He's going to be under a little bit of pressure. Sleeps on across on Rajaro. He's immediately going to be woken up. Sound barrier available, but LeJang going to be taken down. That rally interrupted. Gala does fall. Beat cannot come through. Canal and as well as Rajaro both going to be taken low. That gets broken. And the counter fight is going to go the way of Fnatic so they can establish some control.
Thankfully, Checkmate Donghack still getting a lot of work done on the outside of the map. A lot of trust being given over to those players because Izzyaki's like, I could save LeJang, could save the rally by inputting an extra nano. It will pay off for them not to have done so, though. A little bit of a high risk, high reward play. And this time the coin does flip heads for Fnatic. They'll have control on the high ground because payload distance is not great. VP have to do a lot of work here to pressure this opening high ground in order to move this payload up.
Back in on the push. DPS ultimates slowly getting built up here from the side of virtus.pro, but Pulse Bomb available to Checkmate. Donghack now opening up. That's the Primal Rage going through, and Gala's going to be taken down. Checkmate able to find that one, but Rajaro able to get in on top of Knife. Does go ahead and take him out of the skies as Donghack's just trying to swat him like a fly. Nano going to be used to go ahead, keep LeJang alive, and he's swiftly able to collect 2 kills off the back of that one, nearly a third. As once again, Fnatic themselves a foothold here with the card.
I mean, that was almost awkward for Fnatic because you see Knife just lasering down Shockwave, puts him onto 1 HP. Despite not getting to kill the Shockwave, it takes him out of the fight, so they technically still had a bit of a 5v4, bit of a poor man's 5v4, but Fnatic will make it rain. Cash out regardless. Another fight one time is now starting to become a bit of an issue for virtus.pro. To be fair, virtus.pro bought themselves a lot of time on that clean A, so they get to play through that bank for now. They have decent ultimates to play through. It's Fnatic will have to find some value on their 2 DPS ults.
Get themselves at least about 3.5 minutes if the rest of this push is going to be clean, and they're nearly up to those 5 ults. Jaro under some pressure is Dupe's going to be used from Knife, goes for the Diva. Pushing up into the sky, just trying to deny some of this damage away from Shockwave, which is going to go for Dupe himself. Primal now to try to be built up here by him, but Donghak pressured out. Ends up getting burned down by those rockets. Self-destruct up here onto the high ground. Not going to be able to find too much aside from a break on the dupe, which is still going to be value, especially as Izzyaki finds Sauna. A lot more damage now eliminated. All of it is taken away from VP.
Yeah, Donghak dies, so Fnatic just slowly back themselves out. They get rid of the duplication with Shockwave and then reconnect with respawning members. Because they have so much space to work through here in terms of map control, they can infinitely back out. Well, not infinitely, but they can back out all the way until they essentially have to go back to spawn, but they don't even have to do that. Just give it a little bit of space. You're losing the fight, fine. Shockwave will get one from spawn. That's not going to be a real Widowmaker for the rest of the fight. He's just trying to snipe from spawn, still punished by Donghak, so you get one, but then you lose more.
With the swap, the Widow immediately punished. Just be right back over onto the Echo here, but looks like given the spawn camp, Shockwave maybe wanted to try to soften up some of these targets, try to find that pot shot.
Oh,
really break things open.
That's dangerous.
Yeah, he is sticking with it. Knife down to a sliver of HP as Donghak ends up falling. Rally still committed to it here by LeJang. They're going to try to turn the tides of this fight. Beat in response, but Canal not catching that shielding. Still going to be at risk. Now, sound barrier going to be taken away from them. Everybody that much more vulnerable. Shockwave getting jumped on, nearly eliminated. Looks like checkmate going to be dealt with though as Sauna is able to find that kill, finishing off the enemy Tracer.
They got Shockwave, but it's still not, sorry, they got Donghak, but it's still not enough because I don't think Widowmaker's a real hero on this map currently. So you have a situation where it's essentially 4v4 anyway. Now the cleanup's coming on through Fnatic, so ultimates available to play through. Knife will use one of those now.
Shockwave.
And there's just not going to be any progress. 1 minute left.
Yep, dead again. Knife will fall, but there's still so much distance that has to be made up here from the side of virtus.pro. And now the best that they can hope for is approximately going to be two-ish minutes. They still have to make their way over to the end of the map. They're still losing players. Canal, dead again. Sleep there on a recharge, just trying to get that punish.
This is the worst time for
They break the back, they force a self-destruct.
To also go up against Donghak that has a second life where Rajaro does not, and that second life is the Primal Rage, which he's going to really be able to make matters into his own hands and get a lot of value out of it. Shockwave, you're not going to find, he might, I hope he does. That would justify his pick, and that's the shot he needs. Izzyaki should have been killed.
But it's into the shoulder, now Shockwave once again at risk, or has Donghak overstepped a little bit. Still does, of course, have that Primal Rage to rely on to get himself out to a safe position. For now, just hovering around half HP. Still, just 5 in the back lines, looking for another target. A little bit of damage coming his way, down to
dangerous.
64, and yeah, I think he's gonna have to pop this.
Any healing?
Keep over to the side, Mega Pack, nope, not gonna be there. Sauna in the meantime, able to get on top of Izzyaki, finds the kill with the Pulse Bomb. Primal Rage gonna be popped. Cart slowly gliding forward, but once again, it's straight in on top of Shockwave, who's still sticking on the Widowmaker. He ends up falling. Knife will be taken down as Canale finds one, and Sauna gets a couple of headshots across to take out LeJang before the rally can come into play. Izzyaki looking to rejoin that nano boost, just 23% away. Checkmate tucking back. Wants to grab that Mega Pack, is able to do so, has the Pulse Bomb ready to go to try to shut down this push, but the cart now getting closer and closer to beat as virtus.pro get a second lease on life. Donghak gonna be the one that says no. Leaps over, drops the bubble, keeps the cart contested for now. The nano about to be online. Izzyaki now has it ready to go, sends it. Donghak once again gonna be the recipient, dives into the back line, looking for a target. Rajaro the first one to fall. Break on the mech, the baby even take it down. The zaps in the Shockwave's face, and there's just nothing he can do about it. This Widowmaker is finding absolutely no value as Canal will be blown up by the Pulse Bomb, and Fnatic will successfully hold here in front of B.
Yeah, so much better, and that's even considering the mistake that I believe they had at the beginning. I do not agree with the opening Doom pick. That should have been a Winston defense. If they had the Winston defense early on, I don't even know that VP get that far in the map. So yeah, Donghak being subbed in is honestly huge. And the rest of the team played super well. I think the checkmate sub-in was also pretty large in the back of that one. VP, towards the end, I think they kind of gave up a little bit. I don't know, the Widowmaker's great to like get out of spawn, but don't play it for the rest of the map. That's weird.
Yeah, stuck with it for far too long, wasn't finding any value. And, you know, I think if you even come out of the spawn, you kill like two people, I could feel like those vibes, you know, that old kind of Carpe mentality of like, oh yeah, I'm clicking heads, I'm going to stick with this and I'm going to clutch. That was severely lacking. But let's go ahead and pass it back over to the analyst just to break down Hollywood, because this series is not over yet.
No, it's not. Get off of Widow. That is definitely what I got there. Even there at the very end, Winston just like, hi, you're dead.
It's the wave of acquiescence.
Yeah, Fnatic has woken up here and not tied up the series, but got themselves the win that they sorely needed to keep this series going and spare their blushes here, as it was a very solid Hollywood. Again, they got the final cap here at the end. You're like, okay, like 17 seconds or however many seconds there were. But then virtus.pro start rolling here and then finally get stuffed, and Fnatic hold them to get themselves the map.
Well, I got 3 reasons for it. Number 1, I think most impactful, changing Donghak in, the entire tempo just felt different. Number 2, going in, is that it was hybrid. I think this game mode, just given the experience of teams, plays way, way, way better for Fnatic. And number 3 is that, think about what LeJang was playing. LeJang, I don't think has had a great first 2 maps of the series. This map was way better. Why? LeJang is on Lucio, LeJang is on Brig. So I think you follow this line of logic. If I'm virtus.pro, going into the next map, I ban Brig. Period. Put him back on Lucio.
I think there's still some questions I have. Like, the checkmate coming into play Tracer is a little confusing to me, mostly just because I think checkmate is a fine Tracer. Like, all 3 of these damaged players can play Tracer, and they have for respective different rosters over the course of time. But Viper was considered like kind of a Tracer ace at a certain point in time. So a little questionable there. It might just be, let's get new blood in. If we're making changes, let's make changes. Avril did a great detail about why they're in the position they're in, map-wise, selection-wise, really thinking about it. I think he thought more about it than maybe Fnatic did. It might, again, be looking... Well, look, I didn't even mean that as shade, because everyone in this game is absolutely smarter than I am.
I don't
right?
know how
Like,
else that's not taking his shade, my guy.
well, because Avril thinks a lot about a lot of things. It's more of a compliment to him than it is shade anywhere.
All right.
That's
Kevin
what
the
I
Brain.
meant.
Kevin
Yes.
the Brain.
And I'm going to throw my simplistic analysis at it, too, because it's something that I think about overall.
Hex the Brain. Let's get into
no,
it.
no. Hex the rube, as it were.
Not many wrinkles there, you know.
So, smooth, man. That's why I slick my hair back to hide the smoothness of my wrinkles.
All right, let's get to your smooth point.
I think if you're a Korean team, at some points you need to stop playing anything that isn't dive. And this just goes back for years and years and years and years in Overwatch. And I know this is simple and this is reductive and we shouldn't play this. But if you're just getting outbodied by these like kind of weird poke compositions and you're playing this meta, you've always been better than every Western team ever at dive. Right? Is that wrong to say for the most part? Like, it's kind of... And I also, my larger point is, I don't feel that there's enough bans or enough impactful things to do to completely get rid of dive. What are you going to do? Are you going to ban Winston, Ball, and Doomfist? And, like, there's so many ways to play that kind of composition. And, I mean, Avril's point is like, well, they might have to go to ground maps now. And again, I'm a simpleton. I think you leave Donghack in, you play some version of dive. He's such a good player, and even if it's not an ideal map for it, isn't it better than what you've been doing? Isn't there something about it? And now you've got the pacing, and wouldn't it be a morale killer if like you just came in and you got these 2 new players in and they both played pretty well, and you got something going and you tried something new, and I was like, okay, back out now. We're gonna try these weird things that haven't been working before. So it's simple to me that I think like I think it's getting overcomplicated at a point. Just play dive. And I'm just an old head, and I'm old school like that, you know, so it's like, I guess maybe that's part of it. But I think if you're a Korean team and you're struggling, play dive. You've always played it better than any Western team.
Go ahead, ZP. It looked like you had a point there.
Oh, no. For the most part, I am agreeing here. I mean, it's kind of one of those things like, what are you comfortable at? I mean, obviously, I think there's a lot of nuance to this, and this is the pure on simple part here. I would say the sentiment of it, though, is pretty clear, is that, look, this worked for Fnatic. They had momentum. Even if you had other game plans in the pocket, maybe you just run with stuff like this for the rest of it. Although, again, I don't know if they will. I want to see the ban because I feel like Brig is getting banned.
So, again, what we've seen to stop the dive, it's either you ban Winston or what is the thing that empowers Winston?
I mean, you can run dive in so many different flavors.
Yes,
right?
I know that's what you've said, but the combo is clear.
Yes,
Winston, you ban Winston, you ban Anna, and that is what they've done. So VP,
that is the best version of it. Yes.
So VP, we're going Shambali. They are on attack first. They picked the first ban. The first ban was Anna. Fnatic take away Pharah. That is what we're doing.
Okay.
And no subs. Yeah, no subs for both squads. So they are staying with the same rosters.
Yeah, I mean, that's smart for Fnatic. I think especially when you're facing, well, not elimination, but you're facing losing this particular match and having a rougher stage in the group stage, I think you stay with what just won you the map, especially in this situation, especially with how the first 2 maps.
Well, the map pick also makes sense. You know, that's a tough map to dive on. It really is, and that goes to you know, Avril's point earlier too. That if you choose Escort earlier and you pick a better map for dive, as he mentioned, Dorado, a much better map for dive with the verticality. That used to be Winston used to own Dorado, right? And then Eva came in and owned Dorado, and now you've got Shambali, which is like the opposite of that. That's like Sig, Ramatra territory. You can run a little D.Va on it. We've already seen it done in this tournament, but yeah, I mean, that's a great point, is what I was saying, is I think he had a better strategy than what we've seen employed. I don't know. I might just force dive here. I might just force it because it worked. And if it doesn't work, then start switching off some stuff, I guess. But doing it without Anna is not awesome. but you could run a Brig and, I don't know, Kiri and see what happens.
You can't do that, man, after you
can
hit me
and
with
I
the
will.
double negative of like, you gotta stop playing anything that isn't dive, and then be like, well, if dive doesn't work, then I guess you change it up because you're gonna lose the series
Well,
overall.
I won't not stop doing that.
All right, thank you, X. Please save me. All right, Achilleos Avril, take it away. This is map number 4.
Thank you very much. Yes, map number 4, Fnatic taking that first step towards pulling off a reverse sweep, but we've been highlighting it. The desk just reinforced it, how difficult that can be, especially given the situation of the map that is put in front of Fnatic. So we don't have any changes coming through as far as these lineups are concerned. How do they pilot this?
I mean, between myself and the desk, it's been so reinforced. We're looking to steal rebar at this stage, and for VP, I mean, I think this should be a win for them. They picked the map I expect them to go to. I mentioned, look, you don't want to pick Dorado. Great, you left Shambali open. That's your fault, unfortunately, for Fnatic. And you know what? You banned away. You've unfortunately left yourself open to a situation where Ana's going to be the ban. The next map, if we even get there, you're probably going to see Brig being banned, etc. It's just going to be a rolling through forward now. The flow chart is active. It's extremely clear what the strategy for virtus.pro here is. And it's the short-sightedness of Fnatic. Of course, they could still win this, but they have to go uphill. This is now going to be Sisyphus pushing up the boulder. And had they been the Fnatic I expect them to come in with, and not be down 2-0 at map 3, it might be okay that we're at Shambali right now, but it's a reverse sweep, Achilleos, and we've only got 1 map out of 3 in that reverse sweep, and unfortunately, it's the easiest out of the 3 as well, because everything from here on onwards is probably going to be more difficult.
Well, if they want to pull it off, it would give us the longest game that we've had here today across both of the streams. As 3-1, that's been the maximum scoreline. No one has gotten to that 5th and final quite just yet. Can Fnatic be the team to push it to the limit? We'll find out. As for now, going to be figuring out what exactly they want to do.
Yeah, well, Lucio Kiri makes the most sense because you don't have the Ana, so Lucio Kiri is pretty decent. You have the Suzu for either the Doom or the Winston, but you don't have the Nano Boost. Nano Boost is so important to keep either your dive tanks alive, being, you know, between the Doom and the Winston, to enable those heroes to be able to get in and have some real threat, because without it, I mean, you're waiting for empowered punches, you're waiting to just like bubble someone out individually. Someone's going to play a little patiently there just to see if anybody comes out through. I think the Pharah ban's interesting. Pharah does get played here, but I don't know if that was exactly what Fnatic, or rather virtus.pro was going to go towards. Don't mind the team names there. We'll get that fixed in a short moment.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the pick that comes on in. I would have actually, again, targeted the tanks. I think it was weird that Flitter and Fate continually not target ban Rajaro's hero pool, because he has one of the more limited hero pools on this side.
No, they have not. Well, looks like just another minor pause, so hopefully something that we can get taken care of quickly once again, and then we can get things underway, because so far, not really seeing too much of the map.
Yeah, I mean, and VP even left it open as well, because you look at VP, they obviously are prioritizing banning away dive enablers. They don't even care about protecting tanks. So, you know, it's not about the fact that Rajaro probably could have just played something else. It's about the fact that you want to take away his #1 pick, something that's going to be effective. I just don't think they should fear the Pharah that much. Pharah, to me, is still a little overrated in this particular meta. I mean, we'll see it when we get deeper in the tournament, but I'd be surprised if by the time we get to playoffs, top 8, something like that, if Pharah was still a staple pick. So we can dive back in here, and let's see if Fnatic can get past this double flex support poke composition.
Hacking quite a bit of damage, and there's going to be the kill. Final little bit of the sticky bombs to go ahead and finish him off. virtus.pro off to a roaring hot start here on Shambali, especially as LeJang is going to be taken down. Izayaki similarly down low in HP, finished off as Shockwave finds a shot. TongHak going to be swapping over onto the ball to try to rejoin a little bit faster.
Yeah, he's one of the 2 main ball players at this tournament,
nice.
the other one being Junbin. So you talk about players that specialize on ball. People forget that this was Donghak's original love, his first love. To see if it works, though. I've heard murmurings of ball being played pretty reasonably good as well. Is it going to be actually good?
Ball driver in, looking for the knock-up, the setup there onto Gala, but he's able to go ahead and leap away with the shift. Playing elusively here for the time being. Knife tagged up again. Has managed to reconnect in with the rest of the team, but LeJang is going to be taken down. Shockwave again, coming up huge. Finds that elimination, and Knife now finished off. And this is looking like a virtus.pro steamroll over here in towards this A point. TongHak taken down to a sliver. Somehow does manage to survive, gets himself a health pack, but the rest of the team is absolutely suffering.
Yeah, you're really not seeing Fnatic getting any purchase on the ball so far. I mean, the timing and the tempo is very clear. Ball goes in, everyone goes in with the ball. And if Donghak has to leave, well, your team's just exposed. That's exactly what happens. The virtus.pro just start picking off individual members of Fnatic. Caps come through now. And actually, you know what? A is probably the hardest point to cap on all of Shambali. So the map opens up and becomes easy for VP now.
Feels like push up into B, usually not too much of a hard time here for teams A. And then maybe right at the very end towards C. Likely where we see the most trouble, but that's going to be the bomb out. Captive Sun pop, Gala seeking target, strips it up towards the top, and I mean, just shoots it out, says, screw it. I don't really need a target. You guys keep doing a good job, keep cleaning them up, and we'll keep pushing that card. 4 minutes and 5 seconds here in the time bank, as this is going to be quite a bit of distance gained.
I mean, you can't, how do you even pile drive in here? This is so narrow, this is so small, the ceiling is not particularly high at all. Fnatic, I mean, they don't have the tempo to come in anyway, but they'd have to wait for virtus.pro to come out onto the open B section, and they're just losing so much ground. Knife going to pressure the side flank a little bit, see if we can get something done.
A roll through, Duke going to be going through. Sana says, hey, yeah, I like the idea of the wrecking ball. Let me go ahead and copy that one, see if I can outdo you. Already Donghak going to be taken down. Checkmate broken out of his own tube. LeJang hounded down, and that will be the kill. That'll be an accretion off screen from Riyadh to finish off Knife, and that will basically be an extended team wipe. Izayaki now in a bad spot, nowhere to swim step out to, and it's, again, just shy of 5 minutes in the time bank as virtus.pro are on a war path.
This is going to be a 3-minute time bank from VP. I can already see it in the future. I mean, it's just sad for Fnatic. They had such a good map 3, but it's well documented at this stage. It explained to death why that was the case, but we're seeing now the unfortunate scenario where the short-sightedness of Fnatic is going to cost them the series. Let's see what this Flux has played.
Waiting for the pickup, comes through, gets the catch on the LeJang, but the beat has already been invested in Shockwave, will get taken down. Donghak able to find that kill. Grecian gets the stun, set up here on the checkmate, but they can't quite confirm that elimination, but Canel at the same time is able to find Donghak, so once again, without their tank, without that front line, without somebody to really try to set up for these eliminations.
Here comes the Winston. To be fair, actually, maybe in the more open space, Winston can get some access over towards the back line. See, that ends up helping Fnatic. If they can actually hold here on C, there is going to be signs of life for Fnatic to maybe still get this win overboard. It's going to be a challenge, though. They've also played through. Knife is going to still snipe. There's a lot of shields roving. Who's he hitting? He dies to Sauna.
Gala falling a little bit low there. Sends at the Captive Sun. LeJang going to be able to find one. Gala cleans up checkmate, but the rest of the team widely falling the wayside around him. It seems like finally Fnatic going to be able to establish some kind of... Yes, I'm going to put all I say is Majaro is just continuing to push this card forward. LeJang has to dive over to try to intercept this one. Eventually, Rajaro will end up falling down, but that is so much added damage, so much unnecessary distance given over to VP that Fnatic did not have to give.
Yeah, that was you don't normally see a tank backcapping, especially not a Sigma, maybe a dive tank, but that was super weird. Fight is still continuing though, as it's going to be Fnatic getting a super aggressive knife. Now freshly swapped over towards a Venture, another huge cleanup, and remember, Rajaro dies late, so 5v4, huge for Fnatic.
Solid fight on the back end. So far the Venture looking good as far as the damage being found. It's not very far to go with 2:55 remaining here for virtus.pro.
I like this positioning for Fnatic, because if they want to play an all-in composition, you have to be able to intercept the rotation for VP somehow, and they're going to be weak to that.
TP4, there's a Consideration going to be coming through. Gala down to half HP, but LeJang going to be the first one to fall. Sana is able to find that opening kill. Right at the feet of Knife, having the beam. They clean it up. virtus.pro widely winning the fight, but they still have to get this cart moving. LeJang, however, has to exit. The space is going to be surrendered.
He can't die. He cannot die here. LeJang has to survive. He might have to be the first one to touch here as well. Look at the ultimates. Bomb on the final point's going to be very good.
Blade is pulled. Checkmate. Using that.
He can't even walk forward.
It's just zoning them back. The blade comes out. I mean, they do go ahead. They pull back. They stop the push from coming through. Dodges out. Moves away from that accretion. It's a dive to try to just gain control over this amp matrix, but Donghak gives his life for that. Canel does fall at the same time as a port for a tank with the faster run back. Gala eventually finds him with the Captive Sun. Checkmate going to be taken down.
Knife has to stall here.
Trying to get out here onto a wider angle. The bomb just whittling away at the HP bar here of Izayaki and LeJang. It's just a solo beat, and he cannot survive. Knife dropped by the accretion. Donghak dead. And while it might not be a 3-minute time bank, it's still pretty damn good. 1 minute and 38 seconds. virtus.pro make it to the end.
It's just a slight change from Donghak over towards the Winston. Buys Fnatic a little bit more time. They actually start to win a couple of fights. Rajaro cutely is able to push the payload a little bit deeper in, but that does actually cost his team one more fight there. So have to be concerned about that.
more concerning thing is, the map is complete. And now, I'll be the one to say it. Here comes prediction. I think it's very likely Fnatic get full health here, because Shambali A is probably one of the most full holdable A points in the entire game currently. Especially given that Numbani's not on the pull. So, like I said, this map design is like inverse. A is the most difficult, and C is actually the easiest. Most map designs, C is the most difficult. Here, that's not the case.
Let's see what the game plan is going to be like. As you said, you know, it feels like that, you know, that foresight, that expectation, that looking down the road to see how things are going to develop in the series has been lacking. Do they have something up their sleeves here?
The other thing is, when you look at the final A, I mean, forget about the rest of it, it's all still pretty strong. When you look at the final sections of A, super long sight lines, huge high grounds to play through in that window as well. Hard for Fnatic to cover those angles. Anyway, it's going to be tough to cap. You need to win super clean fights. Ult economy, you have to extremely do well in the ult economy versus virtus.pro. But let's talk about the Reinhardt a little bit here. I actually kind of like this change because it's something Dongak doesn't show very often. He doesn't have a lot of experience, and nor does Fnatic have a lot of experience in general playing a World Cup. This is not Space Station gaming. But the Ryan does have a pretty good matchup into the Sig, and they make it work. You know what? I think they need a sim. I think it's going to be hard to gap close without the sim. That's
Just
my
TP
opinion.
around. Just get that Reinhardt right up into their faces. Well, we'll see if it's going to be an adjustment that is necessary in the end. Shockwave does take a decent amount of damage there. Fire Strike actually finds him. That one was from downtown.
Shockwave not happy with that.
Yeah, it sent that one away, and somehow Shockwave just drifting into it. Immortality Field now going to be coming through to try to just bail out Rajaro, but there's just too much pressure being applied. This Deathball style here from Fnatic ends up working out. Cart slowly being brought up from behind. VP will have plenty of time to go for a recontest, but it's a good stop.
There goes Ram coming on through. Expected Rajaro to not stay onto the segment. You don't want the bad matchup. Ram can actually play comfortably into the Rhine. I think a Lucio bat would be fine as well. Gala probably needs to swap next, but I don't think he died. We should have died. And now we're opening it up for the final push here. So let's see if virtus.pro can play any sort of range here. Fnatic still can't access high ground very well, so that should still be a point of advantage for VP.
Well, being pressured, two players on that flank, trying to force him out of position. As Izzyaki now sending out that Amp Matrix, tucked back behind the half wall here. Mortality Field to help keep it protected as the damage continues to rain through, but has survived thus far. Jaro similarly, though, under fire, and as that Immortality Field from virtus.pro ends up falling, so too does the tank, and so do the rest of the players here on the team. Checkmate right up into the face of Canale, able to take him down, and now it's just Sauna trying to build up, get the rest of that dupe online, and will be able to do so. There's 4 minutes and 40 seconds now for Fnatic to play with.
And this is actually one part that I think the substitution between Viper and Checkmate is really good, because Checkmate enables the Mei. I don't think Viper's really got a good Mei in him. Not seen that in his history. Checkmate, seen plenty of Mei, and it is top tier. So that is something you really need. You have to get this composition with the Rhine.
Just sat here behind the wall, and Shockwave does not check over to the right-hand side. Opens it up, there's the Blizzard, just to go ahead and set it up. The bomb as well, gonna be stuck here up onto this platform. Wall comes through, Checkmate dips out, says, yep, my job here is done. Donghack in the meantime did get caught up, did get taken down, so they are without tank.
That's the problem though, right? You lose Donghack, you lose your push. Unfortunately, at the reset, you do a really great job of lurking and getting that solo play onto Shockwave. Appreciate that from Checkmate. Cannot lose Donghack for that trade. If you lose Donghack, you've wasted your ultimate, you've wasted the entire play. That should have been really good for Fnatic. Unfortunately, they had to reset. Map swap side.
Way back in, yep.
Oh, not quite.
Just rotating around, still coming back up here through the main approach. These bombs try to soften him up. Captive Sun gonna be lobbed in, but shield is raised. Then I popped here, knife seeking target. Eventually has to just pull back, but cancel on that. 3.5 minutes now remaining in the time bank here for Fnatic. Earth Shatter online. When does he set it up? Right here, right now. Looking for Rajaro, and there's the pin. They clear on the Immortality Field. Perfectly timed from Knife to go ahead and help confirm the kill. Sonic can be broken out of that dupe. Skedaddle with that Amp Matrix just can't really offer up enough. They're falling to the wayside as both supports now are going to be eliminated, and Shockwave's got nowhere to go.
I think Rajaro was out of position. He was playing way too far forward, and you see how easy it was to isolate him. I'm not even talking about the pin. Just stand in front of him, put the shield up. Guess what? Now Garland Canal can't get the healing in. Rajaro, why is he standing there? That is unfortunately going to cost VP the point.
That it does, and the time bank gets bumped up once again. 4 minutes and 20 seconds to try to work through.
And now, tables are turning slightly because this to be on the menu, and if it was going to come through, didn't expect it to be very good. But Dongak's going to go towards the Ram now. Doesn't really favor the Ryan versus Ram. Wants to mirror the Ram. No, we haven't really seen Dongak at the Ram.
Yeah.
Seen a lot of Dongak gameplay. Haven't seen the Ram.
See if you can build up towards that Annihilation pretty quickly here. Riyadh does have his ready to go, but it's a lone ultimate at the moment for the side of virtus.pro. Bob nearly online, but checkmate. Another Blizzard, another Deadeye. Get that multi-freeze setup. Knife, it's going to be easy pickings for him.
Even if you just solo Riyadh, I think you wall him off. Solo Blizzard, that's totally worth it.
They're all falling low. Immortality Field goes out, quickly cleared out. Gala, the first to fall. Checkmate finds that kill. Annihilation to try to keep him alive and in this fight, but only finds the Immortality Field before Donghak claims his life. Still, the DPS ultimate's online. Their own Ant Matrix nearly ready to go. Dynamite up over the top, and Bob as well. Able to find one as LeJang will fall. Shockwave trying to bail them out here on this defense. Kills found, but Knife answering back. Headshot there onto Canal. Knife will also fall to the Bob. Big value there for the side of the Ash, but it's cleaned up by Izuyaki as the cart now swings around the final corner.
Checkmate might get staggered here. He's going to get caught out. A bunch of them will be. I don't really agree with Fnatic still playing there. Just reset. You use a window for what? Like 5 meters in the push. I don't think that's good at all because you want to be able to challenge Canal. Now Canal gets a solo window usage where Izuyaki and Fnatic cannot challenge. It's not like they have a sound barrier either. You just have to checkmate, wall, and leave. So that's going to cost them time. It's a situation where Fnatic can get a lot done here if they have the right economy and cap in the 2 minutes remaining and have a time back advantage. But I actually think they're going to have a lesser time back now if they do finish.
We'll have to see. LeJang on. Close to the beat, 19% away. Shield, but Sana, he just places himself right in front of the crosshair. Knife says, well, thank you very much. He's happy to collect. Captain Sun, oh no! It's a monstrous whip there. Could be absolutely costly here for the side of Gala as well. His virtus.pro overall, he's trying to contest here against Checkmate, but Knife swoops into the rescue, finds the kill. Canal now under fire. Immortality Field not going to stand a chance. It gets cleaned up. The Annihilation from Donghak rips him asunder. As a couple crucial mistakes here have costed virtus.pro a chance at a longer hold. Blizzard onto the cart, no way to contest.
2 seconds.
And it's a 2-second difference. This is anyone's game now.
I was right, they weren't going to get the better time, but it is a very similar time. It's pretty close and almost even. A little bit of a me on Ilari moment there from Gala. To be fair, I don't know if the Captain Sun would have been the huge difference maker, but you'd love to have tried. You'd love to have seen if maybe it was going to do something, but straight into the wall, bit of a slap in the face for VP. And VP did not expect this. Unfortunately, I also did not expect this. You know, truth be told, I just didn't think Fnatic had it in them to bring out the Reinhardt, to bring out the Rand, to bring out the Brawl. It's just not something they ever play. When you look across all their games, it's not what they do. That moment again, I want to highlight Rajara. I think he was literally in the wrong spot. What's happening here? Why is Sona just flying over Knife's face? There's so many individual small things here that for VP, I mean, these small mistakes add up. That might, I'm not going to say it's going to cost them a map, but it certainly bought Fnatic in the map, when Fnatic otherwise probably shouldn't have been this far in the map at all.
Yeah, I mean, Sona doesn't get caught there. That's probably another, 5-10 seconds bought if he's alive. Maybe even more. Maybe even that snowballs into a hold if he can find a pick. But that, the Captive Sun, both of these things being lost, like you said, minor mistakes, snowballing out of control. virtus.pro now at risk of letting Fnatic back into this series.
The good news is Rajah just starts on the Ram here because he's like, okay, we're not going to risk the situation where I go Sigma and the Ryan comes on through. Fnatic actually have options here. It's possible they could have started on the Winston, but they don't want to risk it. They found a winning combination here. Here's a winning composition that we can use. Can we just force the Ram again, play a bit of Ram the virtus.pro? This is the EU special now being piloted by Korea.
The approach. Again, not that much time to work with for both teams, just 2 seconds, the difference at the start of these rounds. The pressure now coming through, trying to wall off Rajara, but he's able to tuck back around the corner, keeps himself safe at the time being. Still decent amount of damage being pushed out, but Immortality Field's going to be forced here from the side of Fnatic as they backpedal and try to stay alive. Izuyaki, however, incredibly fast. Has that Ant Matrix ready to go. Canal just now hitting 50%.
Here comes Window.
Build raid, Ant Matrix coming through, and they're likely just going to have to surrender this high ground, so everybody dropping down. That nullifies the Ant Matrix, but it's still going to be space and distance given up.
They haven't got a kill yet, and they haven't got any pressure on the payload. In fact, payload's moving backwards. It's a decent window timing. What are they getting out of it? Can they get a kill now? Finally, Lamp has been destroyed.
Once again, Wall coming up, just trying
Payload's
to
still
catch
not
somebody
moving.
out. But yeah, Payload's not advancing forward. Gala, he's actually pulling the trigger here on this ult. Had a sliver of HP, but decides to send it. And now 2 kills found. The support's dead. Shockwave Gala, 1 apiece the headshots. And that'll damn near be the cleanup. Only checkmate left standing as it's 15 seconds left.
I mean, Fnatic got nothing out of that priority. Somebody has to push. Please, one person be pushing at that moment to at least get some payload distance. They got nothing out of that play.
Now Walt again, just trying to cut off for Jar, but there's just no hope and help for that to happen. The dupe is out. Sana gets the copy here onto another Ramantra, instantly broken out, but no one can make their way over to the card. And this one is a comedy of errors as Fnatic cannot get any distance. Rachar saying, yes, C9, you guys didn't push the cart.
Technically true, but as a member of the certified member of the C9 Council, I'm a little dubious on personally will not certify the C9 on that one, unfortunately denied as I slam my gavel down. But speaking of, something I want to slam gavel down on towards is, wow, Fnatic. How do you go from having that high of a lead when Iziaki's sitting on a window and Canale's not even close? That is, by the way, off the back of Fnatic absorbing all the damage, backing out, no one dying, and huge AoE healing from Iziaki, just pumping those numbers up into a situation where you don't really get any push. I mean, the idea is you window, you wall somebody off, you get at least a couple of kills, and then you don't have to really chase. You start going back towards the payload and you start pushing again. Here, you have a situation where you don't get any kills, you chase really hard, you lose the fight, and no one pushed the payload. And you actually saw, was it Sony, I believe, that was on the Echo previously? He actually rotated back over towards the spawn of Fnatic to stop anyone from pushing the payload anyway. So they knew, it's like, he's probably confused, like, no one's pushing, question mark? So now I think VP are in the command. Look at me, look at where the winning box is. It's like right there.
They're so close to victory. Let's see if Fnatic can pull off basically a miracle. They drop down, telling us that they do in fact know what the cart is. They get tested there for a brief little moment. 3.81 meters to go. And so far it's just a pylon, a casualty. Wall raised, just trying to get a catch here. Once again, trying to isolate, but it doesn't work out. Rajar manages to make it back to the opposite side. It's virtus.pro playing ring around the rosy, swooping across. Pin not going to be found. Cart again, inching forward as they have to drop down. That's a kill though, as LeJang Gun will fall. The beam coming across. Donghack dead. Sana collecting them all. The 3-piece, and that will do it. virtus.pro set themselves up for success nice and early, and they managed to seal the deal. 3-1,
Yep.
They take down Fnatic.
Coach Smash there in the back, he's like smiling in happiness, thinking like, wow, I can't believe they gave me Shambali for free. Fnatic dumb or something, why did they do that? So, to be fair, credit what credit's due. The Ryan was actually pretty decent, but I think it was the checkmate May that was actually really killer on that comp as to why they even got that far for the time bank. But it did seem like borrowed time. We're like, oh, is this a possible win or a possible situation where we're now getting very, very, very competitive on Shambali? It's certainly competitive, but time bank, yeah, that was a bit of a comedy fest.
OT not working out for him. So that is going to be Fnatic suffering a loss and a big W picked up by virtus.pro. So congrats to those guys for basically breaking all of our expectations and frankly, a very well-deserved win. We'll now pass it back over to the analyst desk to break everything down.
Thank you very much, guys. Upset alert is on full watch here as it is now done.
I told you.
Shut up.
No, you didn't.
Everyone ignore Hex. Everyone ignore Hex for a second. ZP, he was the anti-VP ZP. Now he's VP ZP. You got to talk about the way virtus.pro made it all happen here.
Yeah, I mean, I think a few things went in here. It's actually funny. Danny in the green room was like, he asked us, he's like, hey, you know, I've been doing other stuff, like so far, like, you know, is it Fnatic playing bad? Is it virtus.pro playing good? And he's like, it's probably both. I was like, no, that's exactly it. To have an upset of this caliber, you need both the team that you see as an underdog to come in and play out of their minds. And for Fnatic, you know, you need them to underperform where you expect. And when those two things collide, you get matches like this. But all in all, I mean, you can't say enough good things about how VP was playing over the course of the day. Their tank play from Jaro, rock solid, and oftentimes outshining the tank play of Fnatic, especially earlier in the series when you had Taken or Donghack. DPS-wise, we hyped up the DPS of Fnatic a lot coming in here. Shockwave and Sana matched them and surpassed them over most of the game. And, you know, even support line here, Fnatic was interesting where the only time the support line really looked good was back on Hollywood where LeJang was on the brig. I feel like, you know, again, LeJang has his reputation for good days and bad days. And unfortunately, I think we came to LeJang's overall consistency in play. This was definitely in the category of bad days. So there was a lot going against Fnatic, but also so much going for virtus.pro.
Yeah, and I think in these first couple of sets, we've just all had some questions of like, well, why this map, or why? Like, it didn't seem like we're trying to figure out the rhyme or reason, as though it's definitely, there must be a reason, right? These are the best people in the world. And I think maybe there's just some struggles of figuring out the strategic depth that really goes into this format of, I get this hero banned, and then if we lose, then I have this pick, and I want this, and I need to take this map out of the pool, because they might do, like, it is gone from, you know, the checkers kind of matchup of like, well, the meta is solid, we're better at this, and this is better for us, and I wanted to attack, right? So not to call it as simplistic as that, but this is a whole new ballgame. The added depth of having to look 5 steps ahead, it has definitely been more chess than it is checkers.
Yeah, and that is definitely something that Mustache McGravy was saying earlier, how much the coaching staff can help out if you're looking ahead in terms of the bans and the maps going. As Avril was saying earlier, you know, taking away a lot of the high ground and making it high ground and making it so difficult to play. Some of the comfort that Fnatic had was very, very key towards this victory for VP. And standing by right now is Danny with one of our players. So take it away, Danny.
Digon, thank you so much. That is right. I am here with Shockwave from VP, coming out from a huge win against Fnatic. I mean, this was a huge upset. I mean, I'm sure you agree. A lot of people predicted that it was going to be Fnatic taking the win, but you guys proved them wrong. You guys absolutely dominated. Huge win for your team. How'd you guys get it done?
I mean, honestly, I think we got kind of lucky because they didn't play a lot of Winston. I think it's a bit hard, like, against the Monkey team sometimes, because I think we're pretty strong, like the Baby Larry. But then when they play, like, I think, honestly, if they played around their bands better, I probably think we would have gotten map 5. But, yeah, I think maybe they did some mistakes there. Honestly, that made it a bit easier for us. So, yeah.
I mean, you say luck, but I honestly think you and the DPS too, you and Sana absolutely were crazy today against Fnatic, and I think that also played a huge part. Talking about ban system, though, I mean, it's something that's new in Overwatch. It's the first time that we're seeing in EWC. So how do you think your team sort of used the ban system to your advantage?
I mean, honestly, like, after we lost Hollywood, we were so confident going to the last map, because then, like, loser, obviously, we picked the map. And we just picked the first ban, and we secure playing like our strongest comp. So I think that map was like for sure in the bag. But the others, I mean, like obviously they ban maybe some of our strong points, and then we try to counter ban it a bit. We try to flex as much as we can, you know. Like Hollywood is like I think a good example of like where, you know, they get a really good ban, and it's hard and it looks a bit more one-sided, right? So, but honestly, I actually really love the bans. Honestly,
Yeah, I mean, I sort of want to follow up because you guys are on stage using this ban system to play. So, as a player who's sort of utilizing this ban system, do you like really enjoy? Like, it's another layer of I think it's like sort of mental gameplay. So, how do you feel about this whole ban system?
I mean, I think it's so fun, especially for competition. I think EU for a long time has gotten away with just one-tricking Lucio and like rush comp. And obviously because I've played out of EU, you know, a couple times previously, so just playing other comps, I think, I mean, that's how it should be, I think. So, yeah.
100%, I agree. It's definitely really fun to watch as well. Shockwave, big congratulations on getting the win again. All right, that is it for the post-match interview. Digon, take it away.
Thank you very much, Danny. That is our flex talent right there, doing multiple different language interviews there. Big congrats. I love that, Danny. Thoughts there on what Shockwave said?
I think my favorite part of what Shockwave said is that he kind of touched on the heart and soul of EU Overwatch historically, is that EU Overwatch, it's true. There's points in Overwatch where they'll go, we like this comp. We will always run this comp. And maybe hero bans is the way they go. No, you will try different things because the system forces you to do so. It's like, wait, we can get better? It's pretty funny.
Very quickly, I think it's nice to add a revitalization note to players who've been playing competitive Overwatch in a tournament setting for years now. Shockwave's an old vet, been playing the same kind of things. Oh, we get into this meta, we get into this meta. Now that none of that matters, you get to play a new game. It's a whole new wrinkle, and we're all figuring it out. And so far, it's led to some amazing matchups that are unpredictable.
Yeah, really, really cool to see and to watch things evolve throughout the tournament and see the revitalization of some of these pros, like what we saw on Fearless earlier. Get to see them in just a little bit, as that is our next matchup, Zeta versus M80. We'll have you ready for that one, set you up with the pregame after a short break. You're watching EWC.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
لا تشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Esports World Cup. For more breathtaking action, we got ourselves the next matchup. It's Zeta versus M80. These are two squads that have been going different directions in terms of their standing so far.
Yes. Do you just want to go ahead and predict a 3-0 like we've done so far? And we've been correctly. We're moving it along here.
Yeah, I know, right? We're trying to set up some fanfare here.
You know what?
No,
Fine. Yes,
because,
I will.
yes, because we were actually talking, as we do oftentimes.
As we do talk.
Yeah, when the stream goes away, we still are functioning people. That perhaps that's a rumor, but we mentioned
Debatable.
when we were watching the other game, you were like, "Oh, it's a 3-0 lock." I'm like, dude, I don't even know anymore, right? Because I thought the other ones were pretty 3-0 locks, so we were incorrect about that. But let's just go ahead and jump to it. Like you got M80 getting zeroed, right?
Yes, I think Zeta will 3-0 this, and I don't think the difference is here. We had not seen Virtus.pro play yet, and they played way above. We didn't. I know us on the desk. We were casting while the other M80 game was going on, so we couldn't like in-depth analyze it. But sources report it didn't go super well for M80.
Right.
It was rough. They looked rough. Zeta did not look rough. So to me, you compare the two. Yeah, I think Zeta has the edge.
I mean, he did end up playing. I think it was ENCE earlier, and ENCE is a team that we expect to be very good. The upsides, I will say, for M80 going into it is there's some players on this squad that are just godly at their spot, right? You look at the DPS lineup. It's Spectra, who, you know, it's just been overall great. You can't say enough. Tree is one of those players that is. It seems like every year in North America, there's always like this 12-year-old Tracer who's going to be the next best player. Just no. A fun thing here.
Sounds like Hex has had some trouble in his solo queue games.
It's actually amazing because it's like sugar-free one time and then it's Tree. You know what I mean though? It's always this next up-and-coming crazy Tracer prospect. And just while we're having fun here, the internet has said that Overwatch was released. The original Overwatch was released May 24th, 2016.
Okay.
Tree was born.
All right.
May 10th, 2007. So Tree was 9 when Overwatch was released.
Now I just feel sad for him because he shares my birthday.
That's what this was about. I'm glad that you took that away from it. Thanks. That was clearly the point.
You literally just said my birthday. Just the year changed just a little bit.
No, you're 19. But yeah, so we've seen what Zeta does here.
What is happening?
Who knows?
Man. All right.
We've seen what Zeta does. We've already seen them on stream. This is a completely stacked roster. M80 is going to have to dig deep, and I want to keep talking a little bit more about M80. So talk us more about Zeta.
Keep talking. That's all you've been doing.
No, when M80 comes up, I'll talk about it.
Me and ZP are just listening. We're listeners.
Deacon's not even the host anymore.
I've been
he's just
baselining caffeine here.
Well, you know what?
ZP's turn. ZP's turn.
Okay, Deacon's led into me. Okay. Look, it's not too long ago that we saw Zeta play. Zeta looked incredible, and I mean, there's just I think going into this matchup, I do want to focus a little bit more on M80, and you take a look at the players that they have. I think we saw a little bit in the last matchup where Fnatic, you had some players that were inactive for a while in terms of you think of support lines with LeJang coming back. Well, to my understanding, I think Kalu's also been like a little bit inactive also. So, yeah, I mean, jumping right back into it is hard under the best of circumstances, especially if you're not going in on a very tough practice schedule. So, I mean, for M80 right now, I feel like they're going to have to catch lightning in a bottle.
A little bit, and I think one of the issues here, look, this is a fine roster. This is a totally fine 5-person roster. But the thing that I've talked about the other teams that I've liked coming into this, Fnatic, results aside, Zeta, whatever, right, is that they have a larger roster that's versatile. What happened with M80 is Pelican and Happy retired. You can't see me on screen, but I'm doing air quotes. Retired, right? They are not allowed to play for another team until 2024, so we'll see if they actually retired. They also lost Hawk on this squad, too. So they lost 3 players, and Hawk was one of the best divas in the world. So you're losing that versatility in a meta that favors diva. So now you've got to rely on Spectre and Tree, who I said are godly DPS. Liar was a big main support prospect in the scene coming up. He's finally getting to play. It's been up and down so far. Maybe get some of that jitter shaken out. Kaluj, a fine tank in his own right. You kind of question maybe some of the versatility, like a good Sigma, but can he play everything for this team? So that's my biggest concern. Not the players themselves, in and of themselves, just the fact that this roster does not have any depth based on somewhat recent roster shakeups.
Yeah, I mean, there's that, and then it's a question of, which team has had the better practice environment coming on in, which team has been more active, and all the rest, and also just recent data today where, by all accounts, M80 came out like a team that was a little bit rusty, a little bit sloppy, and Zeta did not. So, going into this, though, this would be a great time to bounce back for M80 as well.
Yeah, so just in case you guys were not listening, I'll summarize for you here. Zeta good, M80 bad, mainly because unlike what we saw from the Fnatic virtus.pro match, because we've seen results already. We've seen it happen already. With the virtus.pro and Fnatic one, we were posturing based off of previous results at different tournaments, whereas now we've seen M80 come out and have difficulty early on in their first match, whereas Zeta, they did get taken to the brink by Bleed, but it turns out Bleed's having a pretty good run so far.
Yeah, and one thing I want to bring up here too, you talk about versatility right now, especially in the era of hero bans where your game plan can get shook up, and also in a patch where tank is the most important it's been in a very long time. Which is better in your tank? Kaluj, who's coming back to duty, or your choice of Bernard or Fearless, depending upon what you need? That's a huge advantage for Zeta. There's no other way of putting it.
Yeah. All right. Well, here's our hero bans right there. Kiriko banned out by Zeta. M80 having Winston banned on out. Going to LeJang Tower. Like, again, we've only seen Busan early on here, but LeJang's going to be the first one.
Yeah, I mean, the ban makes sense. You try to take out Winston, so you'd have to, you're generally taking Fearless out of the equation here. Winston's just good on every stage of LeJang, so there's not really a singular stage that he's bad at. So, I don't know. It's really interesting here what these teams want to run, and maybe they're So, we've talked about, like, protecting your Lucio. Maybe that's where the Curie ban comes from, so that Lucio can't get banned. It's really hard to suss out what these picks are going to go through. It's hard for me to see a world in which M80 really pulls this off without gapping DPS. It's got to be, to me, Spectra and Tree have to gap their counterparts, and their counterparts on the other end are so good and so consistent in Alpha and Flora that I don't see it happening enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think if there is a path to victory, though, that probably would be the one.
All right. Well, we've got ourselves STC prediction time. Yeah, I think we know which way these guys are going, but if you at home want to play, head on over to stcplay.gg and get your predictions on in for the next matchup. Zeta off of the win against Bleed. That was a closer call there, whereas M80, they had the loss earlier, I believe, to ENCE it was, as their opponent. So looking to bounce back, make sure to head on over there and vote for your opportunity to play along with us. Preds.
I've been wrong twice, just tabling that, so do not listen to me at all for anything ever.
0 for 2.
Yeah.
Or 2 for 2, the way you're looking at it.
That's right. 3-0 Zeta.
Honestly, I felt pretty good about the early. Zeta didn't lead me wrong, and I have Zeta as a pick to go all the way, so I got to go Zeta for that, but also 3-0 Zeta. I feel much better about this than the last match, though.
Of course you guys do. There's already matches that have been played between, not between these squads, but for each of these squads. M80 going to look to bounce back and to get us into the action. Man sipping some water right before we throw to him. It's Avril and Achilleos on the call.
Don't worry, he can't catch you off guard because I'm the one who starts talking first. So plenty of time for you to get that water out, and now we can focus up and get ready to go into our second to the last series here of the evening, as Zeta Division once again taking it to the stage.
Don't worry, I would have taken my time anyway. I would have savored that water, that plain and tasting water, as we're going to power through this one. No coffee required. It might be late in the evening in Riyadh, but we've still got games to play through. Zeta M80. M80 coming off a 0-3 loss to ENCE. Zeta coming off a little bit of a scary encounter versus Bleed, as we head into a new map finally for our opening control.
New in big old quotations. It's old classic. It's LeJang Tower to start things off here in the series. Let's see which one of these teams can draw that first blood. So yes, ban out on that Winston. M80 not wanting to have to deal with it.
Yep.
Let's see what the comps end up looking like here between the two teams. As for now, we see Kaluj here on the Diva, and it looks like it might just be a Diva battle, as Bernard doing very much the same thing.
So it's a very targeted ban towards Fearless. They want to make sure they don't get Fearless in the opening map of LeJang. And Bernard Diva versus Kaluj Diva. Now, if you look back over towards the ENCE versus M80 game, it was basically a Vistolo versus Kaluj Diva battle the entire way through. A little bit of Lucio Kiriko sometimes. Otherwise, Brig Anna, rather, still in that play as well. Spectre's been playing between some Echo, some Tracer in there. But like the disc said, it's going to come down to the strong mechanics, specifically with the two DPS players of M80 to be competitive in the series.
Well, Alpha 8 sticking through with that Pharah. Bit of a namesake pick for him alongside the Genji, of course. Let's see if working some wonders earlier on, so see how he fares now going up against another Diva on the opposite side.
And Alpha E has been a bit of a problematic player on the Pharah. Now, I don't think Pharah is a particularly amazing pick, but when Alpha E is fighting this hero, he's one of the best on it. It is a problem. Was a problem for Bleed. M80 have to find a way to deal with it. Currently, it's Collusion Tree that have to be the players to keep a lid on Alpha E.
But it's also going to be M80 who are grabbing the point first and foremost. Does the contest come in? The answer is going to be no. So they are going to go ahead and start generating some percentage here as Violet gets taken down. Spectra able to find that access there over onto the Alari. Gets that opening pick, and that's going to stretch this percentage here.
And Burnout was hard flanking for just a moment there. Oh, 1 HP! Barely gets up. Alpha E, like, literally 1 HP. I think he conks away to safety. Gives the healing back over towards the supports. But as you mentioned, it's the point capture from M80 that's really, really good so far in Zeta. They have to be attackers. Big flank coming through from Alpha E. No ultimates to be found just yet. It's Ultraviolet so far that's the furthest ahead.
That's one of the things that we kind of did see from Zeta earlier on. That was, you know, just point control, paying attention to it, allowing some of those caps to come through. We need to be a bit more on point in that regard, but Violet again going to be taken down. It's going to be Ultraviolet on the opposite side.
Well,
this won't be confusing.
He's got Ultra in his name, so you know, he's the better Violet.
The
clearly.
Ultra form of, but Kaluj does get taken out of the mech, so it's not going to be without a cost. So it's going to try to pilot pistol his way back in.
Yeah, he's not going to reset, so this is going to be, well, he's going to be forced to reset. Here comes Alpha E. 5 versus 4 confirmed. Might not even need an ultimate. Let's see if Zeta can get this one clean. Whoa. What is that?
Question mark on that one. Flora going to be taken down. Man out here on Alpha E. 2 quick shots there on the tree in midair. Spectre going to be taken down. Bernard doing some solid work there. Gets the kill, gets the eat on the pulse bomb, and Zeta Division will get the flip.
A little bit scary there. I mean, Flora goes down. You're like, okay, this is not guaranteed now. I might have to throw in an extra piece of utility here. It's going to end up being the nano boost. Alpha E, get that one done just on the default. Just don't even need to use the rocket barrage. Save that one for a better fight. They're down though by a lot of percent. Like, it's the other thing, right? Because we go back to the point that M80 in the first cap, 59 lead is kind of big.
Yeah, not too bad for them whatsoever, especially as some of these other ults get ready to get cycled through. And Dynamite just going to be eaten up there, but the bomb nearly online for Tree. Zeta gets set up for it. Nade lob in, gonna go wide, doesn't get the connection there, but yeah, Zeta similarly, 4 ults about to be online.
Watch out for you flanking, by the way.
Okay, Bob invested. Violet in around the back, sets up for that Captive Sun. Pulse Bomb finds Tree. Kaluj going off the side of the map this time as well. And Spectre will fall, and it looks like widely the fight going to go the way here of Zeta Division, maintaining control, now getting ready to take the lead.
Yep.
A lot of question marks in the chat.
Rocket Barrage even required. Everyone's like, how did Kaluj die? Kaluj says, lol in all caps. I think he just kind of misplayed. I mean,
I think he might have, maybe he tried to exit around the back. I'm not sure.
This is his first time, second time opening up Overwatch in the last 12 months, so I'm exaggerating there, but yeah, maybe a little bit under practice there. A couple of mistakes that kind of costly there for Mandy. I mean, that lead is gone now, so.
This one very well could get away from them. That barrage, the nano, to maybe even try to just empower that barrage. Could come through, but Violet this time not going to get jumped on quite as easily. Just take Spectre down with him. Kaluj able to collect that one, but now Ultraviolet going to be eliminated as well. We're in a violetless world at the moment. As Alpha seeking target drops down in behind. Kaluj just going to try to set things up here for the kill. As they get the break on the mech, the barrage now completely could come through. It's going to be a deny there on that Baby Diva. No remech found. Spectre does manage to push for it, finds that elimination, but Bernard 2 for 2 on the pulse. Eats. Flora sets up for the kill. That comes in. Tree now swapping over to the far. Swiftly going to be dealt with, even with the investment there of that nano boost. Just cannot survive. Violet going to be antied out, but not killed. And Zeta Division, they gave up the point early on, but they're able to go ahead and grab it and hold it for the whole rest of the way here on Night Market.
Yeah, if you kind of ignore the 59, it's just Zeta getting the full 0 to 100 here. Once they get it, they keep it forever. And maybe they can do very little to bounce back at all. I mean, you didn't really see too many consolidated fights. Sloppy would be the best word here, and that's probably what you would have said as well when you watched the ENT M80 series, which, by the way, was a 3-0. Where M80 only got 1 point. At least it wasn't a 0-point lockout. Let's see if this is... Okay, this is not where Kaluj died, but this is where Alfie just took that nano to town and big cleanup.
Yep. Saying, like, yep, I can just get this used neutrally. Don't need to invest that ultimate. I think this is where... Yep, that's where he goes off the side of the map. So didn't quite get to catch it. The observers, they spare on his blushes. They won't show exactly what happened.
Give me the replay code. I'm getting it from his POV. 0.25 speed. Putting it on Twitter. Okay, well, what do we really got to work with here for M80?
I thought you were going to say what we got to work with to talk about as we wait for the replays to end. I was going to say we don't have much, but let's see if we can get some more as we do go into control center.
Kaluj didn't play the Ram in the ENT matchup, to my knowledge, when I watched back. So this will be a little bit. Maybe he did actually on one of the maps, but yeah, he hasn't played the Sigma yet. He's going to change up a little bit. Not confident with the Diva on this particular map. But how did they, again, they got to push LPE, so...
Spectre getting it out there with Flora, a little bit of a back and forth between the two Tracers, but finally Spectre able to keep Ultraviolet protected, which is the primary target for the Tracer here on the side of Zeta, but it's going to be, again, opening cap here for the side of 80. Let's see how long he can hold it for as Kaluj gets taken low, but tucks back behind the wall, himself protected as Heals gets pumped out here by Ultraviolet.
Once again, they're actually the first cap, so one thing that M80 have consistently doing versus Zeta, they get that first cap, Kaluj goes down, so the blitz should be coming over pretty soon. Low HP on M80.
Yeah, it's just Violet getting extra aggressive, pushing forward, finding that kill, gets himself a second. Spectre will fall, making a third, as Tree will also be taken down. Violet wanting to bring this map to a conclusion rather swiftly, and is already 8% away from having the sound barrier. Lyre still only at 55.
Yeah, Zeta Division, no fear, just, well, I mean, they have very calculated fear in the sense that they're willing to back out when things get a little bit scary. Wait to get the healing back in, wait to regroup properly. Now they have double support ultimates, they have reasonable advantage over M80.
Nano on to Bernard, timing into the back line. Bob's going to be sent out of desperation, but Bernard does not care. Charges forward, finds Tree, looks for a little bit more. Ultraviolet trying to stay tucked away, but as he leaps up into the air, Flora will be able to collect. Multiple kills going to be found here, as it's just going to be a very swift cleanup in Zeta Division, maintaining control off the back of one simple nano.
I mean, I'm curious where the Bob went, because the Bob could actually do a lot there, where you just send it straight to Bernard's face, will slow him down, and might cause a little bit of issues for players following up.
He went down the hall towards the point.
Well, that's just unfortunate. Could have been booped down that way if maybe Violet at that play. That would have been a really heads-up play. Now Flora going for the lurk, unspotted. Could be a good stick here.
Slow
There's a lamp, though.
Catches onto the window, unable to find the elimination there. Tree rolling away, so having swapped over onto the cast. Himself protected for now as Flora gets juggled around just a bit. Another blink going to be built up. Sound barrier going to be used. Ultraviolet going to be put to bed. Violet able to go ahead and confirm the kill, but Finn's going to be traded out at the same time. So 1 for 1 on these supports. Bernard going to be taken out of the mech. Bloody mess here is this fight. one that M80 certainly could still win. LPE, however, might have other ideas. The final rocket goes through. That's going to be the break there onto the mech. Spectre gets the better of Flora. Backcap getting ready to come through now, but LPE does go ahead and find Kalush, finishing off that Baby Diva. Now they turn their sights back over onto the point to try to disrupt this cap.
Bernard's still not remeked yet. Does have the 99, so he is going to get back in time. And
Violence is going to get cycled.
That's unfortunate, but let's see if M80 can actually work that 5 versus 4. This is one of the better advantages they've had so far, and that's saying something because there's only 1 kill, but they lose it immediately. 4v4 now.
Spectre taking down LPE, not allowing him to exit. As the D-Matrix does come through, and LPE is just a sitting duck. Only a smattering of damage going to be found before he gets taken down. Bernard similarly cleaned up, and M80 now can hold the point.
I think that's their first true fight win, actually, because you consider, okay, the other situations, they kind of just pressure out in the neutrals, get the caps, but they don't really win the fight here. They actually legitimately win a fight. Well done there, M80. We're getting some momentum now. Get the same 59 you had on the opening round of 9 market. Alfie going over towards the Venture.
Big swap up, looking to dive in alongside Bernard here. Bernal burrowing in, getting in deep. And it goes across on Bernard once again, looking to cause some havoc and shoves him back over towards the dropship. Lose down in half. Deadeye going to be popped. Oh, D-Matrix coming through, but yeah, it's a little bit too late. Finn ends up falling. Something struck going to be lobbed in the meantime. Intermission have gotten the cap, and Tree cannot get away from the explosion, so Bernard finds that kill. Safely gets back into the back. Kalush similarly sending out his ultimate, but cannot find anything. And Flora catches on to Ultraviolet with the pulse bomb. Kill coming through. Alpha E just looking to shove this Diva away, keep it at arm's length from the point. They get the break on the mech. Kalush will fall. Sound barrier now going to be invested on both sides, but it's just 2 members shielded here for the side of M80.
And they don't have a tank either. Can Tree get enough damage done? Get touched, just barely. Spectre pays for it with his life.
That he does. Take it down. Flora able to find that elimination. As the Immortality field gets cleaned up, immediately Ultraviolet dead on the back end. Tree going to be taken down. It's going to be 5 members still standing here as Kalush cannot make his way back over to the point. Zeta Division making it look relatively easy here on LeJang Tower. A breath of fresh air as far as the map is concerned, but a very one-sided affair here in the fight as they go ahead and take him down 2-0.
Pretty light work there for Zeta Division. You have a situation where, okay, M80 won 1 fight total there over the course of 2 rounds. Give them credit for at least being able to cap a couple times.
Yeah.
You know, it's not 200-0, Kilios. I mean, if we're really clutching at straws here to help M80 slightly, because unfortunately they're not doing too much to help themselves right now.
Yeah, I mean, 1 fight win for the percentage that they got, that definitely shows you there were some cracks in the play here from the side of Zeta Division, but not enough for them to be able to take that win away. So Zeta Division starting things off nicely, take the opening map at LeJang Tower. Let's pass it back over to the Analyst to break down the action.
Check. There we go. We're back. Hello. Welcome back, everyone. Man, they fixed that audio problem as fast as that last map, the whole series was.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why, there was a thing. Never mind.
Right,
no, I was gonna say, something
right.
disappeared just like I did. What? It doesn't matter.
Well, actually, it was funny because the camera briefly swapped us a second earlier, and you weren't here. And then 3 seconds later, the viewer, we swap here for real, and then you are here.
Remind me never to commit crimes with you because you were the worst narc ever. Okay, well, we weren't going to commit crimes anyway.
Oh, yeah, thank you for clarifying. I was like, what am I doing on this desk? I don't want to be an accomplice to anything.
Too late,
talk
my
about
friends.
the game. Talk about the game.
Too late, my friends. I mean, it was kind of what we expected, right? There's nothing really out of the ordinary. As the caster so duly noted, it was really one kind of dominant fight that M80 won that entire matchup. I didn't expect it to go that fast. It's the fastest map we've had this entire evening so far, afternoon, evening, wherever it may be. And it's just, there's just small mistakes here and there. Like you end up trying to do a Deadeye, and your Deadeye is not, like, there's just not, you're not getting value out of anything.
Here's the interesting thing, though. With hero bans, there's mistakes, and then there's mistakes that haunt you for the rest of the series. I think when you ban Winston here, which is one of the strongest cards in your deck, and then you lose the map, especially in a map where you know Bernard can play Diva the entire time. You can play Diva the entire time through on LeJang, and it's good, right? Essentially, in the idea of like hero ban chess, MA just lost their queen on turn 3. That is the best thing they had going for them potentially later on in the series. They can't use it now.
I'm going to smile and nod like I know what chess is.
We're Where's Josh when you need him?
Yeah, come on, Hex. Come on. I thought this was a good analogy. That's a really good analogy.
No, it was great. It was great.
The
It was
Winston,
great.
the Winston again has been key throughout the day across multiple different teams. But then when you look at Fearless, again, that is a player who definitely controls all of that. The other way that we've seen teams try to get rid of the Winston-specific dive comp is banning away Ana. But, you know, as ZP has already said, getting rid of that and losing on that map, just not a good start, not a good look here for M80.
Yeah, I'm trying to, when I see a map go that badly, I try to posit a world in which, like, what do they need to do?
Yes.
What do they need to do to win it out next? And
Pause it away, Doctor Strange.
I'm just kind of coming up empty on it. I really do think it has to come down to individual performances, and I don't think you're really going to be able to out-meta or out-comp them. There's simply not the versatility on M80 to be able to pull that off. And it's like, well, we were going to run this, and then Zeta can always say, like, well, we'll just run that a little bit better, and we'll bring in this tank. And their DPS lineup is just a little bit more versatile. I think Alpha Yi's got a bigger pool. I think, you know, they are good players, Spectre and Tree, but I don't think it's enough.
No, and I mean, even other things like, look, you know, you kind of talked about earlier, there's certainly been points where Kaluj has been one of the best divas around, period, but, you know, even if Kaluj was in full fighting shape, top form, it's still, like, versus Bernard, it's probably a wash. Like, you're not gaining substantial amounts of, you know, leverage there, so you have to get it elsewhere, but as you say, you go down the roster, where are you getting it right now? It's tough. It's really tough.
Yeah, it's just really tough to find where can you find an advantage? I mean, maybe you go towards a strategy that actually Zeta likes to do is we're going to run a Cassidy, and then everyone just put all your resources into Cassidy, and we need you to hit every single shot. And I know, like, that's kind of a fool's gambit, but Zeta has won maps. They have won matches with that strategy with Flora, where you get all the heals, you get all the peel, you get the nano, you get everything, and just hit all your shots.
Yeah, well, there's our hero bans here. Zeta going to take away Malga. On the opposite side, BAP taken away by M80. New Junk City is where we are heading on to. It was first banned for M80, so no surprises there. And the substitution, yes, it is coming in. It is Fearless in, Bernard out, as has been the thing. I think they've played equal amount of matches. It's been one swap the other. Bans kind of have dictated that, but now, you know, they still just go with Fearless here.
Yeah, and the tell has kind of been like, we've banned Maga or Junker Queen. All right, Fearless is coming in. And again, I'm not really sure how much is that, is they're afraid of that hero being played, or more just like, we don't want you to mess with Fearless's hero pool. Like, do not do anything hero. Though, I mean, they couldn't ban the Winston again, but, you know, I don't know, maybe they want to run a ball or something. It's happened a few times now over the course of the broadcast and a very small sample size. So
yeah, this has been, as Hex very, very decadently described, it was a comprehensive victory, probably the most one-sided victory we've seen so far here by Zeta over M80. Again, we've seen them drop a map before to Zeta against Bleed, but
familiar
it just
foe.
feels like it's going to take a lot more from M80 because they seem out of sorts. They don't quite seem all synced up together.
Right, I mean, we even did say, like, it wouldn't be stunning if Zeta dropped a map or even two to Bleed, because they had. That was the whole narrative of that entire matchup. Like, very recently, they have dropped maps, and these are the maps they've dropped, and kind of almost went exactly to that.
Yeah.
It was the rightest I've been all day, and that was the first thing I said today. So that's how my day's going, guys. Yeah, this is interesting because I think New Junk City plays very different than Surasa. The Surasa, as we saw early on, I think it was the first set 47 hours ago, I think now it was. That was very much poke. You know, they started on that. It's the classic midpoint. You know, if you ever played other games where you have a mid fight, you both clash there, and they're equal and they're mirrored. You get the poke down, you get shields up, you got Pharaoh over the top, and it's like the first person to blink loses. This one is much more, we're going to see you. Oh, you're late around the corner, and we're coming in usually. So I think we should see a more aggressive composition. Mostly coming into this tournament, aggressive compositions were better on New Junk City. This tournament has given me many surprises. I wouldn't be surprised if there's something else.
Now, one key difference here, last time we saw Zeta over here, they were running with the Lucio ban. Lucio is available this time around.
Yeah, so Lucio will be unlocked here. But we'll see how things shake on up as Zeta looking to go 2-0 in terms of map score up on M80. And to get us into the action, let's send on over to the casters.
Thank you very much. Yes, we'll get ready to go into this second map and see what kind of reply M80 have after that LeJang Tower opener. But for right now, Zeta Division looking quite strong, quite ready to get the victory.
Map choice by M80. They did play this versus Ensign. It was their most competitive map. It was a 1-3 loss. Kaluj mainly played the D.Va, as again, the Ensign M80 match was mostly a D.Va mirror there. On the side of Zeta, now what's really interesting here is we remember just having casted Zeta versus Bleed. When we got to the Flashpoint map, that time it was Surasa, the ban was on Winston. So in a situation where probably Zeta actually wanted to play Fearless, maybe on a Winston, on the Flashpoint, wasn't available here, available. Winston was already banned on the first map of LeJang Tower, so in comes Fearless. And M80 gonna have to really work this one through because Zeta get to play what they truly want on this particular map. And I don't think the map is really going to make a huge difference for Zeta here. However, the Malga ban does take away the possibility of Kaluj going towards something else. What it says to me is Zeta Division do not fear the D.Va from Kaluj. They do not fear the Sigma either. Possibly the Malga could have been problematic if Fearless wants to play Winston, which I think he does, and then Kaluj goes Malga. That's kind of bad for Fearless, so get rid of that and allow Fearless to play the cleanest Winston matchup he can possibly get.
Yeah. Winston's going to play just fine into the D.Va. Unfortunately for Kaluj, it's a lot more difficult to fall off the map on New Junk City, so don't have to worry about that.
But it is possible, so
I'm
going to keep my eye on it. It is possible.
It is, but you have to very much try for it, it feels like. But looks like we will get a little bit of an aerial battle here.
If he does it twice in a row, I'm checking the PayPal. I'm just saying, there's something fishy going on.
I
can smell something.
Back in here with the Pharah. Tree going to look to try to contain that as he's going to be on the Echo. Still good damage for going to be coming out here with that Ash.
Very interesting for Zeta Division. I would have thought that Tracer would have been better here, but I think he just kind of wants to play the Pharah for as long as possible, every single map if possible.
Well, there's a push forward from Kaluj. He's immediately going to lose out on the back. Violet, however, will fall. Ultraviolet again, getting the better of him. Just managed to find that headshot. Now, Finn's going to be taken down as well, but Liar dead. Now, Lee getting taken out, however, does just leave Fearless and Flores, the last two players standing, and that beam is going to rip him apart. So that is going to be M80 being able to give themselves the first cap again.
I actually feel bad that Kaluj then dies and doesn't remake because he got to kill as the baby D.Va and survive for so long that that's actually kind of insane. So M80, second fight win in the series, but this one was actually pretty damn good. Yeah, okay, Kaluj dies, but that's a reasonable trade versus Violet. Then Kaluj, as mentioned in baby D.Va, still gets a kill, so really worth. That's way more than you'd expect for a D.Va dying in that situation.
He's looking forward again, pushing up, trying to get aggressive here. Decent damage onto the support line, and Violet's got to be taken down. Beam similarly coming through, but a lot of damage going across here onto the members of M80, but we'll find some stability aside from Tree, who does end up falling. Fearless diving forward, able to find Ultraviolet, gives his life for that pick. Blue's going to be demeched once again as Flora takes him out of this, but here comes the cavalry pushing forward, getting the punish here onto the Ash. M80 going to be holding nicely thus far, as Alfie tries to fight back, but has lost out on too many teammates.
This is still contested. Fearless is back now. There's no Kaluj.
Oh,
here comes the Stack Spectre, beautiful to Alfie. That's what we want to see from Spectre, who's mechanically still so gifted. Got to keep the lid on, though. Here comes the Primal, so Ultimate's online for Zeta Division. They're not going to let this one go. Final fight.
Yep, they're going to have a Kitsune Rush ready to go. Violet, similarly, though, Rally now online as he gets tagged down so very low. Shield bashes over to the side to try to keep himself safe. HP does come through. Rally now going to be popped here in response. Shield bash onto 2. Ultraviolet tagged up. Liar as well, down to about half HP, but there's the kill confirmed as Flora gets one on the board. Rally still going, ticking away here as Tree will end up falling, and this time it's going to be a clean fight for the side of Zeta Division as they will get the flip.
Yeah, well defended there by Zeta Division. You have the rally coming in through at the perfect time, defending against the Kitsune Rush, and look, if Kaluj can't get the damage done with Spectre and Tree diving on deep inside, there's that bottom room. I don't even know if Tree really got deep in there. I think he should have just really dive in, and if you get in trouble, get a copy onto somebody, copy Finn maybe, just to get the extra Bionade, which by the way, Zeta can't defend against. Nothing blocks the Bionade there. That would have been perfect. I think maybe M80 could have powered through. Still leading by 99, 2 now 40 from Zeta Division. The ult economy has flipped, and now Zeta looking much more comfortable.
Yep, Liar. Got that sound very ready to go. Going to be the one tool that they need to go ahead and confirm this first flash point as the dive getting ready to come through. Been under some fire, sends out that nano boost over here onto Flora. Bob going to be invested. Pulse bomb out from Alfie though, and he's able to get the break on the Doom as well as Kaluj taking down the baby D.Va before the remake can come in. Self-destruct not finding value. And that is a big turnaround here from Zeta Division, just shutting down those ultimates. And Kaluj now immediately swapping back over here, it would seem, as Tree does fall. Suddenly Zeta Division looking like they're going to be able to take this first round.
Looks like it. Kaluj made the swap just to get the free leap on the Winston. That is min-maxing from spawn. But M80, despite all of that, a little bit of tech in spawn won't be enough. Really good effort though. Honestly, this is the best we've seen out of M80 this series so far. And it makes a little bit of sense given that this was the most competitive map they had versus End. So we're starting to see why now. Can they have something to use on this next opening point? Not quite yet. Spectra dies. Pulse is sent out to no avail.
Yeah, it's a little bit shy there of the mark as Violet is being sustained. Sleep dart across here on a Kaluj as Liar. Tagged up off screen. You see Alpha just wreaking havoc there as that's going to be a big shield bash. Violet trying to stay alive. Does manage to do so for a little bit longer, but Tree eventually able to collect the kill, but has the setup come through. Ultraviolet and Liar still very low. Flora finds the headshot, but it's going to be Finn and Violet both in the grave. So ultimately a trade up here for M80s. They once again look to get this opening control of the second flashpoint.
He's going to have to ult here. UV's been holding on to this one. They're thinking, can we win without the Kachuna rush? The answer is probably no. Kaluj low HP, retaining a little bit too long. At least Spectra gets the trade here. But it's not enough. Spectra dies as well.
Spectra's going to be taken down now. The Primal's going to be popped, and the Ultraviolet now just has to save it for a retake attempt here on this flashpoint. Opted to save it, thinking, okay, I think we can skirt by. But those few little kills end up coming through, and that cost them dearly.
I think it was winnable. I think for sure. I mean, Spectra got a kill anyway, and if you just use a Kachuna rush there, allow your respawning members to regroup with you, keep it competitive. You don't give away the opening cap. You do at least get the Primal out, so that's the trade you have. You lose the opening cap, you take it for the Primal, but you'll be about 40 to 50% down now after all said and done.
Trying to stave off Alpha E, but he's continuing to aggress forward, looking for it. To get the killer on Ultraviolet, well, he won't need to. Violet will, and now Liar's going to be taken down as well, so that Kitsune rush not leading to too much here for the side of M80. Spectra will find one. Kaluj pushing forward.
No
Just managed to mow him down, and that's going to be the supports now. Down on the side of Zeta Division is Fearless, falling lower and lower, and eventually will get taken down. But Tree traded out. Kaluj denied away, cannot make his way back into the mech once again. You can see Flora, great with the coach gun, finds that elimination as well. But this is something that Zeta's doing incredibly well, is just stopping that D.Va from getting back into the mech time and time again.
If Flora doesn't kill Kaluj there, that's winnable from M80. I think Kaluj and Spectra is a duo there. It's for sure the 2v2. I mean, Spectra so far has probably been the one to watch out for. Tree has had some large moments on this map as well.
Alpha E. See it there in the top down. Pulse Bomb is available.
Liar needs tempo.
Doesn't manage to find it.
He's got to use it.
Spectra now has one. Liar falling low, getting zapped away out of it. He's just going to fall. Fearless able to find the kill and help save that one for the third and potentially final flashpoint here, unless the rest of the team can try to turn things around, but they're just falling to the wayside. Fearless the casualty, but everybody else on M80 picked to pieces. As Ultraviolet last second extension.
That was a fantastic macro read coming through the Zeta Division. They knew the entry into the fight from M80 was going to come through from Liar on the sound barrier, so they immediately pressured him. He didn't want to Ajax. You're looking for his POV. You're like, why doesn't Liar just beat? Because my guy is already on 50% health. If he beats, he's instantly dead. And then we all type AJ in the chat and have a laugh.
Well, that laugh avoided, but still.
For now.
Now, M80, there's a lot of work to be done. Need the reverse sweep here on the map to try to equalize the scoreline. Otherwise, Zeta Division going to be giving themselves up to match point.
I think Zeta can force this point quite early with the Bob. They're actually getting aggressive on. Bob has to come out early, maybe not in the best place.
As Bob comes through, but Kaluj knocked down to the low ground. That sound barrier shielding, not enough to try to keep that D.Va in the mech. Tree now falling. Alpha E dives forward, gets on top of Liar. Gonna rip some limb from limb. Baby D.Va now gonna just go ahead and suffer the same fate. Spectra tries to make something happen, tries to find some kind of pick, tries to build up towards that pulse bomb, but in the end, it's gonna be an extended team kill. And Zeta Division will get the first lockdown once more.
I really respect the dive from Kaluj and M80, but the unfortunate thing is, Liar does not catch Kaluj in the sound barrier, not because of Liar, it's because Kaluj was behind the wall out of LOS. If there was a way for Kaluj to dive on in and get out, that would have been perfect. You kind of waste the Bob from Flora, which has to be played off the point somewhere else. But the issue is, Kaluj dives off the back of his boosters, and his boosters are on cooldown, so he can't leave. He's just dead.
35%. The division ticking up. Nano nearly online here from Finn.
UV needs this Nano.
8% shy. It's a little bit more. They're basically going to be building them up at the same time. Pulse bomb out from Alpha Yi, not going to find anything. Spectra sends his zone off screen, and he gets Alpha Yi again. Another dip on the Tracer. His feeling is going to be put to bed, but as he gets woken up, Liar taken down. Tree eliminated. Monstrous trade up here, and it continues as Zeta Division look to deliver a very swift victory. Just 20% more to go, and that's going to happen in the blink of an eye.
Spectra's trying his darndest right now. He's certainly pulling his own weight. Kept the point alive somewhat for Kaluj to come back in. Another Baby D.Va kill into a no-ring mech. Flora winning this one, and I think it's done, Achilles.
Oh, no, it's absolutely done and dusted. Stick a fork in it. As, yeah, that'll be the push away. That'll be the kills. That'll be the closeout. As it is going to be a 3-0 on the map, a 2-0 in the series. As Zeta now find themselves at match point. Didn't catch what happened in the chat.
I was going to say, how good is your Korean, Achilles? Truly.
I'll have to watch it back.
Maybe a little bit of I want to say respect given from Alfie to Spectra. Maybe he was just having a laugh, but honestly, Spectra, for all that's worth, I mean, and Tree for certain moments on the Echo, but Spectra, this Tracer, double one solo pulses onto Alfie, that's difficult to do and impressive for coming through. So the DPS, as expected, as discussed by us, by Desk, by the other casters as well, that's already covered. M80, it is the DPS line of M80 that is a real threat. But other pieces, and Tank in particular, unfortunately, quite lacking in their counterparts, and a lot of good macro play from Zeta Division that's kind of just put the lid on top of M80, prevented them from getting any more. Couldn't even get a single round. The same round they got versus Ents, they don't versus Zeta.
Yeah, this is just such a dominant showing. I mean, one of the, we were talking about it, like, okay, maybe this is where things start to ramp up a little bit more here.
Yeah.
This is the map that they were able to push Ents the most, but it ends up being even more one-sided. A couple moments in there, it feels like, okay, M80, they're here, they're back on the horse, they're going to be able to make this happen, and then it all falls to pieces. But that's that second map done and dusted. Zeta Division now do have match point in their hands, so we'll pass it back over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, guys. Looks like we have a sweep on our hands. It is very, very one-sided here, and it's getting late here in Riyadh. It's been a long cast, and it's no longer time to hold the pull the punches.
No. I want to go with the positive here first.
All right, Zizzle Pizzle, get in there,
the
dog.
casters just mentioned it, but the DPS line for M80 definitely had some great moments.
Okay.
But beyond that, well, it was a very quick 3-0, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was finally going to be the time where, like, it looks like we have a sweep on our hands. So I was finally going to be able to honestly say, just as I predicted.
Yeah, you get to cash that one in finally without any more gaslighting.
These have been some quick maps, and the thing is also, it's not even necessarily the gameplay that we've seen today, because even coming into this, just when you're around players and you're around teams and you're around a tournament, you start to hear little rumors, this and that. This team does not look good. They don't look greatly prepared and things like that. And
where are we going with this, Hex?
Well, we were hearing some rumors that M80 just didn't look good. They straight up just did not look good. They did not look prepared. They did not look motivated and things like that. And so, I don't know. It's really hard to get into the minds of things. I'm just saying. I'm just asking questions here, but you're.
You can't just.
I can and I will.
I know you can't. You can't just come on. Look, I disagree that they don't look motivated. I could say that maybe they don't look prepared.
I'm saying I've heard things, but that's a coward's way of doing things. So I was making a joke about it. I shouldn't have even brought it up. Look, it's just not looking great, and this is exactly what we said though to begin with.
Yeah.
That their damage line is fine, and they look good. And it was going to be everyone else. But now they don't really have any other options to go to, and that's what happens when you cut a roster down to the bone like this. I think it's listed on a couple of websites that they have Nero as a sub. I saw Nero around, but I don't think he's officially on a roster, so there's a lot of questions I have about that, but I don't necessarily know what else to say. Is it where do you reach down to try to fix this problem, ZP?
Well, I think you take advantage of the fact, if you're M80, that it is a multiple day tournament, and while being in the hole early isn't great, all you have to do within this group is not finish last. So if you're able to just find a way to recover here from today, which albeit it's going to be hard, because if they lose this match, they're down 2 already, and the road doesn't necessarily get easier, but there is still time for MA to pick themselves up, even if Zeta goes forward and completes the sweep.
Yeah, and it is expected that it is Bleed and M80 fighting for that third place spot. We don't have an update. I could check to see if there's an update. Is there an update on the scores?
There is. Bleed did lose.
All right,
3-1.
so there you go. Bleed did lose 3-1, so 2 3-1 losses there for Bleed. M80 still looking for a map. Just any map answer. You got a map? You selling one? Any of those? No. Any of those map things?
This match? No.
Google Maps, Neighbor Maps,
no,
Maps app, Apple Maps.
No.
Those are three. Those are three right there.
Right now, M80 is like back in the 1990s. Cell phones don't exist, and all the gas stations nearby stopped stocking maps like 5 years ago.
So so MapQuest is what I asked. What are you saying? Yeah. Cell phones don't exist, so we're on MapQuest.
That is actually what M80 are on right now. MapQuest.
It does look like we're on a course to whoever wins the Bleed M80 matchup is going to stick around and move up that slot. I think that's going to be a loser goes home match, I think.
Yeah.
it does seem like we're headed for it.
All right, well, info in as we go. Take a look at the players on stage getting ready to go. No substitutions by either team, which means the bans will be Illari for M80, Junker Queen for Zeta, as that'll come up here, and it is Shambali.
Is Fearless staying in?
Starting. Yes, Fearless is staying in.
There you go.
There's your guy.
Well, it's just the tells here. It's like, if Maga or Junker Queen get banned by Zeta, Fearless is in. We have a sample size of 4 out of 4 right now. It's working.
But now we have Fearless playing more games than Bernard, so we'll see if that changes here. Again, match point here, as it's 2-0 Zeta over M80. Let's send it on over to the casters to get into this one.
Well, it's been a long day thus far, but Zeta are looking to make it a little bit faster, it would seem. Looking for a 3-0. Junker Queen going to be banned away, as well as that Illari, as we once again head into Shambali.
Well, I actually think if Zeta want to make this the fastest possible, they would have actually swapped Burnout in to play the more favored tanks for this particular map. We're talking about the Sigma, talking about the Ram. Zeta are clearly opting for Fearless. You know, as Desk mentioned, Junker Queen ban, Malga ban, those aim towards the fact that you want to remove a lot of the Winston counters, but you can only remove one of them. Kalush can pick the other one, so Malga is available now, and I think that has to be something you look at. You see Zeta Division, they clearly want to protect the Winston, but Kalush has got something right open for him to potentially abuse versus Fearless to make him swap or make something else happen. Zeta Division clearly think that Winston is good enough to win here, or at minimum Achilles that's at least good enough to beat M80 regardless of what they're playing. And obviously the Ryan has been hovered over. We did see that early from Fnatic as well.
Would be sick to see if he wants to go ahead and bring that one out, but it's like Alpha Yi still just wanting to maybe stick with that far up, maybe even the Bastion. But Kalush is going to be here on the Diva to start things off on the defense.
I don't know about the Bastion. I don't think that's potentially correct. Maybe several metas ago. But at this stage, I think Zeta Division know that they're the better team by several margins, and M80 will certainly just try their best as Alfie nearly clipped off the wings of tree there.
For a second, I thought maybe we're actually going to get some form of Violet on that Zenyatta, but no, we'll be moving over onto the Briggs. Still just going to be Ian Finn there. Bring Ana. Alfie this time, though, saying, okay, you know what? I'm going to go for Echo, not the Pharah.
I respect that. I think Pharah is actually fine on this map, but Alfie equally good on that Pharah, one of his top picks. Echo rather one of his top picks, but here we go, opening frags, Zeta Division up ahead.
Flyer going to be taken down. A lot of the healing now going to be eliminated. I mean, Ultraviolet, work cut out for him. It's just you don't get the same sustain necessary to try to keep a Diva alive through that. So it's going to be Kalush taken out of the mech. And the cart now opened up for the push.
Once again, it is Spectra that forces the tax payment at least a little bit there. He'll take his one. He got his one. This is the one type of map where you actually aren't going to see a stagger on the Baby Diva, because otherwise Kalush will actually stop the payload. So the only reason why Kalush got to just reset as quickly as he did. But I think he had to really play through. I mean, yeah, again, it's just Spectra staying competitive right now. He's got the ultimate charge. He's got the only ultimate of relevance for M80 coming up.
Kalush needing to stay protected. That armor goes away. That beam from Alpha, you can find an immense amount of value. First on the pulse here is going to be Spectra. So you can try to open things up here for the defense. Pushes forward. There's a stick, and that's going to be Violet. Take it down. Very nice one there. Swift as ever from Spectra. Gets his one once again. And of course, it's Violet again.
Well, why not? Lucio's, well, not Lucio, the main support certainly feeling the brunt of Tracer's damage outputs, particularly Spectra, who, fun fact, second time on M80. He's joined this team twice.
Yeah.
You know. Bit of lore out there.
Push
Zeta
back.
Division on 5 ults, by the way.
They are. And Kalush having to make a quick little exit now. Goes ahead, re-dives forward at the back of the Kitsune Rush. Rally rolling from Violet, trying to keep him alive. He's going to go low, but Finn sends out the nano, keeps him in the fight, and Liar ends up getting punished instead. Finn at risk, green HP coming through to try to keep him topped up. The self-destruct goes up over the top. And the palm in the back will be able to find Alpha Yi, but Baby Diva again going to be punished. Flora, Johnny on the spot with that, continuously denying the remix.
And that is the most competitive fight so far. Unfortunately, M80 won't continue to touch. Spectra knows it will just be leading to his own death. Want to be able to regroup in time. Zeta Division finally have to just spend ultimates there. 2 ultimates being spent on the back line. You'd like to see M80 force a few more, but also just the pacing on the ultimates is behind. Liar didn't have a sound barrier yet. I mean, we've played like many minutes of this game so far. Liar, this is his first sound barrier.
It is. Gets it invested, managing to get the catch here on to 5, but Alpha Yi's going to go for the dupe on it. Whether or not that was intentional, Hard to tell. Either way, it looks like he's not quite going to be able to build up towards that sound barrier. And already 2 kills going to be found as Flora and Finn have been dealt with. So cart going to be held up. M80 this time, very much winning on the fight.
Now let's see if Zeta Division. Primal Rage the only ultimate here. Nothing to really buy them in, but they might just be able to slowly force their way through. I think their poking ability has been stronger so far. They have Finn nailing shots, killed Lyre at the start of this map, and Ultraviolet's taking a little bit of brunt damage currently.
Primal Rage now going to pop to Kaluj. Okay, does manage to make his way up through the window, avoiding getting juggled back and completely isolated. So widely the Primal Rage not going to get too much other than a little bit of space to start escorting this card up the ramp.
Got them up the point, so that at least will open up the ability to fight through this narrow chokeway. Now high ground taken by M80. Here comes the Ultraviolet ultimate.
Consider a rush, but he gets stunned up as Violet pops that rally in response, and Alfie's there to collect. Beam comes across. Kaluj now going to be taken out of the mech as well. As Treat will fall. Fearless finding that pick, and this is going to be a very Zeta Division fight here as they go ahead and clean everything up. Lyre now taken down, and that's going to be the extended team kill once again.
And look how close M80 were to more ultimates there. They have the Kitsune rush. That's all they had. If they could last in the fight just a little bit longer, play against the rally a little bit more effectively, then suddenly your DPS line, Kaluj has the extra ultimate as well, give them the extra HP, and sorry, we'll give them the extra life and reset. That suddenly becomes a lot more competitive. Zeta have at least lost fight, so speaking of competitiveness.
Now, it worked low, but Nano in response. Finn now under fire, dive into the back, and it's going to be that Bionade lobbed in. Spectre taken down. Dupe here from Alfie is copying onto the Diva. Ultraviolet falling low, taken out. Flora is able to find the pinch, but Violet does get traded out, but now Lyre gone means that there's no supports available for the side of M80. Kaluj will come in with the self-destruct. Lob in one on the Dupe as well, trying to find a pick, and as he remix, he's going to get LB, so maybe it's not that much of a waste after all. They still need to try to win out the rest of the fight, though. 4.95 meters left to go. Buying time as best they possibly can. Minute and 45 seconds remaining here. It looks like Zeta Division will go ahead and back off.
Where was Flora when you needed him? I mean, so far, Flora just prevented Kaluj from remaking time and time again, but the one time Kaluj gets back in the mech, he actually gets a kill on towards Alfie, who must be feeling a little bit silly in that situation because you don't normally die to that. You shouldn't really die to that, and because you die to that, that's why M80 actually won the fight. So, yeah, strangely, in a situation where it looks like Kaluj probably wasted his ultimate, he got a kill, which usually doesn't happen.
Yeah.
A little bit rare.
Certainly is. Now, double support ultimate advantage here for the side of M80. Primal Rage with Pulse Bomb about to be available, and there's the pop of the Primal. Fearless limping away as the sticky bombs come through. Now diving into the back. Sooner Rush is out. Ultraviolet, however, into the back lines, completely isolated, and that's going to be the collapse coming through. He ends up getting picked off, but Violet similarly going to be traded out as Tree is able to find that kill. Fearless going to be taken down. Kaluj able to go ahead and pick him off, and now we're down below a minute remaining here for Zeta Division as the cart is resting just in front of B.
Well, that's actually starting to look good now. I mean, the one-to-one trades at the beginning are very important for M80 to stay competitive here, but then once the Primal's gone, what has Fearless really got to play through? Because the support was missing for Zeta, you just don't have the healing to sustain Fearless. There's no Nano in play either. So how does Fearless compete in a situation where Kaluj and the rest of M80 are going to pump the damage, and once Fearless goes down, that's your ability to stay in the fight mostly gone. No further ultimates for Zeta to stay in anyway, so possible hold here for M80. They just have to play through this next bit perfectly, or at least super competitively. 2 ultimates about to come on like Kaluj. He doesn't have the remake.
Slides are on the side, and yeah, does not have that, but the heals start streaming across, but he's still getting whittled away at. Has to make a big exit, but Flora going to be taken down. Tree with the sticky bombs, able to find a pick. Tracer now eliminated. The dive forward coming through, the copy is there. Tree getting the dupe here onto the Winston, zapping away, trying to build up towards that Primal Rage, and should just about be able to get it. Overtime now going to be taking away. Primal pop, Violet getting juggled, worked lower. Lyre able to find that kill. Alfie again, duping onto the Lucio this time, however, can build up the sound barrier, drops the beat, gets shielded out onto 4. Lyre now in a very far forward position, ends up getting taken down. Finn collecting the kill, but Fearless dead.
Sooner Rush coming on through to clean things up. Zeta Divisions, they just don't have reinforcements. Out goes Alfie and Fearless, and down goes everyone else. My goodness, Zeta Division will not be completing a map, and, well, I said this at the beginning, Achilleos. If Zeta Division really wanted to bring the heat on this map, they would have subbed Burnout in, because I am not a believer of the Winston or the main tanks on Shambali. Traditionally, just hasn't been that useful, and so we get to a situation where M80 start to really recover their position. They start to really dig their heels into the ground. Kaluj starts to be able to get a couple of remakes in a situation where he actually gets a remake kill into Alpha E, and another situation, final fight at Clears, where he doesn't die in a, where he's like 1 HP. I mean, he nearly got cleaned up. If he dies there, I think Zeta can.
Yeah.
But he lives, finds a remake,
And also the Alpha E dupe, very low value on the Lucio. Great, you got the sound barrier. What are you going to do afterwards? You're now stuck as a Lucio. You need Alpha E's damage. I don't know why he chose Lucio, possibly because he was dying. I want to believe it's because he was desperately trying to live, so he had to go Lucio, but he was just out of all damage for the entirety of that dupe, which just removed Zeta Division's ability to trade.
Yeah. And what you need to do is you need to get the dupe, build up the sound barrier, drop the beat, and then hand your mouse and keyboard over to Violet and let him go kill people.
Oh God!
One of the few Lucios out there that can get that done.
You got to full send. Be like, please get me out of this duplicated Lucio. Please, I have nothing left to do in this form. I can't do any damage. Please help me. All right. Well, despite holding, Emedi still have to cap. I don't know if I want to DS put this out into Ether, but this is now a winnable map for M80 now, Kilios.
Certainly is. Win condition is achieved. Alfie, though, not going to be coming out of the Echo again. Goes right back over to onto the Flora. There with the Ashe. Look at the play around these early long sight lines. That's where we were seeing a lot of those Baby Diva, the remake denies here from Flora was on that Ashe.
Certainly a lot of poke. These are not the best DPSs for following in with Fearless, so he's going to have to be a little bit more defensive orientated. They are losing. Actually, no, they're not losing space. They still have high ground. Payload's now stuck on the corner, and MA now have to go through the flank, and they're getting a lot of rockets from above. Look at this angle from Alpha E.
Yep. Pretty disgusting. Mumba Tree is looking to try to deal with it. The beam going to be coming across, and that's going to be the kill coming through. They cannot keep him alive. No sleep to try to peel and shut down that Echo. Clue's going to be taken out of the mech, but Fearless still going to be low on HP. Flora as well, similarly falling low and now eliminated. Spectra managing to find that kill, finds the follow-up as Violet will fall as well.
Spectra once again, but it was actually Tree that got the first kill, so between the two DPSs, that's 3 frags. Fearless next. Spectra will steal that one away from Tree. Where were the health packs from Violet, though? I mean, that was the only way you keep Alpha E alive, who's not going to go over towards the Tracer and Zeta Division. Kind of floundering on that first fight defenses. The body of Finn gets run over by the payload.
Sometimes I love the ragdoll effects in this game.
Carry the corpse slightly closer to the spawn for Finn. Maybe that'll help him out.
It doesn't get him back any faster. Is already the dive is coming through, and Ultraviolet instantly deals with Flora. Violet's gone, and that is going to be the cap here on A. M80 looking alive and well here on Shambali.
Seems like when you want to save, you want to save some strats here, you're trying to hide a few picks here, you're kind of just trolling yourself a little bit too hard, Zeta Division. You're definitely confident. You're like, M80 kind of sucked in the first 2 maps. Maybe we can just kind of do whatever we want on map 3, and that's kind of biting them a little bit here. Would like to see M80 carry this one through. The momentum seems good right now. Zeta Division must be feeling that pressure. They do have some ultimates available now. This is the opportunity to get Finn, Nano onto Fearless. Get a good dive in there.
The flank attempt.
Coming in as well.
Oh, and it works a treat. Violet's going to be absolutely annihilated before the Nano can even try to come through to save him. Flora dead as well, and well,
what's that? Is
going to get brought forward. Alfie's dead to a self-destruct. And the only thing that Zeta can find right now is a break on a dupe.
It's not quite a cap yet. One more fight required, but it's looking like they're going to... It's 4 minutes left, and the payload is basically there. Every single fight, essentially, Kilios, Tree, Spectra, mostly Tree, actually, finding that first pick.
Yeah.
Violet's on a death simulator. He's just on a repeat respawn.
Let's see if he can survive. A little bit longer this time around. 4 ultimates about to be available here for the side of Zeta Division, but there's still that sound barrier, that Kitsune Rush nearly built up for Ultraviolet. The cart, not much further to go. Just over 5 meters remaining.
Spyro and a shield used. They need to force some Zeta ults.
Blue's going to be slept, just gets the dynamite through, but Flora's still a world away.
This is kind of good for Emedi because they get to build up more ultimates. Now they have the Kitsune Rush, so this will definitely force ultimates. Yui needs to make the play first.
Double going to be thrown down. There's a Kitsune Rush in response. That sound barrier still held. Liar down below half HP. Decides to pop it, gets a shield off. Everybody getting empowered there. Fearless has to pop the primal range, turns his sights over towards the supports, but it's immediately denied access by Nice. Right click there from Liar. A little bit of a juggle here on the tree. Might be in trouble and will get swatted. Kill found. It's a big number of ultimates from both sides, but the fight does go the way of Zeta Division.
It's 2 to 3 ult trade. I prefer that for M80. I think they actually come out of that one ahead. The only difficulty now is they have to get past the Bob, which will be available the next fight, but getting rid of the Primal Rage means stall factor is only on the Bob. And if the Bob doesn't get value, it can get burned down fast. I mean, Tree can just look at that thing, beam it down for 50% HP. Tree going down is going to cost some time for M80. Look, they had a 4-minute time bank to play through, and now that's down to 2:30. Zeta Division still lacking mostly on ultimates. It's just on the DPS side, but that's the same on both teams. Oh, Spectre would have loved to hit that.
Finn, though, he's cycling this next Nano back up rather quickly, already up to 60%.
I think this is the fight. I think M80 have to win here. Otherwise, Zeta Division is going to have too much economically to deal with.
It's going to be a swoop around here from that left side. Tree with the dupe. A lot of possibilities here for him.
Just dupe the Winsor and the Ana. I think both are good options.
Choices abound. We'll see which one he lands on. As for now, Alpha Yi hovering nearby. Dupe's going to be going through. It is onto the Winston.
Oh, Violet again!
Taken down. The dive forward. Absolute beauty here from the side of M80. But Kalu's going to be taken down. Self-destruct goes off, but Kill not going to be found. Bob able to go ahead and break that Dupe. Flores staying alive, keeping himself sustained. The card still held here on the corner of the beam. Ripping Fearless low, but cannot confirm that kill. Liar will be able to find one, but no one's playing the card. They couldn't push it forward. They couldn't get it there. Just about. But no one brings it up. Flora now nanoed up. That will expire, but already finding another final kill. Another little bit of stagger on the back end. And now likely might have to be an all-in bid here from M80. They will have both support ultimates available.
And I think it was the Bob that actually caused a lot of problems there. They just couldn't really deal with the Bob. You saw the Bob actually got a kill. And Zeta Division staying alive a little bit too long for M80's liking there. Kluge didn't get the remake again. Another story. If he gets the remake, very different. He possibly has the capability of carrying that fight. Now, if they can double support ultimate all the way down, straight 100-meter dash to the finish line, they can win this still. Violet, 11% off rally.
Oh, it looks like Zeta Division. Look at that. The tempo and Liar going to be taken down. Ends up getting picked off. Can respawn, can get back in here, but it's going to be a last-ditch effort now at this point for the side of M80. And they don't need to suffer. They need to avoid, rather, suffering further staggers. So Spectre just moving forward, saying, yes, go ahead, kill me. I need to reset as fast as possible.
The biggest problem is Violet gets his ultimate now, so they had a timing window where Violet didn't quite have the rally yet. You could double support on. Kluge now goes over towards the Malga. This is, I mean, okay, maybe it is enough. Maybe the Malga will be enough. Unfortunately, the Primal's back online. The window for them to cap is when Fearless doesn't have a Primal.
But the pulse bomb from Alfie.
Reset again. Reset again.
They have to reset again, but there's just not enough time. 22 seconds remaining. The Dynamite up over the top.
Spectre has a flank now. Spectre needs to start flanking right now, but he can't.
He's right here. He's in the open. He's noted. They know exactly where he's at. They're just forcing him to fight down here on the low ground. He's so very low. Soundberry back over to try to intercept, but he is the last man standing to try to hold this cart in place. Everybody else dead. Flora just now respawning. The Bob nearly there. Can they even get the touch? Fearless trying. Denied! And he can't get there in time. Even if he had, the HP would not have lasted. Zeta had this one in their hands, but they let it slip, and M80 collect in the last few seconds.
And I'll be that guy. I don't want to take this away from M80 too hard because I'm glad they won that map. But the reason I'm glad is because they punished the, I want to say, not quite ego, but maybe a little bit of hubris coming out from the Zeta Division side. My take on this is that I believe Zeta Division kind of trolled their rostering here. I think they believed that they just had the better team regardless, and they were going to win no matter whether it was Fearless or Burnout. But like I said earlier, if they actually wanted to win this map, they should have just subbed in Burnout. They would have the better matchup. I don't think Winston's good here at all.
Well, it was down to the wire, but they couldn't quite finish it out. So we're not done yet. No 3-0 to be found here in this series. M80 fight back, and they take us to a fourth map. We'll pass things over to the Analyst to break down Shambali.
Well, what they did find was the thing that we asked them to find at the beginning of this breakdown, which was a map. And they've got at least one Shambali going the way of M80, and we've got themselves on the board 2-1 here as we take a look at the highlights.
Look, like I said, Avril was talking about ego here. I'm going to bring another level, egoception, where I fully agree. I don't think the Winston.
Egoception.
Yeah, okay. The Winston was not the greatest pick here, but Fearless also just like turned the tempo of the entire game with that Primal that just like juggles tree perfectly. It's like, oh, they might be able to do this. And then Zeta's in such a good spot, and they go, yeah, let's super deep dive here.
Yeah,
and it's just like, what are you doing? And, well.
I'm of two minds of it because it's how do you even feel if you're M80 right now? Because, yes, you won in the end against, like, all odds, but at the 3.5-minute mark, we looked up and it was like, yeah, Zeta has, like, some alts, but we both said to each other, well, M80 just needs to bank. You have 3.5 minutes. You need one cart length of push. You need to win one fight. You can just bank it. Don't waste your Kitsune. Don't do this. And then Alpha Yi, I love watching Tracers at the highest level because they are way more patient than I could ever be. And I think the new Diva buff actually helps with that. But Alpha Yi waits 3 fights with Pulse Bomb, finds Tree to start it off. Fearless is 1 punch away from getting Maga off the edge, and that might swing the fight too. Like, it was all towards the end. So yes, M80 wins it in the end, but you had 3.5 minutes to win one fight, so and it was still kind of close at the end. Yeah. So it's good. What I was going to say even before this match came in, because M80 hasn't won a map all day coming into this, I was thinking, you've worked with me long enough, but I always say this when a team's really struggling. I'm like, you start small. You start with one fight, 1 point. one map, and then you build and you build and you build. Because when you're playing this poorly, you have to like wipe it all away, get down to like the basics, and build up from there. And that's a start for M80.
Oh my God, you're sounding like Rocky Balboa. One step, one punch, one at a time, right? And that's how.
That's good.
Thank you.
Hey,
This is my second one of the day.
What about give us your Adrian?
No.
Nope.
No. You look way too excited to do it. Your turn, ZP.
No, I'm good. I know my limits.
All right, we're gonna work on those limits as we take a short break here. Map number 4 of this series. Will M80 be able to make the improbable comeback after both these guys predicted 3-0s, or will it get closed on out by Zeta with the 3-1? We'll find out after a short break. We'll see you in a little bit.
If all that it's saying is true, there's a war before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. This is the numbers again. The fights, the fear, the fear. This is the numbers again. Counting up coins for a soda can. And there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tans. Just another piece of data. This is the numbers again. The fights, the fear, the fear.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup. On the outside, it's D-Gon and ZP, and as everyone's been asking in the Twitch chat, the person in the middle is Hex. Yes.
No one's been asking.
Yes, actually, people were actually asking that. Let's see the hero bands here for map number 4 and reset the stakes of this very important match as it's Zeta versus M80. Zeta up 2-1, and with M80 coming up with a big win here, their first map win of EWC. Lucio taken away here. Sigma is the ban here for M80 as we head on over to Midtown. I know you want to say something, ZP, but you said you weren't going to say anything, so now it's time to throw it to the casters to get into the game. So guys, take it away.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed.
Back to you, D-Gon, surely.
Yeah, you just want to pick this back up?
No, I want to see. I want to know what
shaking
ZP
their
has
head.
to say now. I'm curious. ZP
All
has
right.
something important to say, surely. Can we hear ZP?
Well,
real quick. Z, phone it in. Nothing. Text it to me. I'm sure it was good. I'm sure it was a banger. I'm sure you had something amazing to say there.
Well, let's hope that this is a banger, because we do have a minor little tech issue to get squared away on stage. Looks like maybe something in the Violet camp here as we get ready to go into Midtown.
I died a lot first on that last map. I gotta check this computer real quick.
Yeah, how was
happening.
Spectra balls bombing me so much?
Wasn't happening. I was actually, I think Tree got him a lot, actually. Tree on the Echo. Caused a lot of problems there for Violet.
Okay, well, it looks like a quick little thumbs up, so seems like everything should be taken care of, and then we can go ahead and get back into this, hopefully.
I'll mention something about the situation in the game, though, not necessarily the technical stuff that we're seeing on screen here, but just regarding the bans, Lucio and Sigma, it looks like from at least the M80 side, they're not really looking for the Sigma smoke from Burner. You know, I said to Kluge earlier, I was like, dude, you got to give me the Sigma 1v1 versus Burner. He's like, I don't know, man. And so I guess not. I guess we're just not going to see it today. That will give Zeta the excuse to keep Fearless. And it's like, well, all right, no Sigma. I mean, Burner could have come in anyway and played some other stuff, but it'll be Fearless the entire way through. Zeta really want to keep Fearless in.
I think that overall, I kind of get it. If this is the method of thinking, is like he's been gone for so long, so getting him as many reps early on in the tournament while you're here in the group stage is probably a good thing to do ahead of the playoffs.
And he'll probably be, you know, it's unfortunate to say, but he basically is going to only have this last year to play. I don't want to say last event because he could still continue with the team afterwards, but definitely he's held off military for a while in Korea, so this is kind of the last run for Fearless. Possibly is the last major tournament he'll attend So it's a good thing we are seeing some Fearless, and unlike Shambali, I think, not bad on this map. Midtown, you can definitely get something done here.
Yeah, the Winston can certainly play here as quick TP forward, cheeky little attempt there. Trying to get an early snipe over onto Flores. Tree assessing what he wants to do, and ultimately will just match the Ashe.
There's no Lucio here either, guys, so it's Brig Bap going to come through, Brig Ana for Zeta Division, and honestly, the Lucio ban helps Zeta so much here, because with Fearless in playing Winston, they didn't need the Lucio anyway. I think maybe actually do need the Lucio.
Oh, Kaluj going to be antied out, looking for the break here on the mech, but is able to tuck back. Keep himself safe for now as the heal starts streaming in to try to just go ahead and get that HP bar back up to full. Fearless for now just occupying the high ground. As Alpha E continues to take some pot shots here on this Pharah, noting Spectra over here inside of the fire department, but Fearless is going to fall. Kaluj is able to find that kill. Liar going to be traded out. Still high value target found for the side of M80, but Kaluj will lose out of the mech, putting that baby diva now at risk as Alpha E hitting the floor. 8 HP, I believe I saw. Nearly gets picked off.
Really important trades here because you have a situation where you lose your tank, but you don't trade for something else equally good on the other side and then more. Suddenly you're going to lose a tick, if not more. You have to back out, you have to reset, you have to go for a retake. Speaking of losing tanks, that is going to be Kaluj down. Was that the baby Kaluj that we saw from earlier? Okay, so that's just going to be a little bit of a waste of time.
I mean, yeah, he was trying to pistol his way back up, but just kind of got caught there inside the train car.
He's got an ult, so they need an angle.
Oh, Flora getting jumped on, down to 50. He'll start streaming through. Alpha E similarly tagged up. Spectre continuing to be a thorn in the side, but you hear that the dink sound coming through as Flora is instantly finding multiple headshots. Liar now going to be eliminated. The immortality build not enough to try to save him. Pulls bomb out. Spectre will be able to find one. Violent going to be taken down as well, but Spectre gives his life for that push. Can they make this into a maneuver over onto the point? It seems like the answer is likely going to be no. Kaluj setting out that self-destruct, won't be able to find anything. Finn just sat here on the stairs, safe as ever, but Flora will still fall. So kills can be found. M80 getting recollected, getting back up to 5 members here a little bit faster, but still need to make their way over to the point.
It's a desperate play coming through from Kaluj. The reset of the mech is gone now. But it does buy some time for MA to walk on in, but out is going to be Ultraviolet. They just don't have the numbers. They're still ultimates on Zeta Division. They're not bleeding any of them out.
It seems like things, the game strategy here getting a little bit split on the side of M80. Kaluj moving forward, trying to play this point, does manage to find that tick. Bob trying to hold him at bay as Violent has to keep the shield raised. Rally, however, rolling and Fearless with the Primal is able to find Liar. So about a tick and a half going to be built up, 48% here for the side of M80, but will once again be held at bay and now down to 1 minute and 25 seconds.
I think Fearless being gone there, chasing Liar, does give M80 the opportunity to maybe find that tick and just, play through the Bob as well. Pushing Zeta Division out. Violet trying to shield the Bob best he can. At least it is only 1 tick, but that's good for M80. They need that. They need just small progress here. It's about a minute left to play through now. Tree going down, it's more time gone.
That's set up.
It's an instant reset.
Yep. Can't really play forward from here, and Zeta Division collecting 3 ultimates to themselves. That barrage ready to go. Kaluj gonna have to be Johnny on the spot with that D-Matrix and try to keep everybody protected. You have the Bob as well as that nano here from Finn.
Yeah, so I mean, Fearless is going to be able to play in. There's a secondary tank from the Bob. It's going to be difficult here. Alpha can always flank for the barrage. In fact, I think he's looking for it now. Has to be a little bit careful of dying to Ultraviolet. You wouldn't want that. Speaking of Ultraviolet, now it's going to be important here. They need some entry. Can't just be the rally.
He's got to be careful. He peaks too high over the top of the train. That could just be the sleep dart coming through and Surefire dead. As Anti out here on the tree, trying to backpedal with Alpha E, eventually able to find the shot. Finn does get taken down, but not before that nano comes through, and it's an instant double kill off the barrage, finding both supports. Spectre will be able to get rid of Violet, but there's again the self-destruct lobbed in from Kaluj, trying to get his way back into the mech, but now 10 seconds remaining. Tree desperately swapping over onto the Sombra Ultraviolet, thinking about the Moira, goes back over onto the Ana, but Kaluj gonna be taken out of the mech, gonna be killed off. The Baby Diva not there. Now tankless, RM80 touches in, quick little translocate out, but Tree cannot escape. Fearless pursues forward, finds the kill, and that's going to be the full hold coming through, just 48.4% for M80.
It's an amazing play by Alpha Yi there. That's the perfect decision-making you want to be able to see, where essentially Kaluj from M80 is going to push through, and he wants to make a dive happen. You got to get aggressive there. And from Zeta's side, Alpha Yi says, well, I'm going to cut up the supports. I'm going to watch Kaluj fly past me. That's going to give me permission to rocket barrage as well. Gets 1 kill off the default, no rocket barrage needed. Then instantly conks right deep into both Liar and Ultraviolet. Takes them both out, and that's the map done. At least the attack done. Soon the map will be done.
One would think it would be a hell of an effort here from M80 to try to turn this one around, but yeah, just really solid. Just nano in, just
watch Kaluj fly out left, and then Alpha is like, and your backline is mine.
Yep, and then from there, just picked apart, knowing Yeah, it feels like things just still not really coming together for the set of M80. Some different ideas, some different shot calls perhaps being made in very critical moments.
It's difficult because, you know, you essentially have to have a situation where your whole team has to come back just to deal with Alpha E, in which case he's achieved his job anyway. He's prevented M80 from pushing on. In either case, great Nano giving the confidence to Alpha E to get that done. And 48.4%, at least it's not, you know, nothing for M80. But it's a far cry from what we saw in Shambali. I mean, that map, you know, it's a different feeling. It was legitimately winnable, as some said. You're watching this, hang on, this is good for M80. This map so far, it's back to regular schedule programming, Achilles. We're back to maps 1 and 2.
LPE thinking about going for the shot. We'll just swap over. Fearless not going to be bringing out that Junker Queen, just right back over onto the Winston. M80 with a work cut out for them, half the delay for 3:45. As Alpha Yi already looking to just try to force these players back, put them as corralled as humanly possible. Quick dashes away here, Spectre just blinking out. Staying safe for the time being as Dynamite does go across.
I should respect that M80 are starting on the Brigana this time instead of starting with the BAP. Brigana with a diving tank probably just makes a little bit more sense. But already we're getting cut off in the middle here. Decent Byron coming through.
That's a
That should
huge
be
one. And Fearless is able to just very quickly collect. A stop coming through. Tree going to be taken down as Alpha Yi over here on the point already threatening that cap. As Ultraviolet will fall. Fearless fighting the elimination.
Once Kluge is gone, that's probably cap. And that's it. Kluge done for. 48% left to go. Who's going to touch next? Tree's going to snipe from spawn. He wants to come back out.
I mean,
Spectre accepts
over.
his fate, and it is donezo. A good Shambali off the back of, I think, a little bit of trolling on the coaching side from Zeta Division, and then back to scheduled programming. A 3-1 victory here. Probably should have been a 3-0, but on the maps where Zeta Division, you know, played everything they should, it's as one-sided as you'd expect.
Yeah. This was just business as usual here for Zeta Division. And they get their map pick, they play it to absolute perfection, a full hold into a very simple push. So things spiraling out of control a little bit faster than M80 could try to, you know, recollect themselves. So now they find themselves in a bit of a brutal spot, down to 0-2 in matches thus far.
And honestly, I think looking at this group, I wouldn't be surprised if Bleed take out M80. I'm going to make a very early prediction here because Bleed have honestly played so much better. M80, can they really do much overnight? Question will be if that can happen or not, and it's not looking likely,
no,
I'm honest.
It really isn't. But before we get into our final series of the evening, because yes, we do have one more for you, we're going to pass it back over to the analyst desk to break everything down.
Thank you very much, Seth. I mean, you hear that toss? That was with a lot of excitement. One more series left in the day. It's all we need to do, as it is Zeta taking care of business here against M80 in emphatic fashion, as they did in maps 1 and 2. Just taking that extra route there and making sure that everyone got that nice 5 to 10 minute break in between as M80 get their first map, but it's not enough. They get shut down here in Midtown, and we'll go 0-2.
I mean, it kind of just dawned on me how swift this tournament has to move, that tomorrow teams are going home. Like, tomorrow teams are getting eliminated. We only have 2 group stages. That's why we have the long days that we do, and then we get into the playoffs and everything. Whirlwind of a tournament here, and yeah, if you don't get right quick, it's too late already. Like, you better have come into the tournament correct, prepared, ready. That's why some teams really took it seriously. Went to Korea, boot camped, ready and grinded, and some teams were not afforded that opportunity. And I tend to agree with Avril on most things, but I emphatically agree that Bleed will be winning that. They just looked straight up stronger, regardless. You know, similar opponent, obviously, so that's a really good way to gauge against themselves. But they just look like they had it more together, and it just seemed like even the Shambali fight. I keep going back to it. It's like, yes, they won it, but it took them 3.5 minutes to win a fight, and that can't be indicative of anything good. So. Yeah, they just look rough. They look rough.
There's a few things there. One, esports is not, necessarily Transiv property, but overall what we saw, I mean, M80 would have to either up their play a lot to take down Bleed, or Bleed would just have to completely drop a level from where they're at today. Either way, if you're a fan of M80, it is a very, very tough road to stay in the tournament. I think if you're looking at Zeta right now, you're continually bullish, because you could look at the Bleed series and go, ooh, there's some stuff here that they weren't quite executing on.
Sure.
But they looked very good the entire way through, aside from Shambali, but Shambali's one of those weird circumstances where, you know, I don't necessarily buy into the conspiracy theories as much, but Avril brought it up in the break. Is like, well, maybe they were hiding strategies. Like, no, that actually totally makes sense here, especially if you just clobber your opponent for 2 maps in a row, and you go to a map that you have better strats on, but you know other people are looking, why bring them out? You don't need to.
Yeah, especially when you have aspirations of going much further in the tournament, those expectations go further in the tournament. And the way that the schedule worked out for this specific group, you had, I guess, 1 play 4, 2 play 3, and then 1 play 3, 2 play 4. And now you have the battle for the first place spot and the bye for the top 8 between Zeta and ENCE.
Yeah, that's going to be critical because Zeta, I think, is a very good one of the Korean teams, but they are not the top 2. I mean, they're not Crazy Raccoon and Falcons level. And then ENCE is a team that has given both of those squads a little bit of trouble, a little bit of a fight, at least, at the Dallas Major. So that one is going to be one to watch tomorrow. And they're all going to be ones to watch tomorrow. There are teams earning buys, and there are teams going home in almost every single one of these group matches tomorrow.
All right, well, as Achilleos said, 1 more match left to go in the day, and it is our ALJ match of the day. Going to be a big one for that group. It's Space Station Gaming and upset-minded virtus.pro. We'll set you up for our final match of the day after this short break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Who you are. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt. Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Esports World Cup. Overwatch has one more match to go in day number 1 before they hit Diamond status, which is where we will figure out which teams will be positioned to move on to the top 12 or top 8.
If I had Diamond status, maybe people who know who the guy in the middle is.
Yeah, that
the
must
guy
be
in the middle
it.
is the guy who doesn't have Diamond
status on
apparently.
the outside with myself and ZP. Hex in the middle, still sitting in silver.
Do you know that's where you sit where you don't have that status.
Do you know
in the middle.
Do you know how
Once
bougie?
again.
You know how bougie you have to be to brag about your airline status, guys? I feel bad for you.
What do you mean airline status? We were talking about esports
All right.
casting
I'm
status.
gonna- can I speak to my fellow comrades now? What
Yeah.
you guys
Yeah,
talk
go
about
ahead,
us
go ahead,
slowly?
go ahead. Yes. Let's get into this match.
Okay,
It's the
there's-
final match of the day. It is our premium match of the day. It is.
Yeah.
As we take a look at the standings here. This will be part of Group C and Group D. Will have played 2 matches each. It's Space Station Gaming and virtus.pro. First time we're seeing Space Station Gaming on the mainstream. And virtus.pro after the biggest upset of the day as they took down Fnatic.
Yeah, so I think we're maybe a little bit, the virtus.pro, I think we can still call an upset, and, one team played well, the other team played a little down, so, they definitely have the potential here.
Yeah.
But Space Station Gaming has been the best team in the region for quite a while now. And it goes back to kind of their days as London, and then, as a variation of London, but they've been that one style that comes up, and it's been really, really fun to watch this squad. Since we've seen Virtus, and clearly you've been watching with us all day, all of the hours with us. We're going to touch on that just a little bit. But there's so much I want to talk about this SSG roster because they kind of had a one note for a while. It was this really cool Sim and Reinhardt's slam it in your face, and they had a Mei, and it was a really cool style, and it caught a lot of people off guard. No one knew how to play against it. And it was a worrying thing because then you're curious of what happens when people figure that out? You need another beat, another note. In comes Psycho to this team, right? And Psycho adds such a great flexibility, this versatility on the damage dealer that they needed. And he comes in, he wins tournament MVP for the Face It League, EMEA Season Master, Road to EWC. There's a lot of words in there that I put out of order, but it's late. And he plays Echo, he plays Genji, he plays the Tracer. Everything he does is in service of keeping Sparker on Cass as well. So it allows Sparker to play his best hero. And then the question is always, well, can Hadi play anything but Rein? Absolutely. In the match that was on the B stream, Hadi played a D.Va and absolutely harassed the other team, so much so made him ban D.Va. And then, I don't know why Nightmare did it, they took SSG to Midtown, a great first map for a Reinhardt composition. So the overall note is that adding Psycho to this team was great. It adds a versatility. Hadi has rounded out his pool. The big question about versatility, Funny Astro is a great Lucio. Landon is a great Baptiste. How is their pool outside of it?
Yeah. Also, I'll throw this in here. You pretty much covered all of it, so I'll touch on it quickly and then go back to Verse. Yeah, you really did. But you know who you ignored? You ignored Christopher. He's going to get you for that one. But in all seriousness, Christopher is also a great coach, very seasoned, and we'll touch on that later. But I mean, they're one of the few orgs that has great players and coaches in the background. But let's talk about this virtus.pro team, where we touched a little bit on it the first time we cast them here today. But this team came, they surprised the team full of absolute veterans earlier in the broadcast. And, we talked a little bit of their prep, and it was kind of a cool footnote. It's oh, hey, virtus.pro isn't messing around. They sent them to boot camp in Korea. Well, guess what? That boot camp was effective. Not every esports boot camp is effective, but virtus.pro came in. They came out incredibly strong. We saw excellent gameplay across the board, but especially from their DPS lineup.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Sana played the Tracer so well to the point where Viper got benched.
Yes.
Viper got benched on the opposite side by Fnatic, and it was these key pulse bombs at the clutch moments that were coming out time and time again by Sana. I thought that was huge.
And it wasn't, as I kind of set the stage for it, going to be the Sana show or the Shockwave show +4, right? Everyone played a big part. Everyone had roles. A lot of these players, the guys from Spain in the back line, Rajaro had some moments as well. So everyone contributed. It really was one of the great things that I love to see of when the sum is greater than the parts, and it was beautiful play. And I think they're going to at least take a map, but I've been wrong all day, so who knows?
All right, let's take a look at the map pick in the bands as it was Space Station Gaming getting the pick here, and we will be heading to Control, as we always do first, but it's LeJang Tower, and it is the BAP getting banned out. The respect here that they saw, I think, was for Gala, and it was it's a wrecking ball here on the side for VP.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to an extent going on here. I mean, LeJang is something where I wouldn't be surprised if it were to come out. I mean, it's always the one thing that's always interesting to me, though, is that in the ban system here is that, you know, what is the logic behind what you want to ban first? Because it's like you want to ban something that will hurt the other side, but do you want to do your best ban at the very, very beginning? I feel like the answer is no, but we're in uncharted territory. This is the first day of actually ever doing hero bans.
Yeah, again, really, really fun to see how these teams will stack up and how the strategy will play out. We got a couple guys that are always seated in first class in terms of the casting booth. Let's send it on over to Achilles and Apple for the last match of the day.
Thank you very much. Yes, let's get into this one. Last match of the day. Space Station Gaming going up against virtus.pro, and I think the devs, they set up the expectations here rather nicely because big known quantity in SSG. VP, though, very much surprising us with the victory earlier on over Fnatic.
And interestingly enough, we're going to start with the Backbone in the lineup, and Space Station have mostly played Sparker so far, so what this says to me is they're not going to be the Ashe being played. That Sparker special so far this tournament. Backbone, the one time he was subbed in versus Nightmare, was on Surasa playing, I believe, May the entire time, and mostly RAM composition.
Surprised.
I mean, but the thing is like, May on this map, though, what's Backbone actually going to be playing? So it's Psycho and Backbone together. Psycho says to me you're going to be looking towards Tracer, looking towards the Echo. I mean, these are the normal picks coming through from Psycho. Those are the top two by far. I actually don't think you see a lot of Psycho and Backbone together. It's usually Psycho with Sparker or Sparker and Backbone. This combination, at least to me, is slightly more rare. The ball ban is super interesting because it says to me that essentially there's some concern about Hardy playing ball, but I don't know if that's really warranted from the VP side. It's like, okay, it's LeJang Tower. It's a reasonable ball map. Is Hardy really going to play ball? And if he does, are you that concerned about it? Because it's currently not one of Hardy's signature picks. It was maybe several years ago on, like, you know, one of the super OG London Spitfire rosters. But currently, I just think it's a bit of a weird pick. And you can't say, well, are they protecting tanks? No, because they were second ban. So that's their real ban that they're trying to target.
Yeah.
So it's just a super strange thing to come through with early on for map 1.
Yeah, it's a moderate head scratcher, but, you know, maybe we'll be able to pick the brains of the players a little bit later on and figure out, you know, what exactly was the cause of that one. But for now, it looks like the cause of the pause. Maybe just another little audio issue as we have them playing around with the mixer on stage.
Talking about the other ban as well, SSG get rid of BAP, and that's kind of dangerous for their own team because Landon is probably the best BAP in this entire, well, this entire tournament. I mean, you could argue that he's certainly the best one from the Western side of things. Debatable whether, you know, he can compete against the top Korean ones, but that's just besides the point because we are really looking at an SSG squad that would rather take the BAP away from Canale than use it themselves to really benefit from it. So they want to, I guess, target VP in a way where I think BAP is by far been Canale's best pick so far.
Yes.
It removes the Lucio BAP, which has been the primary support duo that VP have used that we saw versus Fnatic. That was like the most used support composition possible that they had used. And when the BAP was gone, it was Lucio Kiri, so that's probably what's going to happen here. Canale's already on the Kiriko. Gala's going to swap over towards the Lucio. It also removes double flex support, but I don't really know if VP were going to play double flex support on LeJang anyway. It doesn't seem like that type of map.
All right, well, everything taken care of, fixed up, and now we are ready to go. It's like out the gate. Hear a rallying cry from across the room there from the players. Ready to do battle. So let's see what they have here for us. Rajaro on this Ramatra. As for now, it's going to be Space Station taking the inside track here over on the point.
Straight away, taking coast. Hardy coming through on the Malga early on. It's Malga into Ram. Seen this plenty in Europe and EMEA for OWCS.
At risk, looking for the knockoff there, but Psycho can just go ahead, takes to the skies, drifting around the side here. Sticky Bomb's going to go across, and Shockwave at risk, falls low, but nobody else there really to help try to collect the kill. But Backbone going to be taken out. Sauna, yeah, able to find that opening kill. That's the first one here so far of the map. And now the drop down, Hadi, nowhere to go. Gets picked off on the Astro, trying to peel, trying to do something, build up over towards that ultimate, but ultimately will have to just try to make his exit.
It's a long-range shot as well coming through from Sauna. I mean, that wasn't even like he dive bomb, Backbone, he honestly, I think Backbone expected to live. That's why he didn't use the ice block, because if he knew he was going to die there, he would not have just gone down that easily.
Yep, really solid. Last pick there on the Funny Astro as well from Shockwave, who now just about ready to have that Bob online. 9% left to go.
Bob this early when Space Station have nothing to play through. They still have to rotate the point as well, have to get past the Dynamites, and once they actually commit to the point, they still have a Bob. Okay, Sauna down's bad, but first ultimate is even better for virtus.pro. I think they can still fight.
They're trying to wall them off. The Bob going to be pushed over onto the side here. Hani leading the charge down about half HP with the same coming through. Bob just going to be the primary focus here for the team to try to break him down, but haven't quite been able to make it happen just yet. Psycho falls low. He'll start coming his way up and over the top, looking for the bar, chasing it, getting on top of him, but the beam is not going to be enough to go ahead and get that kill. He's got to tuck back, grabs the Mega Pack. Blizzard now online. Barrage built up, and Hadi sprints forward, finds the hit, and that's going to be Sauna taken down. Jaro as well, falling to the wayside as Psycho collects 2.
Super awkward there because you want to respond if you're Canel, and I saw him stuck at 99 for so long. That looked like a second and a half, 2 seconds minimum. That counts for a long time in a game of Overwatch, especially at this particular level. Gala also opted not to use a sound barrier there. I would have maybe have assumed, look, you're committed to this fight, you clearly could sooner rush, it's a little bit delayed, but if you actually want to win this one, I think you got a sound barrier as well. He saves it, and VP lose the fight.
Oh, and we'll have it for the follow-up here. We're going to try to keep Sauna protected as he goes for this barrage that he's built up. Support ult advantage in that regard here, but also a decent lead as they got up to 61% before the flip had come through. Sauna on the approach, trying to look for something here, but Blizzard's going to be coming through. Freeze on into the corner there against Riyadh, so sound barrier has to be used. Golem just keeping everybody shielded up, and so far everybody relatively healthy on both teams. Dupe is out, Psycho just going for the Ramattra, fists raised, punches flying. Look at this, keep them zoned back, breaking through these shields, taking Gala down low on HP, but cannot confirm the kill.
He's going to lose form in just 1 second here, which means VP can recontest. They still hold the lead ever so briefly, 61 to 51. Canal looking for ultimate. Cage catches 1.
Gets the catch, but I mean, Hadi's just stuck into the corner. He gets melted down. Funny Astro will be able to find Sauna, though, interrupting it right as that barrage gets started off. Sound barrier now out from Funny Astro, looking to extend the fight and try to get Landon up to that Kitsune rush. Funny Astro, however, he himself going to be falling low, but it's going to be Psycho taking down first and foremost. Shockwave traded out, and from beyond the grave, the Bob will be able to take out Landon. Supportless now, our Space Station as the counter flip gets ready to come back through here for virtus.pro.
Super desperate by Space Station Gaming. They have to recover Hardy's death somehow. Tempo beat by Funny Astro. He dives in extremely deep and goes down for it. And our virtus.pro, once again, as you mentioned, Bob putting a lot of pressure on them, especially now that Hardy's not in that front line. You can't really do too much against that, Bob. Equalized 74 apiece here. Both teams could sooner rush. VP want to force SG to use it early. SG would like to not do that.
Really big early damage there found.
That's interesting from VP. I don't know if I agree with that.
And look at them just trying to take the fight to them. If they can win this out, it'd be huge, but this is just going to be a pullback here from Space Station Gaming.
You can't win it out, because what are you going to do? Run into spawn? That's just not going to happen, so weird.
Controlling some space for now, and Landon's going to be taken down right as he pulls the trigger on his own ultimate. Somebody's going to have to go here for the touch, but Psycho's going to be eliminated. Funny Astro managing to slink his way over here. Does have that touch, but the rest of the team is falling to the wayside. So while they might not necessarily win out the fight, they still buy themselves enough time as they look to go ahead and take this sub-map, and they will.
I'm going to be honest, I didn't see the Kitsune rush. Was it cancelled? I genuinely don't know. We didn't have, you know, the perfect angle to see whether it was cancelled or not, but I just didn't see the graphics out of it. And he died mid-sentence of saying the alt line, so I know it is possible to cancel Kitsune rush. The timing has to be extremely perfect, though, because, you know, we're talking about frames of difference here. And cancelling a Kitsune rush, it's not common. It doesn't happen all the time. But if it did get cancelled, that's extremely unfortunate for SSG.
I mean, it either got canceled or it was not really well positioned to make it out.
It was out of spawn anyway, right?
Yeah.
So similar to what we saw a little bit earlier from Canale, just dropping Kitsune Rush into spawn SSG. Landon felt fresh enough to drop Kitsune Rush out of spawn to get out. So both teams kind of not getting a lot of value on that.
virtus.pro continuing to look very much dialed in. I mean, yeah, Canale. No map, no problem.
As we head into second round here, I think this is a problem with the fact that Malga is being played. You have nothing to really contest the poke damage. Shockwave and Sauna getting tons of poke in here. When you're playing attack, this just can't mitigate any of that.
Monty trying to hold here at the corner and land him down to about half HP. Figure on the back here is Sauna, but Funny Astro going to be the first one picked. Shockwave coming up with another high value target. Takes down the enemy Lucio, Hotting out very much at risk. We'll go ahead and have to grab a Mega Pack as they go pushing forward, but here comes Sauna now arriving into the frame. Looking to clean up on these exits. It's a concussive blast back. Looks for a little bit of additional damage here to try to use Hadi as a bit of an alt battery, but he does manage to find some headshots through. But it's going to be virtus.pro gaining control once again.
Super dangerous that Sona dies there. It's ideal if he just gets damage done and obviously doesn't go down. Hadi, of course, doesn't go down that fight. So, yeah, look at a situation where SSG might have a little bit of priority getting back on top of the point. Jaro, DMAC, got it down.
DMAC going to be coming through, and yeah, the return fire here looking a lot better for Space Station this time around here on Gardens, but Landon's still going to be traded out, but Backbone able to find the finishing blow there onto that Baby Diva. The virtus.pro for now going to be held at bay, only get themselves up to 20%, but Funny Astro going to be dead on the reapproach.
I think that's just Sona again. He just took way too much aggro there. He was a little bit too aggressive, trying to go all the way into spawn to get Hadi as well. Sona does get at least a lot of ult charge off the back of that one. Double first bloods here. virtus.pro looking good for fight number 2.
Yep, Garland just holding on by a thread, trying to stay sustained, but there's a barrage to go ahead and offer up some additional peel. Cancel on that as...
He nearly dies for it.
Yeah, Canel stays alive. Hadi just trying to get the trade out, but cannot. virtus.pro, they managed to get the flip right as Space Station would have taken the lead.
I actually don't mind that barrage either, because I think it's hard to get barrages in this any meta that Fire is a part of. So if you can just get any barrage, you can confirm it, get the flip early enough, stop Space Station from running away with their 22+, that's pretty decent.
Oh, the TP across and nearly looks like
I think it's boop off the map.
I believe it is. I mean, I don't think they had enough time to deal that much damage to take out Hadi, so yeah, I think he just sent him right into the koi pond.
And that's rough because Hadi is looking over towards Cage. I mean, that was going to be a really good fight, but they saw the TP exit. Gala just marked it and instantly boop, and you get the prime target. Whoever it was going to be bad, but Hadi is certainly the worst death there.
Bob going to be invested here from Shockwave. Cage comes down, and it looks like Bob just went off the side of the map. Psycho's able to find Shockwave. HP bar is not looking great here on the side of virtus.pro, and Gala just saying, you know what, okay, they got us on this one. They dumped a lot. They dumped a couple of ultimates here. I'm just going to hold on to the sound barrier for the next fight.
It's also too hard. I mean, you got double shields up. You have the Cage shielding in a circle. You then have the massive wall being dropped out by Backbone. That is probably like a nightmare situation to try and find the right teammates in a sound barrier. Obviously, I think you just save it there. So, you know, use 2 ultimates. It wasn't very good. You burned 3 out of Space Station. Technically still up 1 in the ult economy trade. You're still at 69 versus 38 now on the percentage for the point itself. So you're not really that concerned if you're VP. It's going to come through for the retake now in a situation where you ideally like to get on the point without having to tempo beat.
They're working their way forward here, just on the approach here across the bridge from White Room. TP set up as Shockwave under a little bit of fire, just backpedaling here down to half HP. There's a rush forward, there's a kill. Oh yeah, Hadi just absolutely stomping him into oblivion. Sound barrier now going to be committed here though from Gala. Funny Astro already using his on the opposite side. Point still held, Space Station nearly in the lead. Psycho still with the dupe in his back pocket. virtus.pro held at bay.
Here comes the flip over in terms of percentage points on the map itself. Obviously, VP haven't been able to get the flip on the cap. The concerning there. Psycho copping over towards the Diva. VP are backing out.
Just maybe trying to wait this one out, but 80%. Gala does manage to slink his way back out to safety, just wall riding across. The time is ticking, and virtus.pro need to pull the trigger here eventually.
The time buying gives Landon the opportunity to continue rush now.
Okay, well, it's going to be rush for rush. The barrage now coming through. Now that Duke Demon is going to be gone, Sona going to be able to find one, but it's going to be a bloodbath here in exchange, but it's a trade up in the end. virtus.pro. A 2-for-3 exchange. They lose the DPS, but they trade up in a pretty big way, and now the flip is right back into their favor.
And they're probably still going to get a kill here. Hadi free for the taking. Surely they get him down. Maybe not. The Cage about to come on up.
Just trying to lock him away here off the point, and that's going to be the play. It's a catch here on Rajaro. Can he break down the Diva mech? It seems like the answer is going to be no. Skirting around the sides here is Gala once again, now self-destruct. Zoning them back, Remech going to be coming through. Point still held by virtus.pro, but the flip getting ready to come through. They managed to go ahead and intercept that with barely any time left. Bob, again, in play. Shock with the headshot comes across. Psycho going to be taken down. Backbone doing his damn, just trying, just snipes on it out of the sky with his right clicks, but so far it's just going to be Bob found by Space Station. Barrier in, Psycho swapping over to the Tracer, trying to rejoin a little bit faster. Hadi sprinting around the side, goes in for the stop, gets a little bit of damage on the Shockwave, but now the sound barrier in play. Gala shielding up his teammates. Sune rush, 24% left to go here for Landon. Desperately needs it right here, right now, but Canel similarly on his heels, trying to build up his own. Sana up into the window frame. Direct shots here on a Funny Astro, takes him low, takes him down. Gala able to find the kill, but he gives his life for it. Hadi cleans that off. Jaro similarly going to be taken out of the mech. Continue rush here for Landon. Pops that one immediately. Canel trying to stay alive. 97%. The flip is in. Space Station in control. Overtime going to be forced out here on either side of the Baby D to get taken down.
Sona has to live. Sona has to live.
He's got to stay alive. The barrage nearly there, but Canel going to be eliminated. Sona now. Barrage ready to go. Pulls the trigger, but cannot survive. And that should just about do it. Space Station Gaming will take this round and extend us all the way to a third.
I think VP are a little frustrated by that one because they were in the lead when Gala dropped his beat, 5-man walking on through, and SSG had nothing to counter that with. Should have been enough. That should have been the fight. VP were in the lead. They had the Bob. The previous fight, actually I think it's the same fight, just extended. That was a super, super long final fight of Kilios. But VP had so much to work through and they couldn't clean up Space Station. They just couldn't finally get at least one killed, convert it to a next. Eventually Landon outpaces Kanale in the final moments to get a first Kitsune rush. And Sona doesn't get the barrage in time as well. So VP, I think, missed out on very fine margins when you look at how the final fight played out when they started with the lead.
Yeah. Down to the wire as we go into control center. It looks like Backbone. Does he stick with the Symmetra? Is my curiosity, or is it going to be the Mei? Looks like it will be the former here. Hottie still, of course, sticking with his Malga and Sona. Still going to be on the farm, which is a bit more difficult to pilot here.
I honestly think the Mei is better on this map, and you might have a chance to swap now. He's down first.
An option to reconsider, perhaps.
When you think about how tight the choke points are, perfect for Mei walls.
Yeah.
I mean, Sim allows you to get to the back line, but you're versus Lucio Kiriko. I don't know if that's really worth it. Funny Astra, Sona has just been sniping down range.
He is just taking pot shots down the hallway.
You're basically just playing a Junkrat at this point, but it's working.
Yeah, and Farah, long sight line, similarly with the Ash. Kills are going to be found, and so far, Space Station Gaming not finding any success here.
But this is the same criticism I had on the opening round in Night Market, right? It's like you're playing a Malga into very heavy poke looking towards the Ash and the Fire as well. So it's like, okay, you don't have a high ceiling for the Ash, sorry, for the Fire, but guess what? You don't play Skybox anyway now. You're just playing long-range rockets that Hardy can't block on a Malga. And if you get the poke damage in, you're killing Funny Ash or you're killing Landon.
Well, Rajaro does get stunned up. And then run down,
again.
but Sana again able to find Backbone. Second time he's dead off the rip. The hands of this Farah. Push around the corner, Shockwave, and maybe in a bad spot. Not just that, getting the full stun. Is Hottie now in a very committed position. Has to try to back away. Speed boosting him out, but the pursuit comes through. Rajaro able to go ahead and pound him into oblivion.
Might be some staggered kills here as well to see if Landon can make it on through. You don't want to overcommit here if you're VP. Do not go into spawn. And Backbone now swapping over towards the Tracer. Again, I still think the Mei is decent here, but the Tracer's going to come on through now. A little bit more backline pressure, a little bit more all-in pressure as well. But how do you survive against these Sona Rockets? It's been Sona First Bloods that have been really putting VP in.
Oh, Landon nearly dead as he pulls the trigger on the ultimate. It's going to be Shockwave taken down. Hottie able to find one. Another barrage going to be layered into the back. The sound barrier coming through from Gala to try to keep him alive, but it still is going to fall. He's fight now in play. Gala nowhere realistically here to try to go. Jaro will fall. That'll be the cleanup. So flip coming through. Space Station Gaming will get themselves the point.
Now, it is a huge committal coming through from both teams, but more from Space Station. So I think if you're VP, you're not too upset about that one. You'd like to have kept Shockwave alive. Probably he didn't expect to die from that one. Patience shown by Gala. You rewind that one. Hindsight 2020. Gala probably just sound barriers to stop Shockwave from dying. But again, Hardy just gets the one shot there. Now Sona swapping off the Fire as well. So a couple of our players getting off their original picks. Here comes Jaro.
Oh, yep, Annihilation pop. Shockwave going to be taken down. Psycho able to find them there with the sticky bomb. Landon going to be caught up here by the Ramontra ultimate. Run across. Sona does get taken down. So DPS-less are virtus.pro. Kanale's going to be picked off as well. Space Station having a very nice follow-up fight here to maintain control.
One thing that SSG are getting pretty consistently is when Hardy charges in, typically he is doing something of value. He's stomping on somebody to get the CC in, but better yet, he's typically getting kills. And this time it's been no different. Majaro now over towards the Diva. So we're swapped compositions quite significantly now for a VP. This is no longer a poke composition. We're playing more of a dive style now. He's got a huge time in Kanale over land as soon as the Kitsune rush comes on through.
Pulse bomb going to be lobbed in, but Backbone can't find the connection. I believe Suzu even chucked onto the floor there by Kanale, but for now, Space Station having to backpedal over towards the spawn, just dodging out on this Kitsune rush, waiting for Landon to get his own up. 3% now left to go.
And now how do you defend against this VP? Because it's the same story, right? Kitsune comes in, you have to back out.
Well, Hottie going to be under fire, falls down to half HP, and Sonic gets a better Backbone. His own pulse bomb now about to be built up. Pops the recall, 11 HP, looking for Psycho, takes him down out of the sky. Pulse bomb stick coming through, and Hottie going to be worked away down towards half HP. And Funny Astro! Oh dear! Taking down the Ajax coming through. First one of the tournament, I do believe. Now, cleanup continues as Landon will fall. And there it is. They cannot recontest. That pick on the Astro was absolutely everything.
Yeah.
As virtus.pro, they'll let him know and they will take LeJang Tower.
And you can hear the cheers all the way from here. I mean, I don't know how far away we are, a decent amount, maybe 100 feet, but VP are celebrating hard, shaking this entire arena that we're in so far. Well, the first day in, we'll be in a better one tomorrow. It's a little bit of a tease, but for now, I mean, wow, what an opening. And I actually thought, hot take, VP probably should have taken Garden too. So,
Sure.
yeah, they could probably have done that 2-0.
Yeah, I think they very well could have, but they got it done in the end. There's plenty of insanity to break down on that first map, though, but a very entertaining start to this series. We'll pass it back over to the analyst desk.
You know, you could tell that Avril had, you know, the strict parents growing up because nothing's ever good enough. VP get the win here. They get it done in a huge, huge fashion. What a play there at the end. We talked about Son at the beginning of this matchup, and then he comes up with the clutch moments there at the end.
Also, like, that was mental warfare that just came in from virtus.pro where the Ajax happens. You know, you lose the beat mid-cast, and the other team just starts laughing and erupting at you across the thing. I mean, I don't know. I feel like Space Station Gaming has to be a little bit shook by that. I'm not even sure that came across on broadcast. I don't think it did, but we're sitting a decent bit away from where the players are, and I tell you, it was loud.
It's very, very loud.
That was probably one of the most authentic pop-offs I have heard in Overwatch Esports. I've been around a long time.
Hex, these are two squads that both won their first game. Again, we're starting now the second set of matches per set, and now this is kind of the first time here on the mainstream where we're seeing these are two very equally matched squads.
It's also the stakes are really high. I mean, you especially for virtus.pro, you win, you're in. Like you don't have to worry about going out, and you can move forward. But it's just building on it. Don't you just feel it? It's kind of building and building of like, oh, we could beat Space Station, right? And I'm sure that these players all know each other. But really, as I mentioned it, I expect what I got out of Shockwave. And again, watching Shockwave play Ashe, thing of beauty. He's using like 5-person dynamite, so much pressure, consistent long-range pressure, hitting all these shots. And then there was that moment where Space Station was visibly stunned, and I'm not watching the players doing anything, but you can tell that they're making swaps. They're trying to get in. That's not the whole thing. Don't laugh yet. They're making swaps to get in, and then that didn't work. So let's swap to Tracer. That didn't work. I'm on cast for a life. That doesn't work. And like you can visibly see it's not going right, and the pressure was just constant. And man, this backline and tank line that are, you know, for people who don't watch every single game, aren't like the names that you come to recognize. They are making names for themselves right now. This is a team that is dangerous. And of course, coming into this tournament, I had them winning against both Fnatic and SSG today. I had them 2-0 today.
Yeah, and just to add on to all this, okay. I'm going to let you have that one because this point's more important. Look, virtus.pro looked great in as good as they were. The interesting thing is that Space Station also played really, really well. I mean, this was like watching a prize fight between both teams. Space Station, for the most part, their plan was pretty simple. You're running the Maga, you're trying to control space and just control how aggressive the other team can be, punish on initiation. And meanwhile, virtus.pro, I mean, they were being aggressive from all angles in most cases, making great use of the Pharah. Shockwave, of course, on the edge. Yeah, the Pharah in particular play was really, really good. But, I mean, it was just coming from all angles, and Space Station, a team that's normally very, very good about controlling space, especially if they get control of the point, had real trouble getting a hold of all the pressure. But again, it was like watching one prize fighter like throw a haymaker in return by another. virtus.pro might have won, but this game was so close. But here's the other thing. virtus.pro, they're adding on here. They went from like, I don't know, at the beginning of the day to, okay, this team, like, how far do they go? Who else do they upset?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so with that puts SSG on the back foot. They will have control of the next map, control of the next bans in the ban order. It seems like every time that a team loses, they ban first. It feels like they're comfortable with banning the hero first and forcing the onus on the opposite team. As we'll get that on your screen, your hero bans in just a second, as it will be Space Station Gaming picking Shambali for Escort. They'll attack first. They pick first ban, and they get rid of Alari. It'll be Reinhardt getting taken away by VP.
Yeah. That's a no, Hottie. That's just that is about as direct and targeted as you're gonna get.
Yeah, and no changes in terms of roster.
Yeah, I think, you know, Hadi had a really nice performance earlier today. I wasn't able to see it, but it's been summed up for me in written word that he played a really good D.Va, so I think we might see some of that come out. We've seen D.Va have the run on Shambali to come into it, so it's an interesting map pick for SSG, but I really like the counter pick, and it's just no nonsense. It doesn't feel like this is like 3D level chess. It's like, yeah, you just can't play your best tank. And adjust to that how you may, and we'll deal with it too. But yeah, I mean, back to that point, like we talked about how great Sana's Tracer was, but to me, that Pharah, adding that in too, it's just adding those wrinkles has been so amazing for this squad. And becoming a Virtus.pro believer. And this is a team, actually, I know I told you this, but like I was doing prep, and I was asking people, I'm like, where do I watch these games? I finally watched like 5 games in a row and finally got a feel for Virtus.pro, but I did not expect this.
Well, if we get 5 games in a row of this, it'll be great. Injected straight into the veins, and 2 guys that could administer that are the casters. So, come on, Seth. You good, man? Yeah, you good?
Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good, man. All
What
right.
tone are you giving me right now?
I'm just making sure that we're good. All right, take it away.
Is this SSG good?
Over there.
They went down a little bit.
I don't know if I'm qualified to administer anything. I didn't go to med school. But let's get ready to go into this one and see if VP can continue with this. Because, I mean, we were talking about it. I'm right there with you. It felt like that was going to be, and should have been, a 2-0 for them on LeJang Tower. But now we go into Shambali. Reinhardt, take it away.
Targeted ban against Hardy. I like that because we're on Shambali, a map choice from SSG against Virtus.pro, who just beat Fnatic on this map, but obviously in a very different circumstance. You're not going up against a dive team. Now you're going up against a very strong ground team that's going to be playing a lot of the brawl type characters. What the Ryan ban really does for VP is it unlocks the Sigma pick, because what we saw earlier was, okay, VP want to play Sigma versus Fnatic, and guess what? Dongak came through with the Ryan. Ban away the Ryan, because you know Hardy's going to also play. He's a much better Ryan player than Dongak. That's a big problem for Virtus.pro, so get rid of that. You can play your normal sort of long-range poking style. However, no Alari, which means that takes away Gala's one of his signature heroes. So if you want to play your signature poke style, you're not going to be able to do it with the double flex support version.
Alrighty, well, let's see. Players having fun in chat. Let's see how Space Station replies here.
Well, Shockwave says West on top, and honestly, on the B stream, if Nightmare beat Fnatic, probably not wrong.
Well, they did say previously that they did, so I guess the game is over.
Oh,
And
okay. Well, there it is.
I guess that they won. Either way.
What do you know?
Well, now that that one's out of the way, we can fully focus, and hopefully the players are going to be focusing on this
It's
one
all right,
rather
the
than the
players just
B-stream
tossing
game.
right now. They're chilling at the moment. You know, we're just kind of poking away. No one's really committing. SSG moving the payload up a little bit before they actually find their angle. Of course,
Good opening damage,
TPing
though,
is what
from
we want.
Sana.
Oh my god.
And that's going to be Funny Astro. Take it down. Jaro able to find that kill. Sana will fall. Good trade out there from Psycho, but Shockwave's able to get the punish there. Hadi now is trying to stick around. Goes in for the stomp, but Gala going to be protected. Immortality Field comes through. That's going to be Hadi getting blown to pieces, and they will get traded out. So not going to be any kind of free kills coming through. Gala also in a very rough position. Trying to keep himself healed up, pulls back away around the corner, and Landon will get taken down. So some nice peel offered up here by Rajaro.
I mean, that's an alley-oop. He actually boops away Landon directly into Rajara's left leg, so not bad. And Funny Usher down again off rip. So Shockwave bringing the pain today. I need an Ash ban at some point in this series, SSG. But currently, decent from Virtus.pro. I mean, not bad from SSG in terms of the trades, but yeah, they lose players early. Hardy then goes down, and Virtus.pro consistently up in members.
Big thing for him. I mean, you can see the teleporter can't even be taken here by Backbone. He's trying to just push his way forward to see Hadi going to be the focus fire. Sana as well, similarly on the opposite side. And taking low with that Immortality Field once again. They're trying to bail him out. Sound Barrier built up faster here by Gala. Funny Astro still only at 60% now as that dupe was instantly broken. No value found. Consider Rush now going to be invested from Landon. Bob's going to be sent up a Shockwave, trying to just duck a different dodge. He finds the headshot. The sticky bombs from beyond the grave will be able to take him down.
That's huge from Shockwave. I think Shockwave definitely did that. So the fact that he trades his own life is gigantic. The bomb's in there anyway, dodges away from the charge. And now the barrage coming on through. Beautiful lamp being played by Canale, and that's the value of the Canale bat.
Yep, up and over the top, and Hadi just stuck right below it. The barrage tears him asunder. And that's Virtus.pro maintaining control here. The cart now starting to slide back, and half the time bank's already been taken away.
You got to be worried for SSG here because they've already lost map 1. They choose Shambali. They want to get into a brawl matchup, but they're hard stuck on this Malga right now. Try to die on the Malga for Hadi. Can they get through without taking a bunch of damage?
Okay, they got the cage fight. Rajaro cannot stay alive, just trying to absorb anything they can with that kinetic grasp. There's TP up
good
over
flag.
the top. Yeah, looking like it's very solid. Once Hottie goes rushing forward, that's going to be Canale taken down. Big breakthrough here for the side of SSG.
The cap off this though. Payload still has some ways to go. They're still respawning here from VP. Enough close range players to make this work. Flux available.
Well, never mind. No
Okay.
touch. And touch can't be found. A little bit of indecision there. You saw Canale swapping over to the Moira. Sonic going for the Tracer. And as he comes back in, he will be able to take down Landon, but they can't get the touch.
The Moira swap was just another shift tech and spawn to get a move out of spawn quicker. So that was another that situation. But yeah, I think Sauna should have probably gone for the touch. I think the Flux sound barrier would have been a good combo. It would have been 4v5 though, because Canale wasn't there. So maybe that was the defining feature that left them to not do that.
Okay, well, sound barrier comes through. I was going to say Hottie maybe a little bit over aggressive, but still likely to get punished here as there's the drop down. He's going to be hovering around half HP as the cleanup is going to be swift here from the side of virtus.pro. Bob beats as well as the Flux. A lot having to be used, but they gain control of the card.
Payload made no distance. I mean, it's essentially the same position it was for the longest time. You imagine that VP had basically gone for the recontest for A. Funny Usher says a bug happened, Shockwave gets a kill, and well, Funny Usher was stuck somewhere. Who knows? He's had an unlucky series so far, to put it nicely.
Backbone seeking target, barrier into his face, and Sauna right up in there as well. Finds that elimination. Yes. For now, virtus.pro, I mean, they're going to look to just try to spawn camp them, it would seem. Funny Astro going to be taken down. Hottie traded out. Canale does die, but that's going to be the cleanup coming through. virtus.pro maintaining control here. 2 minutes and 15 seconds now remaining.
Yeah, I mean, this is not quite a spawn camp, but Payload is just stuck. It's completely stuck at the entrance of B. You have a situation where SSG just can't find the fight that they want here. Hardy, unfortunately, just goes into the tunnel by himself, gets locked up with Rajaro. It'll be Landon coming through with the Kitsune rush this time around. virtus.pro can fight that one with the window, or they could just back out. I mean, probably should just back out.
Saw on the hunt, pulse bomb at the ready. There's the Doom. Psycho going to be going here for the Ash. Kitsune rush invested from Landon. Hottie now, cage fight going to be built up, but Gala's going to be taken down, so now he can just go ahead and hold on to that tank ultimate, but Backbone traded out. Shockwave, another nice headshot going to be found. Bob invested here on the dupe, but Psycho will have that expire. Bob 2 does disappear. Sauna caught here into the back line. Pulse bomb goes over on a Hottie, but not exactly the best target when there's no follow-up damage.
It's worthwhile chase to get that kill. It's a 5v4 now, and VP have to give up a lot of space, so unlikely that VP are going to really contest it. Yeah, I don't mind the fire. Okay, so that'll stop VP from running away.
It locks him in. Payload's going to be held in place. Immortality field's going to be cleaned up, but it's going to be Hottie who actually gets dropped. Sauna able to find that elimination. Now the beat going to be invested, and Sauna immediately also finds a second target. It's funny after will fall. Sauna filling the kill feed, comes up with 3. And that's going to be the team kill now coming through. Less than a minute remaining.
And Funny Usher just a little bit behind here. 85% when all is said and done. Gala had the sound barrier. Funny Usher did not, and SSG needed the sound barrier to stay competitive in that fight. Cage invested. It was looking good for a while until it didn't. The secret sauna. Farah coming in, paying dividends here. And with 40 seconds left, as mentioned, it's just looking tough. I mean, are we going to get a map completion here? It's looking unlikely, honestly.
I mean, are we even going to get to point B? Because even that, looking like it's going to be stressful here for the side of Space Station. They do have that beat. They do have that Photon Barrier getting ready to come up, as well as the Kitsune Rush. So decent tools, but Flux and Bomb on the opposite side waiting for them.
Swap position of the map.
All right, well, there's the Flux. The beat in response. Funny Astro just trying to keep him protected. Immortality Field's going to be cleaned up. Canale now at risk and dead. Jaro is similarly going to get taken down. Scala gets juggled up onto the wall and eliminated. Sonic can only find 1. And that's going to be a very convincing fight win for the side of Space Station. So maybe now they can push into B, but it's still going to be an overtime.
It's actually strange that VP pushed up so far that they got counter-rotated, because you saw the TB coming through from Backbone. And that just allows SSG to get this counter flank where we just swap sides of the map, and honestly, the defensive side is much better.
Answer is yes. 1.98 meters left to go here. Rodario back over onto the Divas. It's going to be taken down here, very swiftly hacked out. Barrage in from Sauna, looking for a little bit more. We'll be able to get a follow-up shot there on a Funny Astro. Psycho now. He's got broken out of the mech there in the dupe. Backbone able to find 1 with the virus, but it's just a baby Diva. Hottie taken out. My God, they've actually pulled it off, and Psycho will fall. 1.98 meters. virtus.pro in that last recontest. Managed to get the hold.
Yeah, I mean, Rajara coming back quickly on towards the Diva, but most importantly, Sonic kills 3 that fight. So the Fire is doing, honestly, God's work across the entire series so far. And he didn't start on it for this map.
Nope.
But he went towards it, and as soon as that happens, pays dividends big time. Let's take a look at a couple of moments here from before, as
Yeah, I mean, I had the question of, are we going to see a completion? And you said, are we going to even see B completed? And the answer is no. But this situation was a little bit rough, as I mentioned. You know, Gala had the sound barrier. Funny Usher just certainly didn't. If Funny Usher had the sound barrier to keep Hardy up as well, could be a different situation. But I'm kind of shocked that SSG didn't actually cap B because they came with such momentum, such heavy momentum in the final fight. I mean, great opening from Psycho. Don't really rate the backbone of Sombra, but he goes Sombra to come back quickly. Maybe he should have just gone towards a Tracer. I'm not too sure. Hindsight 2020 there. Because Psycho, despite comping over towards a Diva for some pressure versus Sauna just gets 3 kills, doesn't even care.
Very much nonplussed, and the far up performance is looking damn clean from him so far. Looking to maybe even just, you know, kind of outdo what we were seeing from Alpha Yi.
And you don't have Sparker here to play the Ashe, so you really need Psycho to be the guy to shut down Sauna. But unfortunately, I mean, sure, Echo can beat Afara. If it's an actual 1v1 or you get in a situation we can get within beam range. But the playstyle of the Afara on this team is such that Sauna's never going to be within beam range. He's shooting you from downtown, so that's the main issue.
Now on the attack. SSG with their work cut out for them. Sticking through with the same composition backbone back here onto the Symmetra. It's just going to get cleared out here. Sauna peppering the corner here with rockets. Trying to build up towards that ult as steadily as possible. Psycho up over the top, taking to the skies. Stun out there on the backbone. Immortality Field's going to be cleared up. Well, players fairly scattered.
Okay, just received the charge from Hardy. Both teams survive there. No kill yet to be found so far. See what Psycho can do on the off angle. Just a bit of tickling on Shockwave there, but Ultimates might decide this one very soon because it's a bit of a stalemate at the moment.
Plenty of damage here being exchanged from both sides, but the card starting to get away from Space Station a little bit here. Hotty's going to have to drop down, but Shockwave's going to get picked off. That's a crucial one there for Funny Astro, but can he survive? The answer is going to be yes. Call it, will find backbone. So trade up here on some of the DPS with the pass and run back to the side of virtus.pro. Hottie continuing to play forward, and Gala getting very aggressive up into the face here of Funny Astro. Going to try to take him down, but he's going to get eliminated here. Psycho with a beam will be able to find him, but Hottie gets traded at the same time.
Okay, so Trace, I think, still favor VP here. Funny Astro probably should have died in that fight, but makes it out with his life. Mid-air rocket onto Psycho, but Psycho's still alive right now, not for long.
Yeah, landing, falling, and Psycho's the cherry on top here for virtus.pro.
Still waiting for big ultimates on SSG. Funny Astro land, and that's what I'm really looking towards. You need to buy yourself in with one of these two support ultimates. Canal can set up a nice angle on the window. As you can see, they're setting up double supports on the side, or rather that's Shockwave and Canal.
Matrix.
Double damage shot from Funny Astro.
Long lane setup here with that Amp Matrix, and Shockwave immediately takes out Astro, further delaying that sound barrier from coming through. Still 12% away. His Landon trying to apply a little bit of pressure here. Coach Gunn will keep him at range, and Mortality Field will keep him safe. As he looks for the headshots, he gets one, but cannot confirm the kill. Cap is in, and it's 4 minutes and 25 seconds that SSG somehow need to buy.
This is looking like a 2-0 right now. The momentum from VP is so good, and SSG, honestly, they want to play with this Malga the entire way through, and they just cannot get to the backline. It takes Hardy to basically charge in and stomp on Shockwave's head, but how do you do that in that final fight situation there? Window was perfectly placed, and there's no way for you to gap close properly.
Rush forward, but has Hottie gone too deep? The answer is going to be absolutely yes. There's just a barrage waiting for him. Sonic immediately funded the kill. Bob going to be taken down, but now Psycho traded out as well. And Shockwave finds another one. Funny Astro, no choice, but just continue to try to hold on to the sound barrier, but time is dwindling.
He just got the sound barrier as Hardy died, and that's just miscommunication, because I think if you're Hardy, you got to chill a little bit. Funny Astro, yo, whoa, about to get sound barrier. Don't go just yet. Wait for that. And then you had something to play through.
Run forward here once again. Hottie into the back line. Flux going to be coming through. Gets a pick up here on the 2. Beat shielding going to be gone. Immortality Field taken away though from Canal, and now Rajaro will be taken down. Gala similarly falling. 2 crucial kills found here for SSG as they start the long trek towards this hold.
And they certainly have a way to go to win this one. Not be down 0-2 in the series, forcing a reverse sweep. Match of the day here, where we're hoping for a close one, but honestly, VP, if they get the 2-0, that's extremely scary for SSG. Still work to be done. Window coming online for Canal. 3 minutes left to play through. Backbone has something that can deal with the window, at least momentarily. We'll have to play that one horizontally in terms of the wall.
Wall does come through. Quite a bit of damage here on a recharge, trying to keep it alive with the Immortality Field. Perfectly timed to keep him in this fight, but can they sustain it? Still hovering around half HP, but looks like just a pull back here from the side of virtus.pro. Disconnecting from the fight, knowing that they have time to play with. And they also wait for this pop to come online.
It's
the one ult that they have at the moment.
It's going to waste some time here. Landon ideally doesn't want to pull trigger too early. Bob comes through. Okay, now you Kitsune.
Yep, just immediately here on the corner. Kitsune in response. Bomb not really going to be the big focus fire here for them. Wiley just avoiding that damage here from it. Very set up to try to keep him protected. Bob will make his exit. No space is going to be gained.
Stall this one out. Funny Astro, hold the beat for a while. You want to make sure the VP go first. When VP go first, then you can respond. Sound barrier is going to be big here. Hold the payload. 2 minutes left to play through.
Dynamite here around the side. Sauna just weaving these rockets in underneath the cart, getting closer and closer to that next barrage. Support ultimates similarly coming online. Speaking of which, Funny Astro going to pull the trigger. The beat gets dropped. Sauna 2 will fall. Immortality field quickly dealt with. And it's Virtus.pro. Widely just have to back away, dropping down out of the window, trying to get the relative safety.
I think they actually forced that sound barrier. I would prefer Funny Astro not to have used that one because now they don't have counterplay Kala and can now both look at ultimates. Funny Astro and Landon do not. This is going to be rough. What are you going to do against this right now? You had a wall from Backbone to block out Canel's window before. That's not available now. Shockwave even going to the big flank.
Very low, and look at this, the flank coming through. Window set up, the headshot into the body shot landed. Absolutely decimated. Psycho with a Duke trying to build up towards a flux, but Hadi left out the dry. Taken down as Gala finds the kill. Beat gone through. Rajaro will fall, but he's the only casualties. There's the cleanup, there's the push, there's the 2-0. Virtus.pro, I think we might need to educate these players on what a C9 actually is, but we definitely don't have to teach them how to play this game because right now they're looking red hot.
It's mental warfare at this stage, and if you're VP, you gotta equip every single weapon you have to deploy against SSG. But it is working. It is working a treat right now. SSG are stuck on this Malga composition now. Shambali is a very interesting map. What this says to me is perhaps Hardy, perhaps SSG, they do not want to play into the Sigma matchup. Okay, Sigma, not really something within Hardy's wheelhouse that he really is confident on. But what about the Diva? We talked about the fact that SSG played earlier. The Diva was fine. Can you play a Diva into the Sigma? Maybe that's not good enough either. So they're forcing them out because they can't play the Rhine. They would like to play the Rhine. Sure. They can't play the Rhine. It's banned.
I mean, it's a rough position to be in, but now Space Station, they have to reverse sweep if they want to be victorious here. Otherwise, Virtus.pro going to be asserting themselves as perhaps the kings of Europe. But let's go ahead and pass it back over to the analyst desk to break down all the action from Shambali.
Thank you very much from our Kings of Casting as we now bring it to the Kings on the desk as 2-0 is the current score here. Pretty big win yet again for Virtus.pro in the face of the bans that Space Station put forth. Chat was saying, oh, it shows how Chad Hadi is that they have to ban away the Reinhardt, but now it's kind of showing like that's kind of what we need.
Also, I don't think Ryan helps them all that much here because the real problem, they had a Pharah issue, and they go Psycho deal with it. Psycho, though, was just continually stuck and was effectively a 1v2 where Psycho would go in, try and pressure the Pharah, get hit by a rocket, get hit by the Ash, and then all the while, Hadi is just trying to do a competition of how many rockets can you eat, in a 20-second period. Sauna was a problem.
Is the Joey Chestnut of rocket eating.
Yes, exactly.
Nice.
I mean, it's pretty much the point too, and like maybe you run a Diva there and try to help out, but it's about like in-game adjustments and solving the problem. And the problem immediately was Sauna, but it ends up being a domino effect because then if you switch that, then something else becomes a problem. But Sauna was the issue, and then it forces Psycho to try to be the carry. I mean, he's the big addition to this team. Like I said, he won MVP of a tournament. He's like the new guy. He's the new face of SSG. But then Shockwave has been able to play his comfort hero, and then you're forcing Psycho into the sky, and Shockwave's just like, thank you. Oh, now no one can even pressure me. I don't have to worry about stickies. Shockwave's taking off angles, hitting every single shot, and SSG just looks out of sorts as far as like in-game adjustments. I mean, I guess like Landon kind of has to go this Kiriko for Kitsune to break out and to help the Maga. That's a good synergy. But then also maybe you go your best hero ever in BAP. I mean, you can make an argument that Landon's one of the top 5 BAPs on the planet, and maybe that pressures out some of the Pharah. But like once you do any of those things, you open yourself up to something else, and it's just like it's trying to plug all the holes in the dam at the same time. There's not enough fingers.
Yeah. Also, I mean, you think about strategy going forward here. If you're SSG, I don't know what they might have had in the tank to begin with, but given that the last 2 maps have had serious Pharah problems, at a bare minimum, I mean, you could decide, okay, we want to run more Diva. That's not entirely something they like doing. I mean, they very much can. Hadi can play a good Diva, but given their play style, give yourself a breather. Like, take Pharah out for the next map. Like, do that at a very least. Give yourself, something to work with. Here.
Yeah.
Make them beat you another way.
We've seen that from all the teams when they go down 2-0. They're like, okay, we've been trying to dance around this very clear ban that has been a problem. Generally, it's been the Winston for most teams, but now it's like, all right, it looks like it's going to be the Pharah that we take out here. If that's the way that they want to go, again, Coach Chris and the rest of Space Station Gaming making that happen right now in terms of hero bans and the map, because they will have the choice. You know, running out of options here, as this is for supremacy in Group D.
Yeah, and something ancillary to this, too. If Space Station does come back and pull this off, it was what for. Beat Fnatic, by the way. They're done with it too. Just to update everyone who's not constantly online like I am and hitting refresh everywhere, although who knows. So if the tiebreaker is a certain way, then Fnatic's just out today, waiting for some confirmation on that. But this Fnatic team going 0-2 against Virtus.pro Nightmare, like now going 0-2 against Virtus.pro is something too. We were unable to see Nightmare, but that's like a young, upstart North American team that I think a lot of my fellow people online are rooting for a little bit too. So I'm just saying.
Wait, that means all fellow people, because almost everyone's online.
Well, the thing is, you also just crushed some dreams here because
I was gonna say I started a website, but I don't want to be a Redditor, I guess. Oh darn, I said the thing.
You said
well,
the
you
thing.
already said the thing. But
you said the thing.
Also, this is kind of why they're like, oh, it just got worse for Fnatic, because if you weren't looking at the other stream, you'd look here and like, you know, this Virtus.pro team's pretty good. Like, they're taking the Space Station Gaming. All right, I feel better up Fnatic. Wait, Fnatic
Yeah,
lost again? Like, it's just like, ooh. I mean, I think, again, it depends on what the first order tiebreaker is, whether it's head-to-head or map score. If it's map score, they have some scenarios to still stay in, but you wouldn't have expected Fnatic to be in that spot.
This is worse than even trying to do math on stream. I always wait for someone from League Ops or someone smarter than me to tell me what to do. That's kind of how I live my whole life.
Yeah.
That's how I end up in the middle seat.
That is, because you guys still did it, and I just watched you guys do it. All right, map pick is on in. We'll get that up on the screen for you in just a second. The substitutes also coming on in. Earlier, you're like, oh, Backbone is starting. Well, now he's out. Sparker is now in. Something to jumpstart this squad.
Yeah, that might be one answer to the Pharah problem. It's you know, like I mentioned in the pregame too. It was like Psycho coming in runs everything, and it's in service of allowing Sparker play Cass. And Sparker's Cass has been consistent and good in the last bunch of games I've seen from him, and it's been his best hero. So maybe that's the answer that they're looking for. What do you?
I don't know.
I like banning the sim here. That's a great ban.
Yeah, I was gonna say you were going into all that and you didn't look at the screen to see the ban, and now I'm just looking at this as like, yeah, I don't know if they had a choice. They basically said the Backbone, yeah, you don't get to play one of your main heroes. Maybe you should sub Sparker in. Like, I don't know if that was, you know, a decision that was in their hands there.
Yeah, all right. Well, New Junk City is on the cards here for Space Station. Is they need to get themselves a win, get back on track. Lots of pressure, lots of expectations on this squad coming into the tournament. One of the best in the West. It's one of the reasons why Europe has the extra seed, because of how they placed over in Dallas, the best of the Western squads. And yeah, you know, just to drop here to Virtus.pro, who is you know, not expected to do as much coming into the day. Now, still not a great story for them, but still not a great story for Space Station.
I think very early on, I caught a little bit of the stream earlier as we were starting our day in the first couple of matches.
Yeah.
And I want to give a ton of credit to McGravy, who said Group D is going to be the most interesting group, because it has by far been the most interesting group, like not even close. A and B, expected results, everything. Like, it's pretty much been what we expected to see today, but this group is wild.
Yeah, I mean, the two big stories here is that Virtus.pro now officially say, like, wow, not only are they taking Fnatic, like, okay, they're taking the Space Station. And then Fnatic, where it's like, again, you could have given Fnatic a pass, like, okay, Virtus.pro is really good. And look, I mean, Nightmare might be a lot better than we're expecting right now also, but it's also just, show me who would think that Fnatic would be 0-2 on the day. Not many people exist.
Would your mind be blown if I just showed you I had it written down somewhere?
Well, I would just assume that you faked writing it down, and it's not legitimate, because yeah, I just wouldn't believe it.
Well, I guess that's not even have to show you then. I don't have it. I'm just
kidding. Yeah, I was going to say, you didn't write it down, Hex. Like, what are you doing?
Or if I had, like, cracked open a fortune cookie, it's like Fnatic would fail. Now, that'd be something.
Well, I would just want to know the lottery numbers at that point. Like, forget anything else.
Yeah, that's just insanity. But when you look back on it, which we all will, I mean, it's something that I want to go back and, like, watch, like, what went wrong here with Fnatic. there's a lot of different pieces, and it's not just like pointing to one guy or another. It's just like, but it looked like this great super team put together, and for a storied franchise to make its re-entry into Overwatch after 7-ish years, right, of not fielding a competitive Overwatch team.
I mean, if they go up quickly, Fnatic within the Overwatch scene might be the Homer Simpson meme of just going back into the bush right after. It's like, oh, I'm gone.
just amazing. This group has been so fun to watch.
Yeah, and again, I think you get that time to step back. You get to go to bed. Again, the matches are late right now. It is 1:12 local time here in Riyadh. So it's been a long, long day. I think I saw the stream open. It was like, stream's been up for 10.5 hours.
Yeah, it should be about that, yeah.
And I was like, oh, I've been on for all 10.5 hours. But so have some of these teams. They've had to stay ready and ready to go, especially the squads that had to play 2 games in their group today.
Right.
Then they only get 1 tomorrow, but you have time to regroup. You have time to work their way on in. Same thing for these 2 squads here. virtus.pro, if they get themselves this win, they're sitting pretty. They move on to the top 12 no matter what, and possibly the top 8. Will they be able to do that against Space Station Gaming? Let's find out as we send it on over to Achilles and Avril.
Yeah, I mean, right now, VP poised to be able to just go ahead and take the top of the group for themselves. And this would be a huge achievement, especially if they can get done in 3-0 fashion, try to rack up as much of a map differential as they possibly can.
And just looking at how the bans went down, I'm actually a little confused by the Kiriko ban from SSG. Play Kiriko anyway. Kanale wants to play BAP. He wants to play BAP the whole way through. He doesn't want to play Kiriko. He only had to play Kiriko on this map versus Fnatic because BAP was banned. So yeah, that seems just like a ban, just to get that one in there, just protect the Lucio, make sure you can play a Lucio comp at minimum for SSG. And then you have the situation where Sim was gone. Okay, if Sim's gone, get Backbone out of there. Then you put Sparker in, and now you're moving over towards more of the typical Tracer plus hit scan, which is going to be the Ashe for Sparker. You might end up seeing a little bit of Diva here from Hardy. I think this might end up being the map.
Curious to see. For now, it's just going to be the hover here on this Life Weaver. But where do we end up for Gala? Because, you know, we were talking about it. Like, yeah, you go up against Space Station, you could just ban the Lucio. But
he's not going to do it. He's not going to do it.
Ooh.
So, oh, no, he is going to do it. Okay, I was going to say, look, this map is too important for Lucio. We're not going to see any Divas. It's actually going to be a Ram mirror.
Well, that's what I was getting to, which is because, like, Gala has been playing incredibly well on the Lucio in his own right. So I think you honestly kind of nerve yourselves a bit if you just decide to take Funny Astro out of the equation on the Lucio.
That's the thing, as we're about to get into the first skirmish here, is the fact that Gala used to be a bit of a weak point on the roster because he's not normally a main support. He role swapped from Flex Support to main, and he's had to learn Lucio. But now, like you said, I think his Lucio's great.
Yeah, it's been looking damn clean on the day, and in this series here in particular, Hottie, though in a bad spot, walled off. Immortality Field has to come through. They managed to bail him out for a little bit longer here. The Immortality Field gets cleared out. So far, that first kill is going to be eluding us. Shockwave from across the way, looking to try to just snipe somebody down. Dynamite gets a little connection there on a Funny Astro, and Sparker will get the better of him, takes him down. And that's going to be a solid start here for the side of Space Station where they need it the most. Rajaro will be able to get rid of Psycho. Gets dropped on, though, and Sparker is delivering a punch to the back of the head, takes him down.
The secret weapon of SSG, that honestly isn't that much of a secret because if you watched their earlier game, Sparker played the majority of them. Backbone only played one. This time it's been the other way around. So get Sparker back in there. The Sim's banned anyway. You have someone that can contest Shockwave. And honestly, if you've seen EMEA so far, you have a situation where Sparker's been probably the best hit scan in EMEA so far. I mean, you have Quartz there as well, so it's probably debatable. It's between Sparker and Quartz, I would say, over in the EMEA region. So you'd need to do something about Shockwave here because someone has taken his own Pharah out of the equation. You're probably asking, well, okay, hang on a second. Well, where's the Pharah, guys? Because wasn't that carrying before? Well, New Junk City, I don't think it's an amazing Pharah map. You could see the Pharah return maybe for a different point, but the opening arena mid is pretty rough for Pharah, let's say. So if the Pharah comes on through, it's going to be on a different point. It's going to have to be on an outdoor point. New Junk City, map chosen by SSG. You know, Desk was saying, how are you going to deal with the fire? Well, one way you deal with the fire is you can just draft a better map where the fire is not going to be good. That will certainly help.
Well, it looks like maybe the mouse just toggling off for a brief little moment there for Hani, so hopefully should be good. We can get back into this one, but it's a solid start for the side of SSG. And yes, here we go. In fact, 10% build up for them here on the opening flashpoint. Honest now on virtus.pro to try to get the retake as we see Sauna 25% away from having that Blizzard online.
Got us closer to the sound barrier. Let's see if that ends up being impactful. Only by 10%. It only really will be if both Canal and Gala ult at the same time and Funny Usher gets called out, but he should be there very soon.
Shockwave now trying to play catch up here. Been having a pretty free time when it comes down to playing the Ashe, but Sparker certainly looking to keep him a little bit honest as up onto the high ground. We've got that Ambitrix invested, Landon using his own, but Shockwave finds a headshot, takes him down. It's going to be an advantage off the rip, but Sparker responds in kind, so we get the trade out here on the bounce. Sound Barrier dropped in, Funny Astro only shielding up 2, but that's going to be good enough as they get the cleanup and the team kill.
Really important kill by Psycho and Degala there that prevents the opponent's sound barrier from coming on through. They mark that one because they know that Funny Asher has got one, which means that Gala can't be too far behind if he doesn't already have one. And that's the difference maker. Point will be taken. SSG up 1-0 on this particular map here. And it's the missing sound barrier. Didn't really get to play the extra blizzard in that fight either for VP. And just appreciating the fact that Sparker can return the favor. Shockwave's going to get one great. Sparker will get one exactly the same on the opposite.
Full spawn out from Psycho, not going to be able to find anything there, but Blizzard's going to have to be used. Invested a freeze out onto Hottie, but Immortality Field's keeping him sustained for the time being, but eventually will get hounded down as 4 kills going to be found here for the side of virtus.pro, and they'll go ahead and confirm it as well with a team kill of their own. Point, however, not unlocking for 10 seconds means that SSG can still get collected back up for the retake.
Yeah, but they're going to be far away, so I think the cap is, in fact, going to come in through. Tracer the pick now for Sauna. Artie still yet to use the Annihilation, but same deal with Rajaro. And actually, looking at that last fight, clean enough that Garlic gets the hold on the Sound Barrier. So now it's going to be massively up. He's low though.
Oh my god. Take it down so very low. Immortality Field still there to try to keep him alive. His beat gets dropped, and no. Shockwave dead moments before the Sound Barrier shielding would come through. Rajaro, however, able to find one with that Annihilation, but Gala's going to be dead on the back of the shielding. The trade up here for the side of SSG. They look very, very fast retake here of the point.
And VP want to get aggressive, but it's just a punishment coming through from Sparker. Hardy's had enough. He's going back over potentially towards the Malga, maybe the Winston. The Winston, I think, would just, again, for the movement, taking the spawn. He really actually wants to play the Malga. Likes the Malga into the Ram, but so far the Malga is down 0-2 in maps. Not feeling great about it.
Yeah, Matrix just try to hold them here at bay. They go recalling out. Sauna tries to build up towards this pulse bomb.
Waiting for Landon.
Dashing around here, trying to duke it out. Sparker under a little bit of fire. He's going to be able to find that headshot. It gets traded back, though, as Landon also able to find Shockwave. The support's now starting to get involved. 2 for 1. This virtus.pro looking for more here to try to confirm this.
Maps, and that's why it's so important to be able to have your own Ashe.
Ult-wise, things looking very good here for SSG to continue maintaining control of the second flashpoint. Funny Astro just 12% away from that beat. It's a false bump from Psycho, looking for the pick, but it's going to be met with the Immortality Field, but it's a crucial cooldown to get out nice and early on the approach.
They have to wait for Funny Astro, they have to get this beat.
Bob going to be invested now as well. Sparker just sending that out, putting them off here on the high ground. Charo going to be taken down. Hottie able to find the elimination. Sauna similarly dead as the Bob just absolutely massacres him. That should be SSG moving up 2-0.
It will be. Yeah, there's just no one else alive here. Rajaro dying is so critical. SSG getting that pick wins them the entire point. Remember, this is a 0-99 comeback on this particular point. VP felt like they probably should have had this one. I think they probably should have had this one. But now it's a 2-0 lead for SSG. So can the comeback begin? It's a reverse sweep required by VP on this map for them to be able to get the 3-0 win.
Otherwise, SSG, necessary for space game.
Otherwise, it's SSG reverse sweep in the series to come back, and it requires them to get one more round here.
Well, let's see if they do close it very swiftly here. Sound Barrier going to be used aggressively from Funny Astro, but it's going to be Sparker who ends up getting taken down first and foremost. Hottie similarly whittled away down to half HP, but Landon under fire will end up falling. So the opening fight going to be going the way here of virtus.pro, I say, as a couple kills are going to be found by SSG. Looks like the first cap of this third point will be going over to VP.
Yeah, another lead here, but more importantly, they didn't use any support ultimates, whereas Funny Astro did beat that. And notably, as I mentioned, didn't catch Hardy. Hardy did survive, and he got even a kill there, so he wasn't particularly in trouble, however. He also just wasn't with his team, because you saw Hardy just dive in super deep. He'll be looking for Cage here. Rajara will be fine. I wonder if Gala just runs in the cage and saves Rajara with the beat.
Sonic just trying to draw some attention, stop them from getting over to the point while the rest of the team is getting taxied back over. But now we get the full 5v5 fight. This Ant Matrix is going to be opened up from both sides. Landon investing his a little bit sooner. Cage going to be cleared out though. As Shockwave's Bob hoping to get rid of that one. Pulse Bomb going to be going in, but it catches on the hottie, so again, it's going to be relatively healthy. And Sparker finds another headshot as Gala's going to be taken down. virtus.pro looking for a trade back. Pick up on the flux, looking for some kind of elimination, but nothing to be found there. But Sana will be able to find one. Pulse Bomb connecting here onto the sick barrier. Cannot find that kill, but Canel going to be taken down. Now Rajara in such a bad spot. Falls to the wayside. The rest of the cleanup is going to be relatively easy here for SSG.
Yeah, I said it was an overcommitment, but maybe they didn't commit enough. They couldn't commit more, that they've spent 5 ultimates. I mean, what else can you do there? A point? Flipped? 98? Okay, SSG. That is a miraculous win or a astronomical fumble from VP, depending on which side you want to look at it. Glass half full or half empty there, but you used 5 ults on VP and you still lost. Question mark.
Yeah, and the pacing is looking great here for SSG. Landon 40% away from that next Amp Matrix. The beat already there. The Bob as well from Spark has been building this up so rapidly. Right now on the hunt, playing forward. Does get jumped on here by Sana, looking for the pinch, looking for the kill, but the sound barrier is going to be coming through because Funny Astro knows that this is the president. They need to keep him protected. Bob invested. Run around the back. Hottie looking to try to get the dive in on a Shockwave. Cannot find it, but just turns back over with assistance of the Bob. Finds Rajara, finds Canal, and it's looking like they're going to be finding themselves going into a 4th map because SSG are firmly in control.
There will be one more fight to come through, though. SSG have to hold on with just the one ultimate. VP, though, they haven't built up enough. Shockwave's got to get the damage done. Bob is going to be big here. SSG double committed, the only ultimates they had in the previous fight. Psycho's also got something to play through the
Sona's trying to make it, but he's getting touched. He's getting tagged up here.
They touched. No, maybe too early, actually. I think he got it at 90. Okay, he got it still. Whew.
Does have it. Overtime going to be forced out, but this pulse bomb from Sana that it's about to have online needs to go hard, but Gala taken down off the rip. Psycho lobbing in his zone. Doesn't find the connection, but Sana doesn't even get the chance to use it. Looks the answer is going to be yes. Immortality Field is going to be coming through. Landon finding a kill, or getting taken down there as Hottie will also fall, but Dynamite gets rid of Canal. So now supportless are these remaining players on the side of VP. Still looking for the flip. Astro dead. Sparker gone. Quick little touch in from Psycho. The Bob's on the opposite side of the pillar. There's no way for him to clear it, but he still does manage to find the enemy Sigma. That's around the side. Sana able to win out that fight. The flip is in, and that means that this map continues.
We talked about the magic number 4. Let's go to 4 rounds here. Shockwave Bob protecting the point there, causing issues for SSG. Landed despite the window. Not going to be effective enough to keep that one alive. SSG can still take this. Cage coming up very soon. Rajara, Diva now instead of the Sigma. Both heroes play really well into the Malga for what it's worth.
Cage at the ready. The pulse bomb still held here from Sana.
Worth it just a Cage hang. Yeah, he's doing it.
Okay, well, Immortality Field going to be taken out there. Landon suffering quite a bit of damage, but follow-up not going to be found. The Cage will get eliminated as well as Shockwaves takes that one down. Landon just tucking away, trying to stay safe with the Dynamite. Does flush him out, but now Mech going to be broken. Sana going to be eliminated here as Sparker held at bay for a moment, but it's going to be Hottie who's coming up big. Finds that Baby Diva, denying any potential remech. Is Canal now under fire, stuck in a bad spot, just trying to keep his teammates alive, but similarly needs to stay in this fight and cannot.
Gigantic there, massive. I mean, we're looking at a situation where, okay, the Hardy Cage does come on through, does get broken by Canal's window. However, Rajara and all of that goes down, gets demeked. Hardy stayed alive. And when push comes to shove, numbers are low, self-healing, lifesteal on Hardy's Malga. It's going to carry on through. And what damage do you have to take him down? What mitigation do you have when Rajara doesn't have the Diva mech available?
Not much, if any, at all. Dynamite across. Shockwave trying to get that Bob up. Match against Sparker, who's about to have his now. Has it at the ready and invested immediately.
Bob, location not very good.
Yeah, it's there, kind of on the mid-ground, but it might not matter too much as Shockwave will get eliminated. With a couple of headshots, go ahead and pick him off, and that's going to hold virtus.pro at bay and buy crucial percentage here for the side of SSG, but no, sound barrier does get dropped in. Rajara, however, I'm not sure if he received the shielding or it just melted so quickly, nearly gets demeked.
That's
Needs
so
to have that self-destruct line.
SSG didn't even respond to the ultimate. Funny Astro didn't even counter beat there, and they saw the point. They didn't even lose position. It was a 4-man beat, which is a little bit risky from VP, but the rest doesn't pay off.
So now they have their own. They want to bring things to a conclusion right here on this map. 5% left to go, and Canale, the first one to fall. That Amp Matrix not going to come to fruition. Shockwave not going to be able to find the bomb. Bunny Astro will get taken down. The flip will come through. virtus.pro holding on by a thread. Rajaro in desperation has to send out the self-destruct. The flip getting ready to come back through, cannot remech. They cannot do a damn thing. The overtime will bleed down, and Space Station Gaming are going to be extending us over into a 4th map as they attempt to make this reverse sweep happen.
Yeah, super well played, and honestly, SSG could have even 3-0'd that one as well. They were in a commanding position. I think the best thing that this proves is that Malga is not necessarily the problem. What we're seeing here is, I think it's also map dependent. The reason why Malga wasn't as great on Shambali, limited angles, you're just diving through these choke points. But you look at a map like, you know, any of the Flashpoint maps, plentiful opportunity for you to actually flank on through, plentiful opportunity where you look at Hardy just charge on in, and he just stomps on Shockwave's head. How many times did he just get an opening like that that was so critical? And then on top of that, Sparker, I think the hidden recipe, finally challenging Shockwave, and Shockwave was notably shut down by either Hardy and both Sparker as well.
Yeah, I mean, from the outset, Sparker, you could tell he was very much staying warmed up as he was waiting on the bench, watching the rest of the team play. It was an incredible performance from him, and I'm expecting to see more of that as we go deeper. But this doesn't mean that VP now will have their map picks for the whole rest of this series. But for now, let's go ahead and pass it back over to the analyst desk and figure out what those map picks are going to be.
Thank you very much, guys. And yes, Sparker being the spark needed here to start the comeback. We haven't seen a reverse sweep yet. A lot of it has to do with the fact that when you lose, you have control of the map, you have control of the ban order of things. And so going to be a tall task for Space Station to do so, but that's the hole they put themselves in as virtus.pro got up 2-0. And this one was mostly in Space Station's control finally.
Yeah, it looked a lot better from Space Station. I mean, it's kind of interesting. The idea is like, well, what do you do to shut down the Pharah? You know, and definitely bringing to a different map can be the play. Although the confidence that virtus.pro is playing with, I thought they would have forced the Pharah here even with that. However, I think the thing that actually might have went against them in forcing the Pharah, you know, on a map that's like not the greatest terrain for Pharah, is the fact that Sparker came in. Sparker, I think, is a DPS threat that both Sana and Shockwave gave more respect to than Backbone. And Backbone's play is great, but, you know, everything in sports at times can be down to matchups, and I don't think we're going to see Sparker get swapped out now. That would be my guess.
I mean, I think the point about Backbone is well made, and I don't think there's any sort of slight to him. He's very versatile. He came in and played Zenyatta for this team in several maps during the Overwatch League. And when they were running that sim and May and that style of rush, it was based on his ability to really utilize the utility heroes. So he's great at that. But then you just put like pure mechanic aim in, right? And that's what Sparker represents for this team, is pure mechanic aim. Backbone runs a fine tracer. It's not Sparker's tracer. There's the Cass, and then there's the Ashe. And really, we talked about the Sauna Pharah being the problem, but that just gets compounded by the fact that you let Shockwave sit on his favorite hero, like, and not even forcing him to a second favorite hero, like an Echo or a Genji or something like that. So finally putting some pressure on them. It's a pressure release valve on everybody else. Everyone else gets to play a little bit better because Sparker is taking eyes off. And it's always one of those things I mentioned, like if you're doing a Tracer v Tracer or even a Pharah v Pharah, you don't even have to win those. You just have to stay alive long enough that the rest of your team isn't getting the wrath of it constantly.
So I want to get one thing out before we go to map bans and also hero bans coming out, or rather map pick and hero ban. I think if you're SSG, there's a few things to take note here. Yes, your opposition can pick a Pharah-friendly map for the rest of the series.
Yeah.
But you have some options here. One is that you can ban the Pharah outright. Two is that you can ban the Ashe, and hopefully a cast won't be quite as effective at suppressing Psycho's Echo. But I think if you're SSG, the way this has gone down, unless you have a different strategy in mind, I don't think you want to give the combination of map pick, Pharah, and Ashe all at the same time to this virtus.pro team. That's too much, and I don't think SSG will let them have all three. We'll see.
Yeah, you know, a unique conversation to have here is the fact that at the beginning of the day, both McGravy and Jake were saying that the downfall of Hitscan, it felt like it wasn't as strong, you know, the changes coming on in, and it just feels like this Ashe pick has been so crucial to so many teams' rosters, their compositions. Even when we saw it earlier when they got rid of Widow, they still used Ashe as a backup there. It feels like you got to have a good Ashe.
Right, well, I think the thing is, you get rid of Cass. early too, right? So I think it's Cass and Sojourn dominated metas for so long that people just think of them as the de facto kind of hit scan. But Ashe offers some great utility, some self-protection. It's a really improved ultimate. I mean, remember that Bob now gets the tank passive too, which is no small deal. It's a lot of survivability because he used to just be able to sit there and it's like, oh, Bob's in, plink, plink, Bob's out. It's not a big deal. So that is a huge buff to Ashe's kit. The area of effect damage, which is kind of chipping away, combined with the burst damage. So I agree with those guys and respect them, but I think like it's just maybe we forgot a little bit about Ashe. And this is a very specific matchup too, where the Ashe is going to be good. Like Shockwave loves Ashe. You could every time you see it, it's great. Obviously, here comes the bans and the picks in virtus.pro, VP. Sorry, it's late. Ban Lucio, and I think it's one of the questions I had. When you start banning the best heroes for SSG, what do they do?
Yeah, I mean, well, we knew the Lucio ban was going to come at some point just because that's like directly targeted Astro.
Yeah.
The Diva ban is interesting here.
Which ban came first?
First ban was the Lucio.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that kind of ends up like partially nerfing the Reinhardt composition that they like to run. SSG likes to run on this comp, right? Because you need the Lucio to speed the Reinhardt into position. Otherwise, you're just getting fired down the middle. So it is part of it. And then
Yeah, we got one more wrinkle for you here, so get your thoughts before we throw it over to the casters. Astro out, Backbone in.
That's just funny. It's like, hey, Astro, they banned Lucio. Yeah, get out of here.
Yep.
Leave.
I told you Backbone has flexed over to support.
No, I know. Is this what Astro's career has come down to? Is like, they banned Lucio, man, just get out, just leave. Like, Backbone doesn't normally play support, but he's going in support now. Like, it's late.
It is, but I like the ban on the Lucio right away because it dares you to still run your Reinhardt comp. Right, because you almost can't. The Reinhardt comp relies 100% on the speed on the first point here for attack. So it's an interesting ban the other way. But yeah, Backbone's coming in. I believe when he plays support, we call him Bone Back. It's like it's like putting the glasses and mustache on.
Yeah. The definitely not Backbone.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
Got it.
The artist formerly known.
If Space Station are going to do it, the Giga Chatties at home are going to need to start like showing up here because this is going to be very difficult. As you said, the Reinhardt not going to be, I guess, not fully operational, but not at 100% without the Lucio speed buff going to be there.
Another thing, too, as we go to Midtown, is this is a fantastic Ashe map. And it always has been. It's actually, even when Ashe isn't in the meta or these teams aren't playing, Ashe almost always gets played on Midtown defense. Or, oftentimes will pop up, especially now with the Sojourn going out, who had replaced Ashe when but now Ashe is back in because Sojourn took some hits. It's all cyclical.
Yeah, well, you see the standings right here. That just it doesn't look real. Group D, Fnatic on the bottom, Nightmare currently on top. Shout outs to our NA reps that are, gonna sit in first place for another at least. Maybe at most 30 minutes, at least maybe like 10.
I'm going to be honest.
Just screenshot it and keep it forever, guys.
Yeah, ZP, if you're about to rain on the parade, I don't want you to say whatever you're about to say.
No, it's not rain on the parade. I'm just saying, like, if Fnatic does go home early, it's a long flight. It's a long flight. That's not a great flight to be on with the expectations they have. Like, it's not good.
Yeah, I mean, the other groups is just not as surprising. Obviously, ENCE and Zeta Division go up 2-0, kind of expected, maybe, yeah. So all the other things kind of went according to plan. A little bit of a surprise that, once again, it looked as poor as they did.
Yeah, and there'll be a big post-mortem on that, and I'm probably good reasons, especially when you hear from the team, because, that goes like, oh, yeah, there were sources that was this, and this, People talk when they're discontented, but right now you can just kind of look at it and go, oh boy.
Yeah. Let's figure out Group D first. This has been the best group of the day.
All right, well, to do so, we've got map number 4. Still Virtus.pro, 2 chances to close this one out on the front foot. They will have map ban and hero ban on map number 5 if it comes to that. But we're going to see right now, map number 4. Uh-oh. It's like, little push-ups.
Push-ups.
Yeah, You guys can't see it right now, but Hex is doing them as well. He's Hex is getting
he's
the
doing
pop.
it with one finger.
One-handed.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
I gave you even more credit.
59. Oh, I can't do sexy, guys. I'm sorry.
All right. Okay. Well, a couple guys. One guy that doesn't need to do any push-ups is Achilles, and then you got another guy that's next to him.
No, he totally does. He totally does.
They're gonna take it away here for map number 4. Thanks, guys. Don't look at me like that. I'm sorry, Seth.
I mean, I absolutely do need to do push-ups, sit-ups, ab crunches, whatever.
All the ups.
Pull-ups, exercise in general.
Movement, any movement.
Yeah, I'm too much of a gamer these days, so I think the wife would probably be pretty happy if I get myself back into the gym, but hey, look at that.
A pause.
A pause.
Nothing like an Achilles pause.
What can I say?
Sponsored by Achilles. More push-ups then from SSG maybe. Don't tire yourself out, fellas. You got a reverse sweep to play through this if you want to stay alive.
I think Hottie leapt up so quickly to get his push-ups in that he ripped the headset cord out of the mixer.
I'm just saying, you don't want to get your arms too tired, your chest too tired there. 2 more maps to play through, and it will be VP priority on the picks the entire way through. Lucio ban. Honestly, it's so good. I mean, you're in a situation now where VP have essentially banned out Ryan compositions twice because the 2 times that if you are SSG you want to play Ryan comp, one of them would have probably been on Shambali to beat the Sigma. Ryan was banned. The other time is Midtown, because we actually saw that earlier today when SSG played Nightmare. They played Hardy on the Ryan. It looked great. That's exactly the situation where Ryan would also be good, but no Lucio. So you get deep in a series where, because VP have done so much work in terms of winning 2-0 up until this point, they have just so many good bans still left to go through, and there is still a BAP ban available for VP, although that will hurt Canale as well, so they have to consider that if they do lose this map. But Push is the final map available. I think VP, though, if they're going to win the series, they got to do it here, because if SSG take it at 5, I actually favor SSG on the push.
Well, let's see if they can take us the distance. As so far in the tournament, just across the board, it's only been 1 map 5. Nightmare being able to get the victory over Fnatic just earlier, as we're going to have another pause.
The other difficulty here is, briefly discussed by the desk, is that we got Bone back on playing support, which we haven't seen. I can't remember the last time we saw him. We casted Backbone on support all the way back in, what was it, 2022? The famous Eichenwalder clip where he just snipes down OG from spawn.
Yes.
That clip being played at the start of the Hell broadcast for, like 6 months. That was enjoyable. But that was when he was bone back and he played flex support. He was on his Zen. What's he going to play right now? Are they just going to go through double flex support? What does that mean for Hardy? Is he going to be on a Ram? Is he going to go D with double flex support? Like, this is a strange look from the side of SSG that's not normal. So it's going to be Ana,
now,
Kiri. Okay.
It's the Winston here on the defense, and Backbone moving over onto the Ana. As looks like...
I mean, if they want to play Winston, could you not have just gone Brig Bab with Funny Astro still in? Was this really worth subbing Funny Astro out, unless you just really don't want to play Brig, or you don't trust his Brig?
Well,
because you're stuck now on double flex support no matter what, and that might be fine, because Hardy might be like, actually I don't want to play Winston, let's just play some pokey double flex comp. Let's rely on Sparker here.
Well, we'll find out if it's going to be a good idea or not. As it's everything in the kitchen sink being put at this one here for the side of SSG. Need to win this map. As virtus.pro start things off here on the attack. Shockwave moving forward here with that Widowmaker, looking for a shot.
I would like to see Sony on fire again. I think this is a good fire map. Both A and B, potentially even C. Look, you do have to contest Sparker, but that's also Shockwave's job.
We saw the look back. Shockwave was given the consideration, like, okay, I'm going to go swap, but now he's opting to stick through.
He's feeling it. I mean, I wasn't feeling it when he was playing on Hollywood versus Fnatic, and he certainly didn't really do a lot.
Yeah.
But the thing is, Hardy's on Winston here as well, so if Hardy gets aggressive or Shockwave has his angles limited, we're seeing another dead pick. Shockwave has to make this work, and I think the Ash is just more consistent.
Well, it's going to be Sana finding the opening kill, though, and Psycho's going to be taken down. Shockwave now situated here over towards the train car, but Gala going to be taken out as well. So, solid trade back from Hardy. As point going to be occupied for now. Rajaro just trying to get that cap coming through. A couple dinks there across onto Hardy to soften up the Winston, but obviously kill a far cry from being found. Jumps over, pressure Shockwave off the angle he was previously holding. Sparker, though, going to be taken down. Canale able to find that, but Hardy quick to go for that punish. So constantly is getting these just repeat picks coming through, but as you say, second tick going to be found.
I mean, it's 4v4. How is SSG not contesting right now? They got to give the point away finally and contest, but it's like 95%.
They leap back in. Anti's going to be good. Rajaro will get taken down off the back of that one. Asana is only able to find Backbone, so they will be able to stave them off, but this is a good starting point on the recontest here from virtus.pro once they get regathered up.
Now Landon has ultimate here as well. Shockwave now back over towards the Ashe. I mean, like I said, we're just not seeing the shots come through from the Widowmaker. The Dynamite's so good, the Bob is so good. Why would you ever swap off the Ashe? So back on it, Shockwave goes, but he's just behind. He's behind on the Bob now. Has to delete his entire ult charge back down to 15. VP down to 2 minutes roughly. Still need a support ultimate, something to get them in. And honestly, if I'm SSG, you don't pull trigger early. Maybe not Shockwave though. He looks like very killable.
Yeah, it's a good call coming through. And all right, send the nade in now. Shockwave gonna get juggled in the corner. Just grab that Mega Pack going. Hani turning tail, shifts over, looking for a different target. Takes a little bit of damage here. Looks for the dive back through. That's when the nano comes in. Gala gonna be taken down. Canale, Anti out. Somewhere off screen. He will be able to survive, but Pulse Bomb committed. Psycho able to find Shockwave. And this is a very good turnaround on the hold here from the side of SSG.
I respect it. I mean, initially you could have just played that patiently as SSG, but a brilliant Byron there for Backbone really put Shockwave into a bad situation.
Flux?
Yeah, probably shouldn't have done that, but VP slowly falling apart a little bit here. They're now down to about 115. Ulting in a weird situation. I mean, SSG kind of disappeared at the moment. They should be back. Hardy's still...
I mean, they're just trying to intercept.
Actually too deep. He's actually way too deep.
Because he's trying to intercept some of the reinforcements here, but just ends up getting isolated. Now Backbone going to be taken down. And, well, this went from being a very weird flux, seeming like, okay, they kind of just threw away a lot of ultimates.
I mean,
Pro just get the cap.
But then you just see Rajar's POV. He's like, wait, is anyone on Midtown, or do I just get to walk on the cap for free, which he did?
Well,
and Hardy is just in no man's land. Bro was a Nani, unfortunately.
Yep, free cap found. No exit there for Landon. Some nice solid stacker kills here on the back end as Rajaro's going to be able to clean up Hadi as well, and that's going to be the push started. But Time Bank a little bit more limited than we were anticipating given the very solid start to the push.
Yep. This high ground control as well. This is what you want, and you know, you have the extra pylon to heal, which allows you to really outpoke SSG, which I mean, SSG got a hard commit here. They're playing double flex support.
Oh,
this time they don't have a nano boost. Hardy has no primal. He's just kind of have to go deep.
Okay, Bob going to be sent out there from Sparker, makes it into the side room, but yeah, it's not the greatest setup. Sparker going to be taken down with the Pulse Bomb, but Jarl finding Landon, but ultimately it's still going to be decent position here for SSG. Heart's still inching forward though. Get as far through this underpass as they possibly can.
Looking good for VP's pushing so far. Payload's on the other side, roughly, of the underpass now, which enables VP to start pressuring other parts of the map, starts opening the top side a little bit more for them as well. Backbone finally just about has a nano boost available, so SSG can be the ones to initiate onto the backline of virtus.pro. Hard to catch Gala though. Captive Sun allows Gala to just run away.
Well, that's going to be the Captain Sun now. Pop moves his way up onto the high ground, looking for the head. Shockwave being sustains the bomb, also invested. Hadi tucking back, trying to stay alive, down to 72. And Shockwave will be able to pursue deep enough to be able to find the punish. Winston now going to be lost. Psycho, Pulse Bomb online, landed nearly with a Kitsune Rush. The cart now getting closer and closer to point B, and Landon, with him dying, that likely means that this contest will die as well, but Nancy out onto one. Rajaro, however, still trying to push that forward, and yeah, will be able to get the cap. So while they will be able to win up the following fight, the damage is already dealt. 3 minutes now in the time bank.
Psycho had to die there. I'm afraid Psycho recalling or just like running away from Rajaro, you can't do that. Unfortunately, you just have to die because Hardy was coming back in. You got more kills anyway. If it costs an extra primal, it's worth it to hold that point right then and there. So, you know, I'm kind of leaning on that being an actual C9, sadly.
Yeah.
Well, it's a C9 in the sense that, like, maybe they decided, like, it was a purposeful C9. Like, yeah, we're just not going to touch it. We're just not going to contest anymore. But I think they should have contested.
Well, Shockwave back over onto the Widowmakers to try to see if they can make this one work at long last. Land and take it down again. Being cycled back through the spawn room. Time and time again, making sure that he can't find a setup here for that Kitsune Rush. Sparker going to be falling, but Hadi with the Primal going for the juggle here, looking for that elimination onto the Widow, and cannot do it. And once again, he is over-pursued. He's overstepped.
He's overestimated how strong the Primal can be in that situation. Twice now, he really wants Shockwave down, but Shockwave just protected by the team. If Shockwave is solo, it's a little bit different, and for all that Widowmaker doesn't really do well on the A point, I think B improves and C is much better. So this is where Widowmaker, if there's anywhere to play it, starts to really shine. So Shockwave, let's find some shots. See the value, outrange Sparker a little bit here.
Now, lens sight not being given over. As Flux coming through, getting the catch there on the landing, but as the Suzu on the drop. Jaro eating a bit of damage, down to about half HP. And Matrix in a very forward position, going to be invested in bubble. Nicely timed. Hadi able to protect himself from that accretion, turns around and finds the kill. Bob forward from Sparker will find Gala, and that's going to be some control found here from the side of SSG.
Shockwave, the final one to fall. And for sight, not the most valuable ultimate here, so if Shockwave wanted to swap, you can just get rid of this ultimate. I don't really rate it. virtus.pro now. Nope, it's not going to be real life Weaver, obviously. Just a little bit more spawn tech. Watch out for those, a little bit tricky. Time is an issue now. I mean, VP might not cap. If they do, I think it's going to come down to Shockwave, like really finding that opening frag, but we've been waiting for like 2 series in a row. I want to see just 1 kill.
Sight in play. If there was a time to find it, it would be here, but they're just not going to give him the time of day. Captive Sun sent down here from Gala, finds the pop. Sparker going to be taken down, but Shockwave, Pulse Bomb, Psycho got into the back line. And now, okay, Backbone eliminated as well, and yeah, Nano, was it canceled? It's hard to tell.
I think it might have been. I think it might have gone to Sparker, but he dies before the Nano gets received. It's possible that's what happened. So 2 lost ultimates for SSG so far this series, if that's the case.
Dive in, land far too far forward position, ends up getting punished for it. Cart continuing to inch forward. 26 seconds remaining in the time. Vegas Rajaro gets left on. Immortality Field going to be quickly cleared out, but they're managing to sustain this Sigma, keep him in the fight for the time being.
Pure frags here. It's all down to the neutral. Hardy's only got 1 shield, the 1 status going. It's a nice headshot. That's crispy.
Headshot does come through, and there it is. Shockwave gets himself on the board. Backbone going to be taken down, but Gala's going to be traded at the same time. Pulse Bomb available now for Sauna. It's a little bit of healing now. Looks for the setup. In up over the top of Sparker. Able to find Canal now. Rajaro going to be taken down. Sparker finds a second, and Sauna not going to be able to use this ultimate. Got it. Can't invest it. And the hold comes through. SSG stopping virtus.pro from making it to the end.
Yeah, just not the staying power, unfortunately. That's a situation where you get the 1 kill into Backbone's Ana. I'd still rather have had an Ashe with a lot of dynamites and a Bob, if I'm going to be real with you right there. Rajaro didn't quite have the staying power. Bob would have helped there. Hardy also managed to get the Primal at the end. There's just no way you're burning through the Primal in that situation with the spawn being right around the corner and support still roughly coming through for SSG. And look, even despite SSG kind of fumbling that B-point defense, they'll prevent the entire map from being capped, which is respectable. I still think, you know, I would have liked to have seen how this map would have gone had they just contested B properly, and they could have held B. I mean, that's a tough place to attack into. Many teams have failed to cap B by pushing the payload all the way to the end, and they're just running out of time and positioning to be able to complete themselves on that B point. I think I've seen more teams lose because they failed to cap B than any other point on this map.
I would agree with that assessment. Now, do we see any changes?
Sauna. This is what I'm talking about.
Station,
I said that the Pharah should probably come back. And most importantly, I think A and B, particularly A though, Pharah is amazing. Now, attack-wise, you could argue, okay, maybe not, but defense, yeah, lock that thing in.
Well, Space Station, they set themselves up with a win condition to try to extend this into that 5th and final map. TP forward. Swap over from Psycho back over here to the Tracer. The Ashe v Ashe battle. Shockwave should have the advantage here with this defensive sightlines.
By the way, answers a big question from the early 2 maps, which is, okay, if Sparker was here, would he have made difference versus the Sauna Fire, which I think did a lot those first 2 maps. So
fair point.
Sparker's going to have a lot of work here to do because no one else is going to do it. And Landon did some of the supports. It was funny actually before. It's Landon right now.
Just jiggle peeking in the corner basically, and Sauna has the rocket ready to go. Already pre-sent it. 9 sealed and delivered right to Landon's doorstep. He gets taken down. Quickly rejoin obviously here, but does slow up the approach here from the team.
That'll be the first minute, pretty much gone now. Sauna didn't even do that much damage. He just got the pick required. He got the 1 rocket on the right target at the right time. Landon's already in trouble again. Look at the HP.
Taking low. Gala, though, also similarly under fire. And, oh, Rajaro going to be taken down. Nice anti set up there from the side of Backbone, and Sparker is there to collect. Marlon cleared up. Push up into the high ground here in the fire department. But Gala going to be burnt down by the Dynamite Sparker. Doing wonders here for the side of SSG.
They get the retake in here. They got players alive on the spawn. I mean, look at this Shockwave controlling space with Canale. So
still not playing the point, though. They have to start getting this tick up.
Shockwave got a pick that was really important. Hardy can't even dive in deep. Look at the accretion.
Rajaro's back.
He's got the healing amp up, and that's going to be the nano now invested. Hadi immediately right back down onto the ground. First hit getting ready to come through here from the side of SSG. Sana still at a sliver of health, needing some healing here.
Rock again.
Bagala finding one, but Sana does get finished off. Sparker good for the kill. Hadi hovering up above, leaping across the way, just trying to stay elusive, trying to stay alive. It's just 6% away from having that Primal online, but still continues to get whittled away up. It looks like the ult will be built up in time.
And it gives Lander the Katrina rush as well. That is huge. Hadi living there. There's a lot of ultimates for SSG. Can they use them in time?
Connecting, looking for the kill here on the Sparker, but the Suzu comes through. Hadi now being the focus fire as that Primal Rage has been popped. Can they keep him alive? So far the answer is going to be yes. Pulse from Psycho, able to find one. Canale going to be taken down. Flux seeking target. Jaro finding one, I believe, in the corner, dropping him down, but the kill is not going to be found off the back of that one, so the Flux not really gaining too much. They're still holding them at bay, though. They're still buying some time, but now the Bob comes through, the dynamite across, and Sparker finds 2 kills.
That should finally be the point. That was hugely contested. Minute 30 left to play through. Still a reasonable amount of time, but virtus.pro made that one extremely difficult, and we felt at many moments that SSG actually had the advantage. Just couldn't clean things out. I think Rajaro, though, getting the Flux onto Sparker, but not able to just get enough damage around the side. Certainly didn't have follow-up, needed more teammates, maybe didn't have the confidence to walk on through, not 1v3. But if he had the kill to Sparker off the Flux, that could have been a very different situation.
Speaking of Sparker, we continue to have to sing this guy's praises as he continues to light up that kill feed. Looking for a little bit more. Dynamite up over the top. Gets the burn there onto Rajaro. Just trying to take him down, but not enough follow-up to actually confirm the kill. But still, this is that high ground establishment coming through here for SSG.
Nano's available now, so SSG can keep up the tempo. However, Bob is going to come on through as well, so VP should be able to fight up against it. High ground control should be in VP's favor here, as payload still needs to be worked on by SSG, so they can't fight with full 5 as long as they're still working on that payload. They would have to abandon payload to work on that high ground, which they might be doing now. Looks like Backbone wants a Nano.
Oh, Bob going in deep. But, I mean, Sana just kind of getting the pinch there, forcing Sparker down into the underpass. Sana's there waiting, but finds that elimination. That's going to be a very solid one, pretty much the highest value target you can get at this point, given the numbers that Sparker's been putting up. Pulse bombs held here by both Tracers, but support ultimates quickly coming up here for the side of virtus.pro.
Payload stalled out. Still in a situation where fight continues. Time is starting to bleed out a little bit here, and you'd like to see the payload just a bit further out of the underpass by now if you're SSG, because you're running out of options. Nano, you'd like to have seen a little bit more value out of. It'll be the Katsuna rush next, but into double support ultimates from VP. And Hadi likely might have to back out of this one. He's got Primal. Does he want to go in? Yeah, he's got a Primal here.
Diving into the back, the Primal now available. Looking to just go ahead, maybe juggle Shockwave forward. Captive Sun going to be sent out here by Gala, but has to turn his sights back over to Canale to keep him sustained. So can't really play off the back of that one, but for now, players being zoned. Sana in a bad spot, sends out the Pulse Bomb in desperation, but Hadi collects the kill all the same.
Super worth it coming through from SSG. Landon already pulls trigger on the Katsuna rush. Hadi's not quite there yet, but double support ultimates and Pulse Bomb gone from VP.
Shockwave was slept. Looks like gonna be safe, allowed to just go ahead and naturally wait back up, get himself back into the fight with Sparker now. Bob online, he's gonna send it, but Hadi's already been taken down.
Just before the Nano comes on through as well, so Backbone is 11% away.
Bob able to find one, but now Backbone eliminated. Landon down below half HP. Psycho as well, nearly taken down. Still being pursued here as Rajaro will not be denied. Eventually finds the kill. Now it's gonna be a minute and 20 seconds remaining. Heart close, but not close enough.
We're just talking about seconds of difference here where, you know, Backbone has a Nano, pops onto Hadi. We already saw the Bob coming on through, actually got some decent value. SSG probably actually get that cap, and 1 minute left to go. This is super dangerous. I mean, the series might be over right here. SSG, they got to get it done. This Nano is got to be critical. If the Nano doesn't get value once again, it's lights out, and you're up against Flux, you're up against Bob. These are great defensive ultimates.
Shockwave, Dynamite over the top. Hadi pushing forward, trying to go for that contest. Nano trying to bail him out. So the drop down. He's got the healing amp coming through from Backbone. They try to keep him alive. Another accretion just to stave him off even further. And widely, Hadi has the backpedal down to 69. Nearly falls. Shockwave again going to be slept, but can they find any kind of punish? Psycho, he's got this pulse bomb. He'd love to just throw it in right on top of that sleeping Ash, but cannot find him. Backbone now eliminated Canale, finding the kill. Another bomb out from Shockwave, and it immediately finds Sparker. Landon, take it down.
They got to reset
Hadi
now.
dead. Full team kill coming through. 20 seconds remaining.
VP got a spawn camp. I think you spawn camp for 100% right now because SSG got to touch his final fight. And this is the series. I mean, VP, is it a 3-1 victory here? I said if VP want to win, it has to be on this map.
Amp Matrix about to be there for Canale. That could just go ahead and be
that's
the
a touch
final
up. That's
nail
a
in the
touch up.
coffin.
No one can touch that.
Psycho dead. The toucher gone. That should just about do it. Canale does get slept, but Can they make it? No, they cannot. Hottie cannot make it to the cart in time, and virtus.pro, they will take this map, they will take this series, and they will take the firm lead in Group D.
I mean, virtus.pro is a team, if you look at the storyline, their history, a team that nearly did not qualify for the World Cup. They had to play through a tiebreaker, 5th, 6th tiebreaker against Quick Esports in the Masters tournament to qualify for this event. And if they lost that, they wouldn't be here. Their best result so far, at least in that tournament under the VP brand, was they had a 2-3 loss to ENCE, and that was considered a very good result for VP. The fact that they go from that, barely qualifying, to now beating the best of EMEA, SSG untouched, barely ever losing in their entire region for the last 3 to 4 months. This is a gigantic win. And I think even a bigger upset than the one against Fnatic, because now Fnatic have lost to everybody. Who cares about that? SSG, though, we had higher expectations.
Well, yeah, not quite. They still have to play against this SSG, who's going to be looking to rebound from this loss right here. But my God, what a start here for virtus.pro, already locking in their spot in the playoffs, and maybe even as that #1 team is looking very, very likely for them. And yeah, that's going to do it. That's our last series of the evening done and dusted. We're going to skip town
2 a.m.,
now.
fellas.
But
2 a.m.
we got 3 guys who are still standing by at a desk that have to break down all the action, so we'll pass it back over to them.
Thank you very much, Achilles and Avril. Great casts on the day, that is, as, yeah, Avril had it there. 2 a.m., guys. So let's wrap it on up here as the huge upset now done yet again. No more doubting virtus.pro. They're proving everyone wrong.
Yeah, I mean, that was the last upset we had ever seen from virtus.pro in this tournament, because at this point, I'm not going to call any game they win an upset. They are a contender. They are real. No one should doubt it. At the beginning of the day, I mean, we were just going, okay, they're going to get annihilated by Fnatic, but no, virtus.pro proved us wrong. I think proved pretty much anyone that was predicting wrong, because I don't believe most people, it's like, I predicted this. No, this is just out of left field. It is an incredible story. Their boot camping in Korea clearly worked. And to me, I mean, where to begin on the team, but we're going to be brief because it's the end of the day. Sana just played unreal the entire day. And here's the other thing, how Sana did too. It's not that common in Overwatch that you have a player that can play a shutdown, highly aggressive tracer that is making all the right moves off to getting first picks, and do the same on Pharah. Usually these are 2 very distinct different roles, and it's only a handful of players in Overwatch that have actually been able to claim, yeah, I can do both.
First of all, everything Avril said was amazing. Just how they got here is so important.
Yeah.
Like just getting through and their best being like the ends, but that composition where they're running Alari and Baptiste, they're not doing it with smoke and mirrors. You know what they're going to run, and they're just shooting you and they're hitting all their shots. But we have to be brief, so let's go.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at the plays of the day, as we have had so many from today. These are the Kadia plays of the day. This one is, which one's this one? Oh,
yeah, this is the Immortality Field. I think I was looking for something different, but anytime a Immortality Field comes down and disappoints people, I'm super happy. This is, oh yeah, this is the one I was talking about. The Immortality Field comes out, this is the save, and then it turns around. That's the Nano came down, really nice play.
Yeah, and just in terms of players making stuff happen, you look at High Vision here, back and Bleed versus Zeta, just like, yeah, Cass has some moves, just one after another, knocking them down.
Yeah, and this was mine. We just saw it here in the final upset that we're going to call virtus.pro here. A huge, huge set of plays by Sana, which he just did throughout the whole series, and we expect to have being done throughout the whole tournament right now. Those were your Kadia plays of the day. Great job by all those players of getting that win there.
Yeah, and then I guess we'll be back in like 8 hours or so or something, something like that. Very shortly turnarounds. And then tomorrow we could see a bunch of crazy Raccoon to kick it off. Second game of the day, if you wake up a little late and you're not like ready, but is going to be Team Falcons versus Twisted Minds. I'm sure everyone is going to be thrilled with that one. So there's still some great matches to go. And again, guys, tomorrow, people are going home. It's like groups are over tomorrow. I know it's a whirlwind of an event, but this is where we stand. And Group D is my favorite group ever.
Yeah. What a mess. What a mess. Look, I mean, we'll update that one in a bit. virtus.pro should be #1. I know Nightmare fans are like, hey, we're still #1.
Just screenshot it. Just screenshot it, put it in your wallet, hang it on your fridge, laminate it. What a great showing from them. It's such a cool group of guys, too. It's such a cool team.
Yeah.
Everyone knew NA was #1.
Yeah. Let's take a look at our end of the day highlights here for a lot of the matches that we had. Because again, we had the 6 matches on stream, 6 matches off stream, 12 total. We're gonna have 12 more total tomorrow. 6 matches on stream, 6 matches off. It's been a long one, but oh yeah, that's right. We kicked things off with Toronto Ultra taking care of business against Game & Gladiators. We were able to pick up something. It was the battle of Exodial against Sugar Free and Merit, but that one was handled by the North American outfit. As expected, they were able to take home the victory in that first map. And, you know, again, another team with expectations.
What a kind of a fortuitous schedule for both of these teams, because they both play early again tomorrow. So they've had a nice long day to rest and rejuvenate, but they will be playing in match 1, will be the Gaming Gladiators against Crazy Raccoon, and then Toronto Ultra will have to play Crazy Raccoon for the 3rd match. But they get to play early, which is nice.
So after that match, we had the shroud of mystery set up here, as it was LGD making their debut after representing China and not having servers to play. You as a tank, well, let me tell you, he did great. Then we came to the upset-minded Bleed Esports against Zeta Division. They were able to find some early success, but not able to complete the heist of the upset.
Yeah, I think Bleed is just one of those teams where you can see the talent, you can see the potential, especially on certain game modes. It's not quite refined yet, and might not be refined to a point that, you know, they survived too long in the tournament, but you got to be kind of bullish on them into the future. The potential's there.
Keep your eyes out for Yoshinori.
Yep.
Then we had the upset of the day to kick things off. It was virtus.pro against Fnatic, the 5th place European squad against the 4th place Asian team, but it's a Korean squad with a bunch of names on it and substitutes that could rotate on in. virtus.pro said, send whoever you want. We're going to have answers for everything here. And this is where they got the big victory over Fnatic.
And famous coaching staff, too. Like, you look at this, you're just like, Fnatic just says, you know what, we're going to pad we're going to pad the Esports World Cup score by getting this team. They can't miss, they can't lose, and oh boy.
Yeah, it kind of makes people happy, like when the Dodgers buy a super team and they lose. Yeah. It's just kind of like that.
You feel a certain way here? Well, again, a lot of questions that need to be answered by this Fnatic squad. They have the opportunity to reset tonight and try to bounce back. Then we had Zeta versus M80. This was one that kind of went the way that we thought it would. Zeta had 2 super fast maps. Just like the highlights, it just went right on through. Zeta now sitting pretty 2-0 on top of the group. And then we had our final one that you just saw here. Space Station Gaming and virtus.pro going head-to-head for dominance of Group D, and it was virtus.pro taking the win here.
Gala and Canale opening some eyes today. And again, it's not like they're running tricky compositions or something. Remember when we first talked about virtus.pro, and you're like, hey, did they try to run some cheese somewhere? Or maybe it was Bleed.
Yeah.
Anyway, but that's something you think about these teams that on paper looked outmatched. You're like, throw them a curveball, maybe have a different strategy. They just came right at people. They're like, we're going to run Ashe whenever we can. We like to run Baptiste a lot, Alari on a certain maps, and then they're coming at you straight, and they're just beating people straight on by playing pretty error-free. They play solid Overwatch, don't make mistakes, they know what they are. And you're right, it's not going to be an upset anymore. Like this virtus.pro team, it's legit, and it was the team that I had the hardest time prepping for. I really had a hard time finding film, and I'm so amazed, and this is why I love sports, esports, because you never know what's going to happen.